From now on, if you need me, Li Yangyan, will repay the favor. Looking at Li Yangyan bowing, Zuan's eyes flashed with a smile, then he nodded. Well, no need to be so polite. As I said, I have some connections with your martial arts family, so helping you is only right. Also, my name is Zuan. From now on, just call me Mr. Zhu. No need for big person. Yes, Mr. Zhu, Li Yangyan said respectfully. On the side, Yue King Huan watched this scene, her eyes full of wonder, because she was the only one who understood what was going on. After this incident, Bead City was essentially Zuan's to control, but Zuan was definitely not going to stay to manage it. Earlier, Yue King Huan had been somewhat concerned about how to handle Bead City. Unexpectedly, Zuan casually resolved the matter. Li Yangyan guarding Bead City was simply perfect. Not only was he competent in strength, but also loyal in character. More importantly, the true martial arts techniques he practiced had some connection with the Shadow Turtle clan. The Shadow Turtle Emperor would surely be pleased. As for the mere beads, compared to the benefits gained, they were insignificant. Yue King Huan thought more and more of this move as a clever strategy. This made Zuan's evaluation in her mind higher. She couldn't help but step forward and asked softly, "Did you have all these things planned out when you saved Li Yangyan?" Zhu glanced at her, then smiled faintly. "And if I did?" Yue King Huan closed her mouth and remained silent, but a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. This person and her brother would certainly become good friends, because they both had astonishing similarities in many respects. Like this matter, planning everything ahead and preparing for possible outcomes before others even knew what was happening. Wasn't that the strategic brilliance highly praised in military tactics? Yue King Huan stood there, pondering, feeling a bit fascinated. Meanwhile, Zuan walked up to the Shadow Turtle clan members. His arrival put them on guard. In an instant, the Dark Shadow Turtle clan trembled together, then fell to the ground filled with surprise and respect, listening to the voice in their minds. Zhu stood still, quietly watching. After a moment, the Dark Shadow Turtle clan lifted their heads to look at Zuan. Zuan shrugged slightly. "How is it? Do you still have any doubts now?" What had just appeared in the minds of the Dark Shadow Turtle clan was the aura of the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, Zuan had intentionally obtained a trace of divine aura from the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor. It turned out to be useful now. Upon hearing Zuan's words, the Dark Shadow Turtle clan bowed respectfully to him. "Sir, we have no doubts anymore. It was our ignorance. Please forgive us." Because the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor clearly stated in the divine aura that the young man in white was there to rescue them, they treated him with utmost respect. The Dark Shadow Turtle clan naturally dared not be negligent. Zuan smiled. "All right, get up. Are we ready to hit the road?" "Sir, though we were imprisoned, we have not suffered any injuries. It is natural for us to be able to travel." "All right, then let's go back to Pearl City." With that command, everyone immediately started bustling around. The Dark Shadow Turtle clan also made their preparations, with some people voluntarily carrying Li Yangyan and his sister. Just as they were about to leave, a voice of urgency came from behind the prison cell. "Sir, please wait. I have something to say." Everyone paused, and Zuan turned to look. He saw the man who had just bargained with him before now clinging to the bars of the cell, looking at him expectantly. In fact, after the recent battle, the prison cell had already been damaged, and almost all the prisoners who had been detained there had secretly escaped. Now, only this man remained, earnestly looking at Zuan. "What do you want to say?" "Sir, I want to accompany you to Pearl City. May I?" Upon hearing this, Zuan gave the man a deep look. "You want to return to Pearl City with us? Yes, why?" A look of embarrassment crossed the man's face, and he lowered his head, whispering, "I have nowhere else to go now. Even the spiritual minds passed down from my ancestors have been depleted by me. I have no way out, so I want to follow you back to Pearl City." With that, he looked up, pleading with Zuan, "Sir, rest assured, I will not cause you trouble. I only ask to leave this city of illusions." "Can I?" Zhu remained silent, just looking at the man. It wasn't until a long time had passed, and despair appeared on the man's face, thinking he had been rejected, that Zuan finally nodded. "Fine." The man was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." And then he crawled out of the cell through the hole, following closely behind Zhu. And as if he had been there before. Throughout the whole process, he wisely did not mention the seal on himself, and Zuan made no comment, almost as if they had both ignored the matter. After everyone had finished preparing, Zuan suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! After a loud noise, the Dream Death Pavilion began to shake violently. Then, Zuan and Yue King Huan soared into the sky, disappearing into the vast sky. Just as they left, the entire Dream Death Pavilion collapsed with a loud crash, turning into ruins. Naturally, such movements also alarmed many people in Linglong City. However, when they arrived, all they could see was a pile of ruins. What? Even the Dream Death Pavilion was not spared. Who is this kid after all? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Now that the Dream Death Pavilion has disappeared completely from Linglong City, will the people from the Yin-Yang family just let it go? Someone questioned. Before this, Linglong City was dominated by the Drunken Life Tower, but now it had been uprooted by Zuan, leaving a power vacuum that many coveted. Linglong City began to seethe with hidden currents. Zuan was unaware of these events, and even if he knew, he would not care. Compared to the time it took to get here, the journey back was much quicker. The Dark Shadow Turtle clan was extremely skilled at flying, especially in the void between planets, where they were as adept as fish in water, and their speed was extremely fast. Therefore, it only took 1 day for Zuan and the others to return to the vicinity of Pearl City. At this moment, Pearl City appeared unchanged on the surface, still bustling as ever. It seemed as if the downfall of the former city lord Zhongpengshan had never happened. But only a very small number of people knew that the entire Pearl City was now outwardly relaxed, but inwardly tense. In many crucial locations, there were burly, taciturn men guarding them, their auras distinctly different from those of humans, as they were transformed experts from the Dark Shadow Turtle clan. When Zuan and the others returned this time, they naturally did not make a big fuss. In fact, before they even arrived, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor had already received the news, immediately dismissing the idle people and clearing out the Grand City Lord's mansion. When Zuan and many Dark Shadow Turtle clan members landed, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor immediately hurried over. The Dark Shadow Turtle clan knelt down upon seeing their king. "Your Majesty, we have returned." The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor was quite emotional, carefully examining his subjects and finding that they were unharmed before he could relax. He then nodded, "It's good that you're back. You have suffered. Go and rest for now." After the Dark Shadow Turtle clan retreated, the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor couldn't wait to ask, "Have you found any clues, Zhu?" Nodded, "Fortunately, yes." With that, Zuan recounted the events. When the Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor heard that the mastermind behind it all was an expert from the Yin-Yang family, he trembled all over, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Why would the Yin-Yang family lay such a deadly hand on my Dark Shadow Turtle clan?" Zhu shook his head. "I don't know for sure now, but from what the Master of Moonlight June said, it seems there are hidden motives behind him." The Dark Shadow Turtle Emperor's face turned grim because he finally sensed the seriousness of the situation. Dealing with just the Drunken Life Tower alone was not a concern, but with the addition of an ancient behemoth like the Yin-Yang family, even he, who was always confident, knew that he might not even have the strength to fight back. "Mr. Zhu, your kindness to me, a member of the Shadow Turtle clan, will always be remembered in my heart. If you ever need our help in the future, just say the word and we will give it our all." These words come from the sincere feelings of the Shadow Turtle Emperor and are therefore very genuine. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhu smiled and said, "Since you say so, I do have a need for your assistance now." The Shadow Turtle Emperor immediately replied, "Feel free to talk, Mr. Zhu." Mr. Zhu then pointed to LV Yangyan beside him and said, "Remember when I mentioned that I have arrangements for the Pearl City before I left? He is the new Lord of Pearl City that I have found for you." LV Yangyan was taken aback. He had thought he was only coming to Pearl City to oversee things and tend to his sister's injuries. He never expected Mr. Zhu to make him the city lord. After hearing Mr. Zhu's remarks, the Shadow Turtle Emperor scrutinized LV Yangyan closely. When he noticed a familiar aura emanating from LV Yangyan, a look of disbelief crossed his face. Mr. Zhu, seeing this, smiled faintly and asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with this choice?" The Shadow Turtle Emperor took a deep breath and slowly said, "I feel a sense of familiarity in his aura." Of course it's familiar, because he has the bloodline of the True Martial clan. He is the descendant of the True Martial family, and True Martial. I believe you should know about it." Upon hearing the term true martial, the Shadow Turtle Emperor shuddered, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. "Of course, I know. Thank you for your arrangement, sir." As fellow members of the Turtle Clan, how could he not know about that ancestral figure? Elated, he hurried over to LV Yangyan. "Is the true martial elder doing well now?" Leave Yangyan smiled wryly. "The true martial elder disappeared long before 1,000 years ago. I have never met him." The Shadow Turtle Emperor sighed upon hearing this, but then reached out and patted LV Yangyan's shoulder heavily. "No problem. We are originally related, and now that you are the Lord of Pearl City, we are even more like family. It's all thanks to the guidance of the Turtle Emperor." "Haha, no need to be so formal." The Shadow Turtle Emperor burst into laughter, obviously very pleased with LV Yangyan. Mr. Zhu watched the two, one human and one demon, quickly getting along and smiled faintly. On the side, Yue King Huan looked at Mr. Zhu's smile, which seemed to hold all expectations, and she couldn't help but think of her brother. This feeling made her suddenly homesick despite being away for so long. This wave of longing, like a rushing tide, hit her. Despite feeling annoyed by her brother's constraints and nagging at times, she now found herself missing that man who always sat in his chair smiling at her. In an instant, this emotion easily broke down her psychological defenses, and she couldn't wait to say to Mr. Zhu, "Mr. Zhu, yes? Now that things here are settled, let's hurry back." "Back? Back where?" Mr. Zhu asked indifferently. "Naturally, back to the Yue family." Yue King Huan couldn't understand why Mr. Zhu asked this way. Wasn't that already agreed upon in advance? However, Mr. Zhu gently shook his head. "Not going." "What, not going? Why not? Are you afraid?" Yue King Huan's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Zhu chuckled. "It's not about fear. What I mean by not going is just a temporary delay." "A delay? Until when?" Yue King Huan pressed. Mr. Zhu looked at her deeply. "Until my strength is enough to support my plans." This statement made Yue King Huan swallow back her arguments. Because, clever as she was, she instantly understood Mr. Zhu's meaning. At this point, Mr. Zhu continued, "I always thought that although my realm was low, my strength was still decent. But the matter with Yuli Jun made me realize that the outer realms are more real than the realms I'm in, and here, strength is fundamental." Mr. Zhu looked at Yue King Huan deeply. "Even if I go back to the Yue family with you now, with my current realm, I probably won't be valued." Yue King Huan tried to say something, but couldn't. The ironclad truth Mr. Zhu spoke left her speechless. After a moment, she whispered, "So what realm do you intend to cultivate to?" "At least surpass my current realm and reach the peak of the Immortal Lord. Only then can I have some say," Mr. Zhu said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Yue King Huan's expression grew even dimmer. "Your idea is right, but have you thought ... Yue King Huan raised her head. "That once you reach that realm, advancing in strength becomes extremely difficult. Crossing a major realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and it will require various chances to come together to achieve it. So if you want to gradually cultivate from your current realm, even with your amazing talent, it will take at least 10 years. So the question is, do we have to wait here for 10 years? Facing Yue King Huan's question, Mr. Zhu remained silent. At this time, the Shadow Turtle Emperor, LV Yangyan, and the others also heard the conversation between Mr. Zhu and Yue King Huan, and they fell into silence. Are we really going to wait here for 10 years? Just as everyone was at a loss, the man who had followed Mr. Zhu and the others from the prison suddenly spoke hesitantly. I think I may have an opportunity here that can help Mr. Zhu achieve the Immortal Lord sooner." As this statement was made, everyone turned their heads and focused their gazes on the man. The irritable Shadow Turtle Emperor even stepped forward and menacingly said, "What did you say? Say it again." Now, the man's expression became even more flustered, stammering, I said I have an opportunity that may help Mr. Zhu." Everyone's eyes lit up. The Shadow Turtle Emperor roared, "Then speak up." Despite the fact that this man's strength had been sealed, even if it hadn't been, as a playboy, he couldn't possibly match the likes of the imposing Demon King, the Shadow Turtle Emperor. Therefore, under this roar, his trembling intensified. Seeing this, the Shadow Turtle Emperor was about to speak when Mr. Zhu reached out and patted his shoulder. The Shadow Turtle Emperor stepped back, and Mr. Zhu approached the man and asked gently, "Don't be afraid. What opportunity are you talking about? Because everyone knows very clearly what this immortal sect cave represents. Even in this world filled with powerful individuals, those who can be called owners of immortal sect caves are rare and extraordinary. Because all these places are full of spiritual aura and natural wonders. There are even rumors that in some major sect caves, one can directly come into contact with the laws of heaven. The benefits for a person's cultivation are self-evident. And if what this man said is true, even if the immortal sect cave is abandoned, it would still be an unimaginable treasure trove. Because no matter what sect, the most precious treasures are usually hidden in the cave. This means that it is not only a holy place for cultivation, but also a possible hidden treasure trove. Yet, how could this guy who lost all his wealth in the Drunken Life Tower, and even his life was in jeopardy, know where the immortal sect cave is located? Everyone expressed deep doubts about this. Feeling the doubt from everyone, the man blushed and stammered, saying, "I know you don't believe me. But how could I lie about something like this? If you say you didn't lie to us, then show us the evidence." Yue King Huan said, "Fine. I will show you the evidence." With that, the man reached out and began unbuttoning his shirt. Yue King Huan jumped back in alarm. "Hey, what are you doing? I'm giving you evidence. Don't you want evidence?" With those words, the man took off his shirt, revealing the ribs protruding underneath. His back and chest were covered in countless scars. Some of the scars had faded into faint marks, indicating that they had been there for a long time. However, the sheer number and density of the scars were still shocking. Then the man took a deep breath, used his nails to cut his abdomen. A long cut immediately appeared on his belly, blood gushing out. The man's face turned pale, full of pain, but he still forced himself to explore the wound, as if searching for something. This brutal scene made Liu Yangyan's sister scream in shock, turning her head away and unable to look. As for Yue King Huan, her expression also changed slightly. She had not expected this seemingly frivolous man to be so determined. At that moment, the man groaned, and then with a forceful motion, pulled something out of his abdomen. With blood flowing, he was covered in cold sweat, almost fainting, saying, "This is my evidence." As he spoke, his body seemed on the verge of collapse at any moment. Zuan immediately appeared by his side, a soft light shimmering in his hand, resting on the man's shoulder. In an instant, the wound on the man's stomach stopped bleeding and rapidly healed. At the same time, his eyes regained a sparkle, full of gratitude as he said to Zuan, "Thank you." Zuan smiled slightly, then looked at the object in his hand. "This is..." The man cautiously unwrapped the package covering the object, revealing a map made of a material that was neither paper nor silk. When unfolded, a large and detailed map was displayed, depicting a route to the Immortal Sect Cave. "This is the map leading to the Immortal Sect Cave," the man said. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although it was just a casual glance, he could tell the map was not fake. The man then handed the map to Zuan, saying, "Just follow the route on it, and you will find the Immortal Sect Cave." Zuan received it, feeling the warm and smooth touch, and realizing that once entering it, whether it be spiritual awareness or cultivation, there would be no turning back, indicating it was no ordinary item. This further confirmed the extraordinary nature of the object. This made Zuan's expression gradually solemn. Then he looked at the man. "Are you really going to give me this item?" The man nodded, of course. "Do you know the value of this item?" "How could I not? In fact, our family paid a heavy price to protect this item." Zuan was intrigued. "So, this item has been passed down in your family?" The man nodded, "Yes." Then the man roughly recounted the whole story. It turned out that the man's name was Zhu Zhesheng, and his family had been engaged in mining spiritual ore for generations. Thanks to the accumulation of his ancestors, the family was quite wealthy, giving them some prestige in the star domain where they resided. However, compared to their prosperous wealth, the Zhu family's network was declining. Especially in Zhu Zhesheng's generation, their descendants were dwindling, leaving only him as the last heir. If it were just that, it would have been fine, but the key point was that after the elder generations in the family passed away, with no one in control, he began recklessly acting as he pleased. Especially under the deliberate enticement of some interested parties, he became addicted to gambling. Soon, the family's wealth was nearly depleted by his reckless gambling. Nonetheless, he still had some bottom line. He never entertained thoughts of selling the spiritual or vain. But even if he didn't have such thoughts, he couldn't resist the covetous eyes of others. Soon, under the deliberate instigation of some ulterior motives, he came to this Linglong city and quickly became ensnared in the drunken life tower. In this situation, he naturally disregarded any bottom line and eventually sold the spiritual or vein. The wealth he gained made him briefly prestigious in the drunken life tower, but the final outcome was the same as all gamblers in the world, losing everything. But even at that point, the situation wasn't over yet. These people, for some reason, knew about the existence of this ancestral treasure map in his family and began relentlessly questioning him about it. Especially the person who had tempted him to the drunken life tower was most insistent. Finally, Zhu Zhesheng understood everything at this moment. It turned out that the whole affair was a trap from start to finish. These people not only wanted the Zhu family's property, but also this treasure map. But Zhu Zhesheng knew very well that if he really handed over this treasure map, he would be close to death. So he gritted his teeth and refused to admit anything. At this point, his unyielding character unexpectedly helped him a lot, allowing him to withstand several severe torture sessions. At some point, it's unclear if these people gave up or for what reason. Suddenly no one paid him any attention, and they threw him into the dungeon of Dream Death Inn, leaving him to fend for himself. This ordeal continued until Zhuan appeared. At that point, Zhu Zhesheng had completely given up hope. Certainly. After Zhuan inquired, Zhu Zhesheng immediately knelt down on the ground with a face full of resentment and said, "My lord, I asked for nothing but one thing from you, and that is to make those who plotted against me pay 1,000 times over and retrieve all that I have lost. So, who is the one that plotted against you?" Zhu Zhesheng looked up and gritted his teeth as he said, "To tell the truth, the one who plotted against me is the fiancé of a scoundrel." "The fiancé?" Yue King Huan asked in surprise. "Exactly." Zhu Zhesheng then recounted the events with a face full of humiliation. It turned out that when Zhu Zhesheng's ancestors were still alive, they arranged a marriage for him. The other party was from a wealthy clan that dealt with spiritual stone business and had a good relationship with the Zhu family due to their dealings with the spiritual vein owned by the Zhu family. Both sides thought the marriage was a perfect match, as it would strengthen the relationship between the two families once they were married. With the resources and business at hand, they would be in an unbeatable position. Zhu Zhesheng had no objections to this, as he had seen his fiancée back then and found her not only beautiful, but also charming in her manner, which captivated him. Little did he know that before the marriage took place, his family's elders unexpectedly passed away one after another, leaving only him in the Zhu family. This naturally led to the marriage being put on hold temporarily. However, what touched Zhu Zhesheng at that time was that his fiancée didn't leave him, but instead took the initiative to handle matters on his behalf. Through their daily interactions, they developed feelings for each other. But little did he know that every step she took was intentional. Soon, under her deliberate or unintentional seduction, Zhu Zhesheng fell into the habit of gambling and ended up losing most of his wealth. Despite this, Zhu Zhesheng was unaware and just thought he was unlucky. Later, his fiancée used means to lure him to the Linglong city, ultimately trapping him there. As he spoke of these past events, the resentment on Zhu Zhesheng's face was about to overflow. "I regret that I was so blind back then to think that this woman was sincerely good to me, even allowing her to handle the ancestral veins left by my family, only for her to sell the veins to her own family, right?" Zhuan suddenly interjected. Zhu Zhesheng was taken aback, looking at Zhuan in astonishment, clearly unaware of how he had guessed it. Zhuan sighed lightly. "Don't you understand by now? This whole thing was a trap from the beginning. Even the so-called engagement was just to lower your guard." Zhu Zhesheng's eyes widened gradually, seemingly shocked by Zhuan's words. You mean to say, Zhu?" nodded. "Yes, even your ancestors might have fallen victim to them." This statement was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, causing Zhu Zhesheng to freeze in place. However, countless images flashed through his mind, and details he had never paid attention to before suddenly became clear. Why was the engagement rushed? Why was the other party so accommodating? Why did his healthy ancestors suddenly pass away after the engagement was formed? These things shook him to the core, and tears started to fall as he cried out hoarsely, "That treacherous woman! From the very beginning, she wanted to destroy my family and make me suffer." As he spoke, Zhu Zhesheng coughed up blood, and his trembling figure on his knees seemed on the verge of collapse. Li Yangyan wanted to step forward, but Zuan stopped him. Let him release his emotions. He will feel better after coughing up that blood. Li Yangyan halted, looking at Zhu Zhesheng with great sympathy. Such news could break even the toughest of men. At least, Zhu Zhesheng was groaning between tears and smiles. Jai Juking, you are truly ruthless. Causing my family's destruction, trapping me in prison. Did you think I was already dead? Fortunately, the heavens had eyes, and I managed to get out. Zhu Zhesheng's eccentric laughter and the madness in his eyes indicated that he was on the brink of a breakdown. Then Zuan spoke in a low voice. Zhu Zhesheng, do you think that woman also knows about the map you possess? With these words, Zhu Zhesheng shook violently, but immediately became sober, with an expression of deep regret in his eyes. Yes, I mentioned it to her once in bed, and she showed no reaction at the time. But now, thinking back, the people from the inn at Drunk Life must have received the information from her as they interrogated me. Zuan let out a soft sigh. Do you know why they are no longer paying attention to you? Why? Could it be? Zhu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, they have probably found another way to reach the Immortal Sect cave other than through the map. Otherwise, do you think they would let go of such a juicy opportunity? Zhu Zhesheng turned pale instantly. It can't be. Besides the map, there is no other way for them to find it. Despite saying this, Zhu Zhesheng's voice grew quieter, indicating that he also knew the likelihood of Zuan's speculation. Yue Qinghuan and the rest turned pale. In that case, has the Immortal Sect cave been plundered by those people? Yue Qinghuan asked anxiously. Sir, although we haven't entered the cave of this Immortal Sect, through generations of exploration, we have found a path unknown to anyone. So, as long as they have not yet approached the core area of the Immortal Sect's cave, we can definitely arrive ahead of them. Good. In that case, let's set off now. And at that moment, while Zuan and the others were hurrying along the path marked on the map towards the location of the Immortal Sect's cave, in a certain place in the vast expanse of space, there floated a planet. This planet was not large in size, but it was extremely rich. This planet was controlled by the Jai family, renowned for their business in spirit stones. Especially in recent years, with the acquisition of several high-quality mineral veins, the Jai family's wealth had soared, making them the dominant power in this region of the galaxy. At this moment, in a secret chamber of the Jai family, Jai Duan, the head of the family, his eldest daughter Jai Juking, and many top decision-makers of the Jai family were gathered. In this spacious chamber, not only were members of the Jai family present, but there were also many unfamiliar faces seated across from them. These individuals, both men and women, were all top-notch experts. Especially the power emanating from the woman seated in the middle was the most terrifying. Though she had a beautiful appearance, there was a hidden air of severity about her. Especially when a glint flashed in her eyes, it sent shivers down one's spine. While she may not have the commanding presence of a ruler, she was undoubtedly at the level of a half-step saint. However, the reason for the reverence shown to this woman by Jai Duan and the others was not solely due to her status. After all, while half-step saints were rare, with the Jai family's vast wealth, they would not necessarily regard her with such deference. The key was the astonishing power represented by this woman, which made even Jai Duan bow respectfully and dare not act rashly. At this moment, the chamber was silent as people focused intently on the elderly woman sitting on the raised platform, deep in meditation. Surrounding the platform were dozens of burly swordsmen and axemen. In front of them, many prisoners appeared forlorn, their limbs securely bound. The elderly woman's age was indiscernible due to her wrinkled face beneath her silver-white hair. Her gaunt figure was seated cross-legged, her bony fingers rapidly calculating something while murmuring to herself. Accompanying this performance, illusions rose and dissipated in front of the elderly woman, constantly changing shape like shifting clouds. Suddenly, the elderly woman opened her eyes. In that instant, the entire chamber seemed to sparkle as if struck by a sharp blade. Even Jai Duan had to lower his head and retreat under the awe-inspiring gaze. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, with a voice almost akin to a ghostly wail, said, "Where is the woman who shares a bond of flesh with that person?" Jai Juking, feeling somewhat uneasy, stepped forward from the crowd and softly said, "I am here. Come forward." Jai Juking, unable to delay, gingerly approached. As soon as she stood still, the elderly woman grabbed her arm. Before Jai Juking could utter a cry of surprise, she was entranced by the gaze of the elderly woman. The elderly woman muttered under her breath, causing countless illusions to appear above Jijuking's head, swiftly passing by like scenes in a movie. Suddenly, as if glimpsing something, the elderly woman exclaimed, "Stop!" The images froze instantly, and the elderly woman's body trembled violently, as if in convulsions. Trembling, she cried out in a voice resembling a lament, "Ghostly wails, only I, the shaman god." At her command, a majestic yet faceless figure manifested behind the elderly woman. With its appearance, all the images shattered instantly, and a message flew into the elderly woman's mind. She prostrated on the ground, "Many thanks to the shaman god." With those words, the dozens of swordsmen and axemen standing by swiftly swung their weapons, beheading all the prisoners kneeling in front. Blood sprayed out, and wisps of murky vapor rose from the bodies of the prisoners, flowing towards the ethereal figure. Only after absorbing all the essence did the figure nod in satisfaction, and then disappear. As it faded, the tension in the chamber eased. The elderly woman, trembling, rose to her feet, released Jijuking, and then knelt in reverence. "May I report to you, great lady, that through divination and the oracle of the shaman god, we now know the exact location of the immortal sex cave." "Oh, where is it?" the woman addressed as the great lady inquired indifferently. "It is within a vein left by the Jew family." This revelation caused quite a stir. Jiduin immediately exclaimed, "That's impossible. After obtaining the mine, I had people thoroughly search it more than 10 times, and we found nothing unusual." The elderly woman sneered, "Jai family head, are you doubting the oracle of our shaman god?" Terrified, Jiduin hurriedly bowed, "I dare not. It's just that if the immortal sex cave really is within the mine, how could we have been unaware? Humph, you mortals, how can you comprehend the ways of true gods? The immortal sex cave is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it were so easily seen, it would be a joke." Hearing this, Jiduin's face turned red and pale by turns, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the woman stood up slowly, her tone commanding, "Enough, Jai family head means well, let's say no more." Yes, the elderly woman stepped back. The woman then turned to Jiduin and said sternly, "Jai family head, now that we know the specific location of the immortal sex cave, I propose that after the task is accomplished, my shaman god sect will take half, and the other half will belong to your Jai family. How does that sound?" Overjoyed, Jiduin had been anxious for fear that the shaman god sect would renege on their agreement once they learned the exact location of the treasure. All their efforts would have been in vain. Hearing the woman's promise, Jiduin felt a weight lifted off his chest and replied sincerely, "Everything will be arranged by the great lady." "Very well, then please have the Jai family gather their elite forces and prepare to set out." Yes. Jiduin left in high spirits. The Taoist cave mansion of the immortal sect was left behind by ancient immortals. It must be filled with numerous traps and dangers. If anyone wants to enter, they would definitely have to create a bloody path using human lives. Now that the members of the Jai family are sacrificing themselves ahead, haven't they saved the warriors of my shamanism? The old woman was overjoyed and sincerely said, "Madam Saint, your thoughts are thorough. This old one was dull. All right, let's prepare as well. If we can successfully obtain this Taoist cave mansion this time, my position in the shamanism will be as solid as a rock, and no one can shake it." Yes. In the void a few light hours away from the Jai family's planet, there were countless fragmented star rocks. These star dust and rocks formed a huge river extending across the void, billions of miles in diameter. This area used to belong to the Jew family, but was later seized by the Jai family, containing a vein of spiritual stones. In this vast mining area, most of the rocks were useless, and the true spiritual stones were hidden deep within the sea of stars. However, venturing into it also bore great risks because no one knew how this sea of stars was formed. It concealed various visible and invisible dangers. The most dangerous and terrifying aspect was how to find direction inside. Any device used to determine direction would fail once inside, possibly due to a special magnetic field or other reasons. Furthermore, all the rocks inside were nearly the same size. In such a situation, no matter how strong you were, you would lose your sense of direction in a short time. Thus, countless people have entered but never returned. However, the benefits of the spiritual stones were immense, and no one could bear to give up. Therefore, to obtain the valuable ore, the Jew family first constructed docks on the outskirts of the Sea of Stars, then gradually infiltrated deeper like ants. Because spiritual stones were born from the essence of heaven and earth. Once found, they usually appeared in clusters. So, as they dug deeper, they would use the found spiritual stones as a reference point and continue deeper. Despite the seemingly ineffective and foolish method, the Jew family successfully unearthed several rich veins within the Sea of Stars. This made the Jai family envious, leading them to use various unspeakable means to plunder them. After all, the huge profit was enough to drive anyone crazy. At this moment, Jaiduan led many elites of the Jai family on the forefront of the mining area. Ahead was a deep passage extending into the Sea of Stars. Normally, this passage would be bustling with people, with ore carts coming and going, creating a lively scene. However, due to the exploration of the Taoist cave mansion in the mining area, Jaiduan had already ordered all miners to disperse and tightly sealed the surrounding area, prohibiting anyone from entering. Therefore, the mining area was exceptionally quiet, with only the faint sounds of stardust collisions coming from the Sea of Stars. Jaiduan took a step forward with a smiling face and asked, "Madam Saint, is the Taoist cave mansion in this mining passage?" The saint gazed ahead at the deep and silent passage and nodded. "Yes. From the aura of Zhu Zhesheng obtained from your daughter and the oracle of the shaman, it can be concluded that the Taoist cave mansion is in this passage. But we have searched this area at least 10 times before and found nothing unusual." An elder from the Jai family questioned. "The oracle is never wrong, so the lack of findings means your fortune was lacking," the saint said slowly. Then she took a deep breath, moved lightly, and walked straight into the passage. The followers of the shamanism quickly followed. Jaiduan couldn't afford to lag behind and exclaimed, "Madam Saint, I'm here to guide you." With that, he hurried into the passage. Seeing this situation, the saint and the old woman exchanged a glance, a hint of a cold smile appearing on their faces. Unfortunately, blinded by greed and deceived by the Taoist cave mansion, Jaiduan completely ignored this and eagerly led the way. The other Jai family members, albeit feeling uneasy, dared not speak against their family head. And thus, they quickly reached the deepest part of the mining passage. The explored road ends here, and traveling further would lead into uncharted and dangerous territory, increasing the risk significantly. Jaiduan halted. "Madam Saint, beyond here is the Sea of Stars. Do you have a specific route? Otherwise, once we enter and get lost, it will be troublesome." "Of course." The saint extended her hand, and a light screen appeared, displaying a detailed map with many routes and a golden dot at the center. Pointing at the golden dot, the saint said, "This is where the Taoist cave mansion is located?" Many held their breath, and Jaiduan's eyes gleamed with greed. The saint continued, "And to enter, only this path is viable." She then drew a winding path on the screen with her finger. "Family head of Jai, have you memorized this?" Jaiduan eagerly nodded. "Yes, I have." The saint smiled. "Let's continue." "Yes." Jaiduan rushed excitedly towards the Sea of Stars, his mind consumed by greed. The other Jai family members were also lured by the great temptation of the Taoist cave mansion and forgot about the danger completely. Only Jai Juking retained some rationality, watching the scene with a pale face, constantly backing away, showing strong reluctance to enter. At that moment, the old woman appeared beside her, with a sinister smile. "Miss Jai, where do you think you're going?" Startled, Jai Juking forced a smile. I don't need to go in, right? How can that be? After all, your father, the family head, is ahead, so please join as well." Faced with the old woman's false smile, Jai Juking had no choice but to suppress her fear and follow along. Gazing at the vast expanse of star debris sea, Zhu Zhesheng suddenly knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Father, uncle, unworthy descendant Zhu Zhesheng has returned," he cried out, knocking his head heavily 3 times before lifting his head with a fierce look in his eyes. "If you spirits in the heavens are watching, just wait and see. This time, I will make the Jai family pay 1,000 times over." As he cried and laughed, gritting his teeth and making a solemn vow, on the other side, Yue Qinghuan leaned in next to Zuan, saying in surprise, "Zuan, why do I feel that this sea of star debris is somewhat strange?" Since revealing their true forms, Zuan had been gazing at the star debris sea, until Yue Qinghuan's words caught his attention and he turned to her, saying lightly, "What's strange about it?" "The star debris in this sea seems chaotic and random, but in certain areas, there seems to be a peculiar kind of order, Yue King Huan furrowed her brows, thinking hard, then suddenly brightened. It's like the formations we use in military tactics. Zhu glanced at her, noticing that while this girl could be naive at times like a child, her gaze was sharp and terrifying at other times. In just a short while, she had found patterns in this extremely chaotic sea of star debris. What do you think? Yue King Huan asked again. Zhu nodded, then said quietly, do you really believe that such a vast sea of star debris appeared out of nowhere? Yue King Huan's eyes widened. Are you saying this sea of star debris is related to the Immortal Sect cave? Of course it's related. If I'm not mistaken, there should have been an incredibly massive planet here before, with the Immortal Sect cave located on that planet. However, for some unknown reason, that planet suddenly shattered, and under the influence of some incomprehensible rule, it transformed into its current state. By now, Zhu Zhesheng had calmed down his overexcited emotions and joined them. Upon hearing Zuan's words, a look of contemplation appeared on his face, and he murmured softly, if all these star debris originated from a single planet, how huge must that planet have been? Zuan remained silent, for from the perspective of the heavens, a planet of such immense size would defy common sense and should not exist. However, in this realm beyond realms, anything was possible. While Zhu Zhesheng pondered one thing, Yue King Huan was thinking in a different direction. Her face filled with shock, she exclaimed, forget how big that planet may have been. The key is what kind of force transformed it into this state. This left the three of them in silence. With Zuan's current strength, destroying a small planet in this realm, beyond realms, was possible. But to obliterate a planet of such colossal size was nearly impossible. Because at that immense scale, the planet would have already developed extremely robust laws of the heavens that couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. Not even a sage could accomplish it. Unless ... there was an entity above the level of a sage who intervened. This thought made the expressions of Yue King Huan and Zhu Zhesheng turn extremely solemn. It seems that the disappearance of the Immortal Sect cave is far from simple, Yue King Huan remarked. Meanwhile, Zuan chuckled lightly. Well, regardless of who was involved, our immediate task now is to enter the Immortal Sect cave before the Jai family does. I believe that by then, all our questions will be answered. Hearing this, Yue King Huan nodded in agreement, then turned to Zhu Zhesheng. You mentioned a hidden path known to none. Where is it? Hurry and show us. Zhu Zhesheng smiled faintly. Miss Yue, don't be impatient. Since I said it exists, it certainly does. With that, he suddenly tore open his sleeve, revealing his arm underneath. Hey, what are you doing? You're not hiding something under your skin again, are you? Yue King Huan took a step back, looking resigned. Of course not. In fact, I can't even find this hidden path myself, so I need external help. So you tear your own clothes. Are you sure you're not an exhibitionist? Yue King Huan scrutinized Zhu Zhesheng's arm for any abnormalities, but found none, so she asked. Without saying a word, Zhu Zhesheng bit his tongue sharply and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto his arm. With a splat, as the crimson mist settled, strange patterns appeared on Zhu Zhesheng's arm. In the blink of an eye, these patterns covered his entire arm. Only then could it be seen clearly that it was a tattoo of an unusual bird. This peculiar bird was entirely crimson, stood on a single leg, and most notably had 3 heads. The 3 heads extended along the elbow to the wrist, and their 6 eyes shone with an unnatural red glow. This is the key to finding the hidden path, Zhu Zhesheng declared. Just this. How do we find it? Yue King Huan was incredulous. It was Zuan who raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, Is this the kook? Zhu Zhesheng was surprised. You have good eyes, indeed. Yes, this is the ancient strange bird, kook. Legend had it that kook was one of the ancient exotic species, 3-legged and 6-tailed, bringing good luck when spotted. But that wasn't the crucial point. The strange feature of this bird was the rumor that it possessed. Due to its fierce and loyal nature, once a pair appeared, one would never forget the other even after death, no matter how far apart they were. Some people use this characteristic, slaughtering one at the designated location for marking, then thoroughly concealing all traces. If needed in the future, they could use the remaining kook to find the original spot successfully. This method was simple yet foolproof, ensuring utmost security. Apparently, the Zhu family also used this method to ensure the absolute safety of this hidden path. Zhu Zhesheng spoke solemnly, This Kook tattoo was passed down by an ancestor of my Jew family. At that time, this talented ancestor discovered the path to the immortal sect cave through some means, but dared not reveal it. Instead, secretly marked it with a pair of Kook. This tattoo remains hidden most of the time, thus no one knows about it. But because it contains the soul of the Kook, when activated with blood, it provides clues to find the path. Zhu Zhesheng lifted his arm, pointing it towards the sea of star debris. With a slight movement, the eye of one head of the Kook on the left side began to flicker. That way is the entrance to the hidden path. Follow me. Upon arriving here, the star fragments were as large as small mountains and extremely dense. It was necessary to proceed with great caution, as a collision with them was very likely. Even though Zhu Zhesheng, who was the weakest among the three of Zuan, had strength comparable to that of an immortal emperor, if he were to collide with these core zone star fragments, it would not end well. Firstly, the star fragments here, after enduring millions of years of impacts, were composed of extremely tough cores that were even harder than many precious metals and steel. Colliding with them would indeed be disadvantageous for the physical body. Secondly, the star fragments here were in a delicate state of balance. Once an external force interfered, this equilibrium could easily be disrupted, leading to chaos among the star fragments. At that point, even the path ahead could potentially change. Therefore, Zhu Zhesheng and Yue Qinghuan proceeded with extreme caution, not even daring to speak loudly, advancing carefully. As for Zuan, he appeared calm, effortlessly moving between the star fragments as if taking a leisurely stroll in a garden, untainted by any worldly concerns. After walking a stretch further, Yue Qinghuan could not help but ask, "Are we there yet?" Zhu Zhesheng shook his head, "Not yet." "How much further do we have to go?" Yue Qinghuan asked. Zhu Zhesheng smiled wryly. "To be honest, this is also my first time here. Due to strict family rules, entering this risky area without a compelling reason is strictly prohibited. But it seems like we're almost there." Yue Qinghuan pursed her lips. "Aside from these large rocks being a bit of a hindrance, I don't see any danger here." "Why be so timid?" Zhu Zhesheng looked embarrassed and was about to say something when Zuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, then spoke in a deep voice. "Listen. It sounds like there's something strange." The two also immediately stopped, listening carefully to the surrounding sounds. After a while, apart from occasional collision sounds, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but say, "I don't hear anything." "Could you have misheard?" "No, I couldn't have misheard. There was indeed a strange sound just now," Zuan asserted firmly. At the same time, Zuan squinted his eyes, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, trying to discern any clues. However, he still found nothing, which furrowed his brows slightly as he could be certain he hadn't misheard. It was a sound resembling mechanical rotation. But why did it suddenly disappear? The serious expression on Zuan's face startled Zhu Zhesheng, who discreetly swallowed and moved closer to Zuan. "Mr. Zhu, have you noticed anything unusual?" Zhu unshook his head. "Not at the moment." Yue Qinghuan said solemnly, "In that case, let's hurry on our way. The longer we linger here, the more dangerous it becomes." At this point, they had no other choice. Zhu nodded, and the three of them continued forward. However, just a while after they walked without a disturbance, they once again heard the strange sound, and this time, all three of them heard it together. Yue Qinghuan's expression changed. "What's going on?" Zhu Zhesheng's voice trembled. "Why does this sound so eerie?" From the surrounding star fragments came a series of monotonous sound resembling gear rotations, gradually approaching Zuan and the group. Suddenly, Zuan's eyes gleamed brightly, and with a swift movement, he aimed a palm strike at Yue Qinghuan. Startled, Yue Qinghuan did not evade, knowing Zuan would not harm her. As the palm grazed past her ear, it directly struck behind her. With a muffled sound, Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Zhesheng turned to look. Zuan's hand was firmly gripping a mechanized tentacle extending from the star fragments. The tentacle emitted a cold, metallic sheen, with sharp claws at its tip. Seeing this scene, Yue Qinghuan broke out in a cold sweat, as she had been unaware of the menacing tentacle approaching her. If Zuan hadn't detected it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhu Zhesheng's voice trembled even more. "What is this thing?" Zuan's eyes gleamed coldly. "I knew from the start that a place deserving of being called an ancestral home of immortals wouldn't be without guards." "Guards!" Zhu Zhesheng exclaimed. Before he could react, the mechanical tentacle twisted as if alive. exerting immense strength that even caused Zuen to shake. Zu-an sneered, trying to escape. Not that easy. With a swift motion, Zuan's palm closed firmly and twisted in the opposite direction. With a series of metallic twisting sounds that made one's teeth ache, the tentacle was forcefully twisted into a spiral by Zuan, then snapped in half from the middle. Sparks flew, gears mixed with unknown oil dripping down. The remaining half of the tentacle swiftly retracted into the darkness. Ju-an casually tossed away the severed half, took a step forward, ready to pursue. But at that moment, deep rumbling sounds were heard. Not far from the three, several large star fragments rapidly transformed and morphed into towering mechanical beasts within moments. These beasts brandished long tentacles and charged towards Zuan. From their formidable presence, it was evident that these mechanical beasts were at least at the level of immortal dignitaries. Yue King Huan's eyes changed, and with a swift movement, she arrived by Zuan's side. "What are you doing?" Zuan did not look away, saying calmly, "Of course, standing side by side with you in battle. After all, these are at least immortal-level mechanical creatures." "Hey, Zu-an chuckled, "dealing with these brainless behemoths with gears doesn't require your help." With that, Zuan evaded an attack from a tentacle and, with a swift movement, stepped on the tip of the tentacle, crushing it underfoot. Then, like walking on a tightrope, Zuan ascended rapidly along the tentacle's path with astonishing speed. In an instant, all the mechanical monsters targeted Zuan, their numerous tentacles swinging densely at him, yet none of the attacks could touch Zuan even a little. The whole process seemed complicated, but it actually only took less than a blink of an eye. With just a slight movement, Zuan managed to destroy a mechanical monster. Seeing this scene, Yue King Huan couldn't help but feel her pupils contract, whispering softly, "This guy seems to have become much stronger again." At this rate, even without any so-called opportunities, in no more than 3 years, you will also advance to the rank of immortal. Just as she spoke, Zuan efficiently dealt with the other several mechanical monsters. The entire process didn't even take a minute. Zuan then reappeared in front of the two, his tone calm as he said, "Quick, let's go now." As he spoke, the surrounding debris began to rumble, indicating an impending transformation. Zhe Sheng, who had been watching in shock, suddenly trembled and immediately realized. He then looked down at the tattoos on his arm. "Quick, this way!" The three immediately picked up their pace and ran towards the direction indicated by the tattoo. As they left, all the surrounding debris transformed into mechanical guards. However, by that time, Zuan and the others had already left that area and headed deeper inside. Without finding the intruders, these mechanical guards let out a strange roar and began wildly waving their tentacles, pushing all the nearby floating debris. In an instant, the interior of the entire debris sea churned. The one-scom stones began to collide frantically, creating chaos in the core zone. The Jiaji clan and the followers of the witch god sect who had just arrived at the core zone were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What's going on? Why is the one-scom debris sea suddenly so violent? Zodwin asked in astonishment, dodging a large rock that was hurtling towards him. Although he managed to avoid it, several elderly members of the Jiaji clan behind him were not so lucky. With a cry, these elders were crushed into mincemeat by the violent debris. Not only that, but the vanguard of the Jiaji clan suffered heavy casualties. The speed of these debris was so fast and completely erratic that any attacks against them felt futile. In the blink of an eye, the Jiaji clan had lost at least 30% of its members, all of whom were elite warriors painstakingly nurtured by the clan. Zodwin felt as though his heart was bleeding, unable to help but shout, "Your Holiness, please help us quickly, or the longer we delay, the harder it will be for us to break through here." Hearing his words, the Holy Lady finally took action after observing quietly. With her unparalleled strength and the backing of the witch god, she quickly brought the chaotic situation under control. However, due to her deliberate delay, the Jiaji clan lost several more experts. Zodwin knew deep down that the witch god sect's actions were intentional, aimed at diminishing their own strength. Helpless in the face of the situation, he could only seethe in anger silently. The Holy Lady chuckled lightly. "I'm sorry, clan leader Zod. The situation was sudden, and I didn't know how to deal with the rampaging debris. Please forgive the delay." Zodwin forced a smile. "It's okay. Well then, clan leader Zod, please continue leading the way forward." Zodwin dared not protest and continued leading the Jiaji clan forward. This time, The previously greedy group, who thought the immortal sex cave was within their grasp, became more cautious. Even so, after advancing for a while, they encountered mechanical monsters. Caught off guard, the Joji clan suffered at least half of their forces lost. When they finally managed to escape from the mechanical monsters, the shaken Zodwin turned back and saw that only a dozen or so of his followers remained, all bearing injuries. In contrast, the losses on the side of the witch god sect were minimal. This reality was like a bucket of cold water, making Zodwin shiver and feel regretful. If he had known earlier, he would never have cooperated with the witch god sect. Meanwhile, a survivor named Jaijuking, who miraculously had escaped relatively unscathed, almost begged, "Father, we've already suffered heavy losses and are still far from the immortal sex cave. We should retreat now, or we might all meet our end here." Zodwin's face turned grim, then he sighed softly. "I know the reasoning. But do you think these people from the witch god sect will let us go now? The best course of action now is to find the path to the immortal sex cave as soon as possible." At this moment, an elderly woman from the witch god sect approached and spoke with a false smile. "Clan leader Jai, why have you stopped?" Zodwin quickly put on a smiling face. "We were just taking a short break. Let's go now." "Very well. The holy lady mentioned that we're not far from the immortal sex cave. Clan leader Jai, please don't give up now, or all previous efforts will be in vain." Yes, I understand. I know what to do." Zodwin turned to his injured and tired men and said, "Let's go." We set off. As he led the way, the smile on the old woman's face gradually turned icy, revealing a chilling intent. At this point, even your life is no longer yours to control. Thinking of preserving your strength. Just a pipe dream in broad daylight. As the Joji clan and the witch god sect advanced towards the immortal sex cave, Zuan and his group finally arrived at a mysterious place through the narrow path. Looking at the thin orange-yellow light emitting from the screen in front of them, Zhu Zesheng's expression gradually became excited. "Finally, this is it, the light like fire. This is the edge of the immortal sex cave. Once we pass through this barrier, we'll be in the real immortal sex cave." Yue King Huan approached the screen of light and was about to touch it when Zuan stopped her. "Don't move." Yue King Huan stopped her hand and turned to Zuan. "What's wrong, Zhu?" An gazed deeply at the light barrier, his eyes full of mixed joy and shock, then slowly said, "This light barrier seems thin, but it has a powerful force. Once touched, it will provoke heavenly fire, which with your current strength would result in severe injury or even death." Shocked, Yue King Huan asked, "Heavenly fire, Zhu?" An nodded and exhaled deeply. "I think I know what this immortal sex cave is all about now." Suddenly, it seemed like something had struck him, his whole body shook, and he blurted out, "I remember now. The family did indeed have a legend that this immortal sect cave was left by a powerful ancient expert proficient in fire cultivation. It's just that for some reason, it was abandoned later." Yue King Huan glared. "Why are you only mentioning such an important matter now?" Zhu Zesheng smiled bitterly. "I didn't pay attention to those words at the time. I just treated them as a legend." With a serious expression, Zhu Zesheng continued, "Mr. Zhu, I previously mentioned that the family strictly forbade us from approaching here, firstly because of the dangers of the star gravel sea, and secondly due to the power of this layer of light curtain. There was an ancestor of the Zhu family who didn't believe in superstitions and wanted to cross this light curtain, but he failed despite the sacrifice of many elites, and even he was injured by the heavenly fire. Hence, strict rules were set not allowing future generations to enter. But to enter, one must pass through this light curtain. I wonder if Mr. Zhu has a way." Zhu Zesheng finished speaking and looked expectantly at Zuan. Zuan chuckled at the words, then raised his eyes to assess the orange-hued light curtain. "Its light is like fire, melting everything. This barrier is why your Zhu family can't enter, but for me, it's as easy as flipping my hand." With that said, Zuan extended a finger, a wisp of flame hovering above his fingertip. He pointed it towards the light curtain. Boom! With that single point, the entire light curtain lit up. It seemed as if Zuan's finger had activated it, causing the entire light curtain to slowly rotate, revealing a vortex. Zuan was unperturbed, only giving a light command. "Open!" As he spoke, the flame on his fingertip suddenly intensified and instantly merged with the light curtain. The once restless heavenly fire calmed down, and the entire light curtain stopped flickering. Then, the light curtain retreated on both sides, gradually revealing a passage. The whole process took only a few seconds, easily opening a pathway that had kept generations of the Zhu family from entering, astonishing Zhu Zhesheng. He stared in shock, momentarily dumbfounded. It wasn't until Zuan commanded, "Let's go," that he snapped back to reality and hastily followed Zuan towards the light curtain. After the three passed through the passage, the light curtain instantly closed, leaving no trace of its existence. "Is this the Immortal Sect cave?" Zhu Zhesheng quivered his lips, the reason being that the scene before them was simply too shocking. Upon passing through the light curtain, they were greeted by an endless expanse of water. The misty water surface seemed to have no edges. In the far distance stood a towering mountain whose peak vanished into a white haze. This watery scene, seemingly infinite and peaceful, was not what one would expect in a fire cultivation dojo. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This is it, indeed. But why is there such a large stretch of water in a fire cultivation dojo? Yue King Huan asked. Zuan lightly chuckled. Do you really think this is a water area? But isn't it, Zhu? Un remained silent, taking out a spirit stone from his pocket and flicking it towards the distant water surface. The spirit stone drew an arc, seemingly about to land on the water. Just then, the calm water suddenly churned, and where the stone was supposed to fall, flames erupted vigorously. The flames emitted a faint blue hue and instantly engulfed the spirit stone upon appearance. With a bang, the spirit stone, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, shattered into pieces and was completely annihilated by the blue flames. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhesheng and Yue King Huan both paled. Zhu unremarked, "You see, this water area may seem calm, but it is actually a sea of flames." The expressions of Yue King Huan and Zhu Zhesheng turned grim. If even a spirit stone could be burned to nothing, how could mere flesh and blood pass through this sea of fire? What do we do now? Have we come all this way just to return empty-handed? Asked Yue King Huan. Zhu unshook his head. Certainly, we won't return empty-handed, but we need to consider our options. With that, Zuan began to walk around the water area. The two watched intently, staying silent. Moments later, Zuan chuckled. Interesting. No wonder it is a fire cultivation dojo. This 1,000 flame seal technique is quite impressive. Then, turning to the two, he said, "If it were just me, I could go directly, but the two of you are different. The heavenly fire is extremely dominant, so you must follow closely behind me later without any mistakes, understand?" Both nodded heavily, with Zhu Zhesheng adding, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhu, we won't hold you back." Zuan waved his hand, and two flames flew towards the heads of Yue King Huan and Zhu Zhesheng respectively. "There shouldn't be any problem with my flames protecting you. Even the overbearing heavenly fire has to give you some face." Zuan stood at the water's edge, gazing towards the towering mountain in the distance, murmuring, "But why do I feel that there's something peculiar about this mountain?" "What?" Yue King Huan, standing nearby, didn't catch Zuan's words clearly, asking for clarification. "Nothing." Zhu unsmiled and didn't explain further. He said in a deep voice, "Are you ready?" "We're ready." "Good." As soon as the word left his mouth, Zuan took steps onto the water. Boom! Flames shot up. An orange flame soared towards Zuan. Zhu Zhesheng exclaimed, "Be careful, mister." Zuan chuckled, "Don't worry." With a glint in his eyes, a crystalline and translucent flame resembling a red crystal appeared in front of his brow. It was Zuan's own red lotus karma fire. As the flame rushed towards Zuan's feet, the boiling fire suddenly tamed, retracting slowly to form an orange lotus flower. This miraculous scene left Yue King Huan and Zhu Zhesheng astounded. At that moment, Zuan gravely said, "Step on this lotus flower and follow me." Similar to the beginning, every step that followed was accompanied by flames soaring into the sky, but under the suppression of the red lotus karmic fire, between Zuan's eyebrows, all of the flames obediently gathered together to form lotuses to supply the journey of the three. Soon, the three had ventured deep into the waters of the lake. By this time, the color of the lotus was nearing the same deep blue as when it had burned the spirit stones into nothingness. Despite this, stepping onto it, one couldn't feel any heat. But no one doubted the terror of these flames. Yue King Huan couldn't help but say, "We haven't even reached the center of the lake, and the flames are already so terrifying. What color will the flames behind us be? I guess it should be black." After all, The color of this flame has been gradually deepening as we traveled. Not necessarily. I think black turning deep should become white, so it should be white. The two began to discuss the color of the flames, while Zun remained silent, striding forward. As expected, the color of the flames gradually deepened, changing from blue to a dark blue, and finally turning into a shade similar to dark green. Arriving at this point, Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Zhesheng fell silent. Because the flames here were almost black, even after solidifying into lotuses, they still exuded a terrifying power, indicating how high the temperature must be. When the color of the lotus completely turned black, their journey had finally passed halfway. At this point, Zun suddenly halted his steps. "What's wrong?" Yue Qinghuan asked immediately. Zun took a deep breath, feeling the joy and anticipation of the red lotus karmic fire between his eyebrows, then said in a deep voice, "Nothing, just a bit shocked." Yue Qinghuan was somewhat surprised. From the first time she saw Zun until arriving here at the Tianwai Tia, this was the first time she had heard Zun say the word shocked. She had always thought Zun would remain calm and composed, never feeling shocked. But now, she couldn't see anything unusual. So what was he shocked about? Yue Qinghuan found herself puzzled. Meanwhile, Zun continued to stride forward. This time, after the flame solidified into lotuses, the color seemed to have lightened slightly, but the power became even stronger. Soon, after several dozen steps, the color of the flames had almost turned pure white. The red lotus karmic fire between Zun's eyebrows became more restless, almost to the point where if Zun didn't suppress it, it would fly into the lake. Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Zhesheng were puzzled because they didn't know that the red lotus karmic fire Zhu unused was actually formed from two types of flames, with one of them being the nearly pure white flame beneath their feet. This flame, known as the divine flame, was obtained by Zun under extremely fortuitous circumstances. Despite being as faint as a candle, it possessed unparalleled power. With its help, Zun smoothly ascended to the position of immortal in his first life. At that time, Zun thought that this flame must be an extremely rare type of strange fire. But he never expected that, upon arriving at this fiery cultivation ground and seeing the endless water surface before him, as well as the lotus flowers formed by the nearly pure white flame beneath his feet, even Zun couldn't help but be at a loss for words. It felt as if a rustic farmer who had never seen the world carried his proudest treasure to the palace, only to find that even the floor tiles here were more valuable than his treasure, leaving him filled with frustration and powerlessness. However, Zun did not linger on this feeling for too long. Instead, he took a deep breath, calmed down the restless red lotus karmic fire, and continued to stride forward. By now, the mountain in the distance was looming. The closer they got, the more they could sense the enormity of the mountain peak. Like a towering giant, it exuded a sense of oppression. As they approached, they could faintly see some buildings standing at the foot of the mountain. This revitalized the spirits of the three, prompting them to hasten their pace towards them. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a vast expanse of water, and by the time the color of the flame lotus had become nearly transparent, they finally saw the buildings on the other side. Zun said solemnly, "Be ready to fly over." Okay. After once again stepping onto the lotus flower, the three propelled themselves and flew over the stretch of water in an instant, landing on the land. At that moment, all three were prepared to defend themselves against any unexpected dangers. But to their surprise, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no sign of the expected traps or guards. Yue Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhu Zhesheng turned around and saw that the lotus flowers they had arrived on were still there, causing him to hesitate. "Mr. Zhu, should we leave these lotus flowers like this? What's the problem?" There's no problem, but if the members of the Jai family come. Don't worry, if they don't take these lotus flowers, it's fine. If they really take them, they'll be in for a big surprise. While speaking, Zun looked up at the buildings in front of him. It was apparent that these buildings were initially meant for mortal residents, with taverns and tea houses present, resembling a small town. However, at this moment, the town was empty, not even a breeze passing through, giving it an air of desolation. As the three walked through the main street of the town, Yue Qinghuan frowned. It's strange, if this immortal sect cave was abandoned, why is everything in this town so orderly, with no signs of any fighting? Yeah, I just saw a tavern with its doors still open, bowls on the tables, but not a single body in sight. It's as if the people in this town suddenly evaporated all at once. Zhu Zhesheng mentioned this, conjuring up a horrific scene and feeling a shiver run down his spine. Zhu remained silent, but quickened his pace with a serious expression. The town was not large, and they quickly passed through it, arriving at the foot of the mountain. When they got closer, they noticed that the entire mountain was red, as if it had been scorched by fire, with a winding stone path leading up. However, Zuan's attention was focused elsewhere. He looked down at the base of the mountain, connected to the ground, displaying a pensive expression. "What's wrong?" Yue Qinghuan also looked down for a while, but didn't see anything unusual, prompting her to ask, "Didn't you notice that this mountain seems incomplete, as if only half of it remains, and then it was placed here by someone?" Zuan said in a deep voice. Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Zhesheng were startled and immediately looked, indeed finding something odd about the connection between the mountain and the ground. It appeared as if someone had placed it there. Zhu Zhesheng spoke with a trembling voice. "If only half of the mountain is this high, how tall was the original mountain? And who has the ability to break it in half and place it here?" Zhu remained silent and ascended the steps, walking up the mountain. The two followed closely behind. With their speed, in the blink of an eye, they reached halfway up the mountainside, where they saw a platform ahead. On this platform stood a mountain gate, made of flawless jade. Although the gate was heavily damaged, the plaque remained intact. She had never seen such a shocked expression on Zuan's face before, as if something had happened that even he couldn't understand. Zuan gradually recovered after hearing this, then slowly exhaled and shook his head. "Nothing." Nevertheless, his voice still trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, Yue Qinghuan wisely closed her mouth and didn't ask further, because she knew very well that something big had happened, something she couldn't understand. Otherwise, Zuan wouldn't have lost his composure like that. But what had happened exactly? Everything seemed fine just now, didn't it? Could there be something unusual about this mountain gate? Yue Qinghuan kept looking around, trying to see what could have shocked Zuan like this. But she couldn't imagine that Zuan's reaction was simply because of the 3 words on the archway. Mount Buzhou. In the ancient mythologies of the Huaxu clan, this mountain was said to be the pillar that held up the sky, and also the only path that connected the human realm with the heavenly realm other than the Fusang tree in the East Sea. It was recorded in the Huananzi, Tianwen Zun, that when Mount Buzhou collapsed, the sky tilted northwest, causing the sun, moon, and stars to move accordingly, and the ground collapsed to the southeast, leading to floods and dust storms. This was mentioned in ancient mythologies familiar to every member of the Huaxu clan, including Zuan. However, everyone had always regarded it as a myth. Unexpectedly, today in this otherworldly realm, he encountered the real Mount Buzhou. Though it was only half of it, it still filled Zuan with great horror, because at least it indicated one thing. The ancient mythologies of the Huaxu clan were not entirely false. At least Mount Buzhou really existed. And if Mount Buzhou existed, then Gong, Zhurong, and even Nuwa were also likely real. All these questions flooded Zuan's mind, making even his usually firm resolve waver. But soon he suppressed all his doubts and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. The Immortal Sex Cave Mansion should be on top of this mountain." With that, Zuan strode toward the mountaintop. Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Yisheng exchanged glances, both puzzled by Zuan's demeanor. However, they quickly set aside their questions and followed him closely. Meanwhile, as Zuan and his companions hurried toward the mountaintop, the group from the Jai family and the Wushan sect finally overcame numerous obstacles and arrived outside the light curtain. Upon seeing the orange glowing light curtain, Jai Duan immediately became excited and exclaimed, "Your Holiness, we have arrived. This should be the location of the Immortal Sex Cave Mansion." As he said this, Jai Duan felt a surge of emotion and tears almost welled up in his eyes. After enduring a difficult journey, he had almost no one left beside him except a few surviving elders and his daughter. All the elite members of the family who had set out together had died along the way due to various reasons. This pressure weighed heavily on Jai Duan, so upon finally seeing the cave mansion of the Immortal Sect, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Great! I have finally made it through." At the same time, the priestess of the Wushan sect led her followers forward and, after observing the light curtain for a moment, she turned to look at an elderly woman. The old woman gave her a nearly imperceptible nod. The priestess then smiled. "Indeed, the Immortal Sect's cave mansion. Master Jai has worked hard." Jai Duan quickly shook his head. "Your Holiness is too kind. It is only my duty." The critical question now is that this light curtain is clearly extraordinary. How do we cross it? Heh, the priestess chuckled. Master Jai, you need not worry about this. I have already prepared for it. With that, she waved to her followers behind her. The members of the Wushan sect stepped forward, each holding a sacred implement and forming a formation. Jai Duan blinked in confusion, unsure of the sect's intentions. Were they going to perform some ritual in front of the light curtain? But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. For at that moment, the followers of the Wushan sect simultaneously shouted and began reciting some strange ancient scriptures. Accompanied by their chanting, they waved their sacred implements. In an instant, gusts of dark wind appeared in the air, and black mists continuously rushed towards the light curtain. These mists seemed to possess a strong corrosive nature. Once they touched the light curtain, it immediately dissolved. Soon, the light curtain dimmed visibly. Then with a soft crackling sound, a large hole appeared in it. Master Jai, please, the priestess said calmly, then stepped into the opening. Jai Duan shivered, feeling the eerie and dreadful power of the Wushan sect for the first time. Yet, with the cave mansion of the immortal sect so close at hand, driven by greed, Jai Duan gritted his teeth. Let's go. The group quickly passed through the light curtain, but when they saw the lotus flowers on the lake, the priestess's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Someone has beaten us to it. With this statement, unrest spread among the group. It was a despairing situation. After enduring so much hardship, they had finally arrived at the cave mansion of the immortal sect, only to find that someone had arrived earlier. The priestess grew pale, and Jai Duan was sweating profusely with worrying. How could this happen? Who could have beaten us at this moment? But suddenly, Jai Juking, standing beside him, turned pale and said, "It's Zhu Zhesheng." But as soon as his foot touched the lotus flower, there was a loud bang, and a flame shot up into the sky, engulfing him directly. Bah! The elder let out a sharp scream, then struggled to break free. Elder! Jai Duan couldn't help but exclaim, wanting to go forward to save him. But he was held back by his own daughter Jai Juking. It's no use, you can't save him, he's doomed, Jai Juking said tremblingly. Indeed. The elder only struggled for a few moments before falling straight back, not even touching the lake water before being burned to ashes by the flames, disappearing without a trace. Hiss! The whole crowd couldn't help but gasp. It must be noted that those who could come here were not ordinary people, and this elder was a prominent figure in the Jai family. However, merely stepping on the lotus flower had led to his incineration. Just how terrifying was this lotus flower? Just as everyone was in shock, the saint suddenly let out a cold snort. How dare mere flames try to stop me? Witch god, appear! Boom! A terrifying aura emerged from her, followed by a blurry image of a blue-faced witch god appearing before the crowd. The witch god's face was indistinct, sitting cross-legged, exuding a terrifying aura. Then the witch god slowly extended a hand downward. As the hand descended, it transformed into an incredibly huge palm, resting on the surface of the lake like a bridge, connecting the shore and the mountain. Boom! Flames erupted beneath the palm, fiercely burning it. The aura on the blue-faced witch god quickly dissipated. Go! This witch god can only sustain for a moment, the saint said sternly, then took the lead and charged forward. The others followed suit. Since only formidable individuals could reach this place, the group swiftly crossed the lake and arrived at the foot of the mountain, quickly ascending the steps. Meanwhile, Zuan and his group finally reached the peak of this ominous mountain. With their speed, they could traverse vast distances in an instant. Yet it took them quite a while to summit the mountain, indicating how towering the mountain truly was. The surroundings had turned nearly pitch black, resembling the vastness of space. In this environment stood a desolate palace. Despite being ancient and worn, it bore traces of battles, exuding a mesmerizing yet intimidating aura. Palace of the Fire God. Zhu Zhisheng softly read the plaque above the palace, then looked excitedly at Zuan. Mr. Zhu, this should be the true sex cave residence. However, Zuan showed no hint of joy, his gaze unusually calm. The secret the Zhu family has guarded for generations will finally be revealed in my hands. Zhu Zhisheng's excitement was palpable as he moved forward, eager to enter the palace. Yet, as he took a step, his entire being suddenly vanished. Yes, quite literally disappeared, as if some mysterious force had erased him in an instant, leaving no trace. Seeing this, Yue King Huan couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" before also disappearing. Such a sudden change would bewilder anyone, but Zuan merely raised an eyebrow slightly and looked ahead. At that moment, the scene before him underwent a dramatic transformation. The empty void above disappeared, replaced by countless flames illuminating the grand ceiling like a sky full of stars. The ground also transformed into tiles polished from fiery red crystals. But most importantly, a towering shrine appeared ahead, with a statue standing atop it. The figure wore a crimson robe, its face obscured by darkness, yet emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Even Zuan, before this figure, seemed minuscule. His eyes burned like flames as he gazed at the statue and said, "Fire God Zhurong?" As if hearing his call, the statue let out a faint sigh, followed by a majestic voice. "Since you know it's me, why not kneel?" The voice reverberated through the vast temple, laden with a daunting pressure. Despite the commanding presence, Zuan remained upright, unyielding. "Why should I kneel? Just because you are a deity." His voice cold as ice, but to his surprise, the statue chuckled. Truly worthy of the Hua clan, with an unyielding spirit. Zuan's eyes remained fixed on the statue. Suddenly, a man wearing a crown appeared in front of the statue, brightening the entire hall. Unexpectedly, after countless ages, descendants of the Hua clan have set foot on this land. Zuan remained silent, pondering the man's words. Why is it so lively today? Another group has arrived outside, with a witch's presence. Are they your companions? Except for those who just came with me, the others are not. Zuan replied sternly. Heh, in that case, let them wait outside for now. As for your two companions, don't worry, I've just sent them to rest elsewhere. After all, only those of the Hua clan have the right to enter this shrine. So, you are truly the fire god Zhurong, and this is indeed the legendary Mount Buzhou Zhu. Uncut short the man's rambling and went straight to the point. Who else, besides this deity, has the right to be called the fire god? As for this mountain, of course, it is Mount Buzhou. Upon seeing the magnificent palace in front of him, Zaid Wen's eyes lit up with excitement. Is this the fairy sex cave mansion? Truly extraordinary. With that, he couldn't help but rush forward, eager to enter this long-awaited cave mansion. The old woman from the shaman god sect wanted to stop him, but the saintess just shook her head slightly, then smiled as she watched Zaid Wen's figure. Who knows if there are any dangers in the palace? Since this guy is willing to go first, let him try first. However, in the next moment, her plan was foiled. Zaid Wen charged forward, and in the blink of an eye was just inches away from the fire god palace. But a strange scene unfolded. No matter how he ran, he couldn't get any closer. The fire god palace seemed like an unattainable dream, always just a step away. Yet that step felt as distant as the ends of the earth. The smile froze on the saintess's face, and everyone noticed something was amiss. Zaid Wen snapped out of his greed, stopped in his tracks, and looked at the palace in front of him with a look of shock. What's going on? Why can't I reach it when I was just one step away? Zaid Wen muttered softly. The old woman sneered. I told you long ago, you mortals are so blind that even when the fairy sex cave mansion is right in front of you, you may not recognize it. Are you convinced now? Zaid Wen's face turned pale, unable to retort. Just then, the saintess spoke in a solemn voice. No, there's something strange here. Let's all charge forward together. With that, she took the lead and rushed forward, attempting to enter the fire god palace. The others followed suit, but like Zaid Wen, they couldn't progress any further once they were just inches from the palace. Even the saintess couldn't advance, but she wasn't about to give up. Shaman god, appear! Boom! Another statue of the shaman god, with a fierce face and sharp teeth, appeared behind her and threw a punch towards the front. The punch was strong enough to create a hole in space, but just inches away from the fire god palace, it was still obstructed by an impenetrable barrier. The shaman god was pushed back a step, but it only fueled his anger. He roared silently, then swung both fists, trying to shatter the barrier completely. Boom! Another loud noise. The barrier shimmered slightly, then a wisp of flame quickly spread to the shaman god's fists. In an instant, the shaman god's fists and even his arms were incinerated into nothingness. Although it was just an illusion, the pain still made the shaman god struggle. The saintess quickly recalled the shaman god, trying to evade the flames' attacks. But it was too late. In a moment, the flames completely incinerated the shaman god, turning him into nothingness. The Saintess groaned, her face pale, obviously sustaining some minor injuries. "Saintess!" the old woman immediately exclaimed in shock. The Saintess waved her hand, indicating she was fine, then said grimly, "Stop, everyone. With our current strength, it's impossible to break through this barrier and enter the palace." Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. Wen's face showed despair and reluctance. "What should we do then? Just give up like this?" "Of course not. I even sacrificed a shaman god guard to come here. How can we give up now?" "So what does the Saintess mean?" "Clearly, those who intruded here before have already entered the palace. That's why we can't enter. The only way now is to seal this place tightly and wait for them to come out." Wen and the others brightened up, while the old woman's expression turned fierce. "That's right. Those guys have already entered the fairy sex cave mansion, right? Although they are ahead of us, I don't believe they won't come out. We will wait here, and as soon as they appear, we will capture them. Whatever they have gained inside will be ours." The Saintess nodded. "What the old lady said is right. Let's completely seal this place now. Yes." The Shaman God sect and the Zaid family immediately sealed off the Fire God Palace. However, unlike the determined group, Zaid's younger sister, Zaiju Qing, was pale, with a worried look in her eyes as she gazed at the towering palace. Will things really be as simple as her father and the others think? Meanwhile, inside the Fire God Palace, a man grabbed a strand of red lotus fire in his hand, his face filled with curiosity as he examined it for a moment, then smiled slightly. "An interesting flame. It actually contains the power of karma," he said, looking at Zuan, young man from the Hua clan. "How did you obtain this fire?" "It was obtained by chance." "Obtained by chance? What a joke. Although this pure white heavenly fire is not of high grade in my hands, it is already a supreme and precious item outside. And yet, you obtained it by chance?" With that, he suddenly clenched his fist, and the strand of red lotus fire was crushed with a thud. Zuan was slightly shaken, his face serious. Ever since he condensed the red lotus fire, it was invincible, able to destroy anything. But he never expected that such a flame, in the hands of this man, would be as weak as a candle flame. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked coldly, "What do you mean by this?" "Hey, nothing significant. I just want to tell you that the flame you cherish is just ordinary fire in my eyes." With that, the man extended his hand, and a colorful flame suddenly rose from his fingertips. Yes, it was colorful. As soon as this flame appeared, the temperature in the entire hall rose significantly, causing even Zuan, the closest to it, to feel his face burning. What shocked him even more was that upon seeing this flame, the red lotus fire in his sea of consciousness actually separated from him and floated in midair, bowing to the flame in the man's hand. The red lotus fire had actually submitted. At the same time, the flame in the man's hand was visibly turning white and transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the flame became as elusive as a wisp of air, almost invisible except for the reflections it cast when flickering. The man laughed when he heard Zuan's words and said, "Young man from the Hua clan, it seems that it is fate for you to come here. I will now give you a great opportunity. Are you willing?" "What opportunity?" Zuan asked coldly. "It's very simple. I will gift you this strand of flame. As long as you swallow it, your red lotus karma fire will once again advance to an unprecedented height. By then, not only will you be invincible at the same level, but you will also easily defeat opponents one level above you," the man said confidently, almost ready to pat his chest to guarantee it. But then he remembered something and quickly put his hand down, looking somewhat uneasy at Zuan, as if afraid he would see something. Zuan, however, seemed oblivious to all this and instead showed a look of surprise. "If it's really that good, then it's great. So, please gift me this flame now. I can't wait to use it," Zuan said, reaching out to grab the flame in the man's hand. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry." The man felt delighted inside but maintained a calm facade, smiling as he took a step back, evading Zuan's hand. "What's wrong? Weren't you just saying you wanted to gift me this opportunity? Are you having second thoughts, Zu?" An asked, puzzled. "Of course not. I am the Grand Fire God. How could I possibly back out of what I said? I just want to tell you that this flame was the first miraculous fire born from the chaos at the beginning of the universe. It's extremely dominant and powerful. If I give it directly to you, Not only will you be unable to digest it, but you will be harmed instead. What should I do then, Zu? An asked anxiously. Hehe, if you want to receive this opportunity, there is only one way. Let me temporarily occupy your body and use my unique fire god constitution to condense this flame for you. Young man, what do you think? The man hesitated for a moment before adding, rest assured, as an ancient fire god, I have no other intentions. I just see you as a junior of the HUA clan and want to help you a bit. Zuin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, all right? In order to gain this opportunity, let's do as you say. The man was overjoyed, but he tried to hide it and calmly said, good. In that case, relax now and open your spiritual sea. Zuin followed his instructions, and the man, grinning, couldn't wait to fly into Zuan's spiritual sea. But just then, Zuin suddenly opened his eyes and said somewhat doubtfully, are you sure you will gift me this flame? Of course, would I go back on my word? Is it safe? Don't worry. Absolutely, Zu. Un fell silent and just watched the man calmly. The man was anxious inside, but dared not show it. If you're unwilling, you can give up now. It's just a pity to miss out on this opportunity, he said, feigning regret. All right, let's begin, Zu. Un closed his eyes again and opened his spiritual sea. The man was almost about to cheer, but he suppressed it and said, relax, here I come. With that, his figure flashed and turned into a wisp of flame, flying into Zuan's spiritual sea, as if afraid Zuin might escape. But he didn't notice that at the moment he flew into the spiritual sea, a faint smile appeared on Zuan's lips, and his eyes gradually dimmed as all his consciousness sank into the spiritual sea. At the same time, the man confidently opened his eyes, only to see an endless wilderness. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, I didn't expect his spiritual sea to be so vast. His talent is indeed remarkable. He became even more excited, saying, hey, even if he's talented, what can he do? Isn't he just paving the way for me? But just as he was about to take the next step, he heard Zuan's voice from a distance. Oh, is that so, Uzu? An's figure emerged, smiling as he looked at him. The man was stunned, then awkwardly coughed a few times. Ahem, I think you misunderstood. What I meant was... Before he could finish, Zuin waved his hand dismissively. No need to explain. I knew long ago that you are not the true fire god Ju Rong, and that your offer of giving me an opportunity was just a ploy to take over my body. With these words, the man's eyes gleamed, and the smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by a cold, stern look directed at Zuan. So you knew all along? Of course. In fact, from the moment I entered this temple, I knew you could not be the true ancient fire god, Ju Rong. Oh, how can you be so sure? Because if it were the ancient fire god, do you think he would stay in a tomb like this? When the man heard Zu describe the temple as a tomb, his expression changed again. You even knew that? Hehe, there's nothing hard to guess about that. Mount Bujo is already incomplete, and the Fire God Palace is devoid of any spiritual aura. It lacks the grandeur of an ancient immortal sect. So, this is not an immortal sect cave at all, but a tomb. A tomb that incarcerates ancient strange fires. And you, Zuan's eyes sparkled, are a strange fire that has inexplicably gained wisdom, right? With this statement, the man burst into laughter. His appearance rapidly changed from a dignified man to a spirited young man. HUA clan man, I must admit you are indeed clever. But I have a question. Go on. Since you know all this, why did you let me enter your spiritual seer Zu? And smiled. What do you think? The young man's smile turned cold. What? Do you want to subdue and devour me? Can't I? Ha ha. What a joke. The young man sneered disdainfully. Actually, you said something wrong just now. Although I am a strange fire spirit, I am not just a single strand, but the condensation of thousands of fires. I can be considered the ancestor of all fires, able to command all fires in the world with a wave of my hand. The young man looked pleased, but Zuin just shrugged. Oh, is that so? Then what's next? And then, the young man's body trembled violently, incredulously shouting, how could this be? Zuin faintly smiled. Why wouldn't it be like this? I think you may have forgotten whose home ground this is. With these words, a flash of light shone in Zuan's eyes, and his immensely majestic spiritual consciousness suddenly emerged, trapping the young man within it. The young man's expression changed abruptly. He couldn't believe that someone who was just a half-step immortal emperor would have such a powerful spiritual consciousness. In his wildest dreams, he never imagined it. Now he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. If he had known it would be like this, even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare to enter Xuan's Sea of Consciousness at will. Although the young man practiced the Fire Tao and could control all the flames in the world, he was still not innately wise, so his spiritual consciousness was pitifully weak. In comparison, the young man naturally felt fearful. But now, it was too late for regrets. Therefore, the young man gritted his teeth, regardless of whose territory it is. Today, either you die or I live. Come and face your death. As he spoke, the young man's figure suddenly turned into a fiery light and reappeared behind Xuan, throwing a punch. However, Xuan didn't even glance behind him, simply saying, "Do you not understand yet? Once you're here, even risking your life against me is merely an extravagant hope without my permission." With those words, countless vines appeared out of nowhere, securely binding the young man and lifting him into the air. Despite his several struggles being in vain, fear began to show in his eyes. At the same time, Xuan turned slowly, a playful look on his face as he looked at him. "Is there anything else you want to say?" The young man's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle as he sensed an indescribable sense of anxiety in Xuan's simple words. "Kid, don't think that trapping me will make it possible for you to subdue and devour me. Let me tell you, it's futile. As a fire spirit, I am not someone you can meddle with. Your powerful spiritual consciousness is of no use against me, no matter how strong it is." The young man roared in astonishment and anger. Xuan just smiled calmly, then spoke in a measured tone. "Meddle. That choice of words isn't quite right, as if I were a rogue harassing innocent women." This remark reminded the young man of something. His eyes blinked, and in an instant, he transformed into a woman of unparalleled beauty. And then, she smiled charmingly at Xuan and spoke in a melodious and alluring female voice. "Esteemed sir, I admit my mistake. Could you please release me?" Honestly, the beauty of this fire spirit transformed into a woman was simply unparalleled in Xuan's experience. Unlike the elegance of an Yan or the enchanting beauty of Yue King Huan, this woman's appearance was so breathtakingly ethereal, bordering on a kind of intense unreality that brought out her extraordinary nature. At least, a hint of admiration appeared in Xuan's eyes. It seemed he noticed this change, and the smile on her face became even more genuine, as she looked at Xuan with eager anticipation. Just the gentle gaze alone was something ordinary people could hardly resist. But at this moment, Xuan lightly chuckled. "If I didn't know that fire spirits have no gender, I might have been fooled by you." With this statement, she instantly fell silent, then reverted back to the form of the young man, speaking solemnly. "Should we try a different approach though?" "What approach?" "You only seek opportunities, and I can give you a strand of flame to help you advance. But the condition is that you must release me first." After saying this, the young man raised his head coldly and stared at Xuan, a proud look in his eyes, as if his proposal was a great gift. Xuan looked at the young man and suddenly smiled. "It seems you still haven't realized your place. Since I can capture you, why would I just absorb all of your flames directly instead of accepting your so-called gift?" "Because you can't do it." The young man sneered coldly. "As I just said, without my permission, you cannot absorb my flames. Do you understand now? Are you so sure, Aozu?" asked with a sly smile. "Of course." The young man's chin lifted even higher. "Heh, then take a look at this." With that, Xuan lightly clapped his hands, and a man's figure appeared behind him, bowing and saluting. "Master!" Upon seeing this man, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming two words, "Touting Zhu." Smiled and said, "Yes, it's Touty." Xuan playfully looked at the young man. "How do you think adding this ancient devouring beast, Touty, into the mix will affect the digestion of your flames?" The fire spirit never dreamt that Zhu unpossessed such an ancient ferocious beast. Touty was notorious for devouring various treasures. Unfortunately, as a fire spirit, he was seen as a treasure in Touty's eyes. So, when he saw the greed in Touty's eyes at this moment, he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. "I didn't intend to handle things so ruthlessly, but you had impure motives from the beginning, first trying to trick me, and then attempting to seize control through underhanded means. If I hadn't sensed it early, I might have truly fallen into your trap, with no way out. So the situation you find yourself in now is entirely of your own making." Zuan sighed lightly. This statement made the young man's face even paler, a deep sense of despair evident in his eyes. The inevitable happened. Taoti suddenly opened its mouth behind Zuan, and a ball of light flew into Zuan's body. It was Taoti's proudest ability to devour. With this new power, Zuan took a step towards the young man, who was now filled with fear. "Since you won't let me go, then let's perish together." With these words, a flash of light appeared in the young man's eyes. Zuan felt a shift in the air and asked coldly, "Did you release the restrictions of the Fire God Palace, yes?" The young man was almost frenzied at this point. "Now, not only will you be exposed, but also your two friends, who I believe are your adversaries outside, right? Let's see how you will handle this now. Because even if you devour me, you won't have a chance to escape this realm." Ha ha ha. If he were to turn around and leave now to deal with those people outside, he would truly fall into the trap set by this fire spirit. Because once he doesn't personally suppress it here, he will immediately escape. So, the only solution for now is to quickly completely devour this fire spirit and assimilate its flames for his own use. Boom! When the mighty force of the flames rushed into Zuan's soul, the powerful impact shook Zuan's mind. It was clear to him that he was about to enter a state of closed-door meditation immediately, or else he wouldn't be able to absorb all of this. Therefore, he shouted one last time, "Glutton, come out from my sea of consciousness and protect me." Looking at Zuan's unstable soul due to the influx of flames, Glutton was silent for a moment, then deeply bowed. "Yes." With that said, he flashed his figure and flew out of the sea of consciousness. Just as Glutton left, Zuan's sea of consciousness was completely sealed off, ready to confront the fire spirit with all his might. Meanwhile, outside the Fire God Palace, the tightly locked Witch God sect and the members of the Jai family all sensed something unusual as soon as the ban disappeared. "The ban is gone. Those people should still be inside. Rush in immediately." The saintess of the Witch God sect made a decisive decision. Hearing this, the crowd quickly rushed into the Fire God Palace. Especially Jai Duan from the Jai family, who had paid a heavy price to get here, was even a bit crazy at this moment. However, when they rushed in, they found that none of the imagined valuable materials or secret techniques had appeared. Instead, there was only an empty hall in front of them. At the moment they entered the hall, before they knew it, Yue Qinghuan and Zhu Zhesheng, who had been entrapped by the fire spirit in the illusion, also woke up. They faced each other, unable to help but feel surprised, and stayed in place. Zhu Zhesheng was the first to break the eerie silence, pointing shakily at Jai Juking. "Traitor, it was indeed you who betrayed me." Jai Juking, looking pale and guilty, took a step back. On the other side, the saintess of the Witch God sect sneered, "I never expected that people from the military would also get involved." As for Yue Qinghuan, who had just awakened from the illusion, she brushed back her hair and sneered, "Shu Linger, you didn't stay in the Witch God sect, but came here, didn't you?" "That's right." Yue Qinghuan recognized this saintess of the Witch God sect. Both being outstanding figures among the younger generation of the upper world, they had met more than once, but their relationship was a matter of perspective. At least as a descendant of the military among the ancient 100 families, Yue Qinghuan could not look up to the saintess of the Witch God sect in any way. And Shu Linger also felt that Yue Qinghuan was only able to flaunt due to the power of her family, especially now that the Yue family situation was deteriorating. She looked down on Yue Qinghuan even more. Meeting in this place, the two of them were on edge, not willing to give in. However, it soon became apparent the stark difference in strength between the two sides. Shu Linger led the elite members of the Witch God sect, while the Jai family had suffered heavy casualties. Only the strongest survived to make it here. On Yue Qinghuan's side, there were only her and Zhu Zhesheng, with Zhu Zhesheng's strength being negligible. So, despite Yue Qinghuan's efforts, she was forced to retreat repeatedly under the overwhelming pressure. Seeing this situation, Shu Linger couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Yue Qinghuan, I never expected to see you like this. What happened to your usual arrogance and pride? Where did it go?" Shu Linger thought Yue Qinghuan would be silent at this point, but Yue Qinghuan, upon hearing this, retorted without hesitation, "I have always been arrogant. Why don't you come and fight me now?" Shu Linger's eyes gradually darkened. Honestly, she was reluctant to confront Yue Qinghuan head-on at this moment. After all, regardless of the current decline of the Yue family, They were still a branch of the ancient 100 families, not to mention Yue King Huan's legendary brother was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, she hesitated a bit. Just then, before the shrine in the hall, a burst of firelight suddenly appeared, revealing the figure of Zuan. He sat cross-legged, with his back to everyone, and his aura was fluctuating like stormy waves. Everyone was stunned. Shu Linger was the first to react. "Quick, catch him!" With that command, everyone, including the Jai family, rushed forward, wanting to deal with Zuan. At that moment, Yue King Huan also reacted and appeared behind Zuan to block those people. But how could she alone be a match for so many people? Just then, with a thunderous roar, Glutton appeared in the middle of the scene and struck out a palm. The several elite members of the Witch God sect in the front were shattered without a sound. Glutton landed on the ground and said in a low voice, "I, Glutton, am here. I dare anyone to harm my master. Glutton." In an instant, the pupils of everyone present shrank. Shu Linger looked at Glutton in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? How could Glutton acknowledge a human as its master?" However, faced with the undeniable truth, she found it hard to believe. At this moment, she was beginning to fear the situation. Because her expertise lay in summoning witch gods, but sadly, that was precisely a trait Glutton could counter. Therefore, she could only watch with a grim face as Zuan sat cross-legged in the distance, feeling a deep sense of unwillingness. But she couldn't give up just like that. After all, for the matter of the Immortal Sect cave, she had already expended a lot of resources from her sect. If she returned empty-handed, even as a saintess, her position would be severely shaken. So, without changing her expression, she subtly made eye contact with those around her, who immediately understood and surrounded Yue King Huan and the group with Glutton. Not only that, Shu Linger secretly sent a message for reinforcements. Her plan was simple: if you want to protect this person, then let's delay and see if this person wakes up first or if my reinforcements arrive. The situation then entered a standoff. Glutton remained silent, standing beside Zuan in a defensive stance. Zhu Zhesheng approached Yue King Huan and asked in a low voice, "Miss Yue, these people clearly want to trap us. What do we do now?" According to her, they should never have coveted this Immortal Sect's cave mansion in the first place. But her father didn't listen at all and insisted on cooperating with the Wushan sect. This resulted in losses and ultimately led to the current difficult situation. But now that things have come to this point, there is no use regretting it. So what she most hopes for now is to quickly resolve the situation here, preferably by completely eliminating this individual named Zhu Zhesheng in order to prevent future troubles. Therefore, she hides behind the crowd, quietly observing the situation's progress. After a standoff, Yue King Huan and Zhu Zhesheng both sit down cross-legged, guarding behind Zuan. Shu Linger coldly smiles at this, feeling quite confident. Because she has just received a reply that the Wushan sect's reinforcements are on their way and are estimated to arrive within a day. By then, even with Touty guarding here, it will be of no help. So she relaxes and calmly watches on. As time passes, the atmosphere becomes more tense. Zuan's aura fluctuates like tides, mirroring Yue King Huan's current mood. She is well aware that Shu Linger is waiting for reinforcements, so she can only silently pray in her heart. "Zuan, please wake up soon." But things never go as hoped. They always seem to develop in the opposite direction. Just as a day passes, there is suddenly a commotion outside, followed by a dignified voice that says, "The Grand Elder of the Wushan sect has arrived. Where is the saintess?" Upon hearing this voice, Shu Linger is overjoyed and immediately calls out, "Grand Elder, Linger is here." With that, a blue aura bursts into the temple and solidifies into a human form. This figure has a mysterious appearance and is over 2 meters tall. Although aged, his eyes exude an indescribable dignity. It is the Grand Elder of the Wushan sect, Xuantong Shu. He is followed by numerous elite members of the Wushan sect who transform from various colored auras into human forms, making the temple lively in an instant. Shu Linger is ecstatic and bows respectfully. Linger greets Grand Elder. Xuantong Shu nods slightly. Saintess, there is no need for such formality. You have done well in this matter, and I will personally inform the sect master later." "Thank you, Grand Elder." Although Shu Linger is the saintess of the Wushan sect, Xuantong Shu, who has served 3 sect masters, is a formidable presence whose strength is unfathomable. There are even rumors that he has a guardian deity, making him nearly as revered as the sect master within the sect. Consequently, Xu Linger must show respect as a junior when meeting him. Zhuan Tongshu first looks at the grand statue in the temple's shrine and then shifts his gaze to Zuan, who is seated in front of the shrine, with his back facing everyone. Sensing Zhu An's fluctuating aura, Zhuan Tongshu coldly smiles and then turns to Yue King Huan. Miss Yue, historically, our two sects, military and Wuxian, have kept out of each other's way. I hope you can stay out of this matter. If you agree, I guarantee not to harm you and allow you to leave. What do you say? Yue King Huan recognizes Zhuan Tongshu and inwardly laments upon seeing him. She understands the gravity of the situation now that someone of Zhuan Tongshu's caliber is involved, far surpassing her in both cultivation and status. However, with no other options, she can only brace herself for what's to come. Hey, Grand Elder Zhuan, I never expected this matter to stir your interest. It seems that the Wuxian sect values this fire god palace greatly. Yue King Huan chuckles, her tone turning cold. You are an elder, so I should heed your words, but... Her smile fades as she continues, this immortal sex cave mansion was discovered and obtained by us first. Now, the Wuxian sect asks me to stay out of it. Do you think that is possible? Zhuan Tongshu's eyes narrow at her words. Oh. So, Miss Yue refuses? Of course I refuse. Do you think it's possible for us to hand over this opportunity just because you say so? How is that fair? Exactly. This cave mansion has been guarded by my Zhu family for generations. You used despicable means to pry it from me, and now you want us to leave. That's impossible. Zhu Zhesheng shouts. Very well. Zhuan Tongshu shows no signs of anger. He nods and points towards Zuan. Miss Yue, I want to know who this man is to you. A friend. Just a friend. Isn't that enough? Zhuan Tongshu, with a hint of suspicion, examines Zuan. With his discerning eyes, he can see that Zuan's current strength is only at the level of a half-step immortal. Even though this level of cultivation is not exceptional, Yue King Huan's protective attitude towards him and the touty loyal by Zuan's side shrouds his identity in mystery. Regardless of his identity, Zhuan Tongshu, representing the Wuxian sect's interest in the Fire God Palace, is determined not to let him go. Since that's the case, there seems to be no need for negotiation. Miss Yue, I hope you won't hold any grudges against me after you get hurt. After all, you brought this upon yourself. With those words, Zhuan Tongshu takes a step forward, heading straight for Zuan. His speed creates a gust of wind in the Grand Hall. Yue King Huan shouts, this path is closed. Go back. With that, she clenches her fist and strikes out with a punch, displaying the formidable killing technique of the Yue family. However, before the punch reaches its target, Zhuan Tongshu effortlessly counters with an invisible force that sends Yue King Huan flying and crashing into the shrine. Miss Yue! Zhu Zhesheng cries out, his eyes red with anger as he charges toward Zhuan Tongshu, wanting to confront him. However, with his meager strength, he stands no chance against Zhuan Tongshu. As the words fell, a fierce roar was heard, and with fists flying, a direct hit was aimed at the face of Zhuan Tongshu. Zhuan Tongshu remained calm and even chuckled, saying, I never expected that the fierce beast Touty would be so loyal to a human. With that, in a split second, his hands appeared in front of the face, catching the two punches from Touty that were coming his way. He then took a half-step back under the unimaginable force of Touty. After all, human strength was no match for one of the ancient for evil beasts, Touty. Touty also realized this and let out a roar, pushing forward to try to knock this old man out. But it was at this moment that a cold and evil light flashed in Zhuan Tongshu's eyes, and he spoke in a cold and sinister tone, How dare a mere young Touty beast act so presumptuously in front of me? As the words fell, behind Zhuan Tongshu suddenly appeared an indistinct, terrifying witch god. This witch god stood close behind Zhuan Tongshu, extending arms forward to grab Touty's fist. In the next instant, Touty felt an unimaginable force surging towards him. In a flash, Touty's wrist joints were shattered, and this force extended to shatter Touty's arms and shoulder blades, propelling out from the back and leaving to deep fist marks in the not-too-distant wall, stirring up countless dust. Touty groaned, but seizing the opportunity in the moment of injury, it revealed its true form, then opened its mouth wide to bite toward Zhuan Tongshu and the witch god behind him. But just as its mouth reached Zhuan Tongshu raised his hand, caught Taoti's mouth, and with a strong twist, the sound of shattering echoed as Taoti's jaw was shattered and it let out an excruciating howl. Xuantongshu remained expressionless, lifting Taoti over his head with both hands and threw him away. With the amplification of the guardian which God's power, Xuantongshu's throw sent Taoti crashing onto a distant deity statue. With a deafening crash, the towering deity statue was split into by Taoti. The upper half fell down, hitting the wall in front of the deity altar where Xuan was. Unaware, Xuan was about to be buried under countless debris. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xuan, waving slender hands to block all the debris. It was Yue Qinghuan, who had been previously thrown away. At that moment, pale as paper with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, she trembled while protecting Xuan. Seeing this, Xuantongshu couldn't help but smirk. Such deep affection. Too bad he'll never know everything you've done. With a wave of his hand, Xuantongshu once again sent Yue Qinghuan flying away from her original position, this time causing a heavier fall, and she couldn't get up for a moment. All she could do was watch as Xuantongshu strode towards Xuan, her eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Was everything going to end here? Xuan, why aren't you waking up? As Xuantongshu approached Xuan, he first glanced at him, then chuckled nefariously. You've actually obtained the inheritance of the fire god, but this kind of divine object doesn't belong to you. With that, he reached out to pat Xuan's forehead. Yue Qinghuan closed her eyes, feeling hopeless. Just as Xuantongshu's hand was about to touch Xuan's hair, a colorful flame suddenly shot out from the top of Xuan's head. Caught off guard, this flame directly incinerated Xuantongshu's hand to nothingness. Xuantongshu and the guardian which God behind him cried out in pain, then retreated with fear written all over their faces. At the same time, countless flames emerged from various parts of Xuan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xuan was enveloped in layers of flames. Subsequently, Xuan's body began to become transparent, revealing his organs, bones, and blood vessels clearly visible. This strange sight astonished everyone. Xuantongshu suddenly realized something, and his expression changed wildly. He shouted, "Quick, attack together! Break this state of his!" With that command, Shulinger took the lead, followed by the rest of the followers of the witch god sect. In an instant, the temple was filled with light, and numerous witch gods of different appearances all appeared, launching indiscriminate attacks on Xuan. Naturally, Xuantongshu was no exception. He despised Xuan for causing him to lose a hand earlier, so he attacked ferociously, aiming to kill Xuan quickly. Strangely, no matter how violent the external attacks were, they failed to affect the flames on Xuan's body, but instead made the flames even more intense. Not only that, within the flames, Xuan's body also became more transparent. In the end, not only were his organs visible, his blood vessels and bones also became transparent, with only his sea of consciousness suspended like a golden pill in the flames, emitting a brilliant light. This phenomenon left Yue Qinghuan somewhat stunned. Bodily refining with heavenly fire, is Xuan going to directly ascend to the level of a god? Yue Qinghuan said incredulously. As she spoke, a terrifying aura that made everyone shudder suddenly emerged from within the flames. Subsequently, these flames began to merge rapidly, transitioning from a colorful mix to a deep crimson resembling blood. This crimson flame, like a painter's brush, began to outline the contours of Xuan. First his face, then neck, shoulders, chest, abdomen, arms. In a blink of an eye, the previously fully transparent Xuan was redrawn in color by this crimson flame. Sitting cross-legged and with closed eyes, although he remained motionless at that moment, everyone felt overwhelmed by the power emanating from this young man in white robes. This caused everyone to be moved. Yue Qinghuan smiled and brushed her temples, saying, "This guy actually succeeded. Now it's going to be quite a show." At this moment, Xuantongshu also sensed something unusual. The terrifying aura emanating from Xuan was so overwhelming that it didn't seem like that of a god, but it made Xuantongshu, a quasi-saint himself, tremble. Therefore, Xuantongshu gritted his teeth, exerting all his cultivation, and struck a palm towards Xuan. He knew that if he couldn't eliminate the danger at this moment, it might be his unlucky turn next. Like the vast and endless starry sky, containing countless brilliance within, yet void of sorrow or joy, as tranquil as water. Just a casual glance caused the master of mysterious scriptures to freeze on the spot, unable to move. The entire scene was as quiet as a virgin, and Schulinger trembled all over, incredulously watching the scene unfold. At the same time, Zuen slowly stood up and walked gracefully to the front of the Master of Mysterious Scriptures. Originally a tall and powerful figure, the Master of Mysterious Scriptures had to tilt his head up to see Zuan's chin once he came near, as Zuen was standing in mid-air, staring down at him. Upon meeting Zuan's eyes again, the Master of Mysterious Scriptures couldn't help but tremble, his resolve to resist crumbling in an instant, replaced by a look of desperate pleading in his eyes, hoping Zuen would spare him. Zuan's lips curved slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, as he reached out to gently caress the Master of Mysterious Scriptures' head. With each stroke, the Master of Mysterious Scriptures trembled, his face filled with profound despair. Watching Zuen caress the Master of Mysterious Scriptures' head, as if petting a puppy, everyone present showed astonishment, especially the followers of the shamanism cult. In their eyes, the Master of Mysterious Scriptures was like a sacred being untouchable. However, this scene shattered all their beliefs mercilessly. "Mercy, spare me," the Master of Mysterious Scriptures' lips quivered, finally speaking the first words since waking up from Zuan's attack. But the next moment, a flame rose from Zuan's hand and attached to the Master of Mysterious Scriptures' head. "Ah!" The Master of Mysterious Scriptures screamed in agony. The guardian shaman god standing behind him sensed the danger and tried to flee, but the flames were too overbearing. Once they attached to the Master of Mysterious Scriptures' head, flames erupted on the shaman god's head, and in the blink of an eye, both the Master of Mysterious Scriptures and the guardian shaman god were burned to ashes. Then the flames returned to Zuan's hand and disappeared. The hall fell silent, the faces of all shamanism cult followers as white as snow. From Zuen, waking up until now, not even a minute had passed, and the shamanism cult's elder had been killed in an instant. And the nonchalant manner in which Zuen carried out the act left everyone in shock. Meanwhile, Zuen looked at the injured Yue King Huan, Zhu Zhesheng, and Taoyi, waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted them up, while a strand of green flames seeped from their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, their injuries healed at a terrifying speed. Taoyi remained silent, walking directly behind Zuen afterwards, with no resistance in his eyes, only deep submission. Yue King Huan smiled, strolled to Zuan's side, and said, "Congratulations on becoming an immortal." Zuen smiled slightly, but remained silent. At this moment, Zhu Zhesheng walked over in surprise. The blow by the Master of Mysterious Scriptures had almost been fatal to him, and if it weren't for Zuan's help, he doubted he would ever wake up. So, when he did wake up, he naturally felt incredulous. He suddenly realized that his cultivation, which had not progressed for a long time, now showed signs of breakthrough, as if it could happen at any moment. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed these thoughts from his mind, eyeing the members of the Jai family opposite him with bitterness. "Mr. Zuen, now that you have acquired the opportunity, I hope you can help me fulfill my previous wish and eliminate all the members of the Jai family to avenge my Zhu family," Zhu Zhesheng said, full of resentment. His words made Jai Duan and Jai Juji, who had been hiding in the crowd, tremble all over, especially Jai Duan, who broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Being a family head, his judgment was astute, but even he couldn't see through Zuan's intentions. Especially after witnessing Zuan's swift execution of the Master of Mysterious Scriptures, he was terrified. So upon hearing Zhu Zhesheng's words, he shook violently and looked at the shamanism cult's saintess Schulinger full of pleading. To his surprise, Schulinger took a few steps back and kept a distance from him. Jai Duan was stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of anger and desolation. Was this the harsh reality? Just then, Zuen nodded gently, his eyes gleaming, and an invisible force dragged Jai Duan and Jai Juji out of the crowd, then pressed them to their knees. Crack! The force was so powerful that it shattered their kneecaps, yet the two dared not make a sound, only staring at Zhu Zhesheng with pleading eyes. They knew that if they wanted to survive now, their only lifeline was to please Zhu Zhesheng. Even though their hope was slim, they had to try. Thus, Jai Juji looked at Zhu Zhesheng, full of entreaty. "Hesheng, it was my fault, I have nothing to say, but I hope you can spare a strand of my soul. Enough!" Zhu Zhesheng interrupted her ruthlessly before she finished, panting heavily, staring at her delicate face intently. Once, he had cherished this face as his beloved, entrusting everything to her. The result was his family being looted and his life nearly taken. When imprisoned in the dungeon of the Drunken Life Tower, Zhu Zhesheng had despaired, even attempting suicide several times, only to be stopped by the guard. Eventually, he had become somewhat numb, thinking he would never get revenge in this lifetime. But fate intervened, allowing him to meet Zuan. So when he saw the Jai family, whom he had dreamt of killing, kneeling before him, Zhu Zhesheng felt his pores open, the pent-up resentment dissipating. This feeling brought him a sense of relief. However, upon hearing Jai Juji's plea, along with relief, a deep anger welled up within him. He was angry at himself for being blind, allowing himself to be enamored by such a woman. After scolding Jai Juji, she fell silent, hoping for leniency from Zhu Zhesheng, but it was just wishful thinking. Seeing Zhu Zhesheng turn to Zuan and bow. In the blink of an eye, the fire dissipated, leaving the empty ground in sight. Zhu Zhesheng's tears flowed uncontrollably as he knelt down with a thud. "Father, uncle, have you seen it? The one who killed you has been avenged." As he spoke, Zhu Zhesheng began to sob loudly. At this moment, Zuan turned to look at the holy woman of the witch god sect, Shu Linger. However, just as Zuan's gaze landed on her, Shu Linger made a decision that took everyone by surprise. She extended her hand, and several illusory images of witch gods appeared around her. These images then attacked the elite members of the witch god sect. Yes, Shu Linger actually turned against her own people. Caught off guard, many people were crushed into pieces by the witch gods without even a chance to groan. Some quick-witted individuals tried to escape or resist, but they stood no chance against Shu Linger. In the blink of an eye, the elite members of the witch god sect were all slaughtered, leaving only Shu Linger standing among the blooded ground. This bloody and terrifying scene even made Yue Qinghuan raise an eyebrow, and his gaze turned icy. However, at that moment, Shu Linger smiled slightly at Zuan. "Sir, may I have a few words with you privately?" Zuan's gaze flickered slightly. Yue Qinghuan felt uncomfortable for some reason and coldly said, "What's there to talk about in private? Is there something to discuss at this point? Shu Linger, even at your last moment, do you still want to struggle?" Shu Linger glanced at Yue Qinghuan, her smile unchanged. "Yue Qinghuan, my actions just now have proven my sincerity. I just want to have a few words with this gentleman Zhu. Can't I?" Yue Qinghuan was about to refuse, but Zuan suddenly nodded, then waved his hand. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the two of them, isolating them from the outside world. Seeing this scene, Yue Qinghuan was stunned at first, then stamped her foot in frustration. Men are all the same. As soon as a pretty girl invites them, they forget everything else. Can't you see that Shu Linger has ulterior motives? Yue Qinghuan was gritting her teeth outside. Inside the mental barrier, Zuan said calmly, "Say what you need to say now." Shu Linger didn't rush to speak but leisurely examined the mental barrier. When she confirmed that nothing happening here could be perceived from the outside, she smiled and said, "Why the rush? Can't we have a casual chat?" Zuan frowned slightly. "Is this what you wanted to say?" He made a move to remove the mental barrier. Shu Linger gritted her teeth internally, but maintained her composure. "Oh sir, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I just didn't know how to start. To be honest, I never expected you to merge with the ancient celestial fire. Our witch god sect has coveted this fire god palace for a long time, but we never knew its exact location. Fortunately, the people from the Jai family were deluded and invited us to search for the immortal sect's cave together, so I personally took action to seize this opportunity." Zuan remained unmoved, listening quietly. Shu Linger's face now bore a touch of bitterness. "Although I am the holy woman, the witch god sect is a very practical place, almost to the point of cruelty. If I do not advance bravely, it won't be long before I am replaced by others, and my fate would be to become a plaything for many elders, ending in humiliation. I don't want to be someone's plaything, so I was forced to seek strength. But I never imagined that when I arrived here, you absorbed the celestial fire and successfully advanced." With that, Shu Linger suddenly looked up, admiringly. "Although you advanced only to the immortal rank, your displayed power is so strong that even the old man Zhuan Tongshu is no match for you, being killed in one move. Such formidable strength." Shu Linger murmured with admiration. "Did you ask to speak privately just to praise me?" Zuan suddenly asked. "Heh, of course not." Shu Linger chuckled and then, with a glance full of charm, continued, "Do you know why I suddenly made a move against my people, not even sparing my most trusted witch doctor?" Zuan remained silent, knowing that Shu Linger would continue. Indeed. Shu Linger smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling, because they are obstacles. Obstacles. Yes, obstacles to our union. Shu Linger said lightly, but her words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Zuin momentarily stunned. Shu Linger now beamed with excitement. You are so powerful that with just the strength of the immortal rank, you can easily kill a quasi-saint level elder. At the same time, you have absorbed the celestial fire, and your future is limitless. As for me, I am the carefully selected holy woman of the witch god sect, with talents that are 1 in a billion. As long as we join forces, we will certainly give birth to exceptional offspring. By then, we will be envied by countless as divine partners. What do you think? Shu Linger said passionately, but to her surprise, instead of sharing her enthusiasm, Zuin showed no extra emotion on his face, and there was even a strange look in his eyes. This made Shu Linger's heart skip a beat. In fact, from the moment she witnessed Zhu unkilling Zhuan Tongshu with a single move, this idea had been growing in her mind. It rapidly took root and spread, making her increasingly convinced of its validity. However, she never imagined that what she considered a surefire plan would suddenly come to a halt. Then, she seemed to remember something, smiled faintly, and then reached out to unbutton her clothes. As her robe slipped off, revealing her superb figure beneath, Shu Linger smiled proudly. Sir, I know what you are concerned about, but rest assured, I have remained pure since becoming the holy woman. So, if you wish, I can offer myself to you now. A woman of unparalleled beauty offering herself willingly was a temptation that few could resist. Unfortunately, Zuin was an exception. From the moment she removed her robe, Zuin turned his head away and did not look at her throughout. She looked dazedly at Zuan, as if she still couldn't believe that Zuin had actually killed her. As the blood flowed, her beautiful eyes also dimmed, and then slowly extinguished, causing her to perish. After her death, Zuin casually removed his spiritual barrier, and the first thing that caught his eye was Yue King Huan's face full of anger, muttering something under her breath. Staying inside for so long and not coming out, men are truly not good things. Just then, the spiritual barrier disappeared. Seeing the lifeless body of Shu Linger on the ground, Yue King Huan's expression stiffened, but then forced a smile at Zuan. Ahem, you actually killed her. What? Can't I kill her? Or do you think this woman shouldn't be killed? Zuan said indifferently. Yue King Huan lightly laughed. It's not that. This woman deserved to die. I just didn't expect you to be so resolute in taking action. Zuan glanced deeply at Yue King Huan, ignoring her evasion in words, and turned to Zhu Jingxing. I have completed everything I promised you. Is there anything else to discuss? Zhu Jingxing immediately knelt down and repeatedly bowed to Zuan, blood-staining the floor of the hall. Zhujia disciple Zhu Jingxing will always remember Mr. Zhu's great kindness. I have nothing more to say now, but please take ownership of this mine after I have returned it to you. I will only manage it for you. In the future, everything here will be at your disposal as per your needs. If there were others present, they would surely gasp at these words, because that was a huge spiritual stone mine. It was almost a massive amount of wealth, enough to drive anyone crazy. But now Zhu Jingxing was giving it to Zuan. Such a grand gesture, rare and extraordinary. After hearing Zhu Jingxing's words, Zuan smiled faintly. I understand your good intentions, but this spiritual stone mine is the ancestral property of your Zhujia. I will not take it. Zhu Jingxing panicked, about to speak, but Zuan gestured for him to be calm, then said solemnly, if you want to repay me, find a way to seal off this immortal sex cave tightly. Do not allow anyone to approach, because this mountain peak holds significant meaning for me. Zuan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Zhu Jingxing was taken aback but nodded, saying, yes, I will turn this whole area into an unapproachable forbidden zone. However, Zhu Jingxing hesitated. The people from the witch god sect have probably already discovered this place. If they come back to search in the future, Zuan waved his hand. Rest assured, they won't come, because the opportunities here have vanished, leaving only a solitary mountain peak. What reason would they have to come here? Zhu Jingxing was slightly relieved. Finally, Zuan looked around the hall, especially at the empty shrine, and said lightly, let's go, Zhu. And led Yue King Huan, Zhu Jingxing, and the others back along the original path. Passing by the fiery lake once again, the insurmountable barrier, due to the disappearance of the heavenly fire opportunity, had turned into an ordinary pool. The group passed through smoothly, then spent a day crossing the star gravel sea, finally arriving at the mine dock. At this moment, the atmosphere at this dock, which had absorbed the efforts of generations of the Jujia family and later been seized by the Jai family, was somewhat unusual. A dock worker exclaimed, "Strange, the mining area has been sealed off for 3 full days. Why haven't the Jai family returned?" Another worker said, "Yeah? The entire mining area is filled with unease. The miners are spreading rumors that there are monsters hidden in the star gravel sea, and those from the Jai family, who went in deep, have encountered misfortune and are unlikely to return." Well, that's great. I've never liked the Jai family. Not only are they sharp-tongued and contemptuous, they don't consider us human at all. It's much better with the old master. A worker lamented. The other workers fell silent at these words. Without exception, all of these workers had been in charge of a mining team under the Jujia family. These workers shouldn't be underestimated. To attain their position, one needed to be very familiar with the situation in the mine area and have enough authority to make these unruly miners obey. Even after the Jai family took over the mine, they couldn't shake these workers' positions. These workers had vaguely heard of the disputes between the old and new masters, but it was not something they could intervene in. At most, they would lament quietly behind the scenes on days like today. But now the situation was subtly changing. The disappearance of the Jai family made the atmosphere unsettled at the dock, and these workers naturally noticed. If this continued, the miners were sure to cause trouble. However, they had no solution and could only try to suppress the situation as best they could. As for those from the Jai family guarding the dock, they seemed to turn a blind eye to the situation. As the perpetually drunken Jai family elder put it, they were just a group of smelly miners. What trouble could they cause? They could just catch a few as examples later to scare the rest. The workers dared not speak in protest of this attitude. Just as chaos began to stir on the dock, Zuan and his group finally arrived. Initially, the workers assumed it was the return of the Jai family members, but when they saw Zuan and his group, they all froze. Zuan and Yue Qinghuan were unknown to them, but they were very familiar with Zhu Jingxing. He was the last surviving descendant of the Jujia family, and the older workers had seen him grow up. Therefore, they were deeply saddened by the situation Zhu Jingxing found himself in. But after hearing that he was reportedly in danger in the Linglong city, they were even more distressed. "Uncle Kuang, Uncle Zheng, it's really me. I've come back," Zhuzhen Zhesheng said with great respect. "But didn't they say you died in the dungeon of the Zuisheng building?" A foreman asked. "I did come close to death at that time. Thankfully, Mr. Zhu and Miss Yue intervened and saved me, allowing me to escape from death," Zhuzhen Zhesheng replied. Just then, the oldest and most respected among the foremen, Uncle Kuang, suddenly spoke up. "Don't waste time talking. Get out of here, quickly. Don't delay for a moment." This statement reminded the other foremen, who all said, "Yes, let's leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Leave." "Why should I leave?" Zhuzhen Zhesheng laughed. Uncle Kuang stomped his foot urgently. "Before leaving, the Jai family left an elder here to guard, and he's currently in the small pavilion at the pier. If he finds you, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Zhuzhen Zhesheng, upon hearing this, showed a touched expression on his face but still said confidently, "Uncle Kuang, rest assured, I have returned this time to deal with these matters. From now on, this mineral vein will once again belong to my Zhu family." "What?" As soon as this statement was made, all the foremen were shocked. Has Zhuzhen Zhesheng been driven crazy by consecutive blows? The Jai family is currently flourishing and has even formed a cooperative relationship with top sects. Zhuzhen Zhesheng is boldly claiming to reclaim the mineral vein. Isn't he clearly joking? Furthermore, if the Jai family hears about this, Zhuzhen Zhesheng will definitely not have a good ending. Indeed, as soon as Zhuzhen Zhesheng finished speaking, a voice filled with a hint of drunkenness and cold mockery came from a distance. "Who dares to speak such arrogant words? It turns out to be the remnant of the Zhu family from before." A radiant light shot up from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before everyone. When the figure became clear, it was a powerful and majestic old man. He had a drunken look on his face as he smiled disdainfully at Zhuzhen Zhesheng. "Zhu, you're really lucky to have escaped from the Zuisheng building. But if I were you, I would hide instead of coming here to speak arrogantly." With each question, a powerful aura enveloped the entire pier, making the foreman tremble in fear. Unexpectedly, Juzhen Zhesheng showed no fear at all. On the contrary, he smiled happily, which even puzzled this Jai family elder. "Ju, why are you smiling?" he asked sternly. "Why am I smiling? I'm laughing at your ignorance and foolishness. Your Jai family's head is already dead, and yet here you are still displaying arrogance, truly ignorant of your impending doom." With this statement, the entire place was shaken. The elder was shocked and suddenly felt a chill, breaking out in a cold sweat. "You're talking nonsense. Our head, leading many elites and experts from the Wu Shen sect. How could something happen to him? You must be lying." Juzhen Zhesheng smirked dismissively, no longer bothering with the elder's words, but directly said to Zuan, "Mr. Zhu, please execute this lackey." It was only then that everyone noticed Zuan, who had been standing there silently all along. Because of Zuan's low-key behavior, he seemed like a plain and unremarkable jade, inconspicuous. But upon hearing Juzhen Zhesheng's words, Zuan raised an eyebrow and said, "All right?" With a single word, without any visible movement from Zuan, a sword aura suddenly appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it crossed the distance between them and appeared in front of the elder. The elder, startled by this sudden sword, tried to dodge, but before he could, he felt a cold sensation around his neck, and then his vision went dark as he saw his headless body. So this is the feeling of death. With this thought, the elder descended into eternal darkness. Just one sword. Just a nonchalant sword. This arrogant elder, who had been domineering in front of many miners and foremen, was now split in two. The scene fell into an unusually quiet state. Then Zuan said indifferently, "Is that so?" Juzhen Zhesheng nodded excitedly, "Yes. Thank you, Mr. Zhu." Zuan waved his hand, "It's okay. Now that I have removed your biggest obstacle, it's up to you." "Yes." Juzhen Zhesheng's expression turned solemn, and he turned to the foreman, saying, "I believe you all have seen that this Mr. Zhu saved me from the Zuisheng building dungeon and also helped me destroy the entire Jai family." With that, Juzhen Zhesheng roughly explained the situation inside. When they heard that Jai Duane and all the elite members of the Jai family had indeed perished, the whole place erupted in shock. It was simply unbelievable. The arrogant Jai family of 3 days ago had now become a thing of the past. How could this not be astonishing? However, the commotion gradually subsided, and all eyes turned to Juzhen Zhesheng, curious about his next steps. Juzhen Zhesheng solemnly declared, "I have made a decision." The Jai family used various despicable means to snatch the mineral vein that originally belonged to my Zhu family. Now it's time to return it to its rightful owner. From now on, this mineral vein will once again be owned by my Zhu family. Do any of you have any objections? Faced with Juzhen Zhesheng's inquiry, there was a brief moment of silence, followed by an uproar of agreement. "We have no objections. Congratulations to our old master's return. I've long been displeased with the Jai family. It's their own fault for their demise." Amongst these cheers, the foreman expressed their joy and came forward to pay their respects again. With his return, Juzhen Zhesheng had witnessed the treacherous hearts of people and gained great experience in handling situations. With just a few words, he easily regained control of the mining area. Overwhelmed with emotion, Juzhen Zhesheng turned to pay his respects to Zuan. But to his surprise, he found that Zuan and Yue Qinghuan had disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a calm voice rang in his mind. "Manage this mining area well, and if I need you in the future, I will contact you." Juzhen Zhesheng's eyes were filled with tears as he bowed towards the sky a few times before turning to leave. At the same time, in the vast expanse of space, Yue Qinghuan asked, "Zuan, where do we go next?" Since then, people have given up searching for boundaries, believing that this world beyond is limitless. Within such a vast expanse of starry sky, apart from the barren emptiness, there also exist many extremely prosperous galaxies. Among these galaxies are many powerful sects and families, some of which have existed since ancient times and continue to thrive to this day. The number of these sects is exactly 100, thus they are referred to as the 100 ancient sects. The military sect is one of the 100 ancient sects, naturally occupying an immensely vast galaxy. This galaxy is like a towering giant pillar, with the main structure alone taking up a vast amount of space, and extending from the main body are 12 branches. Although they are branches, they are comparable to the galaxies owned by ordinary sects and families. These 12 branches are connected to the main body, resembling branches and vines growing on a giant tree, truly magnificent. At this moment, within one of the upper branches, there is a not too large planet floating. This planet is lush green all over, exuding delicate beauty, like a pearl between a beauty's eyebrows, sparking endless imagination. Above the planet, there are numerous taverns and tea houses, bustling with activity, saturating the air with a sweet scent of cosmetics. This is the renowned Zijin Cave within the 12 branches of the military sect belonging to the dragon family, and this planet is famous within the dragon family branches, known as the Paradise of Beauty's Tears. As the name suggests, this planet is filled with brothels, so famous that even people from other sects and families come here for entertainment. While the members of the military sect's other branches may have some complaints about this, the dragon family turns a blind eye and continues to support it vigorously. After all, the Beauty's Tears can earn the dragon family a huge amount of wealth every year. As for whether those oppressed women truly shed tears of despair, or whether the dirty money they earn weighs on their conscience, the dragon family has never considered it. At the same time, in the most luxurious and high-end brothel within this planet, a place called Red Sleeves Welcome, the young master of the dragon family, Long Zon, who once appeared at the Drunken Life Tower but was driven away in anger, is drinking with a few friends. Although fine wine and delicacies are served like flowing water, and beautiful women surround him, Long Zhan's face remains extremely unpleasant, not saying a word, just drinking glass after glass of liquor. Seeing the usually lively dragon young master in such a bad mood today, the women were all too scared to speak a word, simply pouring wine and serving food silently with their heads bowed. The atmosphere in the private room was extremely oppressive and gloomy. Seeing this scene, a man with a face covered in makeup, but with a hint of fierceness and evil in his eyes, couldn't help but laugh lightly, breaking the silence first. "What's wrong, young Master Long? Did you invite us here today just to drink in silence?" The one who spoke was the master of a sect not too far from the military sect, named Liang Dekong, who had become acquainted with Long Zhan because he often sought entertainment in the Beauty's Tears, and their relationship was quite good. "Yeah. What's wrong, young Master Long? Why do you seem so downcast after going out for a while and coming back?" Another handsome man also smiled. This man, named Zhu Deming, had a similar situation to Liang Dekong and was a frequent visitor to Beauty's Tears for pleasure-seeking. Upon hearing the questions from these two, Long Zhan crushed the wine glass in his hand, then looked up, his face grim, and said, "It's all because of that vile woman, Yue King Huan." As soon as the people present heard the name of Yue King Huan, the young goddess recognized by the younger generation of the military sect, they all became interested. "Oh, what's going on? Wasn't the young master determined to win over Yue King Huan? Did something go wrong?" Liang Dekong asked with interest. Just as well he didn't ask, as Long Zhan felt a burst of anger and frustration building inside him at the mention of being slapped by Yue King Huan and forced to leave. Gritting his teeth, Long Zhan said, "I went to the Drunken Life Tower before, and there I saw with my own eyes that vile woman Yue King Huan was inseparable from a man, their relationship intimate." "What?" This statement shocked everyone present. Liang Dekong immediately inquired, "Who has the audacity to touch the young master's forbidden fruit? Could it be a descendant of another branch?" Nowadays, the entire dragon family knows that the elders in the family have intentions of matching Long Zhan with the daughter of the Yue family, so they wouldn't allow any disruptions. Unless it was a descendant from the other branches. Long Zhan shook his head. "No one from the military sect." "Then who? Could it be a descendant of another 100 ancient sects bloodline?" Zhu Deming couldn't help asking. "None of the above. In fact, since I came back, I immediately started investigating this person and found out that he is neither a descendant of the 100 ancient sects nor a prominent family bloodline. In fact, when I saw him, he was just a minor figure at the half-step immortal level." Hearing this, Liang Dekong and Zhu Deming couldn't help but show extremely puzzled expressions. A half-step immortal, who is neither a descendant of the 100 ancient sects nor a prominent family bloodline, daring to make a move on a woman valued by Long Zhan, it sounded incomprehensible. So a small figure like this, did the young master just let him go, without any consequences? Liang Dekong asked incredulously. Long Zhan, of course, didn't want to mention being slapped by Yue King Huan and forced to leave. He could only say fiercely, "The situation was special at the time, and I had to leave first. But after investigating later, I found that this man is just a wild boy who came out of nowhere, and therefore I will not let him off so easily." "Oh." What are your plans then, young Master Long? Liang Dekang's eyes lit up, asking eagerly. With a sneer, Long Zhan said, "It's simple. Since I came back, I have reported the matter to the family truthfully, and the family elders are quite unhappy about it. They have already initiated an inquiry against the Yue family about this matter. I guess the Yue family wouldn't want their daughter to be involved with a wild man who came out of nowhere. They will surely make the Yue family lose face." Long Zhan's face was filled with deep resentment and hatred as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Liang Kong, Zhu Deming, and the others looked at each other and then burst into laughter. So this is what it's about. Such a trivial matter, not even worth mentioning. Emperor Liang Kong said confidently. Indeed, just a young half-step immortal venerable. Dragon Shao, you can rest assured, we will handle this matter perfectly. Everyone expressed their agreement, displaying a confident attitude, as if they had already subdued the other party. Seeing this, Dragon Zhan's expression softened, and he raised his glass, saying, "In that case, I propose a toast to everyone. Cheers!" The atmosphere finally returned to normal, and this group of people continued to revel and enjoy themselves as usual. Meanwhile, at the same time, in another branch on the upper level, the atmosphere was quite different. This branch belonged to the Yue family and contrasted greatly with the prosperity of the Dragon family. In the center of the branch, there was a huge planet, the headquarters of the Yue family. Many people in the Yue family were now showing signs of anger, all because of the presence of the Dragon family members in the reception room. These Dragon family members occupied almost half of the reception room, with the elder Long Keoming sitting at the center, calmly holding a teacup, a cold smile on his face. Elder Long Keoming paid no attention to the angry looks from the Yue family members in front of him. Instead, he took a sip of tea indifferently and asked, "How long has it been?" "Elder, it has been 3 hours and 5 quarters, replied the Yue family steward. Long Keoming put down his teacup and turned to the displeased Yue family steward, saying, "Have you heard? I have been waiting here for over 3 hours, and yet the Yue family has not given any explanation, not even the presence of your family head. Do you look down on my Dragon family?" At these words, the Dragon family members behind him all became more imposing. However, this only made the steward, who was responsible for receiving guests, look even more unpleasant. "Elder Long, I really do not know what explanation you are looking for. I have already conveyed your words, and the family head is aware of it. However, I must say, this is the territory of the Yue family. Please show some respect." Interrupting, an invisible momentum emanated from the steward and his followers, directly suppressing the Dragon family's aura and showing signs of counterattack. Seeing this, Long Keoming snorted coldly, broke the deadlock, and then chuckled strangely. "Quite interesting. You resort to intimidation when you have no retort. Is this how the Yue family treats guests, you?" The steward was about to speak, but a woman's voice came from outside the room. "Leave." With her words, a graceful figure wearing a black veil walked in slowly. Although her face was not visible, her elegant demeanor indicated her extraordinary beauty. Upon seeing her, the steward immediately bowed and retired. Long Keoming's eyes lit up, and he slightly bowed. "So it's Miss Yue. I am honored." Miss Yue. An unusual title, not Miss Yue, nor Madame Yue, but this title was well known among military families and even the ancient families. Especially in the Yue family, almost everyone showed great respect upon seeing this Miss Yue. This was because this woman was not just anyone. She was the personal female attendant to the head of the Yue family, Yue King Huan's brother. Although this female attendant had no name and her origins were unknown, she had earned great prestige within the Yue family due to her long service there. People had taken her as the lady of the house, and in many situations, her words represented the intentions of the family head. Her appearance today must surely represent Yue King Huan. She nodded slightly. "Elder Long, you are too kind. The family head is already aware of the message you conveyed." Long Keoming's eyes lit up. "Oh, and what does the family head mean?" "The family head has only one thing to say." "What is it?" The woman blinked her eyes, her voice cold as ice, and said slowly, "King Huan is of the Yue family, his sister. She has no connection with your Dragon family, so there is no need for your criticism." Her words seemed like a resounding slap in the faces of all the Dragon family members present. Long Keoming suddenly stood up, his face changing colors in anger, staring fixedly at the woman. Miss Yue, is this what your family head says? Indeed. Very well. Long Keoming's eyes narrowed in anger. I did not expect the Yue family to be so protective. Yes, King Huan is indeed a member of your family, but do not forget that we belong to the same branch of military families, and her actions concern the reputation of our military family. He sternly questioned, his voice shaking the room. This commotion also made many people in the Yue family show anger, some silently appearing in the reception room. But the woman just waved her hand. What are you doing? All of you, leave. With a command, these people had to retreat, and she then looked coldly at Long Keoming. After a while, she sneered, a lofty and noble speech, Elder Long. But if you truly care about how the world sees us, why do you allow the existence of the beauty stairs? This pointed question hit the mark, leaving Long Keoming momentarily speechless. After a while of embarrassment, he spoke out of anger. Miss Yue, are you not afraid that by protecting her, King Huan will remain unwed? You should know that my dragon family. Before he could finish, Miss Yue interrupted him. There is no need to continue. While the family head did not say it, I can now speak for him. Whether the women in our family get married is our business. As for your dragon family, we are not in the same league. This concise statement relieved all the Yue family members who had felt stifled moments before. Being scolded to their faces had irked them, and now Miss Yue had provided them with relief. However, on the contrary, Long Keoming now seemed on the verge of losing his mind in anger. Good. Very good. I will truthfully report Missa's words when I return, but I want to remind you all, this matter will not be resolved so easily. Let's wait and see. Missa smiled faintly. I'm happy to accompany you. Let's go. Long Keoming could no longer bear to stay, leading the others to leave dejectedly. As soon as he left, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the reception hall. Many people looked at Missa with admiration. However, Missa remained silent and simply said, Everyone, return to your posts. Yes. After everyone dispersed, Missa walked towards the back, passing through 3 corridors and crossing a small courtyard before reaching a flower hall. The surroundings of the flower hall were filled with beautiful flowers and various exotic plants, truly a sight to behold. Missa followed a small path through the flowers into the hall. The hall was cleverly arranged, surrounded by green gauze, with warm breezes carrying the scent of flowers, creating a pleasant atmosphere both inside and outside the hall. Inside the hall stood a folding screen. At this moment, a figure could be seen behind the screen, sitting alone and occasionally making moves in a game of chess, seemingly playing alone. Missa stopped in her tracks, standing respectfully, as if not to disturb the person behind the screen in their contemplation. She stood there for a while, until the person behind the screen made a move in the game of chess, then spoke softly. Have they left? They have left. How did they leave? Missa took a deep breath and recounted the events. After listening, the person behind the screen fell silent for a moment, then chuckled lightly. What do you think? Missa said solemnly, It seems that the Long family can no longer contain themselves and want to test our Yue family's reaction through this matter. Indeed, came a light sigh from behind the screen. If it were any other branch of the Marshall family, even with 10 times the courage, Long Keoming wouldn't dare to come and cause a scene. It seems they truly underestimate the strength of our Yue family. With that, the person made a move on the chessboard, the clear and crisp sound of the pieces clashing. A cold light flashed in Missa's eyes, and she said firmly, Should we strike back to show our strength? No need. By provoking me with this matter, they must have heard some news. If we retaliate now, it will only make us appear more vulnerable. Understood. Missa nodded, the killing intent in her eyes gradually diminishing. Just then, a voice came from behind the screen. Where are they now? They are almost here, at most 3 more days of travel. That little girl. She's quite fast on her feet. The person chuckled lightly, with a hint of indulgence in their voice. Missa hesitated to speak. What is it? A scout just reported that recently, Emperor Liang and others have been lurking near the branch, seemingly waiting for something. Oh, Emperor Liang, yes. I suspect it's Longjin's intention. That little one from the Long family seems unwilling to give up. Shall I go and handle it? No need. This is a good opportunity to test that boy's ability. If he can't handle someone like Emperor Liang, there's no need for him to come see me. Understood. Missa bowed and was about to leave, but hesitated and glanced back at the screen. Is there anything else? Miss A's veil quivered. Nothing. Then you may leave. The person behind the screen spoke softly. Yes. Miss A's eyes dimmed, her lips tightly pressed. She gave a curtsy, and then walked away. The flower hall returned to its quiet state, with only the faint sound of the warm breeze swaying the gauze window, adding to the sense of loneliness. The man behind the screen lowered his head to look at the chessboard, silent. Just then, a sigh came from the corner of the room, followed by a large tabby cat emerging from the darkness. If Zuen were present, he would definitely recognize the tabby cat that he had seen in the armory before. Yes, it was the same tabby cat. It leapt onto the screen frame lazily and stretched. Master, Miss A seems to have sensed something. The person behind the screen chuckled lightly. With her temperament, it would be strange if she didn't notice. Before the cat could finish speaking, the man started coughing. The cough seemed to be so severe, as if he was trying to cough up his lungs, making others feel uncomfortable just listening to it. The tabby cat's eyes also showed a hint of worrying. Master. But before it could finish, the man stopped coughing and waved his hand gently. It's nothing, I'm fine. But, all right. The tabby cat lowered its head. Later, go out and check. You want me to assist the young lady? The man smiled. Although that boy should be able to handle someone like Emperor Liang, I still have some concerns. Go observe secretly and avoid getting involved if possible. Understood. Off you go. The tabby cat nodded, leapt down from the screen frame, and disappeared before hitting the ground. The man behind the screen picked up a black chess piece and placed it in a corner of the board. In an instant, the previously dominant white pieces on the board were swiftly defeated by the black move, as if a black dragon had cut through, revealing a fierce demeanor. A faint smile appeared on the man's lips, showing a hint of resolute determination. This game of Tianwei has lasted for countless years. It had become an unsolvable deadlock, but your arrival has added countless variables. It seems, in the future, Tianwei will no longer be as peaceful as before. Despite his words, there was an undercurrent of anticipation in his tone. And at that moment, a breeze swept through, lifting a white handkerchief on the table to reveal a strikingly vivid bloodstain. After a long journey, the distant void gradually revealed the shadow of the Marshall family galaxy. Yue King Huan became excited. Do you see? That magnificent galaxy is the location of the Marshall family. Even among the ancient 100 families, the Marshall family stellar veins are second to none. At this moment, Yue King Huan seemed like a little girl showing off a toy, full of excitement. Zuen smiled in response, waiting until she finished before saying, "Have you finished?" "Yes." Although she said so, she still hurriedly caught up. Although the shadow of the star veins had already been seen, they still walked for most of the day before finally seeing the full picture of this galaxy. Even Zuen was shaken by the vast and enormous star column. How is it? Isn't it spectacular? Yue King Huan was very satisfied with Zuan's shocked expression and couldn't help but smile. Ju unrestrained his astonishment and nodded. Indeed, it is truly spectacular. Previously in the heavens, even the most powerful sects only occupied a single star. But they didn't expect the ancient 100 families of the outer heavens to have such grandeur, directly making a galaxy their home. The real spectacle is yet to come. Let's go. Let's head home first. Yue King Huan led the way in front, taking Zuen towards the Yue family's veins. Just as the two were approaching the star veins, before they even flew in, several beams of light suddenly flew horizontally and blocked their path. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Yue King Huan had to halt her steps. Even so, the two sides almost collided. And when Yue King Huan saw the face of the other party, her expression changed, and she angrily said, "Emperor Kongliang, Zhu Deming, what do you want?" Yes, the ones blocking their path were indeed Emperor Kongliang and Zhu Deming among others. They greeted Yue King Huan with a smile. "Miss Yue, this matter has nothing to do with you. We came here specifically for the man behind you." Yue King Huan, being very clever, immediately understood the situation and said in a cold voice, "Was it Long Zhan who sent you?" "Hehe, you don't need to worry about who sent us. We have been waiting here for days, all for this man behind you," said Emperor Kongliang, smiling at Zuen standing behind Yue King Huan. "Boy, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. That's right, if you have the guts to steal a woman, then don't be a coward at this moment," Zhu Deming also added menacingly. As they were speaking, the people who came with them had quietly spread out, blocking all of Zuan's possible escape routes. The situation immediately became tense. This scene was also seen by the calico cat hiding in the distance. It couldn't help but bare its teeth. Oh no, these guys seem like they're not planning to be honorable and are preparing to gang up. Should I intervene now or not? The calico cat hesitated, ultimately deciding to wait a bit longer. Little did it know that, at the same time, it wasn't the only one observing in secret. On the beautiful veins of the Long family, Long Zhan sat in a booth at the Red Sleeve Pavilion, looking down at a screen on the table. This screen was different from the usual water mirror technique. Not only were the images clearer, but the sound could also be transmitted accurately. It was a treasure that Long Zhan had accidentally obtained, allowing clear transmission of images no matter how far away. This time, Emperor Kongliang and the others were taking care of Zuan for him. To witness this spectacle firsthand, he had them bring along this treasure. At that moment, when Long Zhan heard Emperor Kongliang and Zhu Deming's threatening words towards Zuan, a look of infinite satisfaction appeared on his face. Boy, even if you manage to win over Yue King Huan, what can you do? Today, in front of Yue King Huan, I will make sure you become a useless person. Let's see what Yue King Huan can do then. Just then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Zuan, who had been silently standing behind Yue King Huan, suddenly smiled, reached out his hand, and gently patted Yue King Huan's shoulder, stopping her from angrily reprimanding. There's no need to say so much. Step aside, these people are here for me. Leave them all to me. Yue King Huan was momentarily stunned, then hesitantly said, but she was worried about Zuan because she knew Emperor Kongliang and Zhu Deming, and while they weren't extremely powerful, they were seasoned fighters who had faced many challenges and had the support of the Long family, making them very troublesome opponents. Although Zuan had already ascended to the rank of Immortal Sovereign, he was still not a match in this realm of the outer heavens. Sensing her concern, Zuan smiled slightly, "Don't worry. I don't even consider these people a threat." Hearing these words, Yue King Huan visibly relaxed. She knew that, if Zuan dared to say such words, it meant he was fully confident. Therefore, she smartly stepped aside. However, despite her confidence in Zuan, Emperor Kongliang and the others were provoked by Zuan's words. Emperor Kongliang coldly appraised Zuan, then sinisterly said, "Kid, never thought your strength was lacking, but your arrogance is immense." "Is that so? I don't see it that way." Zuan chuckled. "Enough talking. Do you know why we're here for you?" Zhu Deming's face was full of killing intent as he asked. "I have no grudges or quarrels with any of you, and we have never interacted before. To suddenly come seeking trouble, it must be under the orders of that young Master Long." "That's right. Kid, seems like you're not stupid. But why did you lose your mind and try to snatch a woman from young Master Long?" The mention of this made Yue King Huan's brows furrow, but before she could speak, Zuan laughed lightly. "Firstly, I didn't snatch anyone from him. It was all his wishful thinking. Secondly, even if I did try to take a woman from him, what can you all do?" His nonchalant words were laced with naked disdain. This infuriated Emperor Kongliang and Zhu Deming. "Kid, initially we just wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you are so arrogant, I'll show you the rules of the outer heavens." Emperor Kongliang roared, then swiftly attacked. His palm struck down, as if it were a sharp blade, creating a fierce and sharp wind. Undoubtedly, being touched by this wind, even slightly could cut through even the most resilient body. This was Emperor Kongliang's well-known skill, the Thunder Palm. Meanwhile, as Emperor Kongliang acted, Zhu Deming also made his move. He raised his hand, extended to fingers, reaching through the void to Zuan's back, aiming for the back of his head. At that moment, with the icy wind from the front and the stabbing fingers from behind. As of now, even if they wanted to retreat, it was impossible for them. Therefore, they could only roar in anger and launch a full-on attack towards Zuan. But just at this moment, they saw a flash of light in Zuan's eyes, and then both Emperor Kong and Zhu Deming felt a slight pain in their palms. Before they could even react to what was happening, flames began to burn fiercely on their palms. The flames were almost transparent in quality, with just a hint of crimson at the top. Despite the seemingly unimpressive appearance of these flames, they were like maggots eating at bone marrow, spreading up their palms. Wherever the flames passed, flesh and bones turned to ashes and disappeared. "Ah ah ah!" The two cried out in extreme pain and fear, no longer able to focus on dealing with Zuan, rolling around in the air. Despite their cultivation and strength, it was only an arm being destroyed. They shouldn't have lost control like this. However, they were horrified to find that the flames not only burned their arms, but also damaged a portion of their souls. This was the reason for their intense suffering. After all, the pain from the soul was not something ordinary people could endure. The flames continued to spread upwards, about to burn over their shoulders and reach their chests. The two grimaced in pain, but they knew that if they didn't make a decisive move now, they might lose their lives right there. Without hesitation, they raised their other hand and swung it down on their own shoulder. With a crisp crack, their arms were severed, and before they hit the ground, they were completely incinerated by the flames. Pale-faced, they staggered back, looking as though the flames were the most poisonous thing on earth. It wasn't until they retreated tens of yards away that they finally relaxed slightly. At that moment, Zuan chuckled lightly. "Could you please tell me, what are the rules of the Outer Realm? Can you tell me now?" These words made Emperor Kong and Zhu Deming's faces incredibly ugly. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still loudly proclaiming they would teach Zuan a lesson. But before they could blink, they were humiliated. Not only did their words go unfulfilled, they also lost an arm. The contrast and humiliation left them feeling utterly ashamed. However, they were truly terrified of Zuan's inexplicable flames, so they dared not make a sound from a distance. Zuan smiled faintly. "Seems like the two of you have nothing to say, but I have something to say." With those words, Zuan looked in a certain direction and then said lightly, "Is it satisfying to watch from behind?" Many people didn't know who Zuan was talking to, except for Emperor Kong and Zhu Deming, who paled instantly. At the same time, inside the Red Sleeve Pavilion, Long Zhan's face darkened. He never expected that the people he sent out to deal with Zuan would be defeated without even a confrontation. Even though there was a screen between them, the terrifying flame still made Long Zhan shudder. What made it even more unacceptable was that Zuan seemed to know he was spying, asking him directly. Looking at the white-clad youth on the screen, Long Zhan's eyes filled with infinite rage. This was the first time he had seen such blatant scorn in someone else's eyes. It felt as though he was a thief caught on the spot. He couldn't help but roar in anger and slammed the table heavily. "Bastard, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Zuan suddenly sneered, "I guess you must be furious now, but do you think that's enough? Since you're so keen on spying from behind, let me give you an unforgettable lesson." "What does he mean?" Long Zhan was stunned for a moment and almost burst out laughing. After all, they were separated by an extremely distant distance. Despite both being part of the same star system, they were still quite a distance away. Besides, he was only using a treasure to spy on them, so how could Zuan claim to give him a lesson? Just as Long Zhan thought that Zuan was exaggerating, he saw Zuan's eyebrows suddenly tense, then he raised his hand, and the treasure worn by Emperor Kong flew into his hand. The treasure was a jade pendant engraved with runes. Zuan pointed at the jade pendant, activating the symbols on it, and it began to spin rapidly. In an instant, a spatial passage appeared as the symbols rotated. He never expected it to open a space-time passage. The key question was, how did Zhu and know this? He was not alone in his astonishment. Even Yue Qinghuan was slightly open-mouthed. She suddenly realized that there seemed to be nothing Zuan couldn't do in the world. As everyone was in shock, Zuan's fist struck into the dimension, shattering the light curtain instantly, with his fist heading straight towards Long Zhan. Long Zhan never thought there would be such a move, but he reacted quickly, stepping aside to avoid the blow. At the same time, his eyes showed a fierce look as he produced a short sword and silently slashed towards Zuan's arm. Since he couldn't see the situation here now, this sword would definitely leave his arm behind. Just as Long Zhan was feeling smug, Zuan suddenly opened his fist, and with a crack, countless flames exploded. Yes, just like a firework exploding, countless tiny sparks scattered. Long Zhan, being the closest, was directly hit by the sparks. Lashing out in a more embarrassing manner than Emperor Kong and the others, he covered his face in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. The others in the room were all frightened. The sparks seemed to have a life of their own, targeting only Long Zhan, leaving others unaffected even if touched. At that moment, Zuan's arm retreated from the passage, returning the space to normal. The only difference was that now there was Long Zhan on the ground, rolling around and screaming in pain. One of the more clear-headed individuals immediately yelled, "Quick! Summon a spirit healer. As Zuan pulled his arm out of the passageway, he leisurely looked at Liang Dekong and the others, who had pale faces filled with fear. Have you seen it? This is my rule. Liang Dekong and the others subconsciously nodded, not daring to say a word. Zuan waved his hand. Go away. These people dispersed like a general amnesty and disappeared in the blink of an eye, restoring calm to the surroundings. But Zuan did not leave. Instead, he smiled and looked towards the distant darkness. You've been hiding in the dark watching for so long. Aren't you planning to show yourself? With this question, a light sigh came from the darkness. Honestly, Zuan, I thought you would grow, but I didn't expect you to grow this fast. With those words, a calico cat strolled out. Big smelly cat! Yue King Huan exclaimed. At the mention of this title, a look of helplessness appeared on the calico cat's face. After all, a human expression on a cat's face seemed quite comical. Miss Second, could you please not call me Big Smelly Cat as soon as you see me? I am, after all, a leader of a region's generals. It's embarrassing. Then what should I call you, Big Smelly Cat? Calico Cat is fine, or Cat Lord. Just don't call me Big Smelly Cat, as it disgusts me. The Calico Cat said helplessly, TAH. Who are you calling Cat Lord? Yue King Huan spat, but then burst into laughter. The Calico Cat couldn't afford to provoke Yue King Huan, so he pretended not to have heard it. Turning to Zuan, he chuckled, Kid, this Cat Lord was planning to come help you deal with Liang Dekong and his gang, but you've given me such a big surprise. I believe the master will also be surprised when he sees you. Zuan's expression shifted slightly because he knew that he would soon meet the one who left the armory and buried the fallen heroes of the Hua clan. Zuan was curious about this person because he wanted to know what had happened back then. Sensing Zuan's curiosity and urgency, the Calico Cat chuckled and then turned around. Let's go. The master is waiting for you at home. They were just before the branch of the Yue family. So under the Calico Cat's guidance, they arrived at the Yue family compound only moments later. The mansion was not as grand and imposing as Zuan had imagined, but rather quite ordinary, resembling the home of a wealthy merchant. As they landed in the courtyard, the guards respectfully stepped aside with a bow. Greetings, Miss Second. Greetings, Cat Lord. The Calico Cat proudly strode through, while Yue King Huan remained expressionless, though a hint of excitement could be seen in her eyes. After all, she had been away from home for so long, and she also missed her brother. With these thoughts, the trio made their way into the courtyard and headed towards the back. Just as they approached the backyard flower hall, they saw the younger miss standing there, seemingly waiting for them. Miss Second! Yue King Huan also held a great respect for the maid by her brother's side. The younger miss nodded but fixed her gaze on Zuan, staring deeply at him for a moment before smiling. King Huan, your brother asked me to wait here for you and let this young man go in alone. Huh? Yue King Huan was puzzled, not understanding what her brother meant. She had returned all the way home, yet her brother didn't come to see her, but wanted to meet Zuan alone. What was the reason for this? With numerous doubts in her mind, the obedient girl, who had grown up following her brother, obediently stopped and whispered to Zuan, Go, my brother wants to see you. Zuan nodded and stepped inside. The brightly lit and charming flower hall, along with the warm breeze, remained the same. The backyard seemed like a separate world, isolated from the outside. Zuan's eye showed a hint of surprise because after entering the backyard, he didn't sense any fluctuations in magic. It seemed that passing through a simple door had led to such a significant change inside and outside the door. It was an incredible method. At that moment, a faint voice came from the flower hall. Do you play chess? I know a bit. Good. Play a game with me. With those words, Zuan felt the scene before him suddenly change. He found himself on an ancient battlefield steeped in solemnity, filled with the smell of blood. He stood on a hilltop surrounded by soldiers stationed according to the layout of a chessboard, with the clear boundary of the Chu River and Han border in the middle. The soldiers on Zuan's side wore red attire, while those on the other side of the river donned black. This sight raised Zuan's eyebrows slightly. From the hilltop on the opposite side, a voice came. You are the guest, you make the first move. Zuan didn't hesitate and made a move on the large chessboard that appeared before him. In an instant, the battlefield changed as war horses neighed, and the situation intensified. A rather unoriginal opening move, commented the voice from the other side, making a move in return. The two continued to engage in a fierce battle, intensifying the situation on the battlefield. Suddenly, the voice chuckled, "Ha ha, you lose." Then, a war chariot rushed towards Zuan's hilltop, threatening to crush it on the next move. It was a checkmate. However, Zuan remained unfazed and remarked, "Not necessarily." He made a move, and then, a small pawn from the opponent's side advanced, sealing all escape routes and creating an unsolvable checkmate. The key move was made by an ordinary pawn, which could only advance step by step and had limited attacking capability. The game was won, but the other side fell silent. After a while, the voice sighed lightly, "A good move. You used a pawn to defeat my general. What kind of chess move is this, Zhu?" Unshook his head. "There is no move. Because I believe that as a pawn tasked with crossing the river, you must fight desperately to survive. Only after a great struggle can there be peace, and only when you have a great purpose can there be inaction. In the face of overwhelming power, any strategy is futile." I saw that his eyes were as bright as lacquer, his eyebrows sharp as knives, his thin lips pursed together, and a hint of a shallow smile on his face. Despite just sitting there casually, his whole demeanor was like that of an orchid tree reflecting the sunset, exuding a jade-like aura. Even Zuan, also a man, couldn't help but skip a beat in his heart upon seeing this young man. The reason being, this young man was extraordinarily beautiful, almost to the point of being otherworldly. "Hello, I am Yue Shifeng, the elder brother of Yue King Huan, and the current head of the Yue family." The young man spoke with a clear tone, carrying a unique beauty. "Yue Shifeng." This name gradually relaxed Zuan's furrowed brows, and he leaned back in his chair, smiling as he watched the young man. "Does it feel strange?" Yue Shifeng asked. "It does. It can't be helped. While others conquer the 8 directions, I am different. Naturally born handsome, I have to cover 2 more directions than others to suffice," Yue Shifeng explained with a smile. Despite that, Zuan could still sense a strong sense of dominance in his words. "Do you know why I wanted to meet you alone?" Yue Shifeng said, flicking his wrist, causing the chessboard in front of them to disappear and be replaced by a table adorned with exquisite tea sets. "I heard your tea-making skills are good. Can I have a taste?" Zuan did not respond but sat up straight, skillfully handling the tea sets like flowing water. The charcoal was as crystalline as pearls, the water as ice like jade, carrying a rich spiritual essence. Even the teapot was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. As for the tea leaves, the illusions emanating from the steaming tea leaves were enough to explain everything. Soon, a rich tea fragrance permeated the air, even overpowering the scent of flowers in the courtyard, intoxicating anyone who breathed it in. Yue Shifeng watched silently as Zuan brewed the tea. After it was ready, Zuan handed him a cup, and he delicately accepted it. The teacup was as white as jade, while his hand was even paler. Looking at the tea water resembling a piece of jade, Yue Shifeng chuckled, "Truly skilled hands. I'm already tipsy before even taking a sip." With that, he drank the tea in one gulp. However, perhaps due to drinking too hastily, he suddenly began coughing violently. Zuan remained still, quietly watching him. It wasn't until some time later that Yue Shifeng managed to calm his cough and raise his head. At that moment, his already pale cheeks turned a sickly crimson, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, a disturbing sight. Zuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to hide your condition from her?" Yue Shifeng nodded, then casually wiped away the blood at his mouth with his sleeve, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "With my current appearance, I am already a waste of life. Why make her worrying further? Are you planning to keep hiding this from her? How long can I keep it hidden?" The flower hall fell into silence once again, with only the gentle steam rising from the teacups indicating that time had not stopped. Zuan lowered his eyes, feeling a sense of melancholy creeping in. Because he never expected that the figure who left behind the arsenal in the heavens for him would turn out to be such a sickly youth. Seeing Zuan's confusion, Yue Shifeng smiled lightly. "I know you have many questions for me, and I will answer all that I know. But you need to have sufficient strength for it, otherwise, even if I told you, it would be of no use." "What do you mean by sufficient strength?" Zhu lifted his head to gaze at Yue Shifeng, asking slowly. "At least as strong as me," Yue Shifeng calmly replied, raising his eyes slightly, exuding a vast and endless aura, like that of a starry sea. Boom! The flowers in the hall instantly turned into nothingness, only to be redrawn in the next instant, swaying in the wind. The whole process happened so quickly that the flowers themselves might not have realized they had died once. Zuin was shocked because even though it was fleeting, the aura still shook him to the core. He had never felt such a powerful presence, not even when faced with the apocalyptic finger reaching from beyond the heavens. It was a power beyond that of a sage. In that instant, it was as if a door had been opened before Zuan, rendering his previous conception of strength utterly ludicrous. Did you feel it? That's what sufficient strength looks like, Yue Shifeng asked, exhausted. Although only a faint trace of power had been revealed, it still exerted immense pressure on him, dimming his eyes. Zhu nodded, his expression solemn. This is a realm beyond that of a sage. Yue Shifeng nodded. You could say that. Zuin took a deep breath, then suddenly remembered something, suppressing the boiling blood in his chest. Since you are so powerful, who could have inflicted such heavy injuries on you? Heh. Yue Shifeng chuckled self-deprecatingly, then lightly twirled the teacup on the table. This isn't something you should be concerned about now, because with your current strength, you are not capable of handling it. But I can only say this, compared to the mastermind behind those scenes you want to know about, there's still a long way to go. Zuin fell silent. For the first time, he felt a thorough sense of powerlessness, akin to an ant facing a towering opponent like Mount Tai. Yue Shifeng didn't urge him further, just silently watched Zuan, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, sympathy, but more than anything, resignation. If he were to give up now, it would actually be the most correct choice. Because only Yue Shifeng knew how treacherous and difficult the path ahead would be if Zuin continued on. Yet, after just half a cup of tea, Zuin raised his head, the initial shock replaced by an almost ethereal calmness. What can I know now? This time, it was Yue Shifeng's turn to be surprised. He hadn't expected Zuan to make a decision so quickly. Are you really sure about this? He couldn't help but ask. Of course. Heh. Yue Shifeng laughed again, muttering softly as he smiled. From the very beginning, Zuin had already noticed that his legs were constantly hanging weakly, clearly losing the ability to walk. It was only when he actually pushed the wheelchair that Zuin realized how incredibly like Yue Shifeng was. It was as if he was weightless. Zuin raised an eyebrow slightly, unable to imagine how a frail body could be hidden under the voluminous robe. After leaving the flower hall, Zuin slowly strolled with him among the flowers. The flower hall was not large. Even if Zuin walked slowly, he could finish exploring in the time it took to finish a cup of tea. But Yue Shifeng was very excited, as if this short walk was an extremely rare relaxation. How much do you know about the events of that year? Yue Shifeng suddenly asked. Listening to Zuan's solemn tone, Yue Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, it was an extremely brutal battle. Afterwards, I began to investigate and eventually captured all those in the heavens who had attacked the Hua clan, whether they were deities or demons, all were captured. But it was then that I discovered that the mastermind behind the scenes was pointing to beyond the heavens. And then evil beings invaded the heavens, right? Zuin said quietly. Yue Shifeng chuckled, then changed the subject. Do you know why I left that armory in the heavens? I don't know. You must have seen the Jingguan in the armory, right? Yes. Those are all fallen Hua clan heroes. Zuan's footsteps trembled slightly, then he said softly, I know. Yue Shifeng's eyes showed admiration. The bones of the Hua clan are really tough. Facing enemies with overwhelming power, even gods and demons would be moved by the courage to fight to the death without surrender. Such a person, even if they are mortal, is a respected hero. That's why I had them placed in the armory, so their spirits wouldn't dissipate. While Yue Shifeng spoke, Zuan's hand gradually clenched, his eyes showing a faint red glow. But after Yue Shifeng finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment and then forced himself to say, thank you. The thank you was sincere and heartfelt. Heh, no need to thank me. It is simply what I should do. Now I have another question. Go ahead. You mentioned that the mastermind behind the scenes is not someone I can currently reach, so I want to know, where did the Hua clan deities go during the Great Calamity? Yue Shifeng was slightly surprised, such as Gong Gong, Zhirong, and other ancient beings, and the later deities. Zuin asked in a deep voice. Yue Shifeng suddenly realized something, then smiled faintly. No wonder you ask like this. It seems you have inherited the fire seed from Zhirong. So you have seen the Notion Mountain, yes? How did it feel? Chilled to the bone, hair standing on end. Zuan replied truthfully. Yue Shifeng burst into laughter. Exactly. Those words couldn't be more apt. It truly is indescribable. Zuan remained silent, waiting patiently, knowing that Yue Shifeng would provide an explanation. Indeed, after laughing for a while, Yue Shifeng finally calmed down and smiled as he asked, "Are you wondering why beings solely from Earth's Hua clan mythological stories are appearing in this outer heaven?" Zhu and nodded, "Yes." Heh. Yue Shifeng shook his head with a smile. "It seems you haven't understood the essence of the matter." With that, Yue Shifeng reached out to gently touch a small flower beside the wheelchair. "Do you know about the 100 schools of thought in ancient times?" "Of course." "Do you have doubts, yes? Tell me about it." Zuan didn't explain, but slowly uttered four words, 100 schools of thought. "Correct." Yue Shifeng sighed. Indeed, the 100 schools of thought. Light of understanding flashed in Zuan's eyes, his expression showing more perplexity. But at that moment, Yue Shifeng sighed suddenly. "What do you think history is?" "What is history?" "Exactly. What do you think it is?" While unsure why Yue Shifeng was asking this, Zuan pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "History is the traces left behind by the ancestors." Unexpectedly, Yue Shifeng shook his head. "Wrong. History is an illusion." This statement was shocking. Zuan couldn't help but blurt out, "An illusion?" To be precise, history should be a song of praise written by the victors. Yue Shifeng said calmly. A flash of light suddenly crossed Zuan's mind, and then he stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Notion Mountain, Gonggong, Zhurong, the Art of War, the Yin-Yang School, the Legalist School, the Spring and Autumn Period, the Warring States Period. Countless images overlapped, with a vague thread connecting them from beginning to end. What comes to mind? Yue Shifeng looked at Zuan expectantly. Zuan's face grew serious as he shook his head. "I only have a vague impression, but I dare not confirm yet." Heh. "It's already impressive to discern a clue from the void of history. You can continue to contemplate, but remember what I said. Knowing certain things too soon might harm you." "Thank you." It was the second time Zuan expressed his gratitude, even more sincerely than before. Yue Shifeng accepted it calmly, and then looked at Zuan with interest. "Now let me tell you the answer to the question you asked me at the beginning. Those Hua clan deities did indeed disappear, but the only thing I can reveal to you is that the great calamity of the Hua clan was far from a small ripple in the corner where you are, but it swept through the entire outer heaven, even involving super beings in a great upheaval. All deities were not spared, including the deities of your Hua clan." This revelation shook Zuan to his core, as it was the first time he glimpsed behind the curtain, revealing a truth that was enough to make one tremble. A calamity that affected everyone, even super beings couldn't escape. Zuan muttered to himself, his expression changing constantly. Suddenly, he looked up at Yue Shifeng and asked in a hoarse voice, "So where are they now? Who could have possibly turned my son into this state?" A woman shrieked hysterically. The servants remained silent, not daring to even lift their heads. The one speaking was the mother of Long Zan, the concubine of the 13th house of the Long family, Lady Li. This woman, relying on the favoritism shown to her by the head of the Long family, Long Yushu, was normally arrogant and domineering, especially towards the servants whom she did not consider as human. A slight mistake could result in severe punishment by her. Therefore, the servants privately referred to Lady Li as the living Yanwang, ruler of hell. Currently, her only son had been beaten until his face was covered in bruises, and the family spiritual healer was inside trying to save him, with nobody knowing the details of the situation. It was easy to imagine the rage of Lady Li, who was accustomed to being arrogant and demanding. Therefore, everyone tried to keep a safe distance from her, fearing they might become her target for venting her anger. Lady Li paced back and forth like an angry lioness, her expression growing darker by the moment. Currently, the head of the Long family, Long Yushu, as well as many senior elders, were not present, giving her control over the family affairs. Today, she was supposed to be admiring some looted treasures, but unexpectedly, this incident occurred. Now, her heart was filled with a strong desire for violence. Finally, the door was pushed open, and the family's spiritual healer came out, sweating profusely. Lady Li immediately approached him. "How is Zan?" The healer shook his head. Lady Li froze on the spot. "Madame, please forgive us for doing our best. Currently, young Master Long is still unconscious." Lady Li trembled all over, her eyes on the verge of bursting. The healer hurriedly added, "Please don't worry. There is still some good news." Lady Li's eyes brightened. "Say it." "Because the fire poison that young Master Long was exposed to is not severe. His life is not in danger at least. But what? But despite our efforts, we were unable to completely remove this fire poison, and it is very aggressive, not only affecting the appearance of young Master Long, but also endangering his spiritual essence. So," the healer said with some difficulty. "So, Zan may not be able to recover his former appearance, is that it?" Lady Li suddenly calmed down. The healer nodded. "Yes. All right, I understand. You may leave now," Lady Li said coldly. The healer sighed in relief and quickly bowed before hurriedly leaving. Because no one knew what actions this infamous Lady Li, known for her cruelty and ruthlessness, would take, especially with her only son seriously injured. After the healer left, Lady Li strode into the room. The room was filled with a faint scent of medicinal herbs, and Long Zan lay quietly on the bed, his face covered in thick herbal ointment, clearly still unconscious. Lady Li stood quietly by the bed. The black herbal medicine used to treat him was made from extremely rare water-based spiritual herbs. After being applied to Long Zhan's face, it emitted a cold aura continuously. However, one could still vaguely see many red dots flickering beneath the skin, remnants of the fire poison. With the suppression of the herbal medicine, the fire poison was prevented from spreading further, achieving a delicate balance. But did this mean that Zan would have to rely on this herbal mask for the rest of his life? And what kind of powerful spiritual fire could be so domineering? These questions swirled in Lady Li's mind, causing her to take a deep breath and then slowly say, "Zan, rest assured. No matter who harmed you, your mother will seek revenge for you." After speaking, she turned and walked out of the room, heading directly to find Liang Dekong and others. At that moment, Liang Dekong and the others had lost their former confidence. After losing an arm, their strength had greatly declined, and due to damage to their spiritual essence, they would never be able to progress in life again. This cruel reality left them disheartened and depressed. Only when Lady Li arrived did they regain some composure, bowing respectfully. "Madame." Lady Li didn't bother to look at their injuries, clenching her teeth and demanding, "What exactly happened? Tell me from the beginning." "Yes." Liang Dekong and the others dared not hide anything, and recounted how Long Zan had approached them to vent his anger, and how he had been defeated by Zuan. Upon hearing the story, Lady Li's eyes narrowed, and she spoke in a tone full of resentment. "Yue King Huan. It's you, this little slut, who harmed Zan. Today, I must demand an explanation from you, from the entire Yue family." With that, she turned and left. Liang Dekong and the others looked at each other, seeing the determination on each other's faces. Lady Li was known for fiercely protecting her son. This time, with Zan severely injured, she would not let it go easily. If she really went to confront the Yue family, it would be great. Perhaps even their grievances would be settled. With this thought, Liang Dekong and the others immediately followed her. Just as the determined Lady Li was about to head to the Yue family, Long Keoming, who had just been expelled from the Yue family by the second miss, arrived. "Madame 13, where are you going?" Long Keoming asked with some confusion. "Keoming, you've arrived just in time. Come with me to the Yue family right now." "Go to the Yue family? Why?" Long Keoming looked puzzled. He had just left the Yue family. Why would they go back there? "To seek revenge," Lady Li said through clenched teeth. Long Keoming was puzzled until Liang Dekong explained the situation, and then he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Lady Li was always favored, and although her strength was not outstanding, she possessed a treasure bestowed by the family head, Long Yushu, making her a formidable opponent. Moreover, this time the Long family was in the right, so if she stirred up trouble, there might be unexpected gains. With this in mind, Long Keoming immediately said, "The Yue family has indeed gone too far. Madame 13, let's go and demand an explanation." "Let's go." This group of people marched towards the Yue family's branch with determination. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yue family, Zuan finally regained his composure, then lowered his eyes. "I see," Yue Shifang smiled. "You don't have to pressure yourself so much. This matter is complex and cannot be resolved overnight. There's one more thing I would like to ask you." "Please, go ahead." Of course, my sister is definitely my closest relative. As for the issue you mentioned, Yue Shifeng lifted his head to look at the flowers and plants in the distance and said lightly, "Do you know about the cycle of reincarnation for warriors?" Zuan instantly understood, then looked at Yue Shifeng in disbelief. Yue Shifeng nodded and smiled bitterly. "You didn't expect this, did you? After dozens of cycles of reincarnation for warriors, I still couldn't escape the lingering effects of this severe injury. From this, you can also understand how powerful the person who dealt with me in the past was." At this point, Yue Shifeng suddenly felt he had said too much, so he turned to look at the flowers and plants beside the wheelchair. Despite this, Zuan, sharp as ever, was the first to notice the clues. Dozens of cycles of reincarnation for warriors. Given Yue Shifeng's current strength, even though he was seriously injured, he could still live for at least 100 years. As a result, the time frame of his initial injury became clear. It should have been thousands of years ago. And if that was the case, then the identity of the person who injured him in the first place was worth pondering. But at least one thing was certain: this person must be related to the calamity of the Hua clan, and must have been so powerful that it reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced Yue Shifeng to go through dozens of cycles of reincarnation for warriors and still couldn't shake off the injury as stubborn as a bone infection. These thoughts flashed through Zuan's mind one by one, and in the end, he took a deep breath. "So how long until your next reincarnation cycle?" 3 years. "In a maximum of 3 years, I will have to undergo the cycle of reincarnation for warriors again." Saying this, a look of profound weariness appeared in Yue Shifeng's eyes. After experiencing dozens of cycles of reincarnation, anyone would be disenchanted. Because this cycle of reincarnation was not as simple as dispersing your cultivation and changing bodies. Since there was the word reincarnation, it means you have to experience a complete birth process. Of course, with the cultivation of someone like Yue Shifeng, they didn't need to actually be born from a mother's womb. They usually used precious materials like gold, jade, or other heavenly treasures as substitutes. But no matter what, the pain of the gestation process was unavoidable. More importantly, with each cycle of reincarnation, you would incur a mystery that couldn't be solved easily. This mystery couldn't be solved without great wisdom and courage, making it a severe test. Additionally, each cycle of reincarnation would cause irreversible damage to a person's soul. Many cultivators couldn't even get through one cycle of reincarnation. Yet Yue Shifeng had gone through dozens of them. This not only proved the immense strength of his soul, but also showed that his power had reached an inconceivable level. Above all, such courage was truly admirable. Zuan watched the slender and lonely figure of Yue Shifeng with his head bowed. He suddenly spoke, "If you believe in me, I can try to help you." "Help me? How?" "Within 3 years, I will definitely find a way to treat the injuries on your body, sparing you from the suffering of the warrior's reincarnation cycle, and even help you stand up again," Zuan said earnestly. Frankly speaking, when Yue Shifeng first heard Zuan's words, he wanted to laugh. Because the present Zuan was not even close to being a sage, yet he confidently promised to heal Yue Shifeng's injuries. It sounded like a joke. But when he saw Zuan's extremely serious expression, Yue Shifeng couldn't bring himself to laugh. Not only could he not laugh, but after a moment of silence, he said very seriously, "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm just repaying you for your kindness in burying the bodies of the Hua clan warriors back then. You know I am of the Hua clan, and we always repay both grudges and kindness." Yue Shifeng laughed. "You are indeed an interesting person. You too." The two of them laughed heartily. As laughter filled the air, the daylight gradually faded, and the stars began to appear. The main star, where the Yue family was located, was at the center of the entire branch, so countless bright stars could be seen. In the sky, the huge star pillar that traversed north and south illuminated half of the sky. At the same time, numerous red lanterns were lit up above the Yue family, making the entire mansion shine brightly. A servant's voice came from the doorway of the flower hall. "Master, the dinner is ready." "Understood." The servant left, and Yue Shifeng turned to Zuan, saying, "Go. This is a welcoming banquet specially prepared for you and Wanner." Zuan didn't ask whether Yue Shifeng was going or not, because it was obvious that he couldn't leave the flower hall now. He just nodded, "Okay," and turned to leave. "Wait." Zuan stopped, turned back, and asked, "What is it?" Yue Shifeng, as if he remembered something, sat in the middle of the flowers with a bright smile. Nothing. I wish you a pleasant time at the banquet. For some reason, Zuin felt that there was a profound sense of sarcasm hidden in Yue Shifang's smile. This feeling lingered in his mind until he left the flower hall. As he pondered and turned into a corridor, a figure suddenly jumped out from the shadows at the corner. Hi! Zuin stopped, looking at the person with a helpless expression. Heh, did I startle you? Yue King Huan smiled and asked. Zuin chuckled. What do you think? Yue King Huan, looking disappointed, said, Can't you at least pretend to scare me a little? Zuin was surprised by Yue King Huan's words, but quickly covered his expression and shrugged. Sorry, I'm not in the habit. TCH, if it were your wife, you wouldn't say that, would you? As soon as the words were out, Yue King Huan realized her slip of the tongue and hastened to turn and walk away, muttering as she went, Hurry up, the banquet is almost ready, and it's just us to left. Zuin looked at Yue King Huan's back meaningfully, and then followed her. Aren't you curious about what I and your brother talked about? Zuin asked with a smile. This finally freed Yue King Huan from her embarrassment. She smiled and said, What's there to be curious about? It's all about those events from back then. Oh, by the way, how's my brother doing now? Zuin gave her a glance. You already know. Of course, I am his sister. How could I not know these things? Besides, after your return, second sister has already told me everything about the situation. Yue King Huan said matter-of-factly. Listening to the faint footsteps coming from behind him, Yue Shifang did not turn around, but let out a soft sigh. I really can't hide anything from you. The footsteps stopped behind Yue Shifang, and then the second sister stretched out her hand lightly on the armrest of the wheelchair, turned around and walked towards the pavilion. Are you angry? The second sister remained silent. I didn't mean to hide it from you intentionally, but... Yue Shifang suddenly stopped speaking because he felt a slight coolness on his shoulder, which made him sigh again. After pushing the wheelchair into the pavilion, the second sister slowly squatted down and then rested her head on Yue Shifang's lap, silently shedding tears. Countless diamond-like tears welled up from the corners of her eyes, falling on Yue Shifang's legs, quickly wetting a large area. Yue Shifang trembled slightly, then reached out to gently stroke the second sister's hair, whispering softly, I'm fine, really, I've already gotten used to it. But the more he said this, the more the second sister's shoulders shook. So soon Yue Shifang obediently closed his mouth and just gently caressed the second sister's hair. After a long time, the second sister lifted her head, gently removed the handkerchief, revealing a flawless face. However, at this moment, this stunning face was already covered with tears. How much longer? Yue Shifang was silent for a moment and said slowly, 3 years. So soon, yes. The injuries this time are more severe and sudden than the previous ones. A deep sorrow filled the eyes of the second sister. Somehow, this tender gaze was more daunting to Yue Shifang than the most powerful enemy he had encountered during the battle. Yue Shifang quickly changed the subject. Is the banquet ready over there? Yes. Speaking of this, the second sister couldn't help but ask in confusion, Are you sure that boy can handle tonight's situation? Yue Shifang smiled. Honestly, I wasn't sure before meeting him today, but after seeing him, I suddenly felt that it shouldn't be a problem for him. Are you so confident? Of course. Yue Shifang couldn't help but think of the scene where Zuin solemnly told him to give him 3 years to heal himself, and the smile on his face grew even stronger. I have always been puzzled as to why you keep those few buffoons, allowing them to cause trouble in the Yue family. You just need to give the order, and I can eliminate them instantly. The second sister said, somewhat puzzled. Yue Shifang smiled and said, I know you can deal with them effortlessly, but I have to give Huaner and this boy a chance. A chance? What chance? A chance to establish authority. Yue Shifang said lightly. Smart as the second sister was, she immediately understood what he meant and then looked at Yue Shifang with a strange look in her eyes. Do you want to marry Huaner to this boy? Yue Shifang chuckled and shook his head. I did consider this before, but I've given up on that idea now. Why? I see Huaner seems to have an interest in this boy. That's not possible, because the moment I saw this guy, I discovered that there is a sacred artifact hidden in his spiritual sea. Although heavily sealed, I can still sense a trace of aura. What aura? An aura from his bloodline. And there are 2 of them. The second sister fell silent. If there was an aura from that boy's bloodline, it meant that he already had descendants. This made the situation quite tricky. Yue Shifang continued, although I can't marry Huaner to him, this boy is indeed interesting and capable. So you want him to help Huaner, especially during your time of revival in the army? Yes. A look of disbelief appeared on the second sister's face, but is that really possible? He is at best just a supreme immortal level expert. How can he guard the prestigious branches of the Yue family? Some things you have to try to know. For example, tonight's banquet is a test for him. If he can handle it, it shows that he indeed has the ability. And as long as he has that ability, then I can use these 3 years to turn him into a sharp weapon for the Yue family, to assist Huaner and establish a foothold among the 12 branches of the army. When he spoke these words, Yue Shifang's eyes revealed an extremely sharp coldness. The second sister looked at this scene in a daze, but soon she averted her gaze and said softly, I understand. As long as he has the ability, I will help him then. Yue Shifang looked at her tenderly, suddenly reached out and pinched the second sister's cheek. Thank you. The second sister's face blushed instantly. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and whispered, You're welcome. No, this thank you is well deserved, because you didn't have to work so hard. It's all because of me that I've burdened you. The second sister suddenly lifted her head. No need to say more. Everything is my choice. As long as you are here, I will always be by your side. Yue Shifang was stunned, looking at this determined girl, suddenly somewhat speechless. At the same time, a warm breeze blew by outside the curtain, swaying the red lanterns under the eaves, bringing waves of floral scents. The second sister's eyes seemed to be filled with countless stars, sparkling brightly, staring straight at Yue Shifang. The air was filled with a scent called love. But just then, a plump figure suddenly fell from above. Ouch! I almost broke my back falling. Meow! It was the tabby cat. Its sudden appearance immediately dispelled the romantic atmosphere in the hall. The second sister glared at it, scaring the tabby cat into retreat, apologizing. You can continue. I just happened to pass by here. I didn't see anything. With that, it turned around and tried to run away. But it was too late. Yue Shifang chuckled, reached out lightly, and his fingers pierced through the void, reaching behind the cat, grabbing its fur on the back of its neck, and pulling it back. Why run so fast? You've been eavesdropping from the void for so long, and now you want to run? The murderous intent in the second sister's eyes increased. The tabby cat's fur stood on end, realizing the trouble it was in. Oh no, getting on the wrong side of this lady, there might be consequences in the future. Meanwhile, Zuan and Yue Qinghuan finally arrived at the banquet hall. Miss Hu, not yet. All right, I got it. With that, Yue Qinghuan took a step forward to go inside. But at that moment, there was suddenly a coquettish laughter coming from behind. Oh, isn't this Sister Qinghuan? When did Sister Qinghuan come back? The voice sounded friendly at first, but upon closer listen, it had a strange tone. At least Yue Qinghuan was taken aback, her smile disappearing instantly, as she turned to look in the direction of the voice. Several carriages landed, and a group of people walked down from them, led by a woman dressed flamboyantly. This woman's appearance was undeniably beautiful, but her every move gave off a sense of artificiality and pretentiousness. Upon seeing this woman, Yue Qinghuan sneered. Who did I think it was? It's my cousin Qinghua. Long time no see, yes? The visitor was Yue Qinghuan's cousin, Yue Qinghua, who also belonged to the Yue family. However, these two sisters had never gotten along. Since childhood, Yue Qinghua had been jealous of Yue Qinghuan in every way. Wherever Yue Qinghuan appeared, she became the center of attention. Whereas Yue Qinghua was always treated like a background, completely ignored. This treatment naturally made Yue Qinghua unable to accept. In addition, her father, who was currently the eldest member of the Yue family, Yue Hongyuan, had been engaging in hidden battles with Yue Shifang and his siblings. Therefore, Yue Qinghua had long considered her cousin, Yue Qinghuan, as her lifelong archenemy. Upon hearing that she had returned from outside and was going to host a welcoming banquet, Yue Qinghua, who believed she had made progress recently, naturally came to join in the fun. Yue Qinghuan was well aware of Yue Qinghua's intentions, so she did not hesitate to confront her. Yue Qinghua felt a bit dissatisfied, but quickly shifted her attention to Zuan, who was standing nearby. Zuan's refined and elegant temperament had left her stunned at first, but when she noticed that Zuan only had the strength of a martial saint, a look of disdain immediately emerged in her eyes, followed by an exaggerated gasp. "Oh, isn't this the man cousin brought back from outside? Oh dear, he looks good, but he's just a martial saint." Yue King Huan's expression darkened, feeling greatly annoyed. Regardless, Zuan was a friend she brought back. Yue King Hua not only lacked respect, but also dared to mock her face to face, intentionally embarrassing her. So she was about to speak up. In terms of talent and strength, Yue King Hua was no match for even half of Yue King Huan's abilities. Perhaps sensing this, Yue King Hua smirked and suddenly turned to Zuan with a sweet and nauseatingly coquettish voice. "Hey, why are you standing back there and not coming over?" With these words, a dark-skinned, burly man walked forward. The man had a large build and exuded a strong martial aura in his gestures, indicating his considerable strength. Upon approaching, Yue King Hua happily took his arm, showing off as she turned to Yue King Huan and said, "Cousin King Huan, this is a friend I recently made." Given her stature and physique, she looked extremely mismatched next to the man. But she didn't care, and instead looked at Yue King Huan defiantly. Yue King Huan looked closely at the man and said slowly, "A member of the Sima family." The man grinned. "Sima Tiancheng, a descendant of the Sima family, greets Miss Yue." The Sima family was also one of the 12 major branches of martial arts, with strength even surpassing that of the Yue family. This was why Yue King Hua was so pleased. However, she did not notice that while speaking, Sima Tiancheng had been covertly staring at Yue King Huan, his face showing a hint of amazement. Compared to Yue King Hua, Yue King Huan far surpassed her in terms of appearance and temperament. Yue King Huan clearly noticed this, furrowing her brows slightly. Sima Tiancheng, however, was oblivious and excitedly said, "I've long heard that Miss Yue is the acknowledged goddess among the younger generation of martial artists. I thought it was an exaggeration, but now seeing you, I realize it's true." Sima Tiancheng's continuous compliments began to make Yue King Hua's expression increasingly strange as she held his arm. What was going on? The man she had finally managed to be close to, even at the expense of her own innocence, was now enthusiastically paying respects to her cousin. This feeling almost made her want to vomit blood. The look in her eyes towards Yue King Huan was filled with infinite resentment and jealousy. However, Yue King Huan didn't feel proud at all. On the contrary, she was most disgusted with these sanctimonious men's flattery. Ever since she was young and could sense the good and bad intentions of others, she knew best how dirty the intentions behind these compliments were. But as the Sima family had a good relationship with the Yue family among the 12 martial arts branches, Yue King Huan had to suppress her impatience and anger and stand still. The more Sima Tiancheng praised her, the more insulting it became. Yue King Huan's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. She wanted to speak up, but didn't want to disrupt the banquet. Just then, Zuan reached out, lightly patted her shoulder, and chuckled, "Let's go, it's getting late, we should go in." With these words, Yue King Huan immediately understood and nodded. "Yes, let's go in." With that, she turned and followed Zuan into the banquet hall. Sima Tiancheng, who was eagerly trying to impress the ladies, was left stumped in his spot. "Who is this kid?" He gazed at Zuan's back and asked in a deep voice. Yue King Hua, who had been standing awkwardly on the side with no chance to speak, felt delighted at this scene and immediately said, "This man seems to be someone cousin brought back from outside." Brought back. Sima Tiancheng's eyes flared with jealousy in an instant. As the protagonist of this banquet, Yue King Huan naturally became the center of attention. Almost everyone who entered the banquet hall greeted her with a smile on their face. "Third miss. Third sister." King Huan nodded frequently in response and returned the greetings with courtesy, making the atmosphere in the banquet hall very harmonious. However, the more this happened, Yue King Hua, sitting in a distant corner, felt increasingly uncomfortable. HMPH, what's with all the pretending? Just went out for a bit. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Yue King Hua muttered softly. Sima Tiancheng, on the other hand, remained silent. In fact, ever since he entered the banquet hall, he had been intentionally distancing himself from Yue King Hua. It wasn't until she finished muttering about King Huan and realized that Sima Tiancheng didn't respond that she couldn't help but look up at him. She then noticed that Sima Tiancheng was staring intently at the distant King Huan, his gaze unwavering. This finally made Yue Qinghua unable to contain her jealousy and erupted on the spot. "Hey, Tiancheng, what are you looking at?" she said, as she picked up Sima Tiancheng's arm and shook it intentionally. The tender touch finally brought Sima Tiancheng back to his senses. He turned to look at Yue Qinghua with her enchanting big eyes, pretending to look pitifully at himself, feeling an inexplicable sense of annoyance in his heart. How could there be such a big gap between this woman and Yue Qinghuan, both being members of the Yue family? Seeing King Huan's pure and untainted appearance, and then looking at Yue Qinghua's fake and coquettish behavior, Sima Tiancheng couldn't help but snort. "I'm not looking at anything." "What did you just say?" "Oh, Tiancheng, did you not hear what I just said at all?" Yue Qinghua pouted, displaying her coquettishness. Sima Tiancheng frowned. "I was thinking about some important matters just now, so I was distracted. If you have something to say it. If not, forget it." Saying that, Sima Tiancheng was about to stand up. Yue Qinghua, startled, quickly apologized. "Tiancheng, I didn't mean to. Please don't be angry." "I'm not angry, but you have to tell me something." "What?" Sima Tiancheng cast his gaze once again towards the distant King Huan and said with interest, "I want to know about your cousin King Huan." With these words spoken, Yue Qinghua's complexion instantly turned pale, but she didn't even have the courage to refuse, as she had put all her baits on Sima Tiancheng now. If Sima Tiancheng abandoned her now, she would truly be finished. So she could only grit her teeth internally. "All right, I'll tell you." Just as Yue Qinghua began to tell Sima Tiancheng about King Huan, a new group of guests entered the banquet hall. Leading them was a smiling, handsome young man. As soon as he saw King Huan, he ran over excitedly. "Third sister, you're finally back." King Huan was also very happy, reaching out to pat the young man's head. Little guy, not seeing you for a few days, you've grown taller again." At the mention of little guy, the young man blushed. "I'm not a little guy anymore. I'm almost an adult now." "Good, almost adult little guy." King Huan laughed. This young man was none other than King Huan's cousin, Yue Jun's. Speaking of which, a brief introduction of the Yue family situation is needed. Like many ancient noble families that have been passed down for countless years, the Yue family is also a very large family. The more talented the strong ones, the more difficult it is for them to have descendants. Yet, on the scale of millennia, the number of descendants is still astonishing. This has led to many branches and collateral lines within the Yue family, but as time goes by, most of these collateral branches eventually fade into the dust of time, never to be seen again. However, there are always exceptions. For example, Yue Hongyuan, the father of Yue Qinghua, represents one of the stronger branches in the Yue family in recent years. And unlike the main branch, which has seen a decline in offspring, like Yue Shifeng and his siblings, Yue Hongyuan has married dozens of concubines, resulting in numerous descendants. This has indirectly led to the growing power of Yue Hongyuan's branch in recent years, and their influence within the Yue family is getting stronger, even showing signs of challenging the main branch. However, not all collateral branches have such ambitions, like Yue Jun's. His branch separated from Yue Shifeng's generation, and the relationship is very close. Moreover, Yue Jun's has been following Yue Shifeng and his sister since childhood, making them even closer. In fact, King Huan has always treated Yue Jun's as her own younger brother. When she saw him coming, she felt joyful. But at this moment, Yue Jun's directed his curious gaze towards Zuan and whispered, "Third sister, is this the third brother-in-law you brought back from outside?" This remark instantly made King Huan flush with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but spit out, "Nonsense. This is a friend I brought back. Dare say that again, and I'll tear your mouth apart." With that, King Huan reached out and pinched Yue Jun's cheek, pulling it hard. Yue Jun's immediately began begging for mercy. "Good sister, I was wrong. Don't pull it. How can I show my face then?" King Huan let go of his cheek and asked sternly, "Will you dare to speak nonsense like that again in the future?" "I won't dare, but I wasn't the first one to say those things." "Oh, who else did?" "Many people, almost everyone said the same. Some people even said that your return this time was to prepare for a wedding." As he said this, Yue Jun's looked curiously at Zuan again. He was always full of curiosity about this man who could tame the fierce King Huan with such an innocent appearance. While others may not know, he knew very well the kind of ruthless and scheming personality hidden beneath King Huan's seemingly harmless exterior. And this man managed to subdue her, standing there unscathed. It was truly a miracle. Zuan naturally noticed Yue Jun's gaze, but he didn't sense any malice from the young man, only pure curiosity and sympathy. Well, curiosity can be easily explained, but what about this overflowing sympathy? With these words, the crowd automatically parted to make way, and then they saw the veiled girl in steps entering the banquet hall. Wherever she passed, everyone bowed their heads in respect. The reason was simple: the imposing presence of this girl. In fact, ever since the family head Yue Shifang secluded himself in the backyard floral hall half a year ago, and has not shown his face since, most decisions in the family have been made by this girl. This often led to situations where the words and actions of this girl represented those of the family head Yue Shifang. Hence, people naturally showed respect. At the same time, many were also puzzled because they never expected the girl to personally attend the banquet tonight. Although Yue King Huan was the younger sister of Yue Shifang and had a good relationship with this girl, the banquet was of a low level, mainly a simple gathering of the younger generations of the Yue family branches. Therefore, it was unexpected for the girl to show up. You could see that those present were mostly young descendants from various branches, as the older generation did not attend at all. The fact that the girl, as the spokesperson for the family head, was present was quite intriguing. Although surprised, almost everyone discreetly spread the news quickly. After all, if even the girl came, then naturally the young descendants from various branches would attend as well. These were the undercurrents hidden beneath the seemingly calm surface of the banquet hall, and many remained unaware of this, except for Zhu En, who raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at the girl in a somewhat knowing manner. Beside her, Yue Jun also observed discreetly, but his focus was different. Today, it seemed that the girl's eyes were a bit red, as if she had just been crying. As the crowd pondered, the girl walked straight to Yue King Huan and smiled slightly. "Hunter, your brother couldn't make it today, so he sent me to join your celebration." Yue King Huan was also puzzled, but being clever, she didn't show any signs of it and replied with a bright smile, "Thank you, sister." Throughout the Yue family, only she could address her as sister. The girl smiled and took Yue King Huan's hand. "Let's not stand on ceremony, and take a seat quickly." With that, she led Yue King Huan to sit down. This heartwarming scene irritated Yue King Hua lurking behind in the crowd, and she sneered inwardly. What's with the act? Just an outsider relying on Yue Shifang's favor to have such a position. Wait until my father succeeds, let's see how proud you can be. Of course, these thoughts remained in her mind as she dared not show any sign of disrespect externally. It was a major offense in any family to call the family head by name and show contempt, especially in the disciplined and renowned Yue family. At this moment, a commotion was heard outside the banquet hall, and then heads of the various branch families entered one after another. These people were considered respectable figures who had secured their positions in the Yue family and were influential even outside. However, at this moment, all of these figures showed respect, walking into the banquet hall cautiously, regardless of their personal opinion of the girl, out of respect for what Yue Shifang represented. The authority of the family head was not to be challenged, and this was a strict rule in the prominent families, especially the disciplined Yue family. With the arrival of these figures, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became lively. However, soon, people noticed something amiss. Yue Hongyuan, who was supposed to be present, was absent. Many faces changed at this revelation. Everyone knew that Yue Hongyuan, with his power, had begun to covet the position of the family head. But no one expected him to be so bold as to skip the banquet. What was this? Openly challenging the authority of the main branch or the family head. With these suspicions, the banquet hall gradually grew quiet, and the tension in the atmosphere escalated. The girl glanced around and then smiled. Looks like someone didn't want to come today. Though she didn't name anyone directly, everyone knew who she meant. Yue King Hua was now feeling nervous, as her mind was in turmoil. What's going on? Why hasn't father shown up? Is he planning something today? Impossible. I haven't received any prior information about this. As she was pondering, the girl turned to Yue King Huan, her eyes filled with a chilling coldness. Hunter, what do you think? Under the girl's gaze, Yue King Huan instantly understood something, and her smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn demeanor. Does it really matter if some people come or not? The girl smiled. Indeed, it doesn't matter. So, let's not wait any longer and start the banquet. Good. Just as the girl turned to announce the start of the banquet, a hearty laughter was suddenly heard from outside the banquet hall. Apologies, I was hoping to arrive quickly, but I was delayed by some matters on the way. I hope I can still make it on time. With these words, a middle-aged man with a refined mustache walked in. Just by his stance, one could feel his astuteness, and in his gaze, there was a hint of a commanding aura. It was Yue King Hua's father, Yue Hongyuan. His presence caused a stir in the room, and many breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness! It seems things are not irreparable yet. Yue Hongyuan took a few steps forward, wearing a smile on his face, and said, "Girl." But the girl sitting at the table didn't even flinch, let alone give a basic response, completely ignoring Yue Hongyuan. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense again. However, Yue Hongyuan's smile remained unchanged, maintaining a bowing posture. It was only after a while that the girl raised her head to look at Yue Hongyuan. Why did the head of the house arrive so late? What held you up on the way? Oh, it was nothing. Just coincidentally met a few friends on the way. Friends? That's right, a few friends. Yue Hongyuan smiled brightly. It was at this moment that Zuan suddenly noticed something and looked directly outside the banquet hall. Not only him, but the girl sitting at the table also raised her head abruptly. Isn't that Lady Li Hua from the Long family? Someone whispered. Yes, why is she here today? Someone else asked in confusion. And she's here with Yue Hongyuan. There must be something fishy going on. Another person stated firmly. Shh, keep your voice down and see what's going on. At that moment, people began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Lady Li Hua snorted coldly, her eyes scanning the faces of the people present before settling on Yue King Huan. Miss Yue, with such a lively gathering today, are you getting married? Such words could be considered malicious towards an unmarried girl. Yue King Huan's expression turned cold in an instant. What do you mean by that? She asked sharply. What do I mean? Heh. Lady Li Hua chuckled coldly. At the same time, Liang Dekong, Zhu Deming, and others entered the banquet hall, pointing at Zuan. Madam, this guy is the one who injured young Master Long. Suddenly, all eyes were on Zuan. Everyone knew that Lady Li Hua always protected her own, and now that her son had been injured by Zuan, things were not going to end well today. And indeed, Lady Li Hua's eyes were filled with a murderous intent as she stared at Zuan intently. Boy, did you really injure my son severely? To everyone's surprise, Zuan's face remained expressionless. He simply nodded faintly. Yes. Boom. That statement was like a heavy bomb, instantly igniting the fury in Lady Li Hua's heart. Good. Since you dare admit it, then I will give you what you deserve. With that, a strong killing intent emanated from her, and she took a step forward. But at that moment, Yue King Huan stood up silently and blocked Zuan behind her. Wait! Lady Li Hua stopped in her tracks, speaking ominously. What? Miss Yue, are you also going to protect this man? Of course. Because he is a friend I brought here, and this is the Yue family, not your Long family. You have no right to act recklessly here. Yue King Huan said bluntly, a sentiment shared by many present. The second young lady had been sitting silently at the table the whole time, which had prevented an outburst before. Now, hearing Yue King Huan's firm stance, many secretly applauded her. Yue Jun's whispered excitedly, Sister 3 is so fierce, she must do it this way, or else would our Yue family be seen as weak. Lady Li Hua never expected Yue King Huan to openly oppose her. Her anger flared even more intensely. Yue King Huan, are you betraying my son to be with a wild man who came out of nowhere, causing my son serious injury? Are you still going to protect him now? Lady Li Hua almost screamed hysterically. This statement caused a violent commotion in the hall. Yue King Huan was furious. Lady Li Hua, I respect you as my elder, so I have been giving you some face, but if you dare slander me, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Impolite? Haha, I want to see how you will be impolite to me. You think your Yue family can turn against my Long family for an outsider? Lady Li Hua said with a ferocious expression. The situation in the hall was immediately tense. Surprisingly, The second young lady remained silent the entire time, simply watching quietly from the side. As for Zuan, he seemed oblivious to it all, keeping his head down and playing with his fingers. Seeing this, Sima Tiancheng, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Let the chaos escalate. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be great if they could kill this boy, so he could take advantage of the situation. Just as he was silently calculating his plan, a clear laughter rang out. Hey, we are all descendants of military families, why must we be so hostile towards each other? All eyes turned to see Yue Hongyuan stepping forward with a smile. King Huan, this matter is actually easy to solve. Just hand over this man, then everything will be fine, right? King Huan was enraged. Hand him over. He is my friend I brought here. Why should I hand him over? He may be your friend, but he has caused a huge disaster, not only drawing the attention of Liang Dekong and others, but also disfiguring the young Master Long from the Long family. If you don't give an explanation, it might not end well, Yue Hongyuan said with a forced smile. However, his smile looked insincere. King Huan was not fooled. First of all, he is my friend, and I will never hand him over to anyone. Secondly, this whole incident started because Long Zhan behaved recklessly. If he ended up disfigured, it's his own fault. This statement further infuriated Lady Li Hua. King Huan, are you daring to say that again? What if I say it again? Your son kept bothering me. I never encouraged him, and when he targeted my friend here, he got injured because he couldn't match up. Isn't that his own fault? Lady Li Hua's eyes turned red with anger, wanting to rush forward and smack King Huan to death. She had never been so insulted before, as she was used to being arrogant and domineering. Yue Hongyuan's expression darkened. King Huan, right or wrong, I hope you can consider the big picture. The big picture. Haha, what a joke. Yue Hongyuan, don't think I don't know what you are up to. Conspiring with outsiders to deal with your own family members shows how much you prioritize the bigger picture. King Huan's tone grew heavier at the last for words, full of sarcasm. Yue Hongyuan's face sank. King Huan, I am still your elder. Can't you address me with respect? King Huan sneered and stood with her arms crossed, an expression that said, I don't care about you, leaving the scene silent for a moment. Many secretly admired King Huan, as Yue Hongyuan's actions were indeed over the line. Collaborating with members of other families to disrupt the banquet wasn't justified regardless of the reasons. Yue Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Sister 3 is so cool. I have never liked that Yue Hongyuan, relying on his old age to act all high and mighty. After all, a man with some dignity would never hide behind a woman and skulk like a coward. In the crowd, Yue Qinghua suddenly had a bright idea when she saw the situation, and then she sneered. Sister King Huan, I have to say the man you found is truly pathetic. He dares to do things, but doesn't dare to take responsibility, hiding behind a woman. Isn't that cowardly? The sharp and harsh words made Yue Qinghuan's heart skip a beat. She certainly didn't think Zuan was scared. But now that the outside world is commenting like this, how would Zuan feel? After all, this whole thing ultimately stemmed from her. At that moment, Zuan suddenly chuckled lightly and then calmly said, King Huan, in our hometown, there's a saying, if one cannot bear a small annoyance, great plans will be ruined. Do you know what it means? King Huan felt relieved only then and nodded. Of course I know. Oh, now you're trying to find excuses? If one cannot bear a small annoyance, great plans will be ruined. I see you're clearly just scared. Yue Qinghua didn't pay attention to this and continued to sarcastically taunt. Ignoring her, Zuan lifted his head slowly and in a cold tone said, but I think, sometimes, if one can't bear it anymore, there's no need to endure it further, don't you think? King Huan was about to say something when Zuan turned his head to look at the second young lady who had remained silent throughout, then got up slowly and started walking forward. King Huan wanted to stop him, but Zuan just said calmly, don't worry, I know my limits. With that statement, King Huan swallowed her words and made way for him. As Zuan reached the front of the crowd, he glanced at the furious Lady Pear Blossom and smiled faintly. Your son was beaten by me. What are you going to do about it? What am I going to do? I'm going to take your life right now. Lady Pear Blossom roared angrily, her violent aura rushing forth like a tide. As a concubine who could become the head of the dragon family, Lady Pear Blossom had some tricks up her sleeve. Moreover, launching an attack in anger at this moment exuded even more imposing momentum. However, when this momentum reached Zuin close up, it directly dissipated. Then Zuin said coolly, "Can we fight here?" This question seemed inexplicable. But at the same time, the second young lady sitting behind suddenly said, "This banquet hall seems to need rebuilding after all these years." As soon as she spoke, Zuin disappeared from where he stood. Lady Pear Blossom suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis, shaken to her core. Instinctively, she stepped back. However, at that moment, Zuan's figure appeared in front of her, his eyes burning with flames. Lady Pear Blossom wanted to scream, but it was too late. With a thud, the once arrogant Lady Pear Blossom was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and in midair, the flames spread completely, forming a human torch. The whole scene erupted in shock. Nobody expected Zuan to suddenly take action, and so decisively. Yue Jun stared in disbelief at the scene, his previous dissatisfaction with Zuan completely vanishing, replaced only by deep admiration. Impressive! So damn impressive! Just as he murmured softly, Lady Pear Blossom in midair suddenly roared, "Ah, I'm going to kill you." With these words, a powerful wave erupted from her body, extinguished the flames on her, and ended up standing in the void. Looking at her at that moment, she was shrouded in a faint blue shield, a protective treasure bestowed by the dragon family master, Long Yushu. Despite having the protective treasure, Lady Pear Blossom looked disheveled at this moment. Especially her proud long hair had turned into charred mess due to the fire, with wisps of smoke still rising from her head. This plunged her into a frenzy. "Die for me!" A faint blue light shot directly at Zuan. Wherever it passed, the space was filled with ripples. Lady Pear Blossom was full of hatred at this moment. But this attack didn't even touch a hair on Zuan. He vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind Lady Pear Blossom, launching a punch. With another loud bang, ripples appeared on the shield around Lady Pear Blossom, but she remained motionless while Zuan was pushed back several steps. Then Lady Pear Blossom smiled wickedly. "It's useless. This is something given by the family head, you?" She intended to say that Zuan couldn't possibly break the shield, but before she could finish, a sharp sword tip pierced through the shield and plunged into her mouth, violently stirring. Crunch! Lady Pear Blossom's teeth were crushed by the sharp sword instantly, blood gushing out. Shocked and enraged, she quickly retreated, managing to avoid what could have been a fatal blow. Looking at the hole in the shield in front of her, still rapidly healing, Lady Pear Blossom felt a chill down her spine. She had no idea how Zuan pierced the supposedly indestructible shield. Not only her, even the second young lady looked surprised. Zhu uncasually dispersed the sword intent in his hand and said calmly, "What did you just say?" Lady Pear Blossom's mouth wound quickly healed, but the missing teeth wouldn't grow back so quickly. When she spoke, there was a slight gap in her words. "Wushuo wo yo ni." Suddenly, a brilliant light exploded from Lady Pear Blossom's chest, revealing a spear that seemed as substantial as reality, aiming directly at Zuan with supreme power. A distant dragon's roar could be heard. The dragon-slaying spear. The signature move of the dragon family head? Someone exclaimed. Obviously, this was a deadly move sealed by the dragon family head Long Yushu specifically for Lady Pear Blossom to use in crucial moments. Once activated, it had the power of his full force. To become the head of the dragon family, one must have at least the cultivation level of a saint. Faced with this powerful attack, Zuan had no retreat and was instantly in extreme danger. The second young lady's eyes flickered, preparing to intervene. But at that moment, a feeble flame that seemed like it could extinguish at any moment suddenly appeared in the air, blocking the spear aimed at Zuan. As the spear tip passed through, the flame burst fiercely, then quickly spread upward. The savior of the strange fire? As soon as the words fell, this long spear quickly twisted and shattered under the blazing flames, turning into nothingness with a muffled bang. The full force strike of a sage-level existence dissipated just like that. The entire scene was filled with terror. But this was only just the beginning. At the moment when the long spear shattered, a light exclamation suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Then, the previously disappeared long spear instantly reformed. Not only that, a vast and boundless aura descended suddenly, suppressing the burning flames in the air instantly. Everyone was shocked, some trembled, whispering softly, "It's a saint. Only a saintly realm could possess such formidable power." Missa and Yue King Huan were startled, just about to say something. But in the next moment, the long spear disappeared in an instant and reappeared with its tip just a hair's breadth away from Zuan's eye, crazily thrusting towards it. The entire process happened in a flash. Many didn't even understand what was going on before the spear had thrust towards Zuan. Zuan's reaction was nothing short of fast. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a reaction because if he sensed the danger and then commanded his brain to dodge, it would have been too late. All his evasions came from his body's subconscious reactions. He hurriedly retreated backward, but the long spear followed closely, piercing forward. The scene reached a perilous peak in an instant. Many people's hearts were in their throats. Only Sima Tianqing and Yue Hongyuan revealed a cold smile on their faces. Obviously, the patriarch of the dragon family had made a move in secret. Under the might of the saint, this young man would soon be crushed to pieces. But just when everyone thought Zuan was doomed, a cold snort suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Long Yushu, do you really think my Yue family is powerless? Under this questioning voice, the aggressive spear attack instantly crumbled, turning into nothingness. Faintly, a grunt sounded from the void, followed by a voice filled with fear and anger. Yue Shifeng, you dare attack me for the sake of a nobody? Aren't you afraid of provoking a conflict between our two families? Haha, hasn't there always been a conflict between our two families? It's you who, if I were to allow you to kill someone on my territory, that would truly be indulging you. Yue Shifeng said indifferently. The entire process was carried out by the two individuals without showing themselves, but everyone knew the situation had been extremely dangerous. Because it was clearly two great sage-level experts engaging in a battle from a distance, a slight misstep could lead the entire planet to perish. But it seemed that Long Yushu had no intention of mutually assured destruction with Yue Shifeng. Very well, Yue Shifeng, I'll remember this debt. We'll meet again during the military exercise, and I will personally take care of the man who injured my bloodline. Haha, I'm willing to accompany you. HMPH. Suddenly, the space trembled, and an invisible hand grabbed the standing pear blossom lady in the air, making her disappear. In an instant, the space returned to calm, but no one dared to speak. They all held their breaths, waiting for Yue Shifeng's decision. In this situation, Dragon Kaoming and Emperor Liang Kong, who followed the pear blossom lady, felt embarrassed. They had come with the pear blossom lady to seek justice, but not only did they fail, they were left behind. Seeing the unfriendly looks, their hearts started to panic, and they looked towards Yue Hongyuan, who had brought them there in the first place. After all, he had brought them to the banquet hall so smoothly. But at this moment, Yue Hongyuan showed no signs of arrogance, instead bowing his head and acting respectfully, examining his conscience with a humble appearance. This, Dragon Kaoming, and the others felt as if countless wild horses were galloping through their hearts. Just then, Yue Shifeng's voice sounded again. I'm surprised, you managed to withstand that guy's attack. Zhu stood quietly in the air, his expression calm. Actually, even if you didn't make a move just now, I might not have lost. Ha ha ha, quite bold words, considering he's a saint-level entity. But his true form has yet to arrive. Wanting to kill me with just his aura alone is too simplistic, Zuan said casually. The space fell silent. The whole scene became hushed, because no one knew if the white-clad youth's words were true or false. Clearly, he was only a god-ranked existence, so why did he have such strong confidence? Sima Tianqing's pupils constricted, suddenly realizing that he might have made a massive mistake. He had never truly seen through this white-clad youth. Who was he? Where did he come from? And what was that extremely dominant flame that blocked the dragon-piercing spear? These questions made Sima Tianqing, who had just been immersed in Yue King Huan's beauty, break out in a cold sweat. And then, Yue Shifeng's words sent shivers down his spine. You are indeed an interesting person. Yue Shifeng chuckled. You aren't any less interesting yourself, Zuan replied calmly. Yue Shifeng smiled and then suddenly said, Are you interested in becoming the leading general of my Yue family's forces? This sentence was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire venue. Leading general. That was a high-ranking military position, holding significant power. Regardless of which military family it was in, such a position held immense weight. Because once you held this position, it meant you had at least a formidable army under your command. Due to the importance of this role, there had never been a precedent of an outsider taking on this position. Yue Hongyuan was even more shaken. He harbored ambitions for the position of family head, but his plan was to wait until Yue Shifeng resolved the cycle of warfare before making his move. However, judging from Yue Shifeng's sudden seclusion in the backyard pavilion, that day might not be far off. That's why he had shown utmost respect just now. Challenging the authority of the family head at this moment would only lead to missing the opportunity. However, he never expected Yue Shifeng to make this decision suddenly, directly impacting his interests. Thus, he could no longer remain patient and raised his head to speak. "Is this your own opinion, or is it how everyone else sees it?" Yue Shifeng said lightly. The crowd looked at each other. Soon, following a signal from Yue Hongyuan, Yue King Hua, and some others who were close to Yue Hongyuan stood up one after another. "Master of the house, we believe that what Yue Dangjia said is correct. Yes, this matter requires careful consideration." Although Yue King Hua did not speak, she stood proudly behind her father, feeling that she was rallying for him. However, she did not notice that when she stepped out of the crowd, Sima Tiancheng's eyes were like looking at a dead person. Sima Tiancheng couldn't even understand Yue Hongyuan's current actions. Is he openly defying the master of the house, relying on his power? Doesn't he know that the authority of the master of the house cannot be challenged in any family? Indeed. After all these people expressed their opposition, Yue Shifeng said calmly, "All right, I understand. So, you don't agree with me." At this remark, including Yue Hongyuan, all these people's expressions changed drastically. Only Yue King Hua, smiling, said, "Master of the house, your words were indeed a bit improper, I think." Before she could finish her sentence, her whole body became transparent at a visible speed. Throughout the process, Yue King Hua seemed oblivious, still smiling and speaking. But no one could hear her voice anymore in the next second, as she vanished into thin air, seemingly unnoticed to all. The whole process unfolded calmly, as if this Yue King Hua had never existed. However, this seemingly casual act stunned everyone present, especially Yue Hongyuan, whose face turned extremely pale. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Amidst the flashbacks in his mind, he suddenly realized that the master of the house had never considered him seriously from the beginning. He foolishly thought his plans were well thought out, but in reality, he was just a joke in someone else's eyes. In an instant, Yue Hongyuan felt a profound sense of despair. It wasn't just him. Those who had supported him moments ago now looked crestfallen, even trembling in fear. As for the others, they all fell silent. Anyone present, there was not a fool. Realizing that the banquet was specifically held to entertain Yue King Huan and Zuan, everyone instantly understood the significance. It was clear they were trying to establish authority for Yue King Huan and this mysterious young man. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Long family members, especially Long Yushu's covert actions, the master might not have acted, seeing Yue Hongyuan and the rest as nothing more than stepping stones for Yue King Huan and this young man. This meticulous planning clearly indicated the importance of this young man in the master's eyes. Many heads of collateral branches exchanged glances silently and understood their upcoming roles. It was evident that the master was about to mobilize his forces again, and during this period, the real power would be in the hands of the second miss, the third miss, and this mysterious young man. What they could do was simply cooperate. Not everyone was as cunning as Yue Jun's. At this moment, his mind was filled with admiration for the master and thoughts that this guy must be really cool. As emotions stirred among the people, Yue Shifeng asked again, "Are you willing, Azu?" Un remained silent for a moment and then said slowly, "Conditions and benefits." Upon hearing this, Yue King Huan, who had been somewhat excited, covered his eyes. This guy, even at this moment, he's still bargaining. Many people almost spat blood. They knew how many harbored ambitions for that position, and now, with the master personally inviting, this young man still wanted to negotiate. What was he thinking? The more the negotiations continued, the more Sima Tiancheng, who had quietly hidden in the crowd, trembled with fear. This young man clearly had a distinguished background, or else he wouldn't have gained such favor from the Yue family. Yet, looking at his current attitude, it seemed he didn't care much about commanding the Yue family's army. What was his true origin? Sima Tiancheng was in disarray, with no thoughts of jealousy. He now only wanted to leave quickly and bring the news back to the Sima family. Meanwhile, as if anticipating Zuan's question, Yue Shifeng lightly said, "The conditions are simple. lead the Yue family to achieve a good ranking in the upcoming martial arts competition, at least maintaining the current position unchanged. And the benefit is, I'll assist you in advancing. These 5 simple words were enough to make countless envious eyes turn red. Who didn't know how many people got stuck at the half-step Saint realm for life, and for Yue Shifang to lend a hand was like an opportunity for immediate success. Because, when it came to realm, Yue Shifang was undoubtedly the first in the military community. If not for the numerous times his military leadership was weakened due to reincarnation, he wouldn't have allowed the Long family and others to act so arrogantly. Yet, despite such generous conditions, Zuan still didn't rush to accept, instead saying, "I don't care about advancing, as relying on myself might not be slow. I have just one request." "All right, I agree." Yue Shifang responded without hesitation. "Huh, don't you want to ask what my request is? Hey, besides wanting to know about the past, will you make any other requests?" Yue Shifang chuckled. Zuan also smiled, then nodded. "Good." With a single word, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Following it, a majestic seal gradually materialized. The seal was impressive, adorned with various mysterious patterns. At its center, an ancient and desolate character Yue. "Accept this seal, and you will be the commander of the Yue family's army. Do you know what the first thing to do next is?" Yue Shifang chuckled lightly. "Of course. Well then, let's go." With that, the imposing aura that had enveloped the entire banquet hall suddenly disappeared. As Zuan reached out to take the seal, an unparalleled aura of might surged into him. When he raised his head again, the immense pressure made everyone present feel like kneeling down. He, as a member of the main branch family, how could he not understand the meaning of these words? Obviously, the young man who Yue Shifang valued highly wanted to use himself as a sacrificial pawn. The thought of always being treated as a disposable whetstone from the beginning made Yue Hongyuan fall into an almost hysterical frenzy. "Guilty. What guilt do I have? I just wanted to replace that sickly fellow, is that?" Plump! The dull sound of a sword cutting through skin silenced the rest of his words. Blood gushed out. Yue Hongyuan slowly lowered his head, unbelievably watching the piece of sword tip protruding from his neck. Fresh blood kept dripping along the blade. Yue Hongyuan felt dizzy, with his strength rapidly fading away. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice came from behind him. "What is it?" But at this moment, Yue Hongyuan had no strength to answer Zuan's question. All the muscles in his body were trembling slightly. It was a sign of his cultivation rapidly diminishing. Zuan slowly raised his hand and pulled the sword out of Yue Hongyuan's neck. As the tip of the sword left his body, Yue Hongyuan fell to the ground, his entire body convulsing unconsciously. It was a lingering nerve reaction. As for his spirit, it had long disappeared with Zuan's sword. Of course, this doesn't mean that Yue Hongyuan's strength was weak to the extent that he could be killed by Zuan at will. The real reason was that, after Zuan took over as the commander of the troops, he had already used the accumulated might of the Yue family for himself. Under such overwhelming pressure, Yue Hongyuan could only be at the mercy of others, not even having the strength to resist. After Yue Hongyuan fell, the whole scene became deathly silent, with all eyes on Zuan. These gazes held awe, confusion, and deep fear. However, Zuan paid no attention to these gazes at this moment. He looked quite satisfied as he examined the small sword in his hand, showing a sign of approval in his eyes. Because only then did he realize how handy this crimson little sword turned out to be. Yes, this small sword was the one that Jian Sanchen Suqian handed to him before his death. Zuan had not taken it seriously at the time, until he met the yin-yang master Yue Zhenjin later on. He vaguely guessed that this small sword had an extraordinary origin. Unexpectedly, after trying it out today, this small sword turned out to be incredibly handy to use. Even after killing Yue Hongyuan, it became even more agile and lively, shimmering like it contained a pool of blood, dazzling and eye-catching. This feeling made Zuan eager to see what would happen if he were to kill all of Yue Hongyuan's accomplices present. But he ultimately controlled this urge. Because there were family rules to abide by, Yue Hongyuan had acted recklessly and even tried to challenge the authority of the family master. His death now was of his own doing. However, not all of his accomplices deserved to die, especially since they all belonged to the Yue family. If he were to indiscriminately kill them without understanding the full situation, it could easily lead to unrest. With this in mind, Zhuan only glanced lightly at these gray-faced individuals and then turned to leave. His goal of asserting authority had been achieved, and the internal disciplinary measures of the Yue family would take care of these people, no longer his concern. Indeed, as soon as Zhuan turned to leave, some people rushed to take away Yue Hongyuan's accomplices. Zhuan paid no attention to them, walking straight to Yue Qinghuan. By now, Yue Qinghuan had recovered from his initial shock, and a strange smile appeared on his face as he looked at Zhu. Walking towards him. "Congratulations, commander of the troops." Zhuan raised an eyebrow slightly, ignoring Yue Qinghuan's words, and asked, "Where is the training ground? What about the cultivation levels of these elite soldiers?" "You are asking about these things. I naturally know, but my second sister knows even better. Shouldn't you ask her first?" Yue Qinghuan smiled. Before Zhuan could respond, the second lady stood up slowly and spoke in a cold tone. The task the family master assigned to him, he should complete on his own. "I have no obligation to help him." With that said, the second lady left directly. As she departed, the other main branch family members also left one after another. Even Yue Jun's, who had wanted to speak up, was forcibly taken away by his father. In an instant, the entire banquet hall became deserted. Yue Qinghuan had not expected this turn of events and couldn't help but express his surprise. Why did they all leave? Zhuan smiled faintly. Should they stay here just to watch me? Actually, Zhuan was not surprised by the current situation. After all, he was still an outsider. Even under the strong suppression of Yue Shifeng, these people could not and would not voice any objections. But that didn't mean they would cooperate with Zhuan. In fact, Zhuan was sure that if he couldn't achieve anything next, these people would definitely mock him without reservation. However, he didn't care about that. What he wanted was to complete his task as soon as possible and learn everything he wanted to know. At this moment, Yue Qinghuan seemed to have realized this too, furrowing his brows slightly. If they are also resistant to you, your training ahead will not be smooth. Those called elite soldiers are all carefully crafted by the Yue family at great cost. Each one is a rare talent, and this has made them very arrogant. Apart from the family master, they have never yielded to anyone. For an outsider like you to try and tame them, it will not be an easy task. Seeing the serious expression on Yue Qinghuan's face, Zhuan chuckled lightly. Isn't it normal? If this matter were so easy to handle, do you think your brother would have entrusted it to me? As for what you call unruly and untamed. After saying that, Yue Qinghuan seemed to flee the banquet hall in dismay. Watching her hurried departure, Zhuan smiled faintly and then turned to leave as well. The banquet came to an end, but everything was just beginning. The events of the banquet spread rapidly like a hurricane, shaking the entire Yue family. The once unrivaled Yue Hongyuan lineage, even those who coveted the position of family head, were uprooted, becoming a thing of the past. Even his allies quickly crumbled under the thunderous methods of the court and lost their former glory. This incident was enough to shock everyone. But what was most talked about in the Yue family was not this, but Zhuan. No one knew why this young man, with only the cultivation level of an immortal venerable, garnered the favor of the family head and even entrusted him with the position of commanding the troops. However, at the same time, many secretly thought that this guy would probably soon meet his downfall. Because not even the Yue family members themselves could control this elite force, let alone an outsider. In fact, this elite force was truly lawless, except for Yue Shifeng, who could restrain them. They were considered untouchable. Therefore, the position of commanding the troops was always like a hot potato. It was hard to let go of it, but keeping it only meant watching helplessly. As people continued to observe the unfolding situation with a mindset of enjoying the spectacle, a major storm was brewing in the training ground just half a day's journey away from the Yue family's main planet. "Sergeant, I heard that the family head has appointed a new commander of the troops, saying that he will be in charge of our every move and ensure that we achieve a good ranking in the upcoming martial arts competition." "Yes, I heard about it too. It seems like this guy has some background, which is why he has won the favor of the family head. Hey, even if he's powerful, so what? Once he's here, he can only obediently follow our orders." Those who spoke were elite soldiers in the training ground, and their leader, known as the sergeant, was the captain of this elite squad. At this moment, after hearing the clamor of his subordinates, this young sergeant in his early 20s sneered. "Even if he's favored by the family head, what can he do? If he's a coward, we'll just beat him up as usual." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a resounding agreement. The sergeant is right. If that guy knows what's good for him, it's fine. If not, HMPH. Although the rest of the statement was left unsaid, the two cold snorts indicated the true thoughts of the person. I think we should be prepared. When the time comes, let's show this kid who's boss and let him know we're not to be trifled with. Another suggested. Agreed. Yes, let's do it. Just as Yue King Huan had said earlier, those present in this training ground were among the best of the best. After discussing their strategy, they immediately took action, ready to give Zuan a taste of their power. And it was in this situation that the next day finally arrived. Although the training ground of the Yue family was half a day's journey from the main base, with the current strength of Zuan and Yue King Huan, they arrived at this training ground before noon. This training ground was specially built by the Yue family to train elite troops. It was so vast that it encompassed the entire planet. When Zuan and Yue King Huan landed, soldiers responsible for reception had already come forward. "Miss Yue, please follow me," said the soldier, leading Zuan and the group into the actual training ground. However, when they stepped into the training ground, they found it empty, not a soul in sight. "What's going on?" Yue King Huan frowned slightly. She had been to this training ground before, and it used to be bustling with activity every time she visited. But today was different. Not only was there no training, there wasn't even a single person in sight. Zuan, however, seemed to have anticipated this, smiling faintly. "They probably want to give me a taste of humiliation." Even as he spoke, they heard footsteps in the distance, and a large group of people materialized out of thin air. Leading them was the man known as the sergeant. "Greetings, Miss Yue." These people respectfully bowed to Yue King Huan, expressing their respect. However, nobody, not once, looked at Zuan throughout, as if he were invisible. Yue King Huan noticed this, but she had no choice and could only nod slightly to show her respect. At that moment, Zuan suddenly sneered. "What? Is this meant to give me a taste of humiliation?" His words were blunt, without any concealment. Upon hearing this, the sergeant and the elite soldiers, who had not paid him any attention, all glanced at him sideways. Though they did not speak, their attitude showed their hostility towards Zuan. The sergeant, after staring deeply at Zuan, sneered slightly. "Even if we give you a taste of humiliation, what can you do about it?" His words were arrogant, and his escort guards were inspired by it, smiling at Zuan, curious to see how he would handle the situation before them. At that moment, Zuan smiled faintly. "Quite arrogant." The sergeant laughed disdainfully, watching Zuan with arms crossed, to see how this young man, with only the cultivation level of an immortal venerable and weaker than himself, intended to act. Just then, Zuan waved at him. "Come over here. I have a few words to say to you." The sergeant was taken aback, but complied, walking towards Zuan, wanting to know what this white-clad youth had to say to him. However, as he stepped closer to Zuan, the next moment a resounding slap echoed. Slap! The entire place was shocked. Many couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just moments ago, Zuan had slapped the sergeant. The slap was so forceful that it left the sergeant dazed. It wasn't until a moment later that he snapped out of his shock and then began hysterically shouting, "How dare you hit me?" Before he could finish his sentence, another loud slap rang out. This time, blood trickled from the sergeant's mouth, and his cheek visibly swelled rapidly. Zuan simply said, "What can you do even if I hit you?" Plop! This squad leader, along with the so-called elite soldiers behind him, were forced down to their knees, unable to even lift their heads. This is the power of controlling soldiers. At this moment, Zuan looked at the kneeling elite soldiers from the Yue family, and said indifferently, "What now? Will you submit?" The squad leader's heart was roaring wildly, wanting to stand up, but he couldn't. In fact, after obtaining the symbols of the control of soldiers, Zuan had the power of life and death over these elite soldiers. If he wanted to, these people could be instantly killed by the supreme military might. However, even so, this squad leader and the elite soldiers behind him still showed no sign of surrender. With his head bowed, the squad leader said in a voice resembling a wild beast's growl, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I won't submit to you." Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and in a cold tone, he said, "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Heh, what would killing me accomplish? Do you really think that by killing me, you can subdue these elite soldiers? I tell you, that's impossible. We only have one master in our hearts, and that is the head of the family. And when the head of the family is not around, there is only one person who can command us though. Who is that person? Yue Qinghuan suddenly sighed softly. He is talking about the Chief General Yue Guanan. Chief General. That's right. For hundreds of years, Chief General Yue Guanan has been in charge of the elite soldiers of the Yue family, known as the God of War among soldiers. Yue Qinghuan said solemnly, with a complex expression of admiration and fear on his face. Zuan nodded meaningfully, then looked at the squad leader kneeling on the ground and waved his hand. The power that had kept him from lifting his head disappeared instantly, and he immediately raised his head, looking at Zuan with a challenging and contemptuous gaze. Zuan just chuckled. If I can subdue your chief general, will you all obediently listen to me? The squad leader was slightly stunned, then burst into a scornful laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke. You're right. If you can subdue our chief general, of course, we will obediently listen. Not only will we obey, but from now on, we will follow you without question. What do you think? When he said the last four words, the squad leader's eyes were filled with sarcasm and ridicule. Anyone could tell that his words were insincere. But Zuan nodded seriously. Good. In that case, you can wait for me to become your master. With that, Zuan walked towards the training ground deep inside. No one had expected Zuan to be serious. Even Yue Qinghuan looked puzzled, and it was only when Zuan had walked quite far away that she suddenly woke up, then hurried over, lowered her voice, and said, Zuan, are you crazy? Do you know how powerful Chief General Yue Guanan is? I have no idea. He has commanded the elite soldiers of the Yue family for hundreds of years, known as an unparalleled war god. His strength is even comparable to my brother's. Do you think it's possible to subdue him, Azu? Unstopped, turned to look at Yue Qinghuan. Yue Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy to win over these elite soldiers, and we shouldn't rush. We should discuss it thoroughly. Before she could finish, Zuan smiled. Only by trying will we know. And do you think we have time to discuss thoroughly now? With that, Zuan turned and walked away. The pressure that had been on the elite soldiers disappeared, and they too stood up puzzled, watching Zuan's back as he walked away. Even the most unruly squad leader had to admit that Zuan was indeed courageous enough. Regardless, facing the chief general required courage. The respect of these soldiers was for those with bravery and wisdom. This softened their expression slightly, but that was all. Trying to win them over with just this one incident was absolutely impossible. As for Zuan's statement about subduing the chief general, let's think of something else. After all, even Yue Qinghuan, who had the most confidence in Zuan, had no hope for this action. If the chief general could be easily subjugated by Zuan, he would not be worthy of being called an unparalleled war god. Meanwhile, as Zuan walked towards the training ground, in the courtyard of the Yue family's main residence, everything remained the same. The scent of flowers filled the air, and the warm sun shone. The only difference was that the chessboard that had always been in front of Yue Shifang was gone, replaced by a bowl of thick, black medicinal soup emitting a strong smell. Despite the distance and holding their breath, the smell still reached them, making Yue Shifang recall unpleasant memories. He felt a bitter taste in his throat, as if he were about to vomit. Yue Shifang nervously looked around and was about to dispose of the soup. At that moment, the second miss entered the courtyard, holding a small bowl. Upon hearing the footsteps, Yue Shifang quickly retracted his hand, feigning indifference, and smiled at the second miss. Where did you go? Why did it take so long? I boiled some sweet soup for you to drink with the medicine later. With that, the second miss placed the small bowl on the table. Upon lifting the lid, a liquid of indescribable color was revealed. If one were to describe it, it would be as if a rainbow had been shattered, mixed with excessive green, creating a bizarre color scheme. Even a glance at it made Yue Shifang feel a chill on his head. He awkwardly moved in his seat, cleared his throat, and carefully asked, is this the sweet soup you mentioned? Yes? Even the second miss seemed a bit embarrassed this time, explaining softly. At least I cannot let these two girls think that they are only not drinking the 2 bowls of potion because they are afraid. Humph! Absolutely not. I just don't feel like drinking it today. Yue Shifang kept urging himself in his heart, boosting his own morale, and then habitually cleared his throat. Cough, cough, I actually have nothing wrong. I don't need to drink these at all. Despite mustering up courage, somehow, under the gaze of the 2 girls, his voice became smaller and smaller, eventually becoming completely inaudible. The second girl furrowed her beautiful brows. Nothing wrong at all? MMHM. Indeed, nothing at all. I can even challenge 10 more Dragon Clan Masters now. Yue Shifeng hurriedly explained. Haha. Do you think I would believe that? Facing off against a Dragon Clan Master at the level of a sage purely with divine consciousness in the Flower Hall is an extremely draining act on one's elemental spirit, so I think even though you are fine right now, has the time for your soul to reincarnate early. The second girl sneered. Although Yue Shifeng really wanted to say it wasn't like that, he ultimately fell silent. Because what the second girl said was the truth. At that time, in order to resolve the crisis facing Zuan, and to protect the last bit of Yue family's dignity, Yue Shifeng disregarded his increasingly serious injuries, boldly took action, and ultimately scared away Long Yushu. It may sound easy to talk about these things, but in reality, he paid a hefty price. Although he did not make a specific calculation, it at least advanced the time for his soul reincarnation by 10 days. He thought only he knew everything, but he didn't expect the observant second girl to have already guessed. Looking at the silent Yue Shifeng, the second girl explained gently, "This bowl of medicinal soup is a prescription I found in ancient books a long time ago. It is made from hundreds of extremely precious natural treasures extracted through various exquisite means, then boiled with spiritual spring water. It's most nourishing for the soul. After drinking it, you can live at least 1 more month." Yue Shifeng simply didn't believe the second girl's words. It's not that he didn't believe she found the prescription, but he didn't believe she could extract the essence of the medicinal ingredients with exquisite means. After all, for someone who is severely disabled and a creator of dark cuisine, this is simply an impossible operation. So after listening to the second girl's words, he could only murmur softly, "I suddenly feel like soul reincarnation isn't that scary after all." What did you say? Ah, it's nothing. It's nothing. I mean, it must be tough for you to make this medicinal soup. A faint smile crept onto Yue Shifeng's face as he forced himself to remain calm. Blushing, the second girl said, "It's not tough. As long as I can do things for you, I never feel it's hard. But I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach today. If I can't digest this precious medicinal soup well, wouldn't it be a waste to drink it now? Can I drink it tomorrow?" Yue Shifeng said cautiously. The second girl shook her head firmly. "No, because there's a strict rule for when to drink this medicinal soup. It must be consumed within 3 hours of its formation, or the effect will be greatly diminished." At this point, the second girl seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped her own forehead. "Oh no, I was so focused on cooking the syrup that I forgot the time. It's probably been over 2 hours now. Hurry! Drink this medicine quickly, or the effect will be compromised." With that, the second girl picked up the bowl of medicine on the table and rushed to Yue Shifeng. Even though Yue Shifeng wanted to say something like, "Miss, please control yourself. I don't want to drink the medicine now," but at this point, he had no choice. In this moment, the second girl seemed like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, and he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, letting her have her way. When she pried his mouth open and poured the medicine into it, Yue Shifeng suddenly felt an urge to cry. Because it was so damn bitter. The medicinal soup seemed to concentrate all the bitterness in the world. Initially, his taste buds were destroyed instantly, followed by his entire mouth. Due to his strong power, Yue Shifeng's sense of perception was extremely sharp. But at this moment, this acute perception became a greater torment. It felt like all his taste cells were being tortured alive in that moment. But it wasn't over yet. When the medicine passed through his throat into his esophagus, his muscles spasmed in an attempt to stop the medicine from sliding down. However, all efforts were in vain, as the medicinal soup surged forward like a mighty army. Finally, the medicine entered his stomach. Yue Shifeng even felt like his stomach had been struck by a bomb. In an instant, his stomach curled up in agony. Fortunately, it finally ended. Yue Shifeng thought to himself, despite being brought to tears by the bitterness, at least it was over. But at that moment, the second girl's voice came from next to him. "Oh, why are you crying? Is it because of the bitterness? Here, drink this sweet soup quickly." Goosebumps appeared all over Yue Shifeng's body in an instant. A foreboding feeling made him want to resist. "Miss, please don't," he whimpered. But the second girl's hands were quick, and before he could struggle, the bowl of sweet soup on the table was also poured into his mouth. In stark contrast to the extreme bitterness just now, This time it was sweet. And it was sickeningly sweet. In an instant, the torture he had just experienced started all over again. When the second girl finally let go, Yue Shifeng had a look of being played with, tears streaming down his face, staring at the ceiling of the flower hall. In his mind, there was only one thought: who am I? Where is this? What just happened? An hour later, Yue Shifeng, weakened by the ordeal, finally came to his senses. He then saw the second girl standing aside with a face full of apologies, bowing her head as if a child who had done something wrong was waiting for parental criticism. Of course it's true. Could I still deceive you? Yue Shifeng said earnestly. The second miss quietly looked at Yue Shifeng and found him to be sincere, gradually revealing a smile. It turns out I'm not that stupid. I was about to give up just now, but since you said that, I'll give it another try. Yue Shifeng's expression instantly turned into this. The second miss became more excited as she spoke. Don't worry. With this experience, I'll only get better and better. The more you drink, the more you'll want to drink, and you'll never be able to leave it behind. How about that? Aren't you happy? Yes, I'm very happy. Yue Shifeng weakly replied, but in his heart, he wanted to slap himself hard. Talking too much got him into this mess. He could have just given a simple reassurance, but now he was too involved. How was he going to deal with this in the future? The thought of having to be with the extremely bitter medicinal soup and sickly sweet syrup all day made Yue Shifeng feel despair, wishing for a quick escape from this situation. Of course, these were all thoughts deep in his heart, and he dared not show any of it on the surface. After all, though the second miss was a bit clumsy when cooking, when it came to taking action, she was very decisive. After a moment, the second miss stood behind Yue Shifeng, gently massaging his temples, suddenly saying, I still can't understand why you let that young man be in charge of the troops. Yue Shifeng smiled and closed his eyes. How? Don't you think that decision was good? It's not that it's not good, but I can't understand it. With his current strength, even if he holds the command token, he won't be able to match Yue Guanan. If he can't subdue the Yue family's god of war, then controlling the military power will be just empty talk. When mentioning the Yue family's god of war, the second miss deliberately emphasized her tone, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. Yue Shifeng opened his eyes, glanced at her, and then lightly laughed. Still can't let go of your opinion on him. The second miss pursed her lips and remained silent. Yue Shifeng sighed lightly. I understand what you're saying, but do you really think that this young man can't subdue Yue Guanan? The second miss looked at him with an expression that asked if he was joking, and couldn't help saying, he's someone who can match shoulders with you. Even if he has outstanding talents, he's only a supreme immortal. How could he possibly subdue Yue Guanan? Yue Shifeng smiled. It seems like you still don't understand this guy. He's actually much stronger than you think. The second miss still couldn't believe it. Even if he's strong, what does that change? Can he surpass at least one major realm to defeat Yue Guanan? I still can't understand why Yue Guanan has always guarded the training ground and doesn't listen to your orders. He acts like the second master of the Yue family. Why have you tolerated him until now? The second miss spoke with a heavy voice. This had been her worrying all along. After all, most of the elite soldiers of the Yue family were under the control of Yue Guanan. If he had any ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Over the years, Yue Guanan's rebellious intentions had become evident. For example, when it came to some orders from the family head, he would only carry them out if he wanted to. Otherwise, he'd act as if he hadn't heard them. In recent years, he hadn't visited Yue Shifeng at the family head's residence. Even in the training field, few people had seen Yue Guanan. It seemed like he was hiding away, rarely making public appearances. This led to the elite soldiers of the Yue family being largely unmanaged, causing their effectiveness to decline continuously. It resulted in the upcoming martial arts competition, where Zuan had to step in at a critical moment. Considering the current state of the elite soldiers, they were bound to lose in the competition. These worries troubled the second miss greatly, but Yue Shifeng had been indifferent, never taking any disciplinary action against Yue Guanan. This had caused unrest within the Yue family, with even Yue Hongyuan having ambitions for the family head position. Today, the second miss finally couldn't hold back and voiced her doubts. Yue Shifeng chuckled. You don't understand. If there's anyone in this world I'm absolutely certain won't betray me, it's him. This statement made the second miss swallow her words immediately. The trust in Yue Shifang's words was so strong that it made her uneasy. We should actually thank him because he is the stabilizing force of the Yue family. Thanks to him, the family has never faced major turmoil during my reign. As for him not following orders but still being trusted. Yue Shifang's eyes showed a tinge of worrying. There's a reason for that. The second miss wanted to speak but held back, closing her mouth and remaining silent. Yet, a doubt rose in her heart. Who was this Yue Guanan? Why did the family head trust him so much? It wasn't just the second miss who was puzzled, others felt the same way. Within the Yue family, Yue Guanan was a uniquely mysterious figure. Isolated within the training grounds, overseeing the elite troops of the Yue family, he had won numerous battles and earned the title of Yue family's god of war. Yet, beneath all this glory, people didn't even know if he was a man or a woman. Whenever he appeared, his face was always covered with a mask made of refined gold. This mask was ominous, exuding immense power, adding to his aura. Many were curious about the face hidden behind the mask. In recent years, except for crucial matters, Yue Guanan never showed himself. This seclusion had only increased the mystery surrounding him in the eyes of the people. The elite soldiers revered him as if he were a deity. Even in the residence where he stayed within the training grounds, it was considered an absolute forbidden area. Although there were no clear boundaries, countless people avoided the area out of respect. At this moment, a figure appeared outside this forbidden area. Zuan looked up at the empty mountain. How to describe it? The mountain had everything yet seemed lonely because it lacked any signs of life, no flowers, birds, fish, or insects. It was just endless green emptiness stretching beneath his feet. The surroundings were so quiet that he could hear the blood flowing in his veins. Zuan let out a long breath. The person who lives here must be very lonely. With that, Zuan took a step forward. In an instant, the mirage in the desert shattered, and everything reverted back to the scenery of the mountain. But at this moment, Zuan was no longer at the foot of the mountain, but had reached the summit. The mountain wind howled, carrying a chilling coldness. Zuan squinted his eyes slightly, because in the distance, there was a figure standing. This person had his back towards Zuan, seemingly gazing down at the scenery below the mountain. The mountain wind blew his clothes, making him appear ethereal like a fairy, as if he could fly away at any moment. However, Zuan noticed the thin and frail figure hidden under the wide clothes, and the overwhelming sense of loneliness that was about to overflow. Zuan remained silent, walking straight towards the person and standing by his side. From the side view, one could see the heavy golden mask on the person's face. It was Yue Guanan. However, Zuan said nothing, just stood quietly beside Yue Guanan, observing the scenery below the mountain together. In fact, there was nothing much to see, except for the endless greenery and the various stones sculpted by the strong winds. When the mountain wind passed through these giant stones, it often produced sharp sounds, similar to the cries of an eagle in the high sky, extremely monotonous and lonely. Time passed, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, until a full day later. Yue Guanan, who stood still like a mountain, suddenly trembled and said in a deep voice, "Is it beautiful?" Like Yue Guanan, Zuan had remained silent and motionless the whole day, and he shook his head upon hearing the question. "Not beautiful. Then why did you accompany me for so long?" Yue Guanan slowly turned his head to look at Zuan. On the beautiful yet eerie mask, a pair of cold eyes revealed a mixture of sorrow and solitude. These eyes were not particularly beautiful, and even seemed somewhat eerie and ferocious under the mask's contrast. But when they fixed their gaze on you, they could instantly calm you down. Within those eyes, there was an overwhelming sense of loneliness and melancholy, so intense that even someone with a slightly weaker mind would collapse at a single glance. It was as if this person had been standing here since the beginning of time, remaining there until now. Zuan's expression remained unchanged, as he softly replied, "Because I wanted to experience what you are feeling." "My feeling? What feeling?" "Throughout this day, it seems like your heart has never moved, yet it also seems to be constantly recalling something. I don't know what you have been through, but that feeling must be very unpleasant." Zuan sighed softly. His voice was so light that it seemed to dissipate in the wind as soon as it left his lips. However, this simple sentence caused Yue Guanan to tremble all over, a trace of confusion and desolation flashing in his eyes. It was as if he had recalled something. Yes, it's very unpleasant, as if you are watching certain things from your memories incessantly happening in your mind, but you are powerless to stop it. Yue Guanan murmured softly, his voice calm, devoid of any tremor. Yet, this extreme calmness exuded a suffocating sadness. Zuin did not speak further because he knew that, at that moment, all Yue Guanan needed was someone to listen. I hate time, hate it immensely, because it is the most ruthless and cruel thing in the world. It pushes us relentlessly forward, and even if you lose something precious along the way, it will not look back. You kneel down and beg it, hoping to go back to a certain moment, but it will only mock your cowardice and helplessness with its cold gaze. It's a complete bastard, because it loves nothing more than watching you being powerless and roaring in agony over the things of the past. Even when describing these long passages of sorrow, Yue Guanan's tone remained extremely calm. Under this calm narration, he expressed his hatred for something that didn't exist with beautiful metaphors and rhymes. Zuin still remained silent, devoid of any sympathy. Do you know? I once wanted to forget everything that drove me crazy, but I couldn't. Every effort and attempt only made the wound deeper. I was like a wild beast trapped in a thorny pit. Any struggle only brought deeper hurt, so all I could do was lie silently, allowing time to ruthlessly roll over me. It felt terrible. Do you understand? After passionately delivering this long speech, Yue Guanan looked at Zuan, his eyes still cold. Yet, the howling mountain wind gradually died down, leaving behind an oppressive silence. Zuan did not directly respond to Yue Guanan's words. He simply moved forward silently and gazed into the distance, saying calmly, "When I was younger, I often thought of one thing. Why am I so lonely? Why do others have beautiful new clothes, love from their families, while I have nothing?" Yue Guanan's eyes gradually softened as he listened quietly. Ju. Continued, "Back then, I was timid and weak, and would subconsciously avoid people, even those who seemed to be showing kindness towards me. I felt unworthy. Do you understand that feeling? I felt unworthy." Yue Guanan's eyes began to light up as he listened silently. Unlike Yue Guanan's extreme calmness, Zuan's tone was indifferent, as if recounting something that had nothing to do with him. Because from childhood to adulthood, all the beauty I witnessed was in others, and I could only envy, resent, and feel sad while hiding in a corner. Zuan turned to look at Yue Guanan and chuckled softly. "Doesn't it feel very insignificant?" Yue Guanan nodded. "But that's what I thought at the time. I would even foolishly follow my classmates home just to hear their parents call out to them when they arrived home, then silently respond in my heart. That was the only bit of solace I could find in the long night. If nothing unexpected happened, my whole life may have been shrouded in the shadows of childhood, then die lonely. Until later, I met someone, some things happened, and then I understood. The essence of this world is loneliness. You hate time, abhor the past, but you ultimately have to make peace with it. Because if you want to give yourself a way out, you must forgive your past self, just like forgiving an ambitious child, letting go of an unspeakable secret. The path to immortality is long, mortals suffer, and you and I are the same, right? It's not very early, but I vaguely guessed it when you said the first sentence." Yue Guanan turned to look at the scenery outside the mountain and said lightly, "Are you not afraid that I will kill you by saying these things?" Zhu smiled but did not speak. "Don't think I'm trying to scare you. The world knows me as the Yue family war god who dominates the world, but no one has ever known my true identity. Now that you've seen through me, aren't you afraid at all?" Yue Guanan asked. Zuan shook her head. "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have entered this forbidden place." Zuan looked at Yue Guanan and said, "And I really want to know, what is the reason that has made you so sad, to the point of imprisoning yourself? Do you really want to know? Yes?" Yue Guanan fell silent for a while and then took a deep breath. "Actually, I am Yue Shifang's sister." With these words, Zuan felt a sudden shock in her heart, with a look of astonishment on her face. "Are you surprised, thinking this is impossible? After all, who doesn't know that Yue Shifang's biological sister is Yue Qinghuan?" Yue Guanan's eyes showed a self-deprecating smile as she spoke, but Zuan felt a deep sense of sorrow from it. "I'm not surprised, but if you have something to say, I really want to know what's going on." Yue Guanan looked up, the golden mask on her face shining with a cold luster, her eyes as calm as still water. 2,000 years ago, During a reincarnation mishap, he damaged the celestial treasures needed for reincarnation due to an error. With no time to find replacements, he had to use my mother's womb for the reincarnation. Coincidentally, my mother was already pregnant at that time, with me. So we both stayed together in a belly for several months. After giving birth, due to the limitations of human life, he had to go through a long period of growth again, and I became his legitimate sister. It was such a happy time. Yue Guanan murmured softly, her eyes filled with a gentle gleam. Zuan listened quietly. I was particularly attached to him from a young age, and although he had experienced thousands of years, he could still play with the then very naive me and take care of me. If this continued, we would have become siblings envied by everyone. But I couldn't do it. Yue Guanan lowered her head. I really couldn't do it. Do you understand? Zuan sighed softly. Can't you just be siblings? With these words, Yue Guanan's whole body shivered, and she turned to look at Zuan with a cold gaze. Don't look at me like that, because this was something that could have been easily guessed. Yue Guanan's eyes gradually filled with tears, then she lowered her head again and said in a trembling voice, yes, I really couldn't do it, because I fell in love with someone I absolutely shouldn't have loved. At that moment, back in the main hall of the Yue family, the second young lady had already left, leaving only Yue Shifang sitting alone in the hall. Perhaps the words of the second young lady had stirred him, and after a long silence, Yue Shifang on the wheelchair took out a small jade pendant from his pocket. The jade pendant was modeled in quality, with rough carvings, not a fine piece of work. But Yue Shifang cherished this jade pendant very much, his eyes filled with a touch of desolation and sigh. Guanan, so many years have passed. Are you still unable to let go? I hope this young man can help you resolve your inner conflicts. With these words, a warm breeze passed by, lifting Yue Shifang's hair in front of his eyes. For a moment, Yue Shifang seemed to see the girl in white who always followed behind him. And at the training ground, after saying all this, Yue Guanan looked up at Zuan, her eyes full of sadness. Am I a despicable woman? Because I've fallen in love with my own brother. Zuan remained silent for a moment, then shook her head solemnly. No, on the contrary, you did nothing wrong. Clearly, Zuan's answer greatly surprised Yue Guanan, and she looked at Zuan in amazement. Zuan continued, as someone who has experienced thousands of years, the charm he exudes is irresistible to ordinary people, let alone you, who were still naive at the time. So it's normal for you to fall in love with him. Secondly, although you and he are foster siblings, he entered later through reincarnation, and you have no blood relation, so this kind of relationship is not taboo. So why should you be guilty of anything? After Zuan unfinished speaking, Yue Guanan's eyes were already filled with admiration. For many years, no one had said these things to her. In fact, even those who knew her true identity had all died, leaving her alone to stand there and overlook the mountains day after day. Until Zuan's words, it was as if a door had opened for her, and her imprisoned heart felt a sense of unprecedented relief. Yes, although we are foster siblings, we have no blood relation. I was really foolish. Why didn't I think of this before? Yue Guanan murmured, half laughing and half crying. Then she raised her head and said earnestly to Zuan, thank you. You're welcome. In fact, you were just trapped in a dilemma before. That's why you couldn't see these things. Zuan said calmly. In fact, Zuan also felt very sympathetic towards this lonely girl. For so many years, these secrets had been weighing on her heart, with no one to talk to, which made her increasingly irritable and unsure of how to express herself. Even if someone wanted to get close to her, her lack of security would lead her to view them as malicious and potentially harmful, ending up defending herself with lethal force. To endure in such loneliness for over 1,000 years without going mad was already a miracle in itself. So Zuan could only feel sympathy for this lonely girl, not recognizing her as a war god at all. Yue Guanan's eyes gradually regained their liveliness, and the whole mountain began to come alive. Countless bright flowers bloomed, and insects, ants, and butterflies emerged one after another, giving this place a vibrant vitality. You came here to subdue those elite soldiers outside, right? Yue Guanan suddenly asked, and nodded, yes. Well then, take this mask outside. Those elite soldiers will naturally bow to you, and dare not cause any trouble. Yue Guanan smiled, then shook his head. I have untied the knot in my heart, so why bother seeing him again? But you are not. For over 1,000 years of standing firm, I have already repaid his protection back then. As for feelings, let them go with the wind, because it is impossible for him to like me." With that, Yue Guanin turned to look at the sky outside and said lightly, "Now that you have been appointed as the commander of the army by him, it is also time for me to leave here and go outside for a walk." Zuin wanted to say something to persuade, but his mouth moved and in the end, he said nothing, just sighed softly. Perhaps this is the best ending. At this moment, Yue Guanin suddenly bloomed with a bright smile and said to Zuan, "Before leaving, I want to tell you one thing." "What is it?" "Have you ever thought about Yue King Huan's identity?" Zuan was taken aback. To be honest, he did think about it, because according to what Yue Shifang said, when he reincarnated as a soldier, he usually plunged into celestial treasures. So the question is, what is the deal with Yue King Huan? Apparently sensing Zuan's confusion, Yue Guanin chuckled, his face showing a hint of cunning. "Have you never thought that her purple eyes and her keen perception of good and evil make her a little different from the human race?" With these words, Zuan's heart trembled, and he blurted out, "Are you saying she's not human?" "It's not that simple. When Yue Shifang reincarnated as a soldier, he used a massive stone from an unknown and distant place. This stone is crystal clear and exudes extremely powerful spiritual energy. People at that time thought it was a naturally formed spirit stone, perfect for Yue Shifang's reincarnation as a soldier. But unexpectedly, after Yue Shifang successfully reincarnated, it wasn't just him, but also an exquisite baby girl. As for whether this baby girl was naturally formed within the spirit stone or for some other reason, it's hard to say, but this baby girl is unquestionably human, except for those purple eyes and her terrifying insight into human hearts." Zuin plunged into deep thought. A spirit stone from an unknown and distant place, reincarnated, and a baby girl added. How can these things reveal such a hint of weirdness? Just as Zuin was puzzled by these thoughts, Yue Guanin chuckled. "I didn't say all this to imply anything else, just to clear your doubts. After all, King Huan is a good girl. Don't disappoint her." With that said, without waiting for Zuan to explain, Yue Guanin turned around, taking a step forward. Boom! With one step, a huge crack was crushed into the mountain beneath his feet, and Yue Guanin leapt up with this force, transforming into a golden light and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zuin watched her departing figure, gave a bitter smile, then took the exquisite gold mask and left. At this moment, outside that forbidden area in the training ground, Yue King Huan was waiting anxiously. It had been over a day since Zuin had disappeared without a trace, causing her extreme unease. While Yue Guanin probably wouldn't be so cruel as to harm Zuan, Yue King Huan's heart was still in her throat, her eyes almost piercing through as they were about to melt. In comparison, the elite soldiers of the Yue family remained indifferent. At this moment, all the elite soldier teams had gathered, whispering among themselves as they cast glances towards the forbidden area. "Ha ha! Such a rookie not fearing the tiger! Dare to find the Lord of War with only immortal cultivation, wanting to subdue him. What an audacious move!" One team leader remarked. In fact, there were dozens of elite soldier teams in the Yue family, and the one that Zuin encountered initially was just one of them. "I reckon this kid is probably finished. Lord Guanin is not so easygoing. If you provoke him, he won't care who you are," another team leader added. The others agreed. Some even mocked. "I can't understand. You are an elite under Lord Guanin. How could you be embarrassed by just an immortal?" The first team leader, who was initially mocked, blushed, lowered his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. "All right, he holds the command emblem. If he really wants to cause trouble, none of us can resist," someone said to defuse the situation. "It's been over a day since he went in. Probably already cold. There's no need for us to waste time here. Let's each go our own way. I have other appointments," somebody suggested. Everyone nodded and was about to disperse. However, at that moment, the entire training ground and even the whole planet began to shake violently. What's going on? The people's faces turned pale. It was then that, in the depths of the Forbidden's area, a golden light soared into the sky, piercing through the sky and disappearing. That aura! It's Lord Guanin! Someone exclaimed in shock. What's happening? Why did Lord Guanin suddenly leave ES? What's going on? Just when the whole place was in an uproar, someone pointed tremblingly at the depths of the Forbidden's area and said, "Quick, look, he's coming out." Everyone looked up. Sure enough, Zuan walked calmly out of the depths of the forbidden area as if on a leisurely stroll. The faces of everyone changed. But Yue Qinghuan was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to greet him. "I knew you would be fine. What is this?" When she got close and saw the exquisite gold mask in Zuan's hand, she couldn't help but freeze in place. Zuan smiled faintly. "I have not disappointed my promise." With that, Zuan walked up to these stunned elite soldiers, dropped the mask in the dust, and said lightly, "Do you recognize this item?" Of course. Everyone who could appear here recognized this mask. But the key was, how did it end up in Zuan's hand? Had he really subdued Lord Guanan? This thought terrified these elite soldiers, all of them turning pale. Zuan's gaze swept over each one of them, finally resting on the initial team leader, with a smile that seemed meaningful. "I have done what you asked me to do. Lord Guanan has admitted defeat and left, so, from now on, I am your master." This announcement was like a bombshell, shocking the elite soldiers from head to toe. "No, this is impossible. How could Lord Guanan lose to you? Yes, this is absolutely impossible." The translation of the text is as follows: there are those who are rebellious and unmanageable, wanting to forcefully resist this imposing force, but without exception, all have failed. This has brought about a deep sense of fear among them. They don't realize that even with Zuan holding the control of the army token, it is impossible to have such immense power to make everyone unable to even raise their heads. However, at the moment when Yue Guanan handed the precious golden mask to him, the slight imperfection in the power of controlling the army was completely remedied, leaving no room for flaws. So at this moment, Zuan possesses the perfect and unimpeded power of controlling the army, naturally making it extremely powerful. Zuan then slowly said, "From now on, I will be your master, with the power of life and death in my hands, honor and disgrace also in my control. Are you willing to submit?" Along with this question, Zuan stood proudly, his cold gaze sweeping over these elite soldiers. The power of controlling the army emanating from him had become almost tangible. Under this double pressure, the psychological defense lines of these elite soldiers began to collapse. Eventually, someone among them, unable to resist anymore, finally knelt down completely. "I agree." Following the lead, the rest of the elite soldiers present also began to concede on a large scale. After all, they should have obeyed Zuan, who holds the commanding power of the army. Previously, it was just because they were unwilling and assumed that they had Yue Guanan backing them up. But now that Yue Guanan had left and handed the mask to this young man in white clothes, it was equivalent to acknowledging his status and authority. In this situation, bowing down and conceding to Zuan was not shameful. However, there were always some stubborn ones who couldn't understand. For example, the squad leader who had mocked Zhu, and before, at this moment, tried to resist kneeling down. He had thought it through. Although the overall trend of the soldiers' loyalty was irreversible, as a squad leader, Zuan still needed to rely on him for anything he wanted to achieve, or else he would fail. This mindset almost made him fearless. Despite being forced to kneel down, he still refused to yield, because he wanted to wait for Zuan to personally help him up. In this way, he would save face for himself, and Zuan could effectively control this elite force, benefiting both parties. In fact, there were many others who shared the same mindset. All of them stubbornly resisted yielding. They were waiting for Zuan to take the initiative to show goodwill towards them. Such dynamics were common in the military. A commander wanting to control an elite force definitely needed to rely on lower-ranked officers. It was impossible for a commander to directly give orders to the lowest-ranking soldiers. In this situation, there was often an unspoken understanding between the military commander and the lower-ranking officers, just like now. Anyone with a bit of military knowledge would voluntarily step forward to help these squad leaders up, showing sympathy and encouragement. The purpose was to demonstrate sincerity and pave the way for further cooperation. However, this time, the expectations of these squad leaders were all shattered. They were now facing Zuan, who had no military background and was completely unpredictable. He looked at the many squad leaders who stubbornly refused to yield, a hint of cold and playful smile forming on his lips. "What's this? Are you not planning to submit? Or do you still want to show off in front of me?" Zuan said lightly. This statement made the squad leaders tremble, and a hint of doubt arose in their minds. Was this person genuinely clueless or pretending to be ignorant? Either way, The situation had evolved to a point where further concealment was impossible. Thus, one of the more daring squad leaders raised his head and looked at Zuan. "Master of the army, we dare not test you any longer." "Oh. So what do you mean by this now, Zu?" An asked coldly. "Ahem, we just want to know if, after taking control of the elite soldiers, you are still going to let us remain as squad leaders." "Yes. After all, we have been in this position for a long time, and our brothers below us also look up to us. If it's not us, then..." Although the rest of the sentence wasn't spoken out loud, the meaning was crystal clear. "If you dare not choose us, then we won't cooperate with you." This was an indirect threat to Zuan. Under different circumstances, someone might have yielded by now. Nevertheless, what these squad leaders said was not wrong. Yet, Zuan was not one to be easily swayed. He chuckled lightly. "You want to use this to threaten me? Fine, you want an explanation. I'll give you one now." With that, Zuan pointed casually at one of the elite soldiers kneeling next to a squad leader. "What's your name?" The soldier trembled all over, then bowed to the ground and said, respectfully to the master of the army, "My name is Yue Yangping." "Oh, your surname is also Yue. Most of us elite soldiers are from the Yue family. Even if there are outsiders, they are granted the surname Yue." Yue Yangping explained. Zuan suddenly realized, if there was an unbreakable bond on the battlefield, it was the ties of blood. The Yue family's actions were clearly aimed at uniting these elite soldiers to bring out their maximum combat effectiveness. Zuan nodded and suddenly said, "So, Yue Yangping, are you willing to replace the person next to you as the squad leader?" This statement caught Yue Yangping off guard. Not only him, but the squad leader, who had been secretly calculating how Zuan would react, was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Is he openly trying to let others take my place? A joke. After so many years of hard work, how could he possibly do that? The small squad leader thought to himself. But at that moment, a sentence from Yue Yangping completely stunned him. Yue Yangping lowered his head and said in a firm voice, "I am willing." The small squad leader made a choking sound in his throat. He never dreamt that Yue Yangping would actually agree. At that moment, Yue Yangping turned to him and said solemnly, "Sir, please don't blame me. Disobeying the master of the army's orders openly is a grave offense itself, and after serving for so many years, it's time for a change in the squad leader's position." The small squad leader's face went from pale to red, then purple, ending up looking like a piece of charcoal, extremely unsightly. Zuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Yue Yangping was indeed a smart person, and those few words were very tactfully put. At a command, Yue Yangping and the young team leader beside him quickly underwent a transformation in their aura. The armor on Yue Yangping became particularly dazzling, while the former team leader, now appearing listless, had a dull and faded appearance. This scene was observed by everyone present, causing the team leaders, who harbored secret intentions and tried to make Zuan bow their heads, to feel their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. After all, they had not anticipated Zuan to be so decisive and ruthless in his actions, stripping a team leader of all authority with just a few words and giving it to someone else. This move hit them right where it hurt. They had relied solely on the tiny bit of power in their hands, but now Zuan was telling them with unwavering certainty who had really granted them that power. Now, these team leaders who had hoped for personal gain were all feeling regretful. However, this was only the beginning. Witnessing Zuan gaze at these elite soldiers with an indifferent tone, he said, "Do you know, although you are hailed as elite by the Yue family, in my eyes, you are nothing but the lowest of the low." These words were so blunt that they caused anger to flash on the faces of these proud soldiers, as their most prized label of being elite was ruthlessly stripped away by Zuan. This naturally triggered their rage. Feeling angry, thinking I'm talking nonsense, aren't you? Zuan coldly chuckled before continuing, "Yes, each of you possesses notable strength and has sharpened your skills in military formations and ambush tactics in this training ground for many years, but is that enough? It only served to transform you from the lowest of the low into slightly more powerful trash." With a snort, Yue Qinghuan was amused by Zuan's metaphor, but quickly composed her expression, looking serious. "I know that none of you is satisfied and believe you are not as inadequate as I imply. However, do you know what a true elite is in my eyes?" Zuan paused, surveyed the crowd, and then spoke slowly. "A true elite the king of soldiers, must be swift as the wind, calm as the forest, aggressive as fire, and immovable as a mountain. Of these qualities, how many of you embody? The hall fell deadly silent, with only Zhu An's voice reverberating in the empty training ground. As Yue Qinghuan gazed at Zhu An standing proudly in white before the crowd, she found her lilac eyes gradually brightening. She quietly murmured, "Swift as the wind, calm as the forest, aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain." She almost entered a trance. The elite soldiers present showed contemplative expressions, then shamefully hung their heads. Yes, their strength was commendable, but none of them embodied those qualities. Zhu An spoke of Zhu. Unsneered, speechless, are we? Everyone remained silent. I understand your thoughts very well. You believe your strength is already formidable enough as long as you excel in military formations and combat techniques. Discipline and obedience are for common foot soldiers, but let me make it clear. A soldier is a soldier, and thus must unconditionally follow orders. Starting from now, the positions of you team leaders will not be fixed. Anyone who is capable and willing can replace you. Understand? The elite soldiers glanced at each other and eventually sparsely shouted, "Understood." "I can't hear you." Zhu An suddenly roared, his voice so loud that it rang in the soldiers' ears, causing a buzzing sensation. Finally, they understood, shouting in unison, "Understood." "Very well. Since you understand, each of you will now run 10 laps around the entire training ground." This training ground was as vast as half a planet, and running 10 laps would take even these powerful soldiers at least a day. Many soldiers hesitated, questioning the effectiveness of this method. Unmoved, Zhu An calmly extended a finger. "Now it's 20 laps." The soldiers hesitated further. 30 laps. Someone was the first to shout, then others followed suit. The remaining soldiers trembled, as they knew that if they continued standing still, Zhu An would keep increasing the laps. Running 100 laps around a planet was an inconceivable concept that could end in disaster. Fearing this, they all dashed out and began sprinting around the training ground. Approaching, Yue Qinghuan walked up admiringly. "Zhu An, you're amazing. These soldiers haven't been this obedient in a long time." Zhu An smiled slightly. "Soldiers? In my hands, even the ancestors of the soldiers will obey me obediently." Yue Qinghuan blushed and turned away, unable to bear Zhu An's confident demeanor. She found him incredibly handsome when he was so self-assured. She was trying to find a topic when Zhu An suddenly roared, "You there in the 7th row. If you dare to secretly use magical treasures to help you run, I will make you run until this time next year. Do you believe me?" His fierce shout echoed across the entire training ground, causing the soldier to shudder as his jade pendant shattered under the pressure. Zhu An continued coldly, "Remember, no one is allowed to use any cultivation techniques or external forces. You can only rely on your dull bodies to complete this task. I will watch the whole process. If anyone disobeys." He left the threat hanging, but the chilling implication made everyone's hair stand on end. In an instant, those who had entertained thoughts of slackening off abandoned the notion. This guy was watching them closely. If caught slacking off, it would be all over. Hence, they obediently measured the land with their legs. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the vast training ground, where soldiers who had previously gathered in small groups for idle chatter now dutifully sprinted across the ground. Meanwhile, Zhu An stood composedly in the sky, overlooking the spectacle. "Yue Guanan has left, do you know?" Yue Shifeng nodded. "I know." "Indeed." The second young lady settled her mind, then sat across from Yue Shifeng, somewhat puzzled, and said, "How could he leave?" Yue Shifeng smiled. "Maybe he was persuaded by that little guy." "You mean Zhu An? How is that possible, with his cultivation and realm? How could he persuade Yue Guanan? There must be other reasons behind this." The second young lady still couldn't believe it. "Regardless of the reasons, he has indeed left now," Yue Shifeng said calmly. "Yes, no matter the reason, he has indeed left," the second young lady said somewhat absent-mindedly. Originally, she had always regarded Yue Guanan as a great enemy because of his disrespectful behavior towards Yue Shifeng in the past, which revealed his ambition. But she never expected that, before she could prepare herself, Yue Guanan had already left on his own accord. This naturally left her somewhat stunned. How are those soldiers performing now? Yue Shifeng didn't offer any consolation, just casually asked. Hearing this, the second young lady had an expression as if she had seen a ghost. Just received news. Those soldiers are now running under the supervision of Zuan. Running. Yue Shifeng was also surprised. Yes, running, and not using any cultivation methods, purely relying on physical endurance. As she spoke, the second young lady herself found it somewhat unbelievable, but faced with the truth, she had no choice but to believe. Yue Shifeng was also initially surprised, but soon he chuckled lightly, then leaned back on his chair. This Zuan really gives me too many surprises. At the same time, this news quickly spread throughout the entire Yue family. Yue Jun's father, Yue Hechang, was frowning slightly at this moment, contemplating this matter. Yue Jun's, on the other hand, was excitedly pacing around the room, muttering to himself as he walked. So amazing! Just taking office and already subduing those arrogant soldiers, truly living up to being the man favored by my third sister. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned to Yue Hechang. Father, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Why not let me go to the training ground as well? Yue Hechang was startled from his contemplation. You want to go to the training ground? Yes. It's too boring to stay at home. It's a good opportunity to learn something from my third sister and brother-in-law, Yue Jun said enthusiastically. After a moment of contemplation, Yue Hechang nodded. All right, since you are willing to go, then go ahead. Thank you, father. Overjoyed at the permission granted, Yue Jun rushed out. Watching his son's joyous figure, Yue Hechang couldn't help but chuckle. This child. Then, as if remembering something, he furrowed his brows again. How could Yue Guanan suddenly leave? This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. Not only he, but almost everyone in the Yue family was puzzled by this. After all, Yue Guanan, as the legendary warrior of the Yue family, had guarded the training ground for centuries. People had grown accustomed to his presence. But just as Zuan took on the position of leading the soldiers, Yue Guanan disappeared. The implications of this were truly intriguing. While the Yue family was in confusion over this matter, the news spread rapidly throughout the military families. In the Sima family, one of the 12 main branches of the military families, Sima Tiancheng, who had quietly escaped from the welcome banquet, recounted the whole incident to his father, Sima Changchao, who was the head of the Sima family. Father, I suspect that this person is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could he make the war god of the Yue family leave shortly after taking office? Oh. And who do you think he is? Sima Changchao asked calmly. I suspect that this person should be a descendant of the leading families of the ancient Baijia. It is very likely that he was invited by Yue King Huan to prepare in advance for the matter of the war transformation for her brother. Sima Tiancheng analyzed. The matter of Yue Shifeng's war transformation was not a secret within the military families. And now, with Yue Shifeng suddenly disappearing from public view for half a year, it was very likely that his injuries had worsened once again. So Sima Tiancheng's speculation was reasonable. However, Sima Changchao coldly snorted. If the Yue family dares to use external assistance, it would be a great risk. Who knows? After all, with Yue Shifeng's war transformation imminent, it would be difficult for Yue King Huan as a mere woman to bear the responsibility of the entire family. For the survival of the Yue family, they might be willing to do so. If that's the case, when the martial arts competition arrives, we won't need to show any mercy to the Yue family. With a hint of cold-killing intent in his tone, Sima Changchao continued, survival of the fittest. If the Yue family can't support themselves in the future, then the military families will only have 11 main branches. Yes. Sima Tiancheng bowed and retreated. Alone in the room, Sima Changchao fell silent for a moment, then a sly and cold smile crept onto his face. Yue Shifeng, surviving the war transformation multiple times already, you are indeed a tough one. But I don't believe you can always be so lucky. Now that my martial arts are about to reach completion, when the martial arts competition arrives, it will be your time to die. In the Long family, another sound of smashing objects echoed within the house, mixed with hysterical roaring. It was as if a wounded beast, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The guards at the door and passing maids all remained silent, fearing to disturb the person inside. After a long while, Longzhan slowly opened the door and walked out. Furthermore, his face and body were stained with thick blood, making him appear like a terrifying demon crawled out from hell, extremely frightening. Dispose of everything inside, Long Zan ordered in a hoarse voice. Yes. The guards and maids quickly nodded and then entered the room. Although they were mentally prepared, the sight inside the room exceeded their imagination. Seeing those unrecognizable flesh piles that could no longer be considered as bodies, a maid turned pale, bent over, tightly covering her mouth, trying to control herself, afraid of vomiting. With that, he casually grabbed a maidservant standing nearby. The maidservant was so frightened that she almost fainted, but she dared not move, only trembling all over. Long Zan seemed to have vented his anger and did not hurt her again. Instead, he just tore open her shirt and used it as a towel to wipe his face and hands before striding away. Only after he had walked far away did the maidservant finally kneel down and cry softly. The reason was simple. The current Long Zan was too terrifying. All of this started from the moment he woke up and discovered that the wounds on his face could never heal. When he realized this fact, he broke down. Being pampered since childhood, how could he accept this reality? So he almost hysterically began smashing things, and as if that wasn't enough, he started killing people. Not just simple killings, but extremely cruel murders. In the beginning, it was one person a day, but now it was several in a day. In such a situation, how could these powerless maidservants not be afraid? At this moment, Long Zan moved through the Long family headquarters like a ghost. Wherever he went, whether it was maids or guards, none dared to show any signs of being different. Because there were already examples, weak-willed maids who couldn't help but scream when they saw Long Zan's terrifying appearance were tormented by him for a whole day before taking their last breath. After this incident, no one dared to show any signs of being different towards him. Long Zan went straight to Lady Li's residence, wanting to see his mother. However, he found out that Lady Li had not returned. She had been taken by the Long family head, Long Yushu, to the Long family training ground and had not returned yet. Seeing this, Long Zan had to turn back, but instead of returning to his own room, he walked outside. No one dared to stop him along the way, and he easily walked out of the Long family headquarters and boarded an airship. The pilot of the airship turned pale when he saw it was young Master Long. "Where is young Master Long going?" "Myron Lei," Long Zan said with a face as cold as water. The pilot didn't dare to say anything, so he piloted the airship into the air, heading straight for Myron Lei. Long Zan remained silent during the journey, his eyes flickering with a gloomy and icy light. Soon, the airship arrived at Myron Lei and landed in front of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. The airship's quality was extremely high. Clearly only dignitaries from the Long family could ride in it. Therefore, as soon as it landed, the people from the Red Sleeve Pavilion came out to welcome them. The leading old madam's smile was almost overflowing. However, when the door of the airship slowly opened and Long Zan stepped down, even the old madam, who had been in the red light district for many years, couldn't help but shudder, and her smile froze on her face. It was because at that moment, Long Zan looked like a demon with blood all over him, evoking fear in everyone. "How dare you not even greet me?" Long Zan said coldly, his tone already hinting at a desire to kill. The old madam felt a chill in her heart. She knew about the incident that had happened at the Red Sleeve Pavilion before, and she had heard about what Long Zan had been doing at the Long family. So she quickly suppressed her fear and said with a smile, "Oh, how could it be possible? I just didn't expect young Master Long to come today, so I was so happy. Please, come inside. You don't know, in the days when you didn't come, many girls were mentioning you," the old madam said enthusiastically. But Long Zan suddenly stopped his steps and said coldly, "Oh, what were they saying about me?" The old madam felt her scalp tingling and forced a smile. They were just missing you." Long Zan sneered and ignored the old madam, walking inside. As he passed by, everyone retreated to the side. Seeing this, the old madam quickly ordered the people behind her, "Be careful, this young master is obviously in a bad mood today. Remember to bring some good talkers later." Yes. Naturally, it was still the private room that belonged to Long Zan. Although it had been affected by the fire before, with the strength of the Red Sleeve Pavilion, it had been fully restored in just one day. Long Zan sat in his familiar seat, but he couldn't feel any joy. The place was the same, but he was no longer the same person he was a few days ago. Thinking about this, his heart felt like it was being pricked by needles, and his eyes faintly glowed red. The bloodthirsty desires he had just vented suddenly became active again. This also caused the temperature of the entire room to drop several degrees. When several beautiful maidens walked into the room, they couldn't help but shudder. The old madam greeted enthusiastically, "Young Master Long, are you satisfied with everything?" Long Zhan looked at these women with a dark face, then nodded. "Go and accompany young Master Long," the old madam quickly said. The women were all very scared, but they dared not defy, so they approached with forced smiles. "Young Master Long, it's been so long since you last came. Come, have a drink first." One of the women filled a glass with wine and offered it to him. But Long Zhan grabbed her wrist. The woman screamed, and the glass fell to the ground. "Young Master Long, what do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean I haven't been here in a long time? Are you mocking me?" Long Zhan said with bloodshot eyes. The woman was trembling, unable to say a word. The old madam's expression also changed slightly, but did not dare to speak up because everyone knew that this young Master Long, who already had a bad temper, was even more violent after the incident. No words. "Do you find my face repellent?" Long Zhan's tone became even fiercer. Just as he was about to explode, a light laugh came from outside the door. "The noble young master of the Long family, why can't you get along with a weak woman? Who is it? Who's speaking? Get out!" Long Zhan was furious. "Heh, no need to be so angry, I'm right behind you." Long Zhan turned to look, and he saw a man sitting in a chair in the corner behind him. He didn't know when this person had entered, and he was smiling at him. TSK, such a fierce temper, you've even scarred your own face." Long Zhan's pupils gradually contracted, staring fixedly at the man. "What did you say?" It's strange, though the man was sitting very close, his exact age and facial features couldn't be seen. It was as if a vague mist shrouded him, giving off a mysterious and eerie feeling. "What revenge trade?" Long Zhan asked coldly. The man chuckled, but didn't directly respond to Long Zhan's words. Instead, he looked towards the women accompanying Long Zhan on both sides. Truly worthy of the famous red sleeves of beautiful tears. "The quality of these women is indeed quite good," Long Zhan sneered, waving his hand, prompting the women to quickly leave. Soon, the room was left with only Long Zhan and this mysterious man. The walls of this private room are embedded with isolation arrays. They are already activated, so no matter what happens inside, the outside world won't hear. "You can speak now," Long Zhan said. The man smiled slightly and spoke calmly. "I believe Long Xiao, who used to be so vigorous and spirited, now looks like a ghost. He must really want to kill the person who harmed you and caused you to become like this. Am I right?" "Nonsense," Long Zhan dismissed. Then the man continued, "Let me be straightforward. Long Xiao must want to kill the man beside Yue King Huan and claim her as his own. Am I correct?" Long Zhan coldly chuckled. "So what? As long as Long Xiao thinks like this, then our deal can continue." The man jovially said. "Oh, continue how?" "Very simple. I will grant you the ability to kill that man, and you will be responsible for openly killing him during the martial arts competition." Hearing this, Long Zhan almost laughed out loud. "Are you sure you're not joking? Why do you say that?" The man smiled. Long Zhan sneered, "Putting aside whether you have the ability, if you really do, why don't you act on it yourself rather than using me?" The man chuckled. "Good question. The reason is simple. The identity of this guy is special to the point where I cannot directly deal with him, or else it will bring unnecessary trouble. But not for you. Due to your grudge with him and the rules of your military family's martial arena, killing him won't arouse suspicion or attention from anyone." Long Zhan continued to coldly smile, not believing a single word this man said. He even began to doubt who sent this man. "Are you finished? If you are, you better leave before I actually want to kill someone." Long Zhan lifted his glass, deciding to ignore the man. But at that moment, the man sighed lightly, truly a delusional person. His words hung in the air as the mist that surrounded him suddenly split, entering Long Zhan's mind like a thunderbolt. Clang! The glass in Long Zhan's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face showed shock as he sat in place. In that instant, he felt an indescribable surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could shatter a star with a single punch. Unable to help but look up, Long Zhan gazed at the man with astonishment. "Do you believe now?" The man smiled. Long Zhan was shaken to his core. He couldn't fathom the origin or cultivation level of this man. But judging from the immense power he could impart casually, this man was definitely extraordinary, perhaps even stronger than his father, the head of the Long family, Long Yushi. In an instant, a thought surfaced in his mind. Before he could speak it out, the man shook his head. Impossible. The fire poison you're afflicted with originates from the ancient Zhurong lineage. Even I. A trace of fear appeared in the man's eyes. I wouldn't dare touch these things. But as long as you successfully kill this Zuan and extract the ancient fire seed devoured by him, I can help you recover from your injuries. Really? Long Zhan's eyes lit up. The man smiled. Of course it's true. Now, I have a few final questions. Go on. Who are you exactly? And why do you want to confront this Zuan? Long Zhan asked solemnly. Who I am is not important. As for why I want to confront Zuan. The man coldly chuckled, then uttered a vague phrase. To extinguish the rekindled flames, one must suffocate it at its infancy. Long Zhan wanted to ask more, but at that moment, the man who was sitting on the chair turned into a mist, gradually dissipating. His calm voice came from the void. Remember, you haven't seen anyone here today, understand? Long Zhan nodded. Yes. I await your good news. With that, silence returned. If it weren't for the shattered glass on the ground and the tremendous power surging within him, Long Zhan would have doubted that what just happened was an illusion. He steadied his mind, then got up to leave. Zuan. During the martial arts competition, I will exact tenfold vengeance for the ruin of my appearance and foundation. All that happened to Long Zhan didn't attract anyone's attention, not even the girls from the red sleeves of beautiful tears, as Long Zhan altered their memories. They only remembered drinking with Long Xiao until late that night. Back at the Long family headquarters, Long Zhan immediately locked himself in his room to sort out the power he had gained. Like a venomous snake waiting in the dark, Long Zhan quietly bided his time for the day of the martial arts competition. In the training ground of the Yue family, after crossing the finish line, Yue Juns fell to the ground, unable to get up. The other soldiers were in slightly better condition, but still sweating profusely and exhausted. Seeing the determined Yue Juns, who was already completely drained but remained steadfast, Yue King Huan couldn't help but admire him. Good. This is the true spirit of a man from the Yue family. Unexpectedly, Yue Juns actually possesses an indescribable toughness and persisted through several days of training. Today's cross-country run around the entire training ground for 50 laps exceeded everyone's expectations, as Yue Juns not only persevered, but also ran faster than some soldiers with slightly weaker foundations. As a result, Yue Juns earned the respect of everyone. At this moment, everyone had crossed the finish line and was catching their breath to recover their strength. Because this cross-country run was not simple. First, they couldn't use any magical powers, relying solely on their own physical strength to complete it. Secondly, there was a time limit, and if one person failed to finish in time, everyone would be penalized. This was an extremely harsh rule, but fortunately, everyone completed it within the specified time. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Zuan's voice rang out, "Line up." With just a simple words, the soldiers, who were either lying down or sitting, sprang up as if electrified, then quickly began forming into lines. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers had returned to their positions and looked solemnly at Zuan. Yue King Huan dragged the exhausted Yue Juns to the outer edge of the formation, marveling at the scene. Who would have thought that this disciplined unit was once a mess just a few days ago? It was only now that Yue King Huan understood why Zuan had been making the soldiers practice running non-stop. It wasn't just about physical training, but also about wearing down their arrogance and instilling a sense of obedience from the depths of their hearts. Only then could they instinctively complete tasks upon receiving Zuan's orders. Could it be that Zuan had devised this method of training himself? Yue King Huan silently pondered. Meanwhile, Yue Juns, on the side, looked at Zuan's back with almost worshipful eyes and whispered, "Third sister, third brother-in-law is amazing. Hey, I've told you countless times, he's not your brother-in-law. Stop calling him that." Yue King Huan scolded, though her face had turned red. Yue Juns chuckled inwardly, thinking that even though third sister refused, she seemed to have such intentions deep down. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would have probably lost her temper already. Zuan was unaware of what Yue King Huan and Yue Juns were talking about, and didn't care. As he gazed at the soldiers, his stern expression made their hearts tremble. This was due to the intense training they had undergone in the past few days, leaving a deep shadow in their hearts. There were even whispers calling him King of Hell behind his back. Zuin didn't investigate this because he knew his time was limited, and the only way to transform this unit was through strict methods. As for the title King of Hell, Zuin had grown accustomed to it. After surveying the entire unit, he inwardly nodded in approval. Despite the short time frame, the soldiers' exceptional qualities, coupled with the brutal training, had instilled a sense of fierce courage in the unit. Especially when they stood in formation, the overwhelming aura of rage was truly moving. From this perspective, the unit could barely be considered an elite force. However, to achieve success in the martial arts competition or even win the championship, they still had a long way to go. Hence, Zuan's voice was cold as he asked, "Do you think you are elite now?" These words left the soldiers somewhat puzzled. Was it not enough? They had revered Zuan because they could feel their progress. Yet, it seemed like there was still a long way to go according to Zuan. At that moment, Zuan declared, "I know many of you might be thinking, isn't this enough? Well, I'm telling you now, it's not. It's far from enough. Yes, you are disciplined and showing shades of elite soldiers. But it's all just talk until you shed blood, because true elite soldiers must have experienced battle." There was a low murmur throughout the crowd. Many soldiers showed signs of defiance. Zuin remained silent, observing them quietly. When the murmurs subsided, he coldly continued, "Do you think I'm wrong? You've all been powerful individuals in your own right, with the blood of countless enemies on your hands. But personal bravery alone isn't enough to create an invincible force. You must use blood to fortify your morale, strengthen your unity. Only then can you truly mature." With that, Zuin turned to Yue King Huan. "I remember you mentioning that there are interstellar pirates hidden in a star system just 3 days away from here." Yue King Huan was taken aback, then nodded, "Yes, but..." She suddenly understood something and was about to speak, but Zuin raised his hand, signaling her to remain silent, then addressed the soldiers again. "Did you hear that? There are interstellar pirates daring to roost within 3 days' journey from the Yue family. What does this signify? It signifies that the might of the Yue family is gradually diminishing. Otherwise, even with 10 times the courage, those interstellar pirates wouldn't dare to roost under your noses." The entire crowd fell silent. Some wanted to argue, but remained quiet in the end, because what Zuin said was the truth. 3 days' journey was like being at their doorstep in the vast stellar space. If interstellar pirates dared to roost so audaciously in their vicinity, it was a clear sign of disrespect towards the Yue family. Therefore, I have only one command for you all. Tear apart these pirates with your own hands. Let them understand that the might of the Yue family is not to be challenged. This battle will be your first step to prove yourselves. Because only after you've collectively undergone the trial of blood and fire can you truly step into the realm of elite soldiers. So, do you have the confidence, yes?" The crowd erupted in agreement. "I can't hear you. Yes." The resounding response shook the ground beneath their feet. Zuin nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Set off now and let the blood of your enemies dye the path beneath your feet red." With that command, it was as if the lid was lifted off a cage. The soldiers, with bloodlust in their eyes, soared into the sky like wild beasts, heading towards the distant horizon. Yue King Huan stared in astonishment, trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, Yue Juns was so excited, he was on the verge of tears, shouting, "Third brother-in-law, let me join too. I've long been irritated by those arrogant pirates and want to eradicate them with my own hands." Zuin harbored a fondness for Yue Juns, but found his title quite troublesome. As the leader of this pirate group, he naturally has this right. After he makes his choice, it's the turn of the other smaller leaders to pick. This has become their daily routine. Because their position is right beside a very busy trade route, with numerous merchant ships passing by every day, they don't even have to actively attack. Just sitting at home will attract merchant ships offering tribute for safety. This allows Lu Bingtang and others to live very prosperously, to the point where they are becoming complacent. After the distribution, these smaller leaders flatter and praise Lu Bingtang. Lu Bingtang, pleased with himself, says, "Today's gains are quite good. What kind of tributes did these merchant ships offer?" A smaller leader steps forward and says, "Boss, the tribute is from a merchant convoy heading to the Yue family." "Oh, it's the Yue family convoy." Lu Bingtang is surprised, then becomes interested. We have been staying at the Yue family's place for some time now. Since the Yue family convoy is here, let's take this opportunity to go and see. It's a chance to show our gratitude to the landlord. Lu Bingtang jokingly remarks. The whole room erupts in laughter. That's right, we owe our good business to the Yue family's care, so naturally we should show our appreciation. A big leader laughs heartily. Someone next to them winks and says, to be honest with everyone, when the convoy came to offer tribute, the leader was a charming young lady. This statement makes all the pirates chuckle in amusement. Someone even remarks, once the boss goes there, he will surely capture that young lady. Lu Bingtang adjusts his clothes proudly, then calmly says, let's go, let's see, if she meets our taste, she won't be able to leave today. The whole group eagerly agrees and follows Lu Bingtang. Meanwhile, a huge convoy hovers quietly in space. In the command room of the leading ship, Jinkai slams her hand on the command console in anger. Damn it, we've already paid the toll. Why won't they let us go? They said their leader wants to come over for a visit. A subordinate says bitterly. Their leader. Jinkai is taken aback. Why would a pirate leader come to visit us? I don't know. Jinkai falls silent for a moment, then waves her hand weakly. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The subordinate hesitates to speak further, then sighs lightly and exits. The spacious command room is now left with only Jinkai. She leans wearily on the command console, feeling desolate. As a family that has cooperated with the Yue family for hundreds of years, although Jinkai has only taken charge of this route for a short time, she has established a close relationship with the Yue family. All sorts of daily necessities and cultivation tools needed by the Yue family are provided by the Jing family. This annual passage not only brings substantial profits to the Jing family, but also gives them a solid backing and support. This is the reason why the Jing family has stood tall in the chaotic world outside for so long. However, in recent years, the situation of the Jing family has been deteriorating. The most direct manifestation is that some people, who used to respect and always comply with the Jing family, suddenly changed their attitude. Not only did they stop providing convenience, but they also started causing disturbances in many aspects. Then there were the encounters on the trade route. In the earlier years when Jinkai took over this route, the entire route was smooth and unobstructed, without any hindrances. However, suddenly, many interstellar pirates appeared, even setting up bases just 3 days away from the Yue family. Nevertheless, at the beginning, these pirates did not dare to bother the Jing family's convoy because they were working for the Yue family. But last year, these pirates suddenly changed their behavior and no longer showed any respect to the Jing family. Helpless, Jinkai had to offer tributes proactively to ensure safe passage. This year is no exception. However, she never expected that even though she had paid enough toll this time, they still would not let her pass and claimed that their leader wanted to visit. Jinkai is well aware of the reasons behind the current plight faced by the Jing family and the dangerous situation caused by these pirates along the way. Everything is because people have gradually lost their awe towards the declining Yue family. This has left Jinkai filled with sorrow and anger. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door, and a servant reported in a low voice, "Miss, the pirates are here. They want to see you." Jinkai took a deep breath and said, "All right, I understand. Go back and tell them I'll be coming soon, yes." The servant withdrew. Jinkai stood in front of the mirror, looking at her beautiful reflection, lips pressed together, a hint of coldness in her eyes. These pirates were clearly not here with good intentions, so she needed to prepare thoroughly in advance. She concealed a sharp blade in her sleeve and attached a life-saving talisman close to her. After completing these tasks, Jinkai took a deep breath, her reflection in the mirror gradually turning cold, before she turned and left. Meanwhile, in the reception room of the giant ship, Lu Bingtang sat at the head, drinking tea. His subordinates crowded together, discussing loudly. "Ha ha, those people just went to inform. We'll be able to meet the leader soon. I heard she is the young lady of the Jing family." Nonsense, the Jing family, even their backers the Yue family have fallen. What is their status now? But she is a prestigious lady from a noble family. It must feel different playing with her. Of course. The boss is in luck today. The conversation among these individuals becomes increasingly lewd and vulgar. Just then, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the reception room. The door was pushed open, and Jinkai stepped in. As soon as she appeared, the entire room fell silent. These pirates, who at best had only seen some ordinary women in various brothels, were all stunned. The reason was simple. The ice-cold-faced Jinkai indeed lived up to the words charming and alluring. Especially with her aura of indifference and nobility, many people felt an irresistible itch in their hearts. And then he coldly said, "Master Lu, our caravan has already paid enough toll fees, but they won't let us pass. I wonder what this means." Lu Bingtang chuckled. "Don't worry. You will be allowed to leave, just not now." "Oh, when then?" Jinkai pressed down her anger and asked. Lu Bingtang smiled brightly. "Well, we'll have to discuss it at length. If Miss Jin can satisfy me, we can let you go now. Otherwise, I don't know when you'll be able to leave. You." Jinkai was suddenly furious, but the words stuck in her throat. There was no way. The situation now was stronger than people. These pirates had been entrenched here for years, and their power had grown. With just the guards of this caravan, they were no match for these pirates. So she suppressed her anger and said coldly, "What do you want me to do?" "It's nothing. I've admired Miss Jin's reputation for a long time and just want to have a drink with her." With that, he signaled to the others. These pirates were prepared, and immediately someone came forward to open up their supplies, taking out tables, chairs, various delicate dishes. In the blink of an eye, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. Lu Bingtang smiled brightly. "Miss Jin, please." Jinkai's eyes showed a touch of humiliation. She was after all a young lady of the Jing family. Even though they were not as powerful as the ancient military families, they were still from a prestigious background. But now, she was being forced by a rude pirate leader to drink, which was a great humiliation. But as the saying goes, the situation was stronger than people. So in order to ensure the smooth delivery of the goods, she had to forcefully control her anger and sat down with a cold face. Lu Bingtang's eyes squinted with a smile as he casually picked up the wine jug on the table and poured a cup for Jinkai, then handed it over. "Miss Jin, let me toast you first." With that, Lu Bingtang drank the wine in his cup. Jinkai didn't want to drink, but reluctantly took a sip, then placed the cup heavily on the table. Seeing this, a sense of accomplishment flashed in Lu Bingtang's eyes, then he calmly refilled the cup. "Come, this is the second cup." Jinkai took the cup, looked at Lu Bingtang, and said with a cold face, "You said drinking 3 cups would allow us to pass." Lu Bingtang nodded with a smile. "That's right. Will you keep your word?" "Heh. How can a true man's words not be kept?" "Good." Without waiting for Lu Bingtang to urge her, Jinkai raised her head and downed another cup. "Next." With that, Jinkai threw the cup. Lu Bingtang was not angry, but instead smiled as he refilled the cup again. "Here. This is the 3rd cup." At this point, Jinkai felt the alcohol rushing to her head, but she didn't want to show it in front of these people, so she forcibly suppressed it. However, her lovely face quickly turned red to the ears, making her even more charming and attractive. The pirates present were mesmerized. They had never seen such a stunning beauty. Greed welled up in Lu Bingtang's eyes, but he tried his best not to show it, raising the cup and handing it over. Jinkai took the cup, and after a moment of hesitation, she drank it. "Well done." Lu Bingtang clapped and cheered. His cheer caused the others around to make noise. Impressive drinking capacity. Truly a formidable lady. But these praises seemed to carry a hint of insidious intent. Jinkai, however, was no longer paying attention to them. She suddenly realized that after the 3rd cup, her head was throbbing. Everything was turning black. Her heart tightened. What was happening? Was there something in the wine? Just then, Lu Bingtang chuckled and said, "How do you feel, Miss Jin? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you?" Jinkai's consciousness was already fading at this point, but she stared at Lu Bingtang with all her might. "What did you put in the wine?" "Nothing at all. I just mixed some strong liquor that can knock out a dragon." "How is it? Is the taste not bad?" Lu Bingtang chuckled. Her followers who came with her noticed that something was wrong and were about to take action. The pirates immediately rushed forward, overpowering them with absolute strength. After dealing with them, Lu Bingtang stood up, smiling, and said, "Miss Jin, looks like your followers were a little dishonest, so I took care of them for you. I hope you don't mind." With that, Lu Bingtang approached Jinkai. At this moment, Jinkai couldn't move at all. She could only watch as Lu Bingtang, with a lecherous smile, came closer. She couldn't help but feel a chill, a look of despair in her eyes. She never imagined that these pirates would be so audacious and even dare to touch her. Could it be that her innocence was going to be lost here? With a last burst of strength, Jin Kai tried to end it all. But Lu Bingtang was prepared for this, and with a wave of his hand, a wave of psychic energy completely immobilized Jin Kai. Want to die? It's not that easy. Lu Bingtang sneered as he leaned down to kiss Jin Kai. At that moment, there was a sudden violent shake under their feet. What's going on? Lu Bingtang was shocked. The pirates looked at each other, not sure what was happening outside. But after the violent shake, everything outside returned to calm. However, this calmness caused Lu Bingtang's face to turn pale, because it was too quiet outside, as if the entire reception room was cut off from the outside world. Who's out there? Get out of the way, all of you! Lu Bingtang shouted. But there was still no response from outside. Amidst her complete despair, Jin Kai suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. LS Bangtang was shaken to his core, then shouted hoarsely, "Quick! Defend!" But before his words had even settled, there was a deafening blast, and the entire banquet hall vanished into thin air. That's right, just like you'd imagine. The originally sturdy steel walls of the banquet hall were torn apart like thin paper in an instant. Amidst billowing smoke, a group of fierce and valiant soldiers with an aura of domination marched in step. Though they were numerous in number, every step they took was so precise and uniform, as if they were one entity, causing the entire hall to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their footsteps seemed to pound on the chests of LS Bangtang and the others, causing their breath to stop. LS Bangtang's eyes widened gradually, looking incredulously at the scene before him, until they emerged completely from the smoke. He murmured almost in a whimper, "No, this can't be. How is it them?" As the pirate leader, who had been operating at the doorstep of the Yue family for so long, he naturally recognized the attire of the Yue family soldiers. In fact, in the first few years, he had indeed worried that these elite soldiers would cause trouble for him. But after years of testing, he found that these Yue family soldiers didn't seem as terrifying as rumored, so he gradually let his guard down. This was also the reason for his increasing recklessness. But little did he expect that today, he would witness a scene that only appeared in nightmares. Not only him, but when the silent, domineering Yue family soldiers appeared, the pirates who had previously been arrogant and considered themselves invincible fell silent. Then they stretched their necks dumbfoundedly, watching. That scene was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their throats and lifted them forcibly. At this moment, though Jin Kai was overwhelmed by drunkenness, she also sensed the strangeness outside and, without knowing where she got the strength, she suddenly broke free from a bit of restraint and turned her head with all her might to look. When she saw the familiar Yue family insignia, hot tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, because she knew she was saved. And it was by the Yue family, who were already considered a sick tiger by some. At this moment, LS Bangtang suddenly jolted, suddenly understanding. Then his face quickly filled with a smile, taking a step forward towards the few squad leaders standing in the front, and said, "So it's the Yue family soldiers here. It's all a misunderstanding. We came here today just to have a drink and chat with Miss Jing. Why make such a grand commotion? Would the gentleman care to join us for a brief sit-down as well?" In this speech, he not only casually covered up his own intentions, but also tried to win over these squad leaders, showing that he, the pirate leader, was not to be underestimated. However, much to his surprise, in the face of his flattery and attempts at persuasion, these squad leaders remained unmoved, not even blinking an eye. The atmosphere instantly became awkward and eerie. LS Bangtang's eyelids twitched frantically, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. "What do you mean by this, gentlemen?" Suddenly, a light laughter came from the crowd. "What do we mean? Don't you know yourself?" With these words, the soldiers silently parted to form a path, and then Zuan, Yue Qinghuan, and Yue Jun's walked in. As soon as they saw the three of them, Jin Kai began to struggle desperately, unable to speak, but making a whimpering sound. When Yue Jun saw her, he exclaimed, "Sister Kai." Then he glared at LS Bangtang. "How dare you touch Sister Kai?" But LS Bangtang didn't even hear Yue Jun's questioning because, at that moment, all his attention was drawn to Zuan, who was leading the group. It shouldn't be said that he was drawn, but rather suppressed. And it was a comprehensive, all-encompassing suppression. He felt the imposing aura emanating from the young man in white was like an endless vast ocean, rendering him unable to speak even after just one glance. This made him unnerved. Who is this man? How come he's never been seen before? At this moment, Zuan glanced casually over the faces of the pirates present, finally stopping at LS Bangtang, then smiled faintly. You're the leader of these pirates, aren't you? LS Bangtang didn't want to respond, but inexplicably, when he heard Zuan's question, he nodded as if compelled. Very well, leave him, and kill the rest, Zuan said indifferently. At this command, before LS Bangtang could react, the Yue family soldiers rushed forward like a black torrent. Puff, puff, puff. Accompanied by the sound of blades cutting through flesh, flowers of blood began to bloom one by one in the banquet hall. The pleas for mercy, the roars of anger, the miserable cries mixed together, along with the nauseating smell of blood, flooding into LS Bangtang's senses, causing his face to become as pale as snow. In the blink of an eye, those pirates who were just lively moments ago all fell in unison, becoming lifeless corpses on the ground. After finishing all this, the Yue family soldiers, as if completing an insignificant task, silently retreated to their original positions. LS Bangtang's psychological defenses were instantly shattered. Because in this whole process, his subordinates were mercilessly harvested like crops in a field, while the Yue family soldiers didn't even suffer any injuries, the disparity was simply despairing. Thud! LS Bangtang collapsed weakly to the ground, looking dazedly at Zuan. At this point, Yue King Huan and Yue Juns had already come forward to rescue Jing Kai. Although this surviving miss from the Jing family was still in shock, she looked bewilderedly at Zuan, who stood in front of the group in white. Sensing her doubt, Yue Juns whispered proudly, "This is my third brother-in-law. How about that? Isn't he amazing? Third brother-in-law?" Jing Kai turned to glance at Yue King Huan. Yue King Huan blushed, scoffing, "Don't listen to him, it's not like that." Although she denied it, as women, how could Jing Kai not hear the insincerity in Yue King Huan's words? Lu Bingtang could not help but know why at this time, he could only smile bitterly and nod. "I know. Very well. It is impossible for you to stay alive, but as long as you hand over all your personal space and identify all the nearby pirate dens, I can give you a quick death." The light in Lu Bingtang's eyes dimmed completely. He knew what Zuan said was true. But out of the desire to survive, he still wanted to struggle. So he raised his head, about to say something. Ju ignored him, instead leisurely walked to the porthole of the banquet hall. Outside the window was the vast expanse of space, and in the distance was the lair where Lu Bingtang and others were stationed. Zuan looked at the several huge and ugly pirate ships and said casually, "There is no use keeping them, just push them over directly." With a command, the soldiers of the Yue family all bowed their heads and saluted. Clang! The sound of armor colliding rang out. Next, these soldiers silently turned and headed straight for the pirate dens in the distance. Boom! Accompanied by the rising flames, in the blink of an eye, the pirate den painstakingly operated by Lu Bingtang was engulfed in flames, with faint cries for mercy heard within. But soon, all the sounds fell silent. And when the flames dissipated, the pirate ships had already shattered completely. Countless pirate bodies floated silently among the wreckage. Thus, the pirate den that had been stationed at the doorstep of the Yue family for several years became history. Seeing all of this, Lu Bingtang trembled uncontrollably, then collapsed on the ground, voluntarily spitting out 2 points of light. It was his personal space. Zuan took it with ease, showing a slight smile on his face. "You are a clever person, so you should know what to do next." Lu Bingtang nodded shakily. "Yes, I know. The nearest pirate den is at 1245 on the star map, about a day's journey away." "Very good." Zuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Yue King Huan and Jing Kai, among others. "If it's not inconvenient, I would like to requisition this giant ship, can I?" Although phrased as a request, there was an unquestionable authority in the words. Jing Kai had already been shocked by what had just happened, and hearing that Zhu unplanned to sweep all the pirates on the trade routes, she had no reason to disagree out of joy. She bowed respectfully. "Sir, you may use this giant ship as you wish." "Very well, let's depart according to the coordinates he mentioned." The power unit of the giant sword quickly recharged and spewed out blue flames from the rear. Boom! With a slight vibration, the giant ship shot out at a tremendous speed into the vast space. A day later, in a pirate den no less grand than Lu Bingtang's, flames rose to the sky, but there were no cries of agony, because all the pirates had already become floating corpses in space. The entire process of slaughter from the arrival of the giant ship to this moment was terrifyingly short. Even before Lu Bingtang could react, everything had ended. Now, he looked at Zuan and the soldiers with even more awe. Zhu stood with his hands behind his back at the window, his face devoid of any expression, not even a hint of emotion in his heart. Because whether in the mortal realms or in the higher realms, anyone who became a space pirate was, without exception, not innocent. Only those with blood on their hands and no way out would turn to piracy. Therefore, Zuan felt no psychological pressure in exterminating these scumbags. Another one. Is there anything else? Yes, yes, yes. By this point, Lu Bingtang's mind had been completely shattered, as he knew he was doomed. To drag more people down with him before he died was simply perfect. So he nodded vigorously, 6.7 in that direction. 2 days' journey away, there is a pirate den even larger than mine. Good, set off. And in the following days, Zuan led the soldiers of the Yue family through space, turning millions of miles. Wherever they passed, all the pirates were reduced to rubble. For a time, all the pirates on the trade routes related to the Yue family had been swept away. The news spread, shocking the entire alliance of families. What? The Yue family actually took the initiative to wipe out all the pirates. In the Long family, Lady Li Hue rose abruptly upon hearing this news, her eyes filled with disbelief. The pirates who could stand their ground on the Yue family's trade routes were all more or less instructed by other families. And the Long family was naturally one of them. After all, while this method did not shake the foundation of the Yue family, it could undermine their power and cause them to bleed bit by bit. But in just a few days, all the pieces secretly arranged by the Long family had been eliminated. This was enough to shock Lady Li Hue. Yes, madam. Not only that, Zuan even announced that in the future, anyone who dared to covet the Yue family would be killed without mercy. Though just recounting just a few words, Lady Li Hue could sense the overwhelming killing intent. Her heart trembled, remembering the young man in white who almost trapped her in the Yue family banquet hall, unable to extricate herself. Her pupils contracted, then she spoke in a deep voice. I understand. You may leave, yes? Once the messenger left, Lady Li Hue's eyes flickered as she contemplated strategies. After a while, she gritted her teeth internally. Zuan, I really underestimated you before, but don't worry. At the martial arts competition, I will definitely eliminate you first. Not only the Long family, but also the other branches of the Alliance of Families were shaken. This feeling was like that of a sick tiger on its last legs, suddenly erupting with a thunderous roar. The sudden burst of power left everyone shocked and reminded them of the power of a king. Within the Yue family, the response was even more fervent. Those who had doubts about Zuan before couldn't help but applaud after hearing the news. After all, they had been suppressed for too long. Now they could finally hold their heads up high. How could they not rejoice? In the backyard garden, the second miss chuckled softly. This guy indeed has some skills. Juns, well done. The speaker was none other than Yue Jun's father, Yue Hechang. He was excitedly pacing back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped and asked softly, has the master of the house been informed of the news? A servant replied, he should know by now. No, I must go see the master in person. The soldiers who are returning from the expedition should be back soon, and we should show some acknowledgement. With that, Yue Hechang walked off eagerly. When he reached the backyard flower hall, his second sister had just left. Yue Hechang bowed respectfully, Master. Yue Shifeng was not surprised by Yue Hechang's visit at all. He smiled slightly and said, I knew you would come. They have done well this time. You shall host a ceremony to welcome their triumphant return, to boost everyone's morale. Yue Hechang was delighted, yes. Soon, this proposal spread throughout the entire Yue family. Everyone readily agreed and began preparing for the welcome ceremony. The Yue family hadn't seen such excitement in a while, so everyone was jubilant and eager to decorate the entire estate. As the Yue family members were busy preparing for the ceremony, Zuan led his soldiers and the Jing family's trade convoy back to the estate in a grand procession. Wherever they passed, whether it was passing trade caravans or station troops, all showed great respect towards them. This was because, within just a month, Zhuan had led the Yue family soldiers to eliminate all pirates along the trade routes. As a result, there was not a single pirate left within tens of billions of miles around the Yue family territories, and not a single Yue family soldier was injured. Such achievements were awe-inspiring. The members of the Jing family trade convoy were proud and felt honored. Even Yue King Huan and Yue Juns were joyous. Only Zhuan remained indifferent because he knew that this was just the beginning. The real test would be at the upcoming martial arts competition. However, looking at the well-trained soldiers behind him, Zhuan was confident that he could crush any enemy who dared to stand in his way. Amidst the anticipation of the crowds, Zhuan and his troops finally returned to the Yue family estate. As they stepped off the convoy's giant ship, numerous fireworks shot up into the sky, lighting up the night. The entire Yue family estate poured out to give the returning soldiers the highest level of welcome. Including Yue Juns, all the soldiers were amazed by the welcome ceremony. Even Yue King Huan was mesmerized as she looked at the colorful balloons in the sky. Yue Hechang walked up with a smile on his face. "Commander of the troops, your successful campaign against the pirates has greatly enhanced the reputation of our Yue family. We have organized this grand triumph ceremony for you and your soldiers. Please." All eyes focused on Zhuan at the front of the crowd. Unlike last time, no one had any objections to Zhuan's position this time, and all eyes were full of respect. Zhuan stood quietly, gazing at the decorated Yue family estate, without saying a word. The atmosphere became tense, and many people grew concerned, wondering why the victorious commander of the troops remained silent. Just then, Zhuan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile of indifference. "You all certainly have done well." With that, he took a step forward. Seeing this, the atmosphere in the crowd relaxed, and people's worries dissipated, replaced by smiles. Behind the crowd, Yue Juns couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "My brother-in-law is amazing. When he doesn't smile, no one dares to speak. When will I reach that level?" Of course, he spoke quietly and did not attract anyone's attention. Only Jing Kai behind him glanced sideways and then also looked in astonishment at Zhuan in the distance. This young man in white, truly formidable. She had been traveling with the army for over a month and was impressed by Zhuan's calm and strategic command on the battlefield. Therefore, she was not surprised by the grandeur displayed by the Yue family. Eventually, the group arrived at the banquet venue. However, a small incident occurred. The Yue family members who were in charge of serving the troops at the banquet invited them to sit, but not a single soldier moved, all looking towards Zhuan in unison. Yue Hechang was even more astonished. Not long ago, these soldiers were arrogant and unruly, not showing respect to anyone except the legendary Yue Guanan and the master of the house. Unexpectedly, after Zhuan took command, the situation had changed drastically in just a few days. The soldiers now displayed impressive discipline and obedience. Yue Hechang spoke with even more deference. "Commander of the troops, the soldiers have traveled a long way, and I imagine they are tired. Shouldn't we let them sit?" Zhuan turned to look at the soldiers and smiled faintly. "Please, have a seat. You have truly worked hard on this journey, so no need to be formal at this meal." Only after Zhuan gave the order did the soldiers relax, bow to Zhuan, and take their seats. Even so, they remained orderly, exuding a commanding presence. Yue Hechang and the elders of the Yue family were delighted by this display. If they could maintain this level of performance, they believed they could maintain their current status and possibly even improve further in the upcoming martial arts competition. Consequently, everyone thoroughly enjoyed the triumph celebration banquet that followed. Many lined up to toast Zhuan, especially the younger generation of the Yue family. Seeing how Yue Juns had undergone significant changes after this expedition, and even won praise from the elders, they eagerly expressed their desire to join the troops for training, using the toasting opportunity to convey their aspirations. Zhuan welcomed them, knowing they couldn't participate in the martial arts competition, but training with them would be beneficial. "Take a look at this Lord Zhongbrensk. Let's not talk about other things for now. His alcohol tolerance alone is among the best." As the night grew late, many who wanted to challenge Zhu Bian to a drinking contest ended up getting themselves drunk and staggering away. The banquet was coming to an end. Although this banquet allowed for drinking, the soldiers remained restrained, only having a few drinks before voluntarily leaving to return to the Yuk family's training grounds. Zhu Bian sat at the main seat, drinking slowly. By now, the amount of alcohol he had consumed was uncountable, yet the more he drank, the clearer his eyes seemed. They were as bright as two shining moons, captivating. Some young women from the Yuk family did not leave, but instead whispered among themselves while occasionally casting admiring glances at Zhu Bian. After all, whether in talent or appearance, Zhu Bian was exceptional. Young men admired, young women longing. How could these young women from the Yuk family be an exception? Just then, a graceful figure sat beside Zhu Bian. Immediately, the young women from the Yuk family in the distance looked dim and dispersed. The reason was simple. The gap was too vast for them to compete. Zhu Bian didn't even turn his head because he already knew who it was from the footsteps. Can't sleep. Aren't you in the same boat? Heh, I suddenly felt like indulging in some wine tonight, so I decided to enjoy it. Zhu Bian chuckled. Yu Kunhuen's face showed a gentle smile, and a faint radiance shone in her light purple eyes. May I join you for a drink, Yu? Zhu Bian glanced at Yu Kunhuen, realizing she had donned a new outfit without him noticing. The soft green dress cascaded down like flowing smoke to her waist, emphasizing a breathtaking curve. Her legs, faintly visible beneath, were as pristine as jade. It had to be admitted that after her meticulous grooming, Yu Kunhuen's beauty rivaled Zuen's, making her the acknowledged goddess among the younger generation of the military family. Even Zhu Bian couldn't help being impressed. Sensing Zuen's gaze, Yu Kunhuen blushed slightly, turned her head away, and playfully said, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen it before?" Zhu Bian smiled faintly, then averted his gaze, choosing not to look back. Yu Kunhuen felt a slight emptiness in her heart, regretting her earlier words as a bit too harsh. She reached out lightly, poured wine for both Zhu Bian and herself. "Come, let's have a few drinks together." Zhu Bian smiled, raised his cup, and downed it in one go. "Hey, do you always drink so fast? Why not? Shouldn't drinking be savored slowly to taste it? That's for others. I always drink in one gulp." Yu Kunhuen. Zhu Bian glanced at her with a smile. "If you think you can't handle it in one go, you can drink slowly." "Who said I can't?" Yu Kunhuen gritted her teeth before finishing her cup in one go. The rich wine flowed down her throat, igniting a flame on her face, and a hint of intoxication appeared in her light purple eyes. Zhu Bian was somewhat surprised. Was her alcohol tolerance this low, just from one cup? Unaware of this, Yu Kunhuen refilled her cup and grew bolder with each drink. Zhu Bian took the cup from her, saying, "You're drinking too fast." "Heh, didn't you teach me that?" Yu Kunhuen chuckled. As others had left discreetly, even Yu Jian's, who wanted to sneak a peek, was pulled away by his father. The huge banquet hall was left with only Zhu Bian and Yu Kunhuen. Zhu Bian said calmly, "I can handle my alcohol, but you might not." "What's wrong with getting drunk?" "If I'm drunk, I won't feel pain anymore," Yu Kunhuen murmured softly. Zhu Bian looked at her, and although her eyes were calm, tears welled up. "From the beginning, I knew you would never accept me, right?" Zhu Bian nodded. Yu Kunhuen smiled, tears shimmering in her eyes. "You are a good man, truly. The only pity is that we met too late." Zhu Bian remained silent. "You should know my background, right?" Yu Kunhuen asked softly. "I've heard a bit," Zhu Bian replied. "Surprised? Surprised that I'm not from the human race? No need to explain. Actually, I'm well aware of everything. Even my appearance seems like a mistake. While my brother is about to resolve the issue, I can't bear the burden of the Yuk family. Without you, the family might have been in complete decline after this military exercise. Do you think I'm powerless?" Zhu Bian shook his head. "Don't comfort me. I know everything, but I'd rather keep it to myself." Yu Kunhuen leaned back in her chair. "For the first time in my life, I felt something for someone, but it ended in nothing. It's quite a joke." She smiled and tears fell from her eyes. "You're drunk, let's go." Zhu Bian stood up. "I'm not drunk. Stay with me a little longer," Yu Kunhuen suddenly said. Zhu Bian was surprised, then sat back down. "Where do you plan to go after the exercise?" Yu Kunhuen suddenly asked. "First, I'll help your brother recover, then find my enemies." At this, Yu Kunhuen's eyes sparkled. "What if you can't find them?" "It's impossible not to find them. Even if I have to search every corner of the world, I will track them down." As she spoke, determination filled Zuen's face. Yu Quanhuan looked at him with admiration and poured more wine. Then I wish you success in achieving your goal. The same to you. In the quiet of the night, the wine in the cups had emptied. Zhu Bian looked at the motionless Yu Quanhuan and sighed softly. Yan, it's your turn. Soon, laughter echoed in the air, and the long-absent Bian Yan appeared. Seeing the unconscious Yu Quanhuan, even she couldn't help but sigh. This girl really trusts you. Yes. This guy is really so heartless. Yue Shifeng suddenly didn't know how to describe Zuan. Logically, he should have felt relieved by Zuan's actions. After all, he also knew that Zuan could never be with his sister. But why did he feel a hint of loss in his heart? It was as if something precious to him was not valued by others at all. What are you sighing about? A gentle hand touched Yue Shifeng's shoulder, gently rubbing it. If a man shows no emotion towards a girl who is actively getting drunk in front of him, what does that indicate? It indicates two possibilities. The second miss said softly, Oh, what are the two possibilities? The first possibility is that this man is not interested in this girl at all. Yue Shifeng pondered, and the second possibility. The second possibility is that this man's self-control is terrible, able to restrain all his emotional fluctuations, although this possibility is extremely slim. By the way, why are you asking this? The second miss asked curiously. Yue Shifeng smiled. Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. The next day, when the sunlight had already shone in, Yue Qinghuan finally groaned and slowly woke up. Due to the hangover, although she woke up, she was still in a daze. It wasn't until a while after a cup of tea that she suddenly remembered something and immediately reached out to touch her clothes. Her clothes were intact, still worn on her body. At the same time, she felt her body and found that there was nothing unusual, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. But soon, her expression turned gloomy. Just then, a voice came. You're awake. Yue Qinghuan, startled, immediately looked up, only to see Yan sitting on a chair near the window smiling at her. Many thoughts flashed through Yue Qinghuan's mind, but in the end, it turned into a soft murmur. Did you bring me back last night? Yes, at that time you were almost completely drunk. I was afraid of any danger, so I stayed to watch over you all night. And Yan smiled. Thank you. Yue Qinghuan said softly. You're welcome. Now that you're awake, I should leave. With that, Yan got up to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Where did he go? He naturally went to the training ground. Isn't the martial arts contest coming up soon? He naturally needs to train hard. Yan said. Yue Qinghuan suddenly realized, yes, the martial arts contest was coming up. Yan looked at Yue Qinghuan, who looked confused. She gently shook her head and then left. As Yan said, at this moment, Zuan was intensively training soldiers on the training ground. This martial arts contest was of great importance and must not be lost, so Zuan was extremely cautious. After Yan returned, instead of hurrying back to the Fubao Zilu, she stood quietly at a distance watching. Alongside the soldiers' training, Yue Jun's noticed Yan and was somewhat surprised. Because he had never seen Yan before, he naturally did not know who this stunning woman was and why she appeared there. Excuse me, Chief of the Guard, who is this lady? Yue Jun asked. Zuan smiled. That is my wife. Wife. Yue Jun's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe his ears. What's going on? Wasn't Zhu and his third brother-in-law? How come he suddenly had a wife? At that moment, Zuan ordered rest for 15 minutes. Then he walked to where Yan was. Yanner, how is she? She's sober now, Zhu. And nodded. Are you going back? Not in a rush. It's boring to stay inside all the time. Coming out for some fresh air is also good. And Yan smiled. Okay. I will continue to be busy. With that, Zuan turned to leave. Just then, Yan suddenly lowered her voice and said, Husband, you really didn't have any feelings? Zuan slowly turned around to look at Yan. Yan shrugged. To be honest, even though we are both women, the way Miss Yue looked last night almost tempted me. If I were a man, I probably wouldn't be able to resist it either. She lifted her head, her eyes shining as she looked at Zuan. So even if you did have feelings, I wouldn't be angry. It's just human nature. Zuan suddenly smiled, then reached out to gently rub Yan's head. You? Always overthinking. If I really had feelings, why did I call you out at that time? Even though Yan's hair was tousled by Zuan, her eyes still shone with a very gentle light. "Husband, you're really good." If it weren't for the fact that there were many people around, Yan really wanted to rush into Zuan's arms for an affectionate moment. Zuan smiled, "Silly girl." Then he turned and went back to his busy tasks. This incident was like a little interlude and didn't attract much attention from others. But Yue King Huan didn't appear all day until the second day when she calmly appeared at the training ground. However, the stunning pale green dress had been taken off, replaced by her usual attire. At the same time, the entire Yue family had already learned that Zuan was married and to a woman who was no less stunning than Yue King Huan. This news caused a stir. People did not expect this turn of events. Almost everyone had regarded Zuan as the future husband of Yue King Huan, only to have this revelation. There were sorrowful and fortunate reactions. But soon the commotion subsided because everyone's attention was drawn to the upcoming martial arts contest. In this tense atmosphere, the day of departure finally arrived. The prepared soldiers of the Yue family, led by Zuan and many elders of the Yue family, left the main headquarters of the Yue family and headed towards the martial arts arena. Long family. Buoyed by the soldiers emitting a strong bloody aura, Long Yashu looked satisfied and said, "Depart." Boom. Everyone moved together, and Long Zan, wearing a black mask, also mixed in with the troops flying towards the empty space. At this moment, his heart was ablaze. "Zuan, when it reaches the martial arts arena, it will be your time of death." Sima family. Sima Chongqiao led the army towards the martial arts arena. Sima Tiancheng followed, but a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. When Zuan and others arrived, several major families had already arrived. After the Yue family soldiers landed, people in the distance looked over and began to whisper to each other. "Aren't these people from the Yue family?" "Yes. The Yue family has arrived." I heard they appointed a new commander of the troops. Seems a bit tricky, but why does he look like just a wet behind-the-ears kid? Just a small character at the immortal level. How powerful can he be?" These people chatted, some intentionally speaking loudly, their voices faintly drifting over. Yue Juns couldn't help but show anger on his face. "These guys are truly despicable," he said, wanting to confront them. Zhu waved his hand. "Don't pay attention to what they say. Let our strength do the talking." Yue Juns had great respect for Zuan. Upon hearing this, he stopped in his tracks and just glared angrily at the people in the distance. Zuan turned to the Yue family soldiers. "Take advantage of the time before it starts to sharpen your skills." The crowd nodded, then stood silently, building up their energy. Gradually, the voices of the people discussing died down. Because at this moment, the aura emanating from the Yue family soldiers had become so strong that many people's expressions changed slightly. On the other side of the martial arts field, a general who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in Zuan's direction. Such a strong aura of military might, it seems this year's martial arts competition will be interesting, he exclaimed with excitement. Behind him was an extremely brave elite force, with a large flag embroidered with two ancient seal characters. Zhongli family. One of the 12 families of the Yue family, and one of the top 3 in terms of strength. The leader was Zhongli Wumong, the commander of the Zhongli family. Zhongli Wumong had a great reputation in the military world because he was a complete military fanatic. To what extent was he fanatical? He would never leave the military unless it involved soldiers. In his words, anything unrelated to soldiers was a waste of life. Just as Zhongli Wumong was excited and eager to try, another group of troops descended from the sky. The arrival of these people immediately caused a stir in the entire arena. Because the newcomers were an all-female army. Yes, a unit composed entirely of women. Led by a woman in bright armor and a phoenix helmet. The woman was tall and majestic, even more so in armor, her phoenix helmet raised, revealing a handsome face below. In particular, her bright eyes were exceptionally captivating. "It's Gu Wangya. The Gu family has arrived," someone whispered softly. The Gu family was also one of the 12 families of warriors, ranking in the upper middle tier in terms of strength. The key point was that the Gu family was a female-dominated clan. That's why their soldiers were all women. And Gu Wangya was the most outstanding figure in the Gu family. As the only female general in the family of warriors, Gu Wangya was no less powerful in individual strength and leading troops than any man. This was also the reason why she earned the respect of many people. After all, the world of warriors was a place where strength was respected, and no one would show mercy just because you were a woman. General Gu. Greetings, General Gu. Greetings echoed one after another. Gu Wangya nodded slightly in response, then looked around, suddenly pausing as she gazed at the people from the Yue family, not far away. She recognized the Yue family soldiers, but as she had been in seclusion leading up to this, she was unaware that the commander of the Yue family had been changed. Therefore, she was quite surprised by Zuan. Where is Yue Guanan? Why has there been a change? Gu Wangya asked. Someone stepped forward to explain to her. After hearing it, she couldn't help but look deeply at Zuan, who was standing in front of the team, deep in thought, with a curious expression in her eyes. This young man's strength was not particularly strong, but why did he exude such a compelling pressure? And the Yue family soldiers stood as still as mountains, clearly showing great respect for this young man, indicating that he was quite skilled as well. As she pondered this, several other groups of people landed one after another. The Long family, the Sima family, and several other major families all arrived. The entire martial arts field became lively. Acquaintances greeted each other, but more were taking the opportunity to rest. Because the martial arts competition would soon begin officially, and there would be no chance to rest once it started. Long Yushu coldly stared at Zuan in the distance, instructing in a low voice, "When we get to the arena, focus on the Yue family first, yes?" The commander behind him responded. Long Zan mingled among the soldiers, his eyes faintly gleaming with dangerous light. The head of the Sima family, Sima Changzhou, smirked slightly. Yue Shifang didn't show up after all. It seems the rumors are true. When the martial arts secret realm opens, you must find a way to deplete the Yue family's remaining strength as much as possible, preferably wiping them all out. Understand? Understood. People from the major families were busy readjusting their strategies. Only Zuan remained silent, standing quietly in place, waiting for the martial arts competition to begin. Because before he came, he had already said everything that needed to be said, and all preparations had been completed. Everything was ready, just waiting for the starting signal. Just at that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. In an instant, a thin veil of mist spread out, shrouding everyone. Then a voice, ancient and desolate, sounded in everyone's ears. The martial arts competition begins. As the mist cleared, the surrounding scene had completely changed. It was now a desolate marshland. The people from the other families had disappeared, leaving only Zuan and the Yue family soldiers in the vast marshland. Zuan took a deep breath, the damp and fishy air rushing into his lungs. He said slowly, "Take action according to the plan." With a command, the soldiers immediately spread out, some guarding in all directions, while others began to explore the way forward. Everything was so orderly and methodical. But as they moved forward only a few dozen miles, suddenly bubbles started to appear in the water puddles under their feet, and the ground began to shake slightly. At the same time, the sound of warning rang out ahead. Ambush! Without Zuan's command, the Yue family soldiers immediately transformed into a defensive formation at a breathtaking speed. Not only that, these lizards were also stirred up with ferocity, swaying their tails as they charged towards the troops of the Yue family. Boom! Accompanied by loud noises, the overall formation of the Yue family troops was forcefully pushed back several meters. Fortunately, the sword and shield handlers were prepared in advance, using huge shields to protect everyone, so no one was injured. However, this was not a long-term strategy, because these lizards were approaching fiercely, clearly intent on swallowing up the Yue family troops as a whole. At this moment, Zuan spoke in a deep voice, "Change formation, form a cone-shaped formation." The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every Yue family soldier. In an instant, the entire Yue family troops began to rapidly change, ultimately forming a sharp, cone-shaped formation. The tip of the cone was taken by the squad leaders among the soldiers, the elite among the elite. "Charge! Kill the blockers!" Zuan shouted again. Just for simple words were filled with supreme authority. The troops were filled with powerful momentum and quickly gathered at the tip of the cone. These squad leaders felt their bodies filled with inexhaustible strength, their eyes full of killing intent. Pew pew pew. As they swung their blades again, everything in their path, all the lizards blocking their way, were cut in half like withering plants. In a spray of blood, the cone-shaped formation was like a sharp sword that directly pierced through the entire lizard community. After breaking through, a bloody alley was left behind them. Retreat and attack again. Xuan's tone was devoid of any emotion. The entire troop acted as if they were one, rapidly changing direction and charging in again. After several back and forth movements, most of the lizards were slain. The remaining few finally felt fear and began to flee in all directions. But how could Xuan let them go? Clean up the battlefield, leave none alive. At this moment, the Yue family troops seemed like gods of war emerging from hell, their killing intent tangible and forming armor on their bodies. Under the influence of this military might and killing intent, in just a short moment, all the lizards were slaughtered. After the last lizard fell, a cold voice resounded in the hearts of everyone participating in the martial arts competition, the first active trial, Yue family ranks first. When this voice spoke, the soldiers from each family, who were fiercely battling in their respective scenes, couldn't help but shudder, their faces showing astonishment. In the tropical rainforest, Longzhan chopped off the head of a giant orangutan that was about 7 to 8 meters tall. But upon hearing this news, even the mask couldn't hide the anger in his heart. Nonsense! Hasn't the Yue family already declined? Why are they so strong? He then roared at the commander of the Long family troops, "What are you keeping them alive for? They've taken the lead from us, all of you bravely kill the enemies. I want to see the results in 15 minutes. The commander of the Long family troops had a gloomy expression, his eyelids twitching. He was extremely dissatisfied with Longzhan's arrogant behavior, because the military most abhorred to people having command authority at the same time. But there was nothing he could do since Longzhan was the most beloved son of the family head. So he could only silently endure his anger and said in a low voice, "At all costs, end this first round of trials as soon as possible." At that moment, the Long family troops started a frenzied attack, progressing quite rapidly. However, this madness also prematurely exhausted their physical strength. This was a very unwise move, considering this was only the first round of trials, with a long way to go. As the Long family went mad, the days weren't going easy for the Sima family either. Sima Tiancheng was certainly not as foolish as Longzhan, but he also felt immense pressure because his father, Sima Changchao, had already said before the martial arts competition that as long as Tiancheng performed well this time, he would be named as the future successor. For this goal, he had to charge forward courageously. So he secretly made eye contact with the commander of the Sima family troops, who then began to deploy troops to accelerate the attack. Unlike the immense pressure on these two families, Zhongli Wumong, who was immersed in cutting down sea monsters in the ocean, was first stunned upon hearing this news, and then burst into laughter. "Great! This is getting interesting." He then turned and shouted to the troops of the Zhongli family, "Kids, did you hear? Someone has taken our first place, so what should we do next? Kill! Kill! Kill!" Not many normal people could serve under Zhongli Wumong. At this moment, they were all red-eyed, roaring in a low voice, "That's right, it's kill! The first place in this martial arts contest will definitely belong to our Zhongli family. Charge!" The Zhongli family began a frenzied battle. On the other side of the battlefield, Gu Wangya, who was dealing calmly with the monsters in front of her, showed no signs of excitement upon hearing the news. Because she had never planned to compete for the first place, as long as she could maintain her previous rank, it would be considered a mission accomplished. With this relaxed attitude, she even instructed, "Take it easy, conserve your energy, slowly wear down these monsters." Yes. The situation on the battlefield quickly stabilized. Gu Wangya stopped, withdrew from the battlefield, and then turned to look in a certain direction. She had a special ability. As long as she had seen someone before, she could vaguely pinpoint their location. This ability contributed to her glorious military achievements. At this moment, she could determine that the white-clad youth who left a deep impression on her must be in that position. Interesting. It seems that this year's martial arts competition will bring many unpredictable variables. The reactions of various families on the battlefield were different, and even more so outside the battlefield. This martial arts competition had been passed down since ancient times as an ancient ritual, and it had been modified by extraordinary powers. For example, including Yue King Huan and the elders of the Yue family, almost all family heads were gathered in the martial arts competition hall, watching the situation on the battlefield through an immensely gigantic water screen. The observation here was not live streaming in the traditional sense. Then some familiar people started chatting and speculating. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this year's martial arts competition? Who will take the lead in the first trial? I think the Zhongli family has a good chance. After all, they were the first to complete the trial last year. I think it will be the Sima family. They almost clinched the first spot in the martial arts competition last year. You are all wrong. I believe the Gu family's female soldiers have emerged as a force to be reckoned with in recent years. They will surely surprise everyone this year. People were voicing different opinions at that moment. However, unlike them, the members of the Yue family had been quietly staying in a corner since they arrived, rarely speaking and instead gazing at the big screen. It was noticeable that while the leaders of the other 11 families were present, the head of the Yue family was absent, indicating some intriguing information. Therefore, many people were looking at them with curious eyes, prompting the Yue family members to maintain a low profile. At that moment, Yue Junzi's father, Yue Hechang, quietly approached Yue Qinghuan and asked in a low voice, "Miss Yue, do you think we can win this time?" Yue Qinghuan shook her head with a serious expression. "I don't know. Although he has made great efforts to enhance the strength of his troops, the time is still too short, and no one can predict the final outcome." Yes, time is indeed too short. Yue Hechang looked at the situation on the screen with a worried expression. His only son had also entered the trial together with Zuan, so naturally, he was full of worrying. Just then, a mocking laughter rang out. What? The head of the Yue family is actually absent from such an important occasion? How pitiful! With these words, Sima Chong arrogantly walked over. Upon hearing his remarks, a hint of anger appeared in the eyes of many elders of the Yue family. However, being the head of the Sima family, he held a higher status than the Yue family present, so in order to avoid escalating the situation, they had to remain silent. But while they did not want to escalate the situation, Sima Chong seemed determined to not let them off the hook. His gaze finally settled on Yue Qinghuan in the front, flashing a hint of admiration and greed. This Yue Qinghuan was indeed becoming more and more beautiful. No wonder his son couldn't stop talking about her. A faint smile appeared on his face. This must be Miss Yue Qinghuan, right? How about your brother? Is he not coming? Yue Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly. She was naturally able to sense what others thought of her. Any hint of malice would be detected by her. And now, from Sima Chong, she sensed a blatant desire to possess. This feeling almost suffocated her, so she maintained a calm expression, took a step back, and spoke in a cold tone. "Whether my brother comes or not seems to have nothing to do with you, head of the Sima family." Sima Chong chuckled. "It does seem to have no relevance, but I was just expressing my admiration." After all, the head of the Yue family, enduring the suffering of military disbandment dozens of times yet still refusing to leave, is quite extraordinary. Although his words seemed like praise for Yue Shifeng, they were unsettling to hear. At least, anger was evident in Yue Qinghuan's eyes, and she was about to retort. But at that moment, Sima Chong looked up at the screen with a sly smile. "I heard you have found a junior military commander at the immortal level for the Yue family." Yue Qinghuan sneered. "Yes. If your Yue family truly lacks capable people, our Sima family is willing to lend a hand. After all, we are both from martial families. We can't let you look too incompetent, can we?" Sima Chong said with a smirk. "Hey, don't bother, head of the Sima family. Our military commander is more than capable of handling the task." Ha ha! Sima Chong seemed to find this amusing. "Even if you say it yourselves, you probably don't believe it." Setting aside other matters, as the first trial is coming to a close, without surprises, our Sima family is sure to be the first. Sima Chong was boasting about his family's military strength. However, just then, the hall suddenly erupted in a wave of astonishment. How is this possible? Heavens, am I seeing things? Voices of disbelief arose continuously. Sima Chong was taken aback. Looking up, he too was dumbfounded. Because on the screen, the progress bar representing the Yue family had advanced significantly, far ahead of the other 11 families. This, Sima Chong, who had just been boasting about his family, was at a loss for words. But Yue Qinghuan and the others did not mock him because they were too overwhelmed by the huge surprise. Indeed, the military commander personally selected by the family head is truly leading the way. No doubt, Mr. Zhu is truly deserving of the praise." Amid the compliments, a smile graced Yue Qinghuan's features. She was delighted, not just at the praise for Zuan, but also for herself. Sima Chong's face turned ashen. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he was about to leave dejectedly. But Yue Qinghuan was not about to let him off the hook. She smiled brightly. "Head of the Sima family, didn't you just say there wouldn't be any surprises and your family would definitely take the lead? How do you explain this now?" Sima Chong's face had turned green. He glared at Yue Qinghuan with deep malice. Unafraid, Yue Qinghuan looked back calmly, appearing as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Gritting his teeth, Sima Chong chuckled darkly. "Explain what? You simply got lucky, and this is just the first trial. The martial arts competition is far from over. Let's see how long you can be arrogant." With that, he turned and stormed off in a fit of anger. Yue Qinghuan paid him no mind, but her heart was slightly relieved. Because what Sima Chong said was true, this was only the beginning. Unaware of the commotion outside, Zuan and the others were already facing their second trial. This trial did not take place on the battlefield, but on a long cableway that stretched endlessly into darkness. At the end of the cableway, it extended into the vast darkness, with a deep, bottomless river flowing beneath it. Yue Jun's face showed a look of astonishment. He had heard of the process of martial arts practice, but had never seen a trial like this. Zuan's face was as calm as water. "Listen to my command, form up and advance." The soldiers immediately transformed into a marching formation and began moving forward at a fast pace. At the same time, the soldiers of the other 11 families also completed the first trial one after another, each facing different scenes, but with the same purpose, to test their marching abilities. Now, all 11 families were feeling surprised. What's going on? Martial arts practice has never been like this before. The commander of the Long family looked at the dense rainforest in front of them and the winding path through the forest, feeling some astonishment. Long Zhan coldly said, "It's just a matter of crossing this dense forest. Any problems?" The commander of the Long family looked at Long Zhan, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Set out." Long Zhan paid no attention to them, giving orders in a deep voice. The soldiers of the Long family all looked at their commander, who helplessly waved his hand. "Maintain formation, advance." At that moment, as the Long family entered the dense forest, several other families also made the same choice. Zhongli Wumong's face was full of excitement. "This trial is finally interesting. Everyone, advance rapidly." At that moment, all 12 branches set off together. And at the same time, in the hall, a commotion arose. "What's going on? Why did the progress bar change?" Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Because they saw the progress bar on the screen change from green to orange. Just as everyone was puzzled by the sudden change, an elderly man with a long life suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Intermediate level. This is an intermediate level martial arts practice. Oh my, I never thought that after 1,000 years, the martial arts arena would change again." The words intermediate level martial arts made many people shudder, as they recalled an ancient legend. The legend said that the martial arts arena was built by a brilliant and powerful being in ancient times, where everything existed in its own world, controlled by mysterious spiritual laws. In ancient times, because of the formidable strength of martial arts, almost every martial arts practice was at an intermediate level. This change today made many who had experienced the glory of martial arts in the past remember those days. Sima Chongchao's face was serious. What does this intermediate level martial arts practice mean? An elderly man beside him, who had lived for thousands of years, said in a deep voice, "It means that the difficulty of martial arts practice will increase several times, and there will be a cruel elimination system." Sima Chongchao trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. In a corner, the members of the Yue family looked grave. How could this happen? Why did it suddenly become an intermediate-level martial arts practice? Yue Qinghuan asked with a pale face. Yue Hechang, also pale, took a deep breath and said slowly, "It seems that the martial arts arena detected the presence that triggered the change in level, and that's why it changed." "So you mean?" "Yes, this martial arts practice is almost the same as usual. The only difference is Zuan's participation. So he must be the variable," Yue Hechang said. Yue Qinghuan fell silent, staring blankly at the screen, her heart tightening. She didn't know if this change was a blessing or a curse. At the same time, As everyone in the hall was puzzled by the sudden change in the martial arts level, Zuan led the soldiers of the Yue family far along the cableway. Nothing happened on this stretch of the journey, except for the roaring black river underfoot, seemingly unobstructed. Yue Jun's breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. It doesn't seem like a big deal after all. It's just a cableway. We'll be through it in 3 days at most. But as he spoke, the cableway under his feet suddenly started to shake. Startled, Yue Jun's was about to speak out when Zuan's voice sounded stern. Get ready, there's a fierce wind. There seemed to be some rule limiting Zuan's mental power in this space, making it impossible for him to detect the environment around him. But he keenly sensed a faint roar of wind in the darkness. As he spoke, a fierce wind suddenly blew in. The wind came so fast that the soldiers of the Yue family had just completed their preparations when it rushed upon them. The force was so strong that it even caused the cableway to shake violently. Not only that, the black river underfoot surged with waves that could engulf everything, driven by the tremendous wind. "Hold on tight, Zu!" and shouted. But his voice was quickly drowned out by the fierce wind. Because of the speed and strength of the wind, it exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Yue Jun's felt as if he had been punched in the face, unable to sense the tidal wave coming from behind. But just as the tidal wave was about to engulf them, Zuan exhaled sharply, took a step forward, and threw a punch. With a loud bang, a gap was smashed in the huge wave, narrowly avoiding hitting everyone to the sides. But that was just the beginning, as at the same moment, the cableway behind them began to disappear and rapidly approached the position where Zuan and the others stood. "Everyone, grab the person next to you immediately and move forward." Zuan transmitted his voice into the minds of each soldier with his mental power. The soldiers of the Yue family were not in a panic, immediately obeying Zuan's instructions to hold on to the person next to them and move forward against the fierce wind and waves. Although the going was tough, their speed was surprisingly not slow. However, it was clear that this second trial would not be as simple as letting them pass easily. After they had only traveled a few miles, the pitch-black sky suddenly poured down a torrential rain. The rain, or rather the river water, poured down from the sky. In an instant, everyone was soaked, making the road under their feet even more treacherous. Yue Jun's felt like he couldn't keep his eyes open, unable to see the road beneath him. Just as he was in a panic, a warm hand was placed on his shoulder, and Zuan's voice came. Even so, this did not stop Zuan and others from advancing, only to see Zuan exuding a radiant light all over his body, as if a sword piercing the darkness, charging forward. While Zuan and his companions encountered a raging storm, the soldiers of the other 11 families also faced their own challenges. Long Zan looked grimly at the large tree where he had just made a mark. If he remembered correctly, this should be his third visit here. The soldiers of the Long family all sensed something amiss and stood silently in place. The unfortunate commander of the Long family carefully observed the surroundings and reluctantly said, "There is something strange about this dense forest. We seem to be trapped by some kind of force field, that's why we have been going in circles." Long Zan licked his parched lips and suddenly punched. Crack! The towering tree broke apart with a thunderous sound. Then Long Zan said, "Regardless of what force field is at play, today we must make our way out. Starting now, everyone move forward in a straight line. Destroy any trees blocking the way." The commander of the Long family wanted to object, but eventually shrugged. So be it. Next, the soldiers of the Long family collectively transformed into tree demolition machines, crazily destroying all trees along the way. However, just 15 minutes later, everyone stopped, as a towering giant tree appeared in front of them. It still bore the imprint left by Long Zan. "What's going on? I clearly destroyed this tree just now," Long Zan exclaimed. The commander of the Long family sneered. If this dense forest were so easy to crack, how could it become the second trial field? The Long family was now caught in an unsolvable puzzle. On the other hand, in the Zhongli family, they too were stuck in confusion. Zhongli Wuwang rubbed his chin, looking out at the vast wilderness in front of him. After a while, he said, "Damn, it seems like we are lost." His soldiers remained silent. "No problem. This is nothing to me. Let's move in another direction now." Zhongli Wuwang waved his hand, and the troops turned back and headed in a different direction. But soon they encountered another dilemma because a fork appeared in their path. Everyone stopped and looked at their leader, Zhongli Wuwang. He scratched his head. "Damn, Are they trying to force me to use my ultimate move? Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, wooden stick. Regardless of why he carried it with him, he did. Then he muttered something under his breath and tossed it into the air. Snap! The stick fell to the ground, pointing towards one of the paths. Zhongli Wuwang chuckled, picked up the stick, and pointed towards another path. Let's go this way. The soldiers were a bit bewildered. One quietly asked the commander, but didn't the stick clearly point to this path? You don't understand, do you? This is what is called going against the grain. I can't possibly listen to the advice of a stick, Zhongli Wuwang said confidently. Meanwhile, as Zhongli Wuwang was enjoying himself on one side, Xuan's group finally emerged from the category of the raging storm, and everything instantly calmed down. A ringing sound was still echoing in their ears, a remnant left by the storm. But nonetheless, they had made it out. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. The arduous journey had put immense pressure on him, but he did not stop. He spoke solemnly, restore the marching formation, and continue forward, because he knew very well that this trial was far from over. If he and his companions were to relax at this moment, they would undoubtedly face even greater crises. As expected, as they advanced a little further, the ropeway behind them collapsed with a loud crash. This caused the ropeway ahead of them to form an upward sloping ramp, becoming steeper and steeper. Full speed ahead, Xuan commanded, and the soldiers immediately began to run. However, they were still getting slower and slower, as they were essentially climbing on a near vertical slope. Yue Jun's was the first one to give in. Although he had been training hard during this time, his foundations were too weak, and combined with the fact that the second trial did not allow him to use any strength beyond physical endurance, he quickly reached his limit, falling far behind. At that moment, the river below suddenly started to flood, chasing after them like a relentless pursuit. Yue Jun's felt despair because no matter how he ran, he could not outpace the speed of the rising river. As he was about to be engulfed by the Black River, a figure rushed to his side and then threw him forward. Due to the interaction between them, Xuan was knocked down. Commander! Yue Jun's exclaimed from midair. The soldiers were in an uproar, some of them turning around to try and save Xuan. But at that moment, Xuan said firmly, "Don't worry about me." As the river water approached, Xuan remained calm and stomped his foot. Boom! Splashing water, Xuan used the rebound force to spring up into the air. Full speed ahead. Everyone was resolute, no longer daring to delay, and sprinted forward. Finally, they crossed the steep slope in front of them and were delighted to see a faint light ahead. Is that the finish line? Yue Jun's exclaimed excitedly. However, Xuan remained indifferent, merely leading the group forward. At last, when they reached closer, they found that the light was actually a thin light screen. After passing through it, a cold and dignified voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. In the second trial, the victor is the Yue family. This statement left all the soldiers who were struggling to march in a daze, and then a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. It was the Yue family again. If luck could have played a part in the first trial, the second trial was purely a test of strength. It was evident that the Yue family truly possessed extraordinary abilities. Zhongli Wuwang grinned. The Yue family, that little guy really is something else. On the other hand, having just escaped the forest predicament, Longzhan angrily punched down a nearby tree and roared, full speed ahead. But the true fervor was inside the martial arts hall. HMPH. This is just the beginning, far from completing the real martial arts trial. Watch out, cheers may turn into screams later, said Sima-chong with a sarcastic tone. However, Yue Qinghuan and the others completely ignored Sima-chong and were all focused on the progress bar on the light curtain. At that moment, the three lowest ranked progress bars suddenly changed from orange to gray, followed by a cold and stern voice saying, "The MEI family, the Cao family, the Lu family, eliminated." With that, a radiant light shimmered outside the hall, and the members of the three families appeared in the center. They all looked disheveled, and the leaders of the troops were especially crestfallen and embarrassed, clearly not expecting to be eliminated. There was an uproar in the hall because such a situation had never occurred in previous martial arts trials. Even if the progress was lagging, participants could still ultimately complete the martial arts. How could they be eliminated midway like this now? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, This is the difference between intermediate and beginner-level martial arts trials. All participants must fight bravely. Any sloppiness will lead to ruthless elimination. Unlike the play acting in the past, this is the true martial arts competition. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Even the leaders of the 3 eliminated families hung their heads in embarrassment. Long years of peace had dulled their spirit of progress, trapping them in the glory left by their ancestors. This was also the reason for the decline of martial families. It wasn't until today that this martial arts competition slapped many people in the face and woke them up. As the people in the hall fell into contemplation, Zuin led the Yue family troops to cross the rope bridge and successfully reach the 3rd trial. Before them lay an endless wilderness forest. The peaks were scattered, and the water flowed gently, creating a pleasant scenery without the previous tense atmosphere. However, Zuin felt no sense of ease because as they entered the 3rd trial, a prompt echoed in his mind. The 3rd trial begins. You must successfully find the supplies scattered in this mountain wilderness within a day. The prompt seemed simple, but it contained rich information. Although it appeared simple on the surface, Zuin sensed something different. Why search for supplies? What to do after finding them? Would there be subsequent battles? If so, finding the supplies early would give a significant advantage in the upcoming battles. These thoughts flashed through Zuan's mind, prompting him to swiftly formulate his plan. Divide into 3 teams in a fan shape and search for any suspicious items. Once found, wait in place, guard closely, and do not make any mistakes. Yes. The troops responded thunderously, dividing into 3 teams led by their most capable squad leaders and venturing into the dense forest. Just as Zuan and the others entered the forest, another group arrived almost simultaneously. Leading them was a tall and heroic woman, none other than Gu Wangya. As someone with a strong sense of direction and even a vague sense of others' positions, the 2nd trial of trekking was a breeze for her. However, she still lost to the Yue family. This filled her with surprise and dissatisfaction. Although she had exerted all her efforts in the trek, why did she still lose? Upon reaching the 3rd trial, Gu Wangya quickly pushed aside these thoughts. She heard the same prompt. With her intelligence, she immediately grasped the key points and promptly commanded, "Spread out quickly, search for supplies in the forest." Yes. The female troops responded in unison and also delved into the dense forest. Next, the Long family and the Sima family arrived almost at the same time, exchanged a glance, and then entered the forest without saying a word. It was a critical moment, and no one had the luxury of paying attention to the others. Soon, nearly all of the remaining 9 family troops had arrived except for the Zhongli family, led by Zhongli Wuwang, who was the last to arrive. Guided by that small stick along the way, the Zhongli family had taken many wrong turns. When Zhongli Wuwang saw the vast wilderness, he couldn't help but groan in frustration. Heavens, why another trek? I hate trekking. Despite his complaints, he understood the importance of this trial and immediately ordered his subordinates to spread out and move forward in the forest. In no time, the vast wilderness was filled with troops from 9 families. Just then, the plants on the mountains began to grow wildly. The already tall trees rapidly extended, piercing into the sky, with their trunks shimmering with a metallic luster. The peaks and rivers underwent tremendous changes, overgrown with dense bushes, and the grass and leaves became razor-sharp, exuding a terrifying pressure. The troops from the 9 families sensed these changes as they moved within the forest. Before they could even express their confusion, a cold voice echoed in their minds. The trial is upgraded. From now on, the forest will be in hostile mode, allowing mutual attacks. The fallen will randomly drop supplies. This voice sent a shiver through the leaders of the 9 families, their faces filled with utmost seriousness. This seemingly simple sentence indicated a 100-fold increase in difficulty. The prospect of mutual attacks, followed by supply drops, made all the leaders feel a chill down their spines. Enter defensive mode immediately, and detect all surrounding environments to prevent startling any snakes in the grass. Ordered the leader of the Long family troops. The leaders of the other scattered families gave similar orders. Deep within the forest, upon hearing the prompt, Zuin was momentarily stunned before a barely perceptible smile crossed his face. Interesting. Why does this trial feel more and more like a game? Without looking back, he immediately commanded with his divine consciousness. The entire mountain forest immediately fell silent, with only the faint sounds of wind blowing through the treetops. The massive peaks had been shrouded in a purple mist that had mysteriously risen at some unknown time, and an extremely commanding aura enveloped the entire battlefield. At the same time, inside the martial arts hall, there was a sudden burst of commotion. "What's going on with the progress bars? Why have they turned this color?" someone exclaimed. Looking at the 9 progress bars displayed on the screen had turned a glaring blood red. Everyone's faces showed panic, unsure of what had happened. The elderly man who had recognized the mid-level martial arts now trembled all over, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he spoke. "Advanced martial arts. Oh my, an advanced martial arts that hasn't appeared in thousands of years." With that statement, the entire place fell silent. Advanced martial arts. This term had only been seen by the patriarch-level beings in some ancient texts, completely unheard of by the younger generation. The more unknown it was, the more mysterious the term seemed. Someone quietly asked, "What is advanced martial arts?" The elderly man took a deep breath and slowly said, "This martial arts arena was built by a great military figure from ancient times. The levels of martial arts are controlled by the spirit of its rules, making it impossible for outsiders to interfere. Thousands of years ago, during the peak of military power, almost every martial arts battle was of the mid-level, but later, due to various reasons, the low-level battles became more common. But I once had the privilege of hearing from my master that, tens of thousands of years ago, when this martial arts arena was first built, the battles were of the highest level. So, what is the difference between advanced and mid-level?" Long Yashu, who had been silent since entering, suddenly asked. The elder smiled bitterly. "Of course, there is a difference, and a significant one. Low-level tests the basic abilities of the soldiers, mid-level involves battlefield skills and eliminations, and advanced." The elderly man struggled to swallow. "It involves the highest-level military secrets and allows for the existence of casualties." Casualties. That's right. The elder nodded. "This means that if someone dies in this martial arts arena at this moment, their soul will be absorbed by the spirit of the rules within, completely extinguishing them." With these words, everyone's faces paled. Yue King Huan's expression quickly turned pale, because she never expected things to escalate to this point. If Zuan and the soldiers of the Yue family had any accidents inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. "What do we do? My eldest son is still inside. Yes, my heir is in there. If something happens to him, it will be a huge problem. Is there any way to stop the martial arts now?" Sima Tiancheng suddenly asked. The elder shook his head. "It's impossible. While low-level martial arts can be forcibly stopped, once it reaches an advanced state, no external force can interfere. We can only wait for the martial arts to end before anything can be stopped." Everyone fell silent, then turned their gaze to the bright red progress bar on the screen. Who would have thought that what seemed like a normal martial arts battle would turn into this? Yue King Huan clenched her fists tightly, her palms sweating. "Zuan, you have to do your best." A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, and the sun-like star in the sky was gradually dimming its light. Under the cover of the tall trees, the darkness in the dense forest deepened. Some bushes that emitted a faint light added a creepy atmosphere to the darkness. In the shadows that were everywhere, a few monsters were lurking. At first glance, these monsters looked human, but they had no facial features. Their entire bodies were covered in light green vines, like wearing invisible armor, swiftly moving through the dense forest. Soon, they appeared behind a few dragon family soldiers and silently approached them. With quick movements, these monsters pierced through the soldiers' heads before they could even utter a sound. The blood mixed with brain matter oozed into the creature's skin. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers were turned into dried corpses, their remains turning to ashes when they hit the ground. After completing this task, the monsters' bodies trembled slightly, and their faceless faces sprouted noses, ears, eyes, and mouths. In no time, they transformed into the fallen soldiers and quickly advanced, merging into the dragon family's forces. At this moment, Longzhan was on the verge of rage. He couldn't understand why his simple plan to kill Zuan had been repeatedly frustrated. Now he had to sneak through this damn dense forest. His heart was filled with anger. The chief martial arts commander of the dragon family naturally noticed his dissatisfaction, but just sneered a few times without engaging him. After all, he was the beloved son of the patriarch, and there was no need to provoke him. The most important thing now was to find supplies in the dense forest while eliminating any soldiers from other families that they encountered. However, after walking for so long, they hadn't even seen a single soul. Despite this, the chief martial arts commander remained cautious. At that moment, the soldiers disguised as monsters returned. Upon seeing them, the chief martial arts commander immediately asked, "How did it go? Did you detect any signs of movement nearby?" The soldiers shook their heads, but remained silent, moving closer. The commander was puzzled by their strange behavior. Although he was confused, he didn't suspect anything and sternly asked, "Why aren't you speaking? Have you lost your voice?" Before he could finish his sentence, the soldier in front suddenly lunged forward, his arm transforming into green tendrils and piercing directly into the chief martial arts commander. The commander, caught off guard, managed to dodge to the side, but the tendrils still pierced into his shoulder. With a muffled sound, "What the heck is this?" The master of the Long family soldiers covered his wound and shouted in anger. At the same time, these monsters, missing their target with one strike, immediately redirected their focus to the other soldiers standing next to the master. In an instant, countless vines flew in the air, causing screams and the deaths of dozens of soldiers as their blood was sucked dry. Witnessing this scene, the master of the Long family soldiers was filled with rage, lifting his only remaining hand to retaliate against the monsters. However, due to the loss of one arm, his strength was greatly reduced, and the monsters were too fast for him to handle. Just then, a powerful fist soared into the sky, blasting a large hole through the dense vines that blocked the sky. The monsters let out painful cries. Long Zhan slowly retracted his fist, sneered, "So that's all you've got?" With that, he soared into the air and began hunting down the monsters like a force of nature. Under his relentless punches, the monsters were quickly annihilated, turning into dust. After completing all this, Long Zhan landed on the ground with a sense of satisfaction. The soldiers of the Long family, still shaken, looked at him with awe and admiration, fueling his pride. He then turned to the master of the soldiers, whose face had turned pale due to excessive blood loss. "You were too careless. You let these monsters get close, and now you are heavily injured. You can't command these soldiers anymore. Let me take over." Upon hearing these words, the master soldier of the Long family pursed his lips, wanting to say something, but ultimately bowed his head in resignation. "Yes." Long Zhan, brimming with confidence, pointed forward. "Listen to my command. Reveal your true selves and advance at full speed." The military order was as firm as a mountain. In an instant, the soldiers of the Long family abandoned their stealthy approach and marched boldly into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, soldiers from other families also fell victim to the attacks of these monsters, suffering heavy losses due to the sudden assault. Except for the Yue family. However, this does not mean that the Yue family did not encounter the monsters. On the contrary, being at the forefront, the Yue family encountered more monsters than the other 8 families. But these monsters could not disrupt the Yue family as they did with the Long family, relying on killing isolated soldiers and then blending in. Zuin had considered this possibility during their military training and ingeniously modified the Master Soldier's seal, which originally communicated team orders, into a dialogue channel. When advancing dispersed or engaging in guerrilla tactics, each soldier had to speak a random passphrase within a stipulated time in this dialogue channel. This completely eliminated the possibility of impersonation, as one could mimic appearance, but not a passphrase. Indeed, when facing these monsters, this method proved to be very effective. The monsters only managed to kill 3 isolated soldiers from the Yue family before Zuin noticed them and approached without alerting them, killing them without a sound. Therefore, the Yue family suffered the least losses in this wave of attacks. Even so, Zuin remained vigilant because he faintly sensed a sinister shadow among these monsters who could assume human appearances. Could it be that the builders of this combat arena were also associated with evil forces? These doubts swirled in Zuan's mind, but did not hinder his ghostly presence as he roamed the forest, cutting down every soldier he encountered. In fact, for Zuan, skilled in guerrilla tactics, the dense forest was a perfect hunting ground. No one could rival him in this environment. Therefore, in a matter of moments, the monsters and soldiers from other families falling to Zuan's hand had reached a considerable number. The dropped supplies left Zuan somewhat puzzled. Half a piece of refined gold armor, an obsidian dagger, and a healing elixir. These were the best treasures, along with some odd and curious trinkets. However, during this process, Zuin noticed that the quality of dropped supplies was closely linked to the strength of the soldiers. The stronger the soldier, the higher the quality of the supplies dropped. A faint smile crept upon Zuan's face. Interesting. It seems the builder of this combat arena designed this trial following gaming principles. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. Standing on a treetop, Zuin immediately shrunk his body, hiding completely within the lush foliage. The surroundings fell silent again. Only the sound of wind rustling through the treetops could be heard, as if the previous sound was a mere illusion. Yet, Zuin did not drop his guard, for he knew that the sound was real. He could even construct the scene of the sound in his mind, a lurking hunter accidentally stepping on a dry twig. Thus, he concluded that within the shadows of the forest, there must be another hunter similar to himself. Silent laughter lurked in Zuan's mind. This game was becoming increasingly interesting. As time passed, distant cries and shouts echoed from the depths of the forest, where soldiers from two families had likely encountered each other and engaged in battle. Zuin remained unperturbed. In fact, his entrance allowed him to stand on this treetop for a day, without a single trace of movement. Finally, a subtle abnormal movement emerged from a thicket of shrubs. This slight disturbance was almost negligible amidst the dynamic environment of the entire forest. However, this tiny movement caught Zuan's instantaneous attention, for he had encompassed every inch within a 50-meter radius into his awareness. The swaying of the treetops in the wind, the slow growth of plants beneath his feet, everything was under his control. Therefore, when he sensed this slight movement, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Was the patience finally wearing thin? As he began to circulate his chi, preparing to attack, an almost imperceptible glint made him halt. True to his instinct, when that barely perceptible glint reappeared, he finally saw through it. A very clever guy. He actually knows how to use dropped supplies to set traps. Because Zuin also has some of this silk thread, which was dropped when killing soldiers from other families. This discovery instantly reminded Zuan. So, the strange little things that drop can still be used in this way. Until now, even Zuin had to admire this person who lurked in the darkness. Not to mention, with just this level of agility, he is not someone an ordinary person can compare to. Zuin did not follow the silk thread to find his hiding place. Because Zuin was very clear, if this person could set up this sophisticated trap, he must have already thought of this. It might even be possible that even this discovery is a trap, meant to lure himself out. Zuin had patience, so he could wait quietly. As for finding the supplies, Zuin was very clear that if he cannot win in this shadow sniper battle, even if he finds supplies, he won't be able to hold on to them. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, a bright moon rose in the sky. It's called a bright moon, but it's actually much bigger than the moon, hanging in the sky like a giant eye, coldly overlooking the world. The cold radiance made this dense forest even more sinister. The purple mist on the distant mountain peaks became heavier and seemed to be spreading towards the dense forest. Yet, Zuan's heart became increasingly calm. He could even hear the sound of the giant trees growing slowly under the moonlight at his feet. Suddenly, just a short distance from the giant tree at Zuan's feet, the shadow swayed slightly. And just as the shadow swayed, Zuan, who had been standing with his eyes closed on the tree, suddenly looked up, his eyes shining like the moon, and then disappeared in an instant, only to reappear in front of the shadow. Everything happened so quickly. Not only that, as Zuin appeared in front of the shadow, his eyebrows raised, and a sharp sword light burst in his hand, stabbing directly ahead. The dazzling sword light dispelled the darkness and illuminated the face of the shadow. It was a man wearing a grim mask, looking like a young man. In his eyes, Zuin saw a hint of helplessness. Snap! Like water, the sword light came down sharply, instantly shattering the mask on the boy's face with an incredibly strong sword intent, revealing a clean and delicate cheek underneath. The tip of the sword was directly pointing at the boy's forehead, but Zuan's hand, as steady as Mount Tai, did not move forward. The boy, who had thought he was going to die, couldn't help but stare in surprise, then looked up at Zuan. "Why didn't you kill me?" The boy's voice was a bit young, but there was no trace of panic. Zuin looked at him quietly, then said, "The Song family, yes? I am Songyu's, the descendant of the Song family. Are you the new commander of the Yue family soldiers?" Songyu's asked Zu. Unsmiled but did not respond to his question, just said casually, "Did you set this trap?" "Yes." A trace of pride appeared on Songyu's face, but then quickly faded. "Unfortunately, time was too short, otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been detected by you." With that, he sighed lightly. "I had to do it. Warriors of the Song family cannot surrender or admit defeat." "Who said I wanted to kill you or her?" Songyu suddenly looked up, looking at Zuin incredulously. "You're a talent, and the military is currently lacking such talents. So, it would be a pity for you to die like this." With that, the sword aura in Zuan's hand dissipated, then he turned and left, leaving only Songyu standing there dumbfounded. It wasn't until Zuin was about to disappear that he suddenly came to his senses, then shouted loudly, "Thank you, Zu." Unsmiled, but didn't even look back as he disappeared into the dense forest. The moon was shining brighter, and the battle in the forest reached its peak. Soldiers from 9 families fought in the dense forest. At this moment, people had torn off all their disguises and only wanted to kill each other red-eyed. Gafangya was no exception. Her armor was already stained with blood, and her heroic face showed a rare hint of fatigue. This brutal battle was a severe challenge for all the soldiers who had not been on the battlefield for a long time, especially for the Gu family, as all their soldiers were women. This naturally put them at a disadvantage from the start. But fortunately, they had been trying to avoid direct conflicts, instead moving on the edge of the battlefield, trying their best to conserve strength, which kept the Gu family from suffering too many losses. Despite this, Gafangya felt deep exhaustion at this moment, and her soldiers had reached their limit. The whole army rests for 3 minutes, yes. All Gu family soldiers immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath to regain their strength. Gafangya, however, didn't even have this short rest time because she wanted to quickly survey the surrounding environment during this precious time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Soon, she came to the nearby dense forest. Everything here was calm, with no signs of anything unusual. Gafangya turned around a towering tree and took a step forward. However, just as she stepped past the canopy of this tree, there was a sudden noise under her feet. The sound was very slight, but to Gafangya's ears, it sounded like thunder. Because in that instant, she vaguely heard the sound of a magic formation activating. "What's going on? What is this?" And just as she felt a chill down her spine, runes appeared on the giant tree behind her, then condensed into a sword aura, silently stabbing towards Gafangya. Gafangya knew nothing about this until the sword aura was about to reach her body. In horror, she bent over at an almost impossible angle. The sword aura grazed her back. Crack! With a crisp sound, the sharp sword aura sliced through her upper body armor as if cutting through butter, splitting it in half. Not only that, the fierce sword intent shattered all her clothes from below, revealing a flawless back. Gafangya screamed in shock, forgetting her embarrassment, and turned around forcibly to see who had unleashed this sword just moments ago. After all, in that instant, she felt a bone-chilling sword intent. But just then, she heard a light sigh. "Forget it, I'll let you go this time." With that, the killing intent scattered like a tide. Gafangya stared blankly at the white figure disappearing into the moonlight, looking completely bewildered. You have to know that the thing he detests the most in his life is navigating, and now he has to identify directions and search for paths into consecutive trials, which makes him extremely irritable. Damn it, why can't they just deliver the so-called supplies directly and let us get on with it? Why must we search for them in this vast forest, and even encounter many strange and bizarre creatures? It's really frustrating. Zhongli Wumong grumbled as he walked ahead, and the soldiers did not dare to speak, obediently following behind. But then, Zhongli Wumong suddenly felt a slight stumble under his foot, and then he saw a thin silk thread snap. Not good. It's a trap. This thought flashed through Zhongli Wumong's mind in an instant, and he tried to escape. However, it was already too late. At the moment the silk thread broke, several extremely complex runes suddenly appeared on the trunks of several trees around him and began rotating frantically. In an instant, an invisible tremendous force descended upon Zhongli Wumong's shoulder, making his attempt to flee stagnate. At the same time, a swordlight as fast as a river falling from the sky struck directly at Zhongli Wumong's neck. Zhongli Wumong felt a piercing pain in his forehead and face from the chilling sword intent, but he did not panic. Instead, he shouted, "Substitution with Peachwood!" Boom! The sword light struck, but there was no head flying, Not even a drop of blood splashed. Because the Zhongli Wumong left behind in the distance was just a puppet shadow, and the real Zhongli Wumong had long hidden somewhere else when he shouted those 4 words. However, just as his figure had just appeared in the air, the sword light suddenly turned and slashed towards Zhongli Wumong again. F***CK, is this sword light tracking me? Zhongli Wumong finally couldn't help but complain, then he dodged repeatedly and finally found an opportunity to strike a blow, shattering the sword light. Only then did Zhongli Wumong breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, what a powerful sword intent. If I hadn't hidden quickly, I might have been in big trouble. Just as Zhongli Wumong was silently congratulating himself, a voice with a trace of a smile suddenly sounded in his ear. Impressive. Who? Zhongli Wumong was suddenly shocked and looked up. He saw Zhu standing calmly on a big tree not far away, with the moonlight shining from behind him, making him look like an immortal descending, making it difficult to look directly at him. Zhongli Wumong's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and he said in a deep voice, the strategist of the Yue family's army. Although not masked, Zhongli Wumong was familiar with the aura emanating from Zuan. Zuan said calmly, "That's right, it's me." Zhongli Wumong slowly breathed out a sigh of relief. Was that trap just now also set up by you, Zhu? Unchuckled, I originally wanted to kill you, but seeing that you are also talented, I suddenly changed my mind. With that, Zuan turned to leave. Zhongli Wumong was somewhat dissatisfied with Zuan's words. What do you mean you wanted to kill me, but suddenly changed your mind? It's as if you could kill me. In terms of strength, you're even a level lower than me. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, you!" But before he could finish his sentence, Zuan suddenly turned around, looked up at Zhongli Wumong, and in an instant, Zhongli Wumong felt as if he had fallen into an extremely cold bottomless abyss, his whole body enveloped in a chilling and killing atmosphere. But the next moment, Zuan retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Hey, what?" Zhongli Wumong fell out of that terrifying feeling and felt his muscles trembling slightly all over, feeling extremely shocked. Does this young man really only have the cultivation of an immortal lord? But what about the supreme power in his words? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he had no time to respond to Zuan's words. Zuan gave him a cold glance and then disappeared. After he left, Zhongli Wumong finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt amazed. This newly appointed leader of the Yue family's army was indeed extraordinary. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at his solemn subordinates. "What are you looking at? Continue to move forward with me, Zhu." And wandered through the forest, occasionally setting traps, feeling his heart becoming quieter and quieter. The cultivation in his body surged like waves, showing signs of advancement. If this news were known to others, they would definitely deeply doubt their lives. Because Zuan had only reached the level of an immortal lord not long ago, but his strength was showing signs of advancement again. This terrifying speed of advancement was unprecedented. This was the reason why Zuan was able to suppress Zhongli Wumong with just a glance. In front of Zuan, who was only a step away from becoming a saint, apart from a true saint, there was no one at his level who could be his opponent. However, this also made Zuan deeply feel the decline of militarism. Zhongli Wumong, as one of the top 12 military leaders, could be considered top tier in terms of strength. Yet, he only had the strength of an immortal lord. For an ancient family-level existence, this was somewhat inadequate. Therefore, Zuan did not take action to kill Zhongli Wumong. Because compared to winning this trial, Zuan was more concerned about preserving and reviving the glory of militarism. After all, Zuan was very aware that he had to deal with an unpredictable and terrifying existence, and he was alone in power. He needed enough power to support him. The militarism at this moment was just the right place to rely on. This idea was born in Zuan's mind after his strength increased again. Therefore, in the following wandering, Zuan no longer attacked anyone. He only used exquisite traps to deter the soldiers of the other 8 families, in order to protect the Yue family soldiers and continue advancing deeper into the dense forest. But he didn't want to kill, yet there were those who willingly ran into the trap. The Sima family. Sima Tiancheng could be said to be very annoyed now. He thought it would be an easy trial, following his own soldiers to enjoy the results and gain some reputation. If possible, it would be even better to undermine the prestige of the Yue family. Although Sima Tiancheng had suspected that Zuan might come from a prestigious background, it didn't stop him from having murderous intent towards Zuan in this competition arena. If you can achieve everything you imagine, of course it would be better, but it's okay if you can't. Sima Tiancheng entered the arena with a relaxed attitude. Little did he expect that things would turn out so differently from what he imagined. First, the consecutive upgrades of the combat simulations disrupted his plans, and then he and his companions found themselves lost in the vast endless forest. If that was the only problem, it would have been fine, but the mysterious creatures lurking around filled Sima Tiancheng with fear. He valued his life greatly, so at this moment, he deeply regretted his decisions. Therefore, he could only follow behind the main group from a distance, not too far, but not too close, maintaining a cautious distance. This way, even if something unexpected happened, he would have enough time to seek help or escape. This plan seemed well thought out. However, the flaw was found in the plan itself. While walking leisurely behind the main group, Sima Tiancheng failed to notice Zhu passing by in the sky. After recognizing Sima Tiancheng, Zuan landed on a large tree and casually set up a trap. Zuan's trap-setting skills had reached a level of mastery where he could deploy traps effortlessly, even while standing on a tree without needing to touch the ground. Zuan had no mercy for Sima Tiancheng. Back at the Yue family banquet, Zuan had already planned to take care of Sima Tiancheng. At that time, Sima Tiancheng was arrogant and disrespectful, especially towards Zuan, mocking him repeatedly. Zuan was not one to nitpick, but he couldn't tolerate such behavior. However, the slippery Sima Tiancheng escaped as soon as the situation turned sour, and Zuan let it go. He didn't anticipate encountering him again in the arena, so he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Sima Tiancheng was oblivious to all this, unaware that Zuan was standing not far away on a tree, overlooking him. Suddenly, as Sima Tiancheng leisurely continued walking forward, he stepped directly into Zuan's trap. In an instant, an intricate trap involving 3 layers of talismans was activated. Similar to the trap set for Zhongli Wuang earlier, this one first involved a surge of gravity that immobilized Sima Tiancheng, followed by the activation of sword energy aimed directly at him. The only difference was that Sima Tiancheng lacked Zhongli Wuang's formidable strength. It wasn't until the sword energy coalesced and struck towards him that he snapped out of his daze. Then, he let out a desperate and horrified scream. Help! Unfortunately, at that moment, the third talisman came into play, effectively shielding his cries for help. The sword energy swiped sideways, leaving a trail of blood, and then Sima Tiancheng's head flew into the sky. His last sight before dying was Zhu, standing on the treetop, his cold eyes swaying with the wind. It was him. With this realization, Sima Tiancheng descended into utter darkness. Zuan casually picked up the dropped supply. To his surprise, despite Sima Tiancheng not being too powerful, the supply was quite rich. It was a face mask made of an unknown metal, heavy yet giving a warm touch. Zuan raised his hand and put it on his face. Instantly, the mask adhered to his face. At that moment, the alchemical armor, long dormant in Zuan's mind, began to tremble. The golden face mask rapidly merged with his consciousness through his forehead, then fell silent once more. Zuan's eyebrows raised in surprise, as he hadn't expected the face mask to merge seamlessly with the incomplete zodiac alchemical armor he had been trying to complete. Moreover, it seemed that this fusion had enhanced the power of the alchemical armor slightly. Contemplating the scripted combat setups and the alchemical arrangements, Zuan pondered the connection between the martial arts competition and alchemy. Just then, he sensed a fluctuation within his consciousness. With a slight smile, he vanished from the spot. As he disappeared, the talisman responsible for shielding the surroundings shattered, revealing Sima Tiancheng's severed body. The soldiers of the Sima family were in shock. The commander of the Sima family's guards was ashen, knowing that Sima Tiancheng's death would result in severe punishment for himself. Despite the chaos, he had no choice but to roar. The killer must not have gone far. Hurry! Disperse and find the killer to avenge young Master Sima. Although he shouted, only a few soldiers responded. It was clear to everyone, even fools, that the one who killed Sima Tiancheng was an unparalleled expert. Searching for the killer would only lead to certain death. While chaos reigned on the Sima family's side, Zuan had already arrived among the Yue family soldiers. Up ahead, The seemingly endless forest had finally thinned out to reveal a large open space with a box the size of a house standing in the center. It was undoubtedly the supply mentioned in the combat simulation prompt. Sensing this disturbance, Zuin rushed over. Stepping out of the forest, he entered the open area and approached the supply box. Examining the exquisite craftsmanship of the box, made of an unknown metal, its surface adorned with delicate engravings, Zuin smiled and gently pushed it open. Instantly, the box lit up with a faint glow as if activated. Soon after, the chilling reminder tone echoed once more. The supply box has been found. For the next half hour, the Yue family will defend, and the other 8 families will attack. All means are permitted during this time. The free-for-all time starts now. Due to the changes in the progress bar above the light curtain, the previous dazzling blood red color has transformed into 2 completely different colors. The progress bar representing the Yue family turned dark gray, while the progress bars of the other 8 families collectively turned black. Furthermore, the cold alert tone echoed in the hearts of everyone in the hall. This caused a great commotion and unease among the crowd. One family defending alone, with the other 8 attacking. How could they possibly hold on? Someone exclaimed in shock. Yeah, it looks like the Yue family is in for some bad luck. Amidst the various discussions, the expressions of Yue King Huan and others could only be described as pale as snow. Despite their anxiety, they were helpless in the current situation and could only silently pray in their hearts. Zuan, you guys must keep fighting. Sima Tiancheng stood among the crowd, a self-satisfied smirk gradually appearing on his lips. It seemed like even the heavens wanted to see the downfall of the Yue family. Otherwise, why would such a twisted rule emerge? Meanwhile, on the battlefield at the same moment, the Yue family soldiers had already arranged themselves in a defensive formation under Zuan's command, prepared for everything. Unexpectedly, the first group to emerge from the dense forest before Zuan was actually from the Gu family. Since Gu Wangya had a nearly radar-like ability, finding their way through the forest was like a fish in water for them, naturally arriving at the supply point first. However, upon exiting the dense forest, the group of female soldiers did not rush to attack, but instead set up a defensive position from afar. The Yue family soldiers remained silent, ready for any action. Zuan sat in the center, his expression cold. Gu Wangya's cheeks blushed slightly as she watched this scene unfold. At this moment, she had changed into a new outfit, as her previous clothing had already turned to dust under Zuan's blade. As she thought about this, Gu Wangya felt embarrassed. After all, the sight of her bare upper body could be described as extremely embarrassing. But at the same time, it made her curious about Zuan. Although it had only been a few brief trials, the imposing aura of this white-clad young man became increasingly steady and grand, even making Gu Wangya feel pressured. However, what Gu Wangya found most unforgettable was the sight of Zhu, unturning and walking away after cutting her down with a single strike. Why did he stop at the last moment and walk away, despite having the chance to take her life with that one strike? Confusion flickered in Gu Wangya's eyes. Zhu naturally noticed Gu Wangya's gaze and looked back at her. Meeting his gaze, Gu Wangya felt a jolt in her heart, her cheeks turning red before lowering her head to evade Zuan's eyes. This rare display of shyness puzzled Zuan, who furrowed his brows slightly. What's with this woman? Why is she blushing? Could she be injured? As Zuan puzzled over this, with the sound of approaching footsteps, soldiers from the Song family also emerged. Upon seeing Zuan, Song Yuja, a commander in the Song camp, quietly spoke to the army's head. "My lord, that's the commander from the Yue family who spared my life." Upon hearing this, the Song army head gazed at the group of Yue family members. When he saw the intimidating aura emanating from the Yue family soldiers, a tangible sense of danger, his gaze sharpened, and he involuntarily gasped in shock. Such a powerful aura! Who said the Yue family was in decline? Judging from their current presence, they were even more formidable than the Long and Sima families among the 12 clans. He also noticed that the Gu family, standing idle nearby, hesitated how to proceed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sternly commanded, "All troops, hold formation, do not act recklessly." Hearing this command, the soldiers of the Song family halted their steps, rallying together in silence, awaiting further instructions. After silently pondering for a moment, Song Yuja whispered to the army head, "We better observe the situation here, and then decide." The Song army head nodded in agreement, saying, "That is precisely my intention." Thus, in this empty space, the Song and Gu families stood quietly facing off against the Yue family, none willing to make the first move. This standoff prompted the later arriving Liu, Dao, and Bai families to adopt similar postures. In the blink of an eye, soldiers from 5 families stood silently in the vast open space, exuding a menacing aura that seemed to materialize into various illusions in the sky, mutually assessing each other. Yue Juns quietly approached Zuan and whispered, "My lord, why aren't they attacking? Don't they know that everything will end in half an hour?" Zhu smiled, saying, "Don't worry, they are not unwilling to fight. They just don't want to take the lead themselves." Indeed, as Zuan spoke, the soldiers from the Long and Sima families almost simultaneously arrived. And just as they arrived, the least favored pathfinders, the Zhongli family, also appeared. Thus, on this open ground, soldiers from 9 families formed an 8-to-1 confrontation. The atmosphere became extremely tense. The leader of the Long family, Long Zan, glared at Zuan not far away, his eyes almost spewing fire. In his mind, he had already killed Zhu countless times. The more he thought about it, the more intense his hatred grew. Even more, when he saw Zuan, it completely erupted. Long family, attack! With this order, the soldiers of the Long family moved forward with precise steps towards Zuan and his comrades. Witnessing this, the Sima family quickly responded. The commander of the Sima family's army was nearly consumed with rage. Since Sima Tiancheng was already dead, if he couldn't make some achievements, his position as the head of the army would come to an end. Only success would guarantee his life. Considering this, he immediately commanded, "Follow up with an attack." In an instant, the soldiers of both families surged forward like a tide. While observing this scene, Zuan didn't even bat an eyelid and calmly said, "Get ready." The Yue family soldiers stepped forward, meeting the forces of the Long and Sima families head-on. With a deafening crash, the soldiers at the forefront of both sides, without even a groan, were instantly reduced to powder. Such was the immense aura of intimidation. Faced with this brutal scene, Zuan remained unfazed. As they say, a military commander has no compassion. Once on the battlefield, the lives of the soldiers were just numbers to the commander. He continued to issue orders calmly and decisively, directing the ever-changing tactics of the Yue family, engaging in battle against the Long and Sima families. Supported by this thought, a tremendous force surged within his body, as if it were about to explode in the next second. However, he did not know that at the peak of his blood and energy within his body, faint scales appeared on his neck, as if an evil presence. Zuan naturally also felt the intense killing intent emanating from Long Zan. To be honest, the initial Zuan didn't even recognize this Long Zan. It wasn't until Long Zan roared and charged forward, "Zuan, today is your time to die," that he suddenly realized, then coldly smiled. "Long Zan, your luck is truly unyielding." With that, he evaded Long Zhan's punch with a swift movement. Long Zan gasped for air, not stopping his movements at all, each punch aimed directly at Zuan's vital points. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. What a powerful fist technique! After not seeing each other for a few days, how did Long Zhan's strength make such great progress? Although he was surprised, Zuan did not stop moving his feet, constantly evading Long Zhan's attacks. After a few exchanges, Long Zhan roared, "Zuan, why are you hiding? If you have the guts, face me head-on." Zuan remained silent because at this moment, he had vaguely figured something out. Especially the scales on Long Zhan's neck made Zuan instantly think of many things. However, he felt no fear at all, just sneered, then abruptly stopped dodging, faced Long Zhan's fist head-on, and clashed with it. Bang! An invisible shockwave directly crushed the low bushes around them into pieces. Zhu grunted, then involuntarily took a step back. However, Long Zhan didn't even flinch, sneered wickedly, and lunged forward again. This time, all the onlookers were shocked. Gu Wangya looked in disbelief at Long Zhan and Zhu fighting together, a thought flashing through her mind. When did this renowned playboy from the Long family become so powerful? There was even a hint of intention to completely suppress Zuan. Not only her, but Zhongli Wuwang and Song Yuja all wore serious expressions. They held no resentment towards Zuan, on the contrary, they were full of admiration, which was why they had never joined the battle. But looking at the current situation, it seemed like Zuan was already struggling. And if he were to be defeated, it would mean the entire Yue family would be in shambles. In this situation, these people couldn't help but worrying for Zuan. By now, Long Zhan had forced Zuan to repeatedly retreat. Excited in his heart, he couldn't help but laugh. Zuan, you should surrender now while you still can. This way I can give you a quick death, otherwise, I will slowly tear you into pieces bit by bit. Zuan just coldly smiled. Oh really? The mocking tone in his words infuriated Long Zhan, and he suddenly howled like a starving wolf. With the howl, his skin began to crack, as if a monster inside him was trying to break free. The stench of blood flowed down, making him look terrifyingly fierce. The sight made even the soldiers fighting slow down their attacks. Gu Wangya, Zhongli Wuwang, and others were shocked and horrified. Heavens, what is that? With a cry of shock, they saw Long Zhan's ribs suddenly extend from his chest and abdomen, then started rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, his ribs enveloped him like armor, turning his figure into that of a devil from the depths of hell, no longer resembling a human. Die! At this moment, Long Zhan had lost his human consciousness, let out a hoarse scream, and charged towards Zuan. His speed was so fast that no one could react in time. After a muffled sound, Zuan was sent flying, rolling in the air several times before landing barely on his feet. Looking at Zuan now, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Commander of the Palm Soldiers! Yue Zhans exclaimed. The soldiers of the Yue family were slightly restless. The commander of the Sima family soldiers, however, was overjoyed. Increase the attack. The Yue family is on its last legs. At that moment, taking advantage of the wavering morale of the Yue family, the soldiers of the Sima family and Long family instantly pressed on, driving them to retreat continuously. Zuan's eyes were as bright as stars. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said coldly, "I'm fine. Just hold the line." Hearing Zuan's words, the soldiers of the Yue family slightly relaxed and engaged in battles with the soldiers of the Sima and Long families. Long Zhan, however, had a sinister smile. "Zuan, you should feel proud to have withstood one of my punches, but next, you will die." Saying that, Long Zhan charged again, his speed exceeding everyone's expectations. However, at that moment, Zuan closed his eyes abruptly, then suddenly turned sideways. Long Zhan's fist brushed past Zuan's hair, missing its target. This made Long Zhan also surprised, as he hadn't expected Zuan to dodge his blow. While he was still puzzled, Zuan abruptly raised his fist and said coldly, "Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn." With that, he punched out, hitting Long Zhan's chest and abdomen. The immense force instantly shattered many of the bone armor pieces on Long Zhan's body, but horrifyingly, Long Zhan was not knocked away by the impact. Instead, the shattered bone armor quickly healed, quickly restoring to its original state in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, Zuan was pushed back a few steps by the recoil force. Long Zhan burst into laughter. "It's futile, Zuan. With your current strength, you can't break through my defense. Accept your fate." With that, Long Zhan aggressively rushed forward. But at that moment, a dazzling flash of a sword light cleaved through the air. Swish! Long Zhan's arm was forcibly cut off by the sword light. There was no blood, only wriggling bone armor trying to repair the wound, but it was crushed by the remaining sword intent. Long Zhan howled in pain, unbelievably saying, "Impossible! How could you hurt me?" At this point, Zuan slowly raised his hand, holding the crimson sword left by San Suo, and said coldly, "Why is it impossible?" When Long Zhan saw this crimson sword, he seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying scene. This sword! No! With that, he actually turned and ran. But how could Zuan let him go? Zuan took a step, directly arriving behind Long Zhan, then lifted his sword and slashed down diagonally. With a crack, the bone armor on Long Zhan's body shattered upon the sword's arrival, followed by a huge wound from his right shoulder diagonally down to his thigh. How is this possible? How could he possess the Shen family sword, and moreover, the sword formed from the condensation of all the sword hearts by the legitimate successor before his death? Could it be that people from the Shen family are also involved in this matter? As the voice trailed off, the expression on his face changed like a slideshow, displaying a mix of fear, confusion, and mostly horror. If members of the Shen family were truly involved in this matter, it would be troublesome. With this thought, the man immediately stood up, a flickering motion blending into the void, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, Everyone was just coming to their senses from the shock. Nobody had expected the young master from the Long family to turn into such a monster and be killed by Zuan with a single sword. In the midst of this moment of shock, the commander of the Long family's troops couldn't help but feel anxious. Although he despised Long Zan, now that he had died in front of him, if he couldn't avenge him, Long Yushu would never let him off. Therefore, with just one remaining hand, he pointed at Zuan and roared, "Kill him, or we will all die." The soldiers from the Long family also began to surge forward. At this moment, the commander of the Sima family noticed that only their family and the Long family had taken action, while the other 6 families remained motionless in the distance. This made him anxious. The time for a free attack is only half an hour. What are you waiting for? If you don't act now, you will miss the opportunity. With this desperate shout from the Sima family's commander, the Lu, Dao, and Bai families all looked at each other, then decided to step forward. Just then, unexpectedly, a scene that surprised everyone unfolded. Song Yuja whispered a few words to the Song family's commander, then suddenly took a few steps forward and declared loudly, "Commander of the Yue family troops, our Song family recognizes that we are not your match, so we voluntarily withdraw from this attack." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the arena instantly turned to Song Yuja. He remained calm and nodded towards Zuan in the distant crowd. Zu, and smiled. He enjoyed dealing with intelligent people as they knew how to show respect and what they should do. Clearly, Song Yuja and the entire Song family were such discerning individuals. He also nodded in agreement. Song Yuja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and respectfully retreated. Strangely, when facing Zuan, even at a distance, he still felt immense pressure. The memory of Zuan's sword, like a snow rainbow, left a deep impression on him, making his brow ache even now. Seeing the Song family's action, the previously restless Lu, Bai, and Dao families all hesitated. Although these 3 families were among the weakest of the 9 families, now that the Song family ranked higher and had surrendered, they didn't dare to act recklessly. However, they were undecided about withdrawing just then, but another unexpected event made them decide instantly. Gu Wangya from the Gu family took a deep breath in her camp, suppressed her emotions, then stepped forward. The Gu family also decides to withdraw from this attack. The whole place erupted with a low murmur. If the Song family's voluntary surrender was somewhat acceptable, Gu's withdrawal was unexpected for many. Though not top-notch, the Gu family was respectable among the 12 branches. At this critical moment, as long as they were willing to join the fight, they would greatly pressure the Yue family. Unexpectedly, Gu Wangya decided to withdraw. This also surprised Zuan. He had prepared to face the attack of 8 families alone from the Yue family. However, Gu's voluntary withdrawal left him baffled. Nevertheless, this outcome was advantageous for the Yue family. After Gu Wangya's statement, the Bai, Lu, and Dao families immediately left their camps. The Dao family withdraws from this attack. The Lu family as well. The Bai family surrenders. In the blink of an eye, 5 families had withdrawn, with only the Zhongli family remaining undecided. This result almost made the commander of the Sima family vomit blood in frustration. Clearly, if these families had united, they could have easily defeated the Yue family. However, they all chose to quit. Helplessly, he placed his last hope on Zhongli Wuwang. After all, the strength of the Zhongli family was top-notch. If they were willing to participate, there would still be hope for victory. However, as he looked hopefully at Zhongli Wuwang, he unexpectedly chuckled. "Damn it, you spared me a while ago." Zhongli Wuwang always repays debts of revenge and kindness. Therefore, we, Zhongli, will not participate in this pointless attack. His words ruthlessly shattered the last strand of hope in the Sima family commander's heart. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but at that moment, Zuan coldly shouted, "Yue family, attack!" At this command, the Yue family soldiers charged forward like unleashed tigers. Overwhelmed by the momentum, the troops of the Long and Sima families, unsettled by the withdrawals, naturally began to retreat. The commander of the Sima family was on the verge of going mad, roaring, "Everyone, charge forward! No mercy for those who retreat!" But in the next moment, all his words were stifled. A crimson dagger emerged from his throat. The commander of the Sima family struggled to lower his head, dumbfoundedly gazing at the dagger, trying to say something. However, his vocal cords had been severed, rendering him unable to utter a sound. He could only gasp for air heavily. Blood dripped from the tip of the dagger, and the ferocious sword intent was destroying everything within the commander's body. In the blink of an eye, his life ebbed away like the tide, turning him into a lifeless corpse. Zuan slowly withdrew the dagger, and the body fell to the ground, hitting everyone present to the core. The commander of the Long family's troops felt his eyelids twitch madly, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire body. He had a strong premonition. Now that the Sima family commander was dead, he would be next in line. And indeed, he was. To know, on the battlefield, the most taboo thing is to expose one's back to the enemy. This commander of the Long family surely knew this. But under the fear of death, he could not care about that anymore. Face, taboos, all became unimportant compared to staying alive. But as he ran just a few hundred meters, a blade suddenly sprouted from his chest. His strong vitality allowed his heart to keep beating stubbornly, even after such a heavy blow. However, the sharp blade was hidden in his chest, causing a larger wound with each heartbeat. Bright red blood gushed out from the wound, like a fountain, swiftly taking away his life. And so, this commander of the Long family also died. The whole scene fell silent, including the soldiers from the Long family and the Sima family. They couldn't help but stop their actions, standing still as if they had given up the fight. Nonsense! Now that even their commander had died, how could these soldiers continue to fight? And in that moment, the cold notification sound rang out once again. Free for all combat ends. The Yue family successfully defended the supplies and won the ultimate victory in this demonstration. The whole arena buzzed with excitement, as with these words, the enormous supply crate slowly opened. Little did they know, their astonishment and commotion were nothing compared to what was happening in the outer hall. Because at this moment, the progress bar on the screen collectively disappeared. Yes, without any warning, it simply vanished. What's going on? Someone exclaimed in shock. I don't know either. In all the past combat demonstrations, nothing like this has ever happened. Could there be something wrong with this arena? People discussed fervently, and the huge noise was almost about to blow off the roof of the hall. Even the expressions on the faces of the family heads present were grim. Sima Chongqiao turned to the elderly man, known for his longevity. What's going on? Why have all the progress bars disappeared? The whole place quieted down, and everyone looked at the old man. The old man sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. There's no need to look at me like that because I don't know what's going on either. You see, this combat arena was left by the ancient powers, governed by the spirits with mysterious rules, and outsiders cannot interfere. So, it's not surprising that something like this has happened. And I have a feeling that although this situation is strange, it should not be a bad thing. The elder speculated. But Sima Chongqiao was no longer interested in his speculations. His face was grim. He stared at the empty screen, filled with anger. The soldiers who had entered were the elites of the Sima family, some of them even his own descendants, and now their whereabouts were unknown. How could he be at ease? The head of the Long family, Long Yushu, felt the same way. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. Yue King Huan's face turned pale. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't paid attention to what was happening outside, just staring straight at the screen, filled with infinite worries and fears. Zuan, where are you? Please return safely. It seemed like her prayers were heard because at that moment, the screen suddenly started shaking. Then, a temporal passage appeared. The people gasped in surprise. The old man, however, was thrilled. All right, this combat demonstration has finally ended. Let's see who comes out first. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed on the temporal tunnel. In previous combat demonstrations, the first to emerge were the winners. So everyone wanted to see the outcome of this extraordinary combat demonstration. As everyone awaited with bated breath, a group of people and horses emerged from the temporal tunnel. When they saw this group of people clearly, Yue King Huan, who had been expecting a different outcome, was stunned. Not only her, but in fact, everyone present was baffled. Because the first to walk out of the temporal tunnel was not the prominent Yue family, nor the long-standing noble houses, the Long family, and the Sima family, but the Song family, which was ranked lower. Song Yuz walked ahead with his head held high, his face showing no joy or sorrow, giving nothing away. The head of the Song family, who had been brimming with excitement, immediately suppressed his joy upon seeing this sight, because he knew that something was amiss. Indeed so. After the Song family came out, they did not return to their original position but stood silently on the side of the temporal tunnel, seemingly waiting for something. Meanwhile, the temporal passage shimmered again. This time, it was the Lu, Dao, and Bai families that emerged. Seeing these three families, people did not speculate much because even with their eyes closed, they could guess that they would not be the winners of this combat demonstration. However, it was strange that after these three families came out, they, like the Song family, found a spot to stand. Soon after, it was the Gu and Zhongli families' turn. The appearance of these two families caused a slight stir in the whole hall, as the Long, Sima, and Yue families were the only ones left to come out. People's anxiety levels rose as they waited to see who would emerge next. Yue Qinghuan was especially tense, watching intently. Just then, figures of two soldiers appeared in the temporal tunnel. At first, due to the temporal barrier, they were somewhat difficult to see clearly. But as they walked in, the marks on their bodies were recognizable, clearly identified as the Long family. The whole hall erupted in commotion. Yue Qinghuan burst into tears. Long Yushu heaved a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face, but it quickly disappeared. Because at that moment, it was discovered that all these soldiers of the Long family were dispirited, lacking any momentum, clearly subdued by some means. Long Yushu's face turned ashen. Sima Chongqiao laughed heartily. It seems that it's my Sima family that will have the last laugh. Long brother, you've truly given way this time. Long Yushu remained silent. But a cold laughter came from the temporal tunnel. There's no need for him to give way, because your Sima family is in for the same fate. Indeed. After the soldiers of the Long family, it was the turn of the Sima family soldiers to emerge, facing a fate similar to being subdued. This scene was like an invisible slap in the face, striking Sima Chongqiao hard. Yue Qinghuan, however, went from tears to smiles, as she had already recognized the voice. Just towards that stop, the overwhelming military might suppress the crowd and made them retreat repeatedly, causing fear in their hearts. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes, disbelief written on their faces as they watched the scene in front of them. Especially Sima Chongqiao and other family heads, such as Long Yushu, their faces turned extremely ugly. It was obvious that after completing this martial arts display, the soldiers of the Yue family not only made significant progress in military might, but also gained rich benefits. This can be seen from the standardized dark gold armor they were wearing. This type of armor covered almost their entire bodies, streamlined in shape, emanating a terrifying power under the cold metallic luster. Just based on this, it was clear that none of the 12 military families could produce it. What's more terrifying was that it wasn't just one set. Every soldier of the Yue family had one, which was truly terrifying. Yue Qinghuan, however, was not focused on these things at all. She stared blankly at the time and space passage, anticipating the appearance of a familiar figure. Finally, as the light subsided, the figure of a young man appeared in the passage. He walked out of the dazzling light and stood before the crowd. In an instant, everyone's pupils contracted. The reason being, the imposing presence of this young man was too overwhelming. As the commander of the Yue family's military forces, all the military might of the Yue family's soldiers converged on him alone. Coupled with Zuan's own strength, the two combined to the point where he even directly suppressed the military might of all the family heads present. This sight also caused Sima Chongqiao and Long Yushu to pale in fear. How is this possible? Clearly, when he entered the martial arts arena, this guy was just an ordinary celestial master. How did his aura become so strong in just a few days? While the crowd was silently shocked, Yue Qinghuan rushed forward with infinite joy. Zuan. Zuan turned to look at her, smiled slightly, but didn't say a word. Although he remained silent, Yue Qinghuan instantly understood the meaning in Zuan's eyes. I am fine, you don't need to worry. This made Yue Qinghuan stop in her tracks, standing there with a smile on her face. At the same time, Zuan's gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Wherever his gaze fell, people retreated, even those who were unwilling to back down, succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Yue family. Only a few people, including Sima Chongqiao and Long Yushu, barely held their ground. Nevertheless, they still felt a strong pressure and began to feel uneasy. What is he going to do? Is he planning to take us all down now? Just as Sima Chongqiao and the others shivered in fear, Zuan suddenly chuckled. All right, it's all over. Let's return home. With that, he didn't even spare a glance at Sima Chongzhou and the others, turning around and walking away. The soldiers immediately followed, with Yue Qinghuan and others behind him. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Yue family in the hall left cleanly. Sima Chongzhou and Long Yushu's faces were so gloomy it looked like water was about to drip out. They exchanged glances and left in silence. After everyone from the Long family and Sima family had left, the martial arts hall erupted in a loud roar. Oh my, am I mistaken? Did the Yue family just silence the heads of the Long and Sima families? Someone exclaimed in shock. Heh, haven't you realized it yet? After winning this martial arts display, the Yue family has greatly changed, let alone anything else, just the bravery of their soldiers, who can resist them? Someone sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, just facing them, the fierceness of the Yue family soldiers made them all shudder. If they were to really start fighting, who could say they would win? As people were discussing this, Gu Wangya withdrew his gaze from Zuan and whispered, "Let's go." The Gu family immediately retreated like a tide. As they left, Zhang Liwu also yawned. Boring, going home to sleep. And then he left too. As for the Song family, Song Yuja smiled faintly. Let's go too. After they left, the Dao family, Lu family, and Bai family naturally had no reason to stay. In the blink of an eye, all 9 families had left. Someone watching this scene couldn't help but sigh softly. The military families are about to undergo changes. Yue family. When the news from the martial arts arena reached back, the entire Yue family was in a frenzy. From top to bottom, whether it was the elders or the servants who remained behind, everyone was rushing to inform each other, their faces beaming with smiles. Without any discussion, the few elders who stayed behind made a decision immediately to hold a welcome ceremony for the victorious soldiers returning home. Just happened that the previous welcome ceremony left behind many things, so preparing for it wasn't difficult. Soon, the entire Yue family was bustling with preparations. But strangely, from the beginning to the end, Yue Sifang in the backyard courtyard had not made any move. Not only that, even the second miss had not appeared. But because this news was so inspiring, many people didn't even notice this. The martial arts arena was not too far from the main faction of the Yue family, and the large group of people only took half a day to arrive. However, in just half a day, when Zuan and the others arrived at the main faction of the Yue family, the entire headquarters of the Yue family had completely changed its appearance. Colorful flags fluttered everywhere, and exotic flowers and plants along the way were all blooming. The Yue family members who remained behind were already waiting there. When they saw Zuan, they immediately greeted him. "Commander of the military, congratulations on your triumphant return. That's right, all of you soldiers have worked hard, bringing glory to our Yue family. Come in quickly." The few elders who remained behind were excited. As for the others, besides cheering, they seemed to have run out of ways to express their feelings. Yue Qinghuan was also infected by this warm atmosphere, feeling her nose tingling and eyes brimming with tears. However, Zuan just smiled faintly, nodded at everyone, glanced over the whole scene, then seemed to sense something, softly made a surprise sound. This sound was very low, no one else noticed it, but Yue Qinghuan, who was closest, heard it and couldn't help asking softly, "What's wrong?" The banquet hall had been set up long ago, waiting for Zuan and the others to take their seats. As soon as they sat down, a variety of delicacies and gourmet dishes were brought out one after another like flowing water. Zuan smiled at the soldiers. "You have worked hard in this battle. There will be no restraints today, so indulge yourselves to the fullest." Only when he gave the order did the soldiers start eating and drinking heartily. Some even started to let loose as they ate. Zuan didn't stop them because he knew very well that this battle had been a severe test for all the soldiers and the immense pressure had left them breathless. Now that it was finally over, it was only natural for them to let off steam. Otherwise, the pent-up emotions could be more troublesome. The banquet hall suddenly became lively. Everyone wanted to toast Zuan, but this time, Zuan acted differently. He only ate a few bites of food with his chopsticks, then quietly got up and said to Yue Qinghuan by his side, "Follow me." Yue Qinghuan had already sensed something unusual by then, so she immediately got up and followed him. The two of them left the banquet hall and headed straight to the backyard. Many people in the banquet hall hadn't even noticed their departure. For those who did, Only a few vaguely guessed something. As for the others, they were completely immersed in joy and excitement, drinking to their heart's content. After leaving the banquet hall and turning a few corners, they arrived at the entrance to the backyard. Yue King Huan's lips were tightly pressed together, a hint of panic in her eyes, and even her body trembled slightly as she walked. Zuan suddenly said, "Don't worry, your brother is fine right now." After saying that, Zuan paused, then whispered, "Even if something happens, I'll be there." Hearing this, Yue King Huan shuddered and nodded softly, "Yes." Zuan walked ahead, not looking back, so he wouldn't see the almost melting tears in Yue King Huan's eyes. They crossed the courtyard door, passed through a corridor, and arrived at the flower hall. When they entered the range of the flower hall, they heard a soft laugh from inside. "I knew they would come." It was Yue Shifang's voice, but at this moment, although he was laughing, there was a clear hint of weakness in his voice. Zuan stayed silent and simply pulled back the pearl curtain to enter. They saw Yue Shifang sitting with his back to the door in the flower hall, while the second miss stood to the side, her face devoid of emotions. Yet this extreme calmness conveyed a profound sense of despair. Even when Zuan and Yue King Huan entered, the second miss didn't greet them, just stood there like a statue. "Second sister." It wasn't until Yue King Huan softly called her that she snapped out of it, then lowered her head. "I'll go pour tea." With that, she turned and left. Just then, Yue Shifang suddenly said, "King Huan, you go too." Yue King Huan looked deeply at Yue Shifang's back and nodded. "Okay." After the two of them left, Zuan stayed silent for a moment before speaking solemnly, "Can't hold on anymore. Can you?" "Hey, it's not that I can't hold on, but due to several fights, this body has worn out sooner than expected." As he spoke, the wheelchair slowly turned around, revealing an aged face. If Yue Shifang's appearance before had been that of a youthful young man, he now looked like a middle-aged man with wrinkles and gray hair, appearing very weary. But the most striking feature was his eyes. Once shining brightly, they were now sunken and dry, giving him a fierce look. "Has your vision collapsed, Zhu?" An inquired. Yue Shifang nodded, completely blind now. His tone was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zuan fell into silence. Yue Shifang then chuckled, "Before the second miss mentioned tea, I didn't realize I actually wanted to drink the tea you brewed." Zuan sat opposite Yue Shifang and began to make tea. Moments later, the fragrance of tea wafted out. Zhu handed a cup over, and after Yue Shifang took a sip, he couldn't help but smile. "Impressive tea-making skills. I never imagined that besides leading troops so well, you also excelled in making tea." Zuan remained silent. Yue Shifang sipped slowly until he finished his tea, and then whispered, "Congratulations on your victory this time. Honestly, I never thought you would trigger the martial arts rule, initiate advanced martial arts, and ultimately succeed." Zuan raised an eyebrow. "You knew all along?" Yue Shifang chuckled. "Did you think I'm truly blind?" With his laughter, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened. He then held out his hand. "Let me feel that little sword of yours." "You even know about that?" "Hey, considering I've lived for tens of thousands of years, I naturally have some means you can't imagine." Zhu retrieved the sword and placed it in Yue Shifang's hand. Though the sword was sharp, it felt gentle in Yue Shifang's hand, even as he lightly touched its blade without harm. Yue Shifang's expression gradually turned solemn, and then he placed the sword gently on the table. "Do you know the origin of this sword?" "Of course. Tell me about it." Zuan then recounted the story of the sword and Shan Suiqian. When he mentioned Shan Suiqian's death, Yue Shifang's wrinkled face twitched slightly, and he sighed softly. "Do you know the background of this woman, Zhu?" Shook his head. "I don't." "It's better that you don't, but remember, unless absolutely necessary, never show the sword in public, or else you'll face great calamity." "Understand?" Yue Shifang cautioned. This warning was similar to what the yin-yang master, Yue Huazhang, had said before. Zhu fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is her background very deep?" "Very deep, and unimaginably profound. It's a pity she died within the various heavens where you are. Many things would have fallen into place." Yue Shifang murmured. Zuan also fell into deep thought. Shan Suiqian's strength wasn't among the best in the various heavens, yet her background was a mystery even to Yue Shifang. What could be the reason behind it? Zhu raised an eyebrow slightly. "So fast?" Yue Shifang sighed bitterly. I didn't expect it either, because the speed at which this body is collapsing is indeed somewhat unexpected. Zu-un fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "In thousands of years, have you never tried to save yourself?" "Of course I've tried. In fact, over these years I've tried almost every possible method, but the results all failed." "Is there any miraculous doctor in the world who can save one from the brink of death?" Zu-un suddenly asked. Yue Shifang gave a self-deprecating smile. "I know what you're thinking, but it's no use because I've tried every available doctor, including some top-tier ones who were once renowned, and still none could solve the injuries on my body." At this point, Yue Shifang suddenly thought of something, except for one person. Zu-an's eyes lit up. "Who are you talking about?" Yue Shifang shook his head. "Forget it. It's useless to say. You can't possibly convince him." "How would we know if we don't try?" "You don't understand. If we talk about medical skills, he is indeed the best in the world, but what's more famous than his medical skills is his extremely eccentric temperament. In fact, it can be said that as long as he's unwilling, then basically no one in the world can convince him." "Who are you talking about, Zu-un remained unfazed, asking in a deep voice. "The Ghost Needle Divine Doctor, Za Wenliang." Zu-un nodded. "All right, I got it." With that, Zu-un stood up and headed out. "Zu-an!" Yue Shifang suddenly called out. Zu-un halted, turned to look at Yue Shifang. "What is it?" Yue Shifang let out a sigh. "To be honest, I've tried many times over the years, but this Za Wenliang is simply unyielding, so you'd better not waste your efforts too." Zu-un smiled. "How would we know if we don't try? Just because you couldn't convince him doesn't mean I can't." With that, Zu-un turned directly and walked away. After he left, the second miss walked out from another corner of the backyard, walking slowly to stand behind Yue Shifang. "King Huan has gone back. Yes. I persuaded her to go back. You've been through a lot during this time." Yue Shifang laughed lightly. The second miss remained silent, standing there quietly until after a while she finally spoke. "Do you think he will succeed?" "I don't know. After all these years, after countless efforts failed to convince Za Wenliang, I shouldn't hold out any hope, but strangely, this guy seems to have a special kind of charm. It's like something that others can't accomplish. He can do it. Just like this martial arts competition?" The second miss raised an eyebrow. Yue Shifang smiled and nodded. "Yes, this martial arts competition, he really surprised me. I hope that he can give me a big surprise this time too." The second miss whispered softly, squeezing the hand resting on Yue Shifang's shoulder. Yue Shifang suddenly couldn't laugh. He just gently patted her fist. "Let's leave it to fate." The second miss walked away. She would spend this time searching for various rare herbs to brew medicinal soups for Yue Shifang. When the flower hall was left with only Yue Shifang, he leaned back in his wheelchair, looking up with lifeless eyes at the ceiling of the hall. It was only after a long while that he let out a light sigh. The rules of the martial arts competition suddenly changed. "Is this your opinion? It seems that you are also paying close attention to this young man from the Hua clan. Is this upcoming disaster going to depend on this young man?" These series of questions dissipated into the air, receiving no response, only the lonely blooming flowers under the corridor. Just like Yue Shifang's current mood, lonely and desolate. "Do you know the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor Za Wenliang?" Zu-un asked in a deep voice. Yue King Huan was taken aback, then nodded, "Of course. He's a top-tier divine doctor known throughout the heavens for surviving thousands of years." "Very well. Do you know where he resides?" "I've heard he often stays at the Fallen God Valley in the outer heavens." "Why do you ask?" "I plan to invite him to come and treat your brother's injuries." Yue King Huan's expression immediately became serious. "Is my brother in a bad condition now?" "Yes." Zu-un didn't hide it and directly nodded. "All right, I'll go with you." Yue King Huan didn't hesitate, immediately saying so. Zu-un didn't refuse. "Do you know the way?" "I do. Back then, I went to the Fallen God Valley once with my second sister, but ended up not even seeing this Za Wenliang person before being turned back." Yue King Huan showed a troubled expression. "This Za Wenliang's temperament is famously eccentric. Can we really convince him by just going like this? Shouldn't we make some preparations in advance?" "There's no need. If his character is as eccentric as you say, any preparation would be in vain." Soon, the two of them were ready and set off quietly under the cover of night. Only a few people knew what they were going for. because Yue Shifang's current physical condition was a secret that needed to be strictly kept. Once it spread, it could easily stir up waves within the already precarious Yue family. In such a situation, the Yue family quickly fell into a peculiar silence. This strange behavior also caught the attention of other branches. The Gu family. Gu Wanya pondered silently. Zuan hasn't shown himself since returning from the martial arts competition. Where could he have gone? She murmured to herself, the image of that white-clad young man floating in her mind. After a moment, she gave a stern order. Continue observing. Any unusual movements from the Yue family report to me immediately. Yes. Just like the Gu family, the Song family also issued similar orders. However, unlike these innocent observations, the Long family and the Sima family were currently furious. Because of this martial arts competition, they suffered heavy losses, not only losing in the competition, but also sacrificing their own bloodlines and military commanders. Even their soldiers were captured by the Yue family. This kind of immense humiliation naturally filled them with deep hatred towards the Yue family, especially towards Zuan. They almost wished to devour his flesh raw. And this time, it was an unknown outsider who took on the role of commanding the Yue family's troops, which was already irregular. Now, he has gained great reputation, causing all the Yue family soldiers to rally behind him. Adding to that, Yue Shifang was seriously injured. So in this combination of circumstances, it's quite possible that Zuan is facing a very difficult situation in the Yue family right now. Holding on to this thought, the Long family and the Sima family immediately sent out numerous scouts and spies to quickly uncover the truth. But all their probing efforts were as fruitless as throwing a rock into the sea, receiving no response. The entire Yue family seemed to be becoming more secretive. Just as tensions were rising among the various factions, Zhu An and Yue Qinghuan had already set out on their journey to the Valley of Fallen Gods. The Valley of Fallen Gods was extremely far from the military families, and even with their speed, it would take them more than 10 days to arrive. However, because Yue Qinghuan had been to the Valley of Fallen Gods once before, they were unlikely to get lost. Soon, the two of them left the sphere of influence of the military families and entered the vast void. The outer space was far more vast than the heavens, as could be seen from the sparse star systems. But it was very possible that a very dim point of light was from a very prosperous galaxy in a very distant place. Silence prevailed during the journey. Soon, the two arrived within the domain of the Valley of Fallen Gods. Because the Ghost Needle Divine Physician was so famous, people came here every day in endless streams to seek his help. Over time, this place had become a bustling city. Almost everyone who came here had to enter this city first, and Zhu An and Yue Qinghuan were no exception. As they walked through the city gates, they saw various shops along the street with colorful signs hanging outside. Ancient Divine Physician, Miraculous Herbs, the sole heir of Ghost Needle sitting for consultations. There were also various calls for business everywhere. Passers-by, do not miss out. Today the healing elixir meticulously crafted by my old master is finally available. Only 98 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals are needed to take it home. Once ingested, it guarantees the cure of any serious injury. I am a celestial being from the East Sea. Seeing you all have great spiritual roots, I will pass on this miraculous method for longevity to you, at no extra cost, just 3 spirit crystals per person. Visitor, please stay. I see a dark aura on your forehead with faltering vitality flow, apparently a sign of blood calamity. Just wear the talisman personally written and blessed by me, and you will surely turn calamities into blessings and misfortunes into auspiciousness. These cries were simply both amusing and ridiculous. At least Yue Qinghuan, who had a usually serious demeanor, showed a rare hint of a smile. What do the people here say? Their thoughts may be a bit unconventional, right? Understood. Living off the land. Zuan chuckled. But where is the Valley of Fallen Gods? Zuan asked again. The Valley of Fallen Gods is. Before Yue Qinghuan could finish speaking, a yellow-faced man nearby overheard their conversation and approached them mysteriously. What? Are you two going to see the old divine physician in the Valley of Fallen Gods? So what? Yue Qinghuan replied impatiently. She hated it when people eavesdropped. The yellow-faced man was not angry and instead smirked before lowering his voice and said mysteriously, "Then you found the right person. Nowadays, it's not so easy to enter the Valley of Fallen Gods. You need a token to enter. or you can't even get past the valley entrance. A token? What kind of token? Yue Qinghuan was somewhat surprised. Last time she was here, there was no such requirement. Miss, you don't know. Some time ago, the local gang, the King Long Gang, suddenly used powerful force to unify the entire city. Following that, they then sealed off the Valley of Fallen Gods. Now, anyone who wants to enter the Valley of Fallen Gods must have a token issued by them. And now, just signing up for a token already has a waitlist of 3 months, and it's hard to come by. So, if you're in a hurry, I happen to have a few tokens that others are temporarily transferring, and the nearest one is available in 3 days, at a price of just 100 spirit crystals, a very reasonable price. The yellow-faced man rambled on. However, Yue Qinghuan was bewildered. When did all this happen? Suddenly, she was furious. All right, the Valley of Fallen Gods was originally open to everyone, but now you've monopolized it for profit, isn't this? The yellow-faced man sneered. Miss, don't speak like that. The rules are set by the King Long Gang. If you disagree, you can go argue with them. Why bother with me? Take it or leave it. With that, the yellow-faced man turned to leave. At that moment, Zuan stopped him. Wait. The yellow-faced man turned to look at Zuan, not pleased. What? Do you have something else to say, Zhu? Unsmiled. My younger sister is young and doesn't speak. You don't have to mind. I just want to know if you really have the tokens. Of course. And it's for 3 days later. I guarantee you'll be able to enter the Valley of Fallen Gods smoothly by then. As for whether you can see the old divine physician, that's up to your luck. The yellow-faced man said. All right, I'll take it. 100 spirit crystals, right? Here you go. With that, Zuan took out a storage ring and handed over 100 spirit crystals. But the yellow-faced man didn't take the payment. Instead, he looked at Zuan with a sneer. It was 100 spirit crystals just now. But now, I don't feel comfortable with your sister, so at least this much is required to sell you the token. He held up 2 fingers. 200. That's right, add to 100 more, or no deal, you. Yue Qinghuan was furious. She had never seen someone raise the price this blatantly and was about to explode. However, Zuan reached out and stopped her, calmly saying, all right, add to 100 more, I'll pay. After handing over the full amount of spirit crystals to the yellow-faced man, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. It's good to be obedient like this. You should take good care of your sister in the future, or you'll suffer. The yellow-faced man continued to ramble on, pulling out a jade token from his chest. The token bore a few simple numbers. Is this the token? That's right, the number on top represents the date, and 3 days later you can enter the Valley of Fallen Gods. After explaining, the yellow-faced man weighed the storage ring in his hand, grinned, and then melted into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Once he was gone, Yue Qinghuan could no longer contain her inner doubts. No problem, let's go and find a place to stay first, Zuan said calmly, then turned and left. Watching Zuan's back, Yue Qinghuan's face was full of confusion. This shouldn't be happening. In her impression, Zuan was not the type to be easily bullied. According to common sense, that yellow-faced man should have been dealt with after trying to extort high prices for the second time. But Zuan not only didn't deal with him, but also obediently handed over the spirit crystals, which was hard to explain. Could it be that he had some other thoughts? Yue Qinghuan pondered, unable to make sense of it, so she reluctantly followed him. As a city naturally formed due to the Fallen God Valley, the most common establishment in the city would likely be inns. There was a wide variety of inns to choose from, and the two of them randomly found a place to stay. Of course, there was no only one room left situation during this process, and they didn't have to face the cliché of sharing a room. Rest early. Faced with Yue Qinghuan's hesitation during dinner, Zuan said. When the night grew quiet and the entire inn settled down, Zuan suddenly opened his eyes and then opened the window, silently slipping into the dark night. At this moment, the city below had gradually fallen asleep, with only distant lights still shimmering. Like a night spirit, Zuan silently glided over from above, heading straight for a corner. Just as he left the inn, Yue Qinghuan in another room quietly got up, her light purple eyes gleaming in the darkness. Zuan, it seems like you do have other thoughts after all, Yue Qinghuan murmured softly. As Yue Qinghuan mentioned, Zuan did have other thoughts. He wanted to know who was blocking access to the Fallen God Valley. The so-called Green Dragon Gang was just a smokescreen. There had to be some hidden agenda behind it. With this idea in mind, Zuin left a trace of aura in the spirit crystal, targeting the location where the yellow-faced man would go next. The city was not large, and in a blink of an eye, Zuin arrived at the location the aura had locked onto. It was a very unremarkable small building, its facade showing signs of age and disrepair. At this moment, light was coming from the second floor, and the sound of conversations could be faintly heard. Concealing his presence, Zuin quietly approached the small building. "How was today's harvest?" a man asked. "Sir, the harvest today was good. The badges have been sold for a month ahead," a person cheerfully reported. Well done. Remember to strictly control the number of people entering the Fallen God Valley every day. After all, scarcity drives up value. Once something becomes abundant, people won't cherish it anymore. Yes. Then the group engaged in casual chatter. Heh, today I sold a badge for 3 days later at a high price. Initially asked for 100 spirit crystals, and that girl pouted, looking unwilling. So, I unexpectedly raised it by 200, and they all obediently paid up. The man with the yellow face spoke. The people around him began making jokes. "Oh, that girl. How does she look? Hey, I was just about to tell you. That girl is as fresh and lovely as can be, so tender that it seems like water could be wrung out of her. And the man she was with was a total pushover. I asked for 300 spirit crystals, and he didn't even dare to utter a word, just handed them over. TSK. In that case, should we pay a visit to this girl? After all, the long night is coming. We should find some entertainment, right?" Someone sneered. The room burst into laughter. For these people, any discussion involving women would inevitably become distasteful. However, in the midst of their cheerful conversation, a soft sigh suddenly sounded outside the window. Heaven's will can be defied, but not man's. Who goes there? The people inside the room were startled, asking sternly. Someone immediately blew out the candles in the room with a single puff. But at that moment, a loud bang followed by the collapse of the window and nearby walls occurred, as a cloud of smoke, mixed with the twinkling starlight from outside flooded into the room, causing all of them to recoil in surprise. These were a group of ruthless thugs and, faced with this sudden turn of events, they just looked stunned for a moment and then simultaneously launched an attack into the smoke. Despite their individual strengths not being formidable, the collective force of their joint attack was terrifying. However, the smoke seemed to swallow everything like a relentless monster, rendering even the strongest of attacks futile upon entering and making them disappear without a trace. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Green Dragon Gang?" the leader exclaimed. Nobody responded, as the smoke gradually settled. Some of them nervously swallowed, fear evident on their faces. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps resonated in the ears of everyone present, weighing heavily on their hearts. As the figure appeared in front of everyone, the yellow-faced man exclaimed in shock, "It's him!" He trembled all over. He's the man I saw today. But no one paid attention to him anymore as everyone's focus was captured by Zuan. The reason was simple. The current Zuan was too astonishingly brilliant. Clad in white garments reflecting the starlight, his clear gaze became even more captivating. "Is everyone here?" Zuan looked around, stating calmly. The leader felt a chilling sensation and nervously approached, gesturing with clasped hands. "Friend, I think there may have been a misunderstanding between us. I will ask you 2 questions. Answer me now." Zuan interrupted him directly. "First, are all of you members of the Green Dragon Gang?" The group shakily nodded. "Good. Now the second point. Where is your gang leader?" Zuan's voice turned cold. No one responded. Zuan smiled. His smile, illuminated by the starlight, appeared particularly enigmatic. "Don't want to talk? Or too afraid to speak?" The leader remained silent. However, at that moment, a sharp sword light suddenly illuminated the entire room. After a few muffled sounds, heads rolled, and blood flowed everywhere. Those who died were the ones who had shown disrespect earlier. In an instant, only the yellow-faced man and the leader remained in the room. Then Zuan calmly stated, "I'll ask again. Where is your gang leader now?" As his last word fell, the yellow-faced man collapsed, kneeling on the ground. "Please spare me, sir. Our leader is not in the city, but has been in the Fallen God Valley all along." "Is what he said true?" The head officer, trembling, nodded hesitantly and said, "Yes, yes." A smile slowly appeared at the corner of Zuan's mouth. "Actually, I didn't plan to kill you all, but your previous conversation made me change my mind. So after you die, don't blame anyone else, blame yourselves." No, both of them suddenly realized something and exclaimed in unison. But the next moment, everything was ended by a dazzling sword light. After swiftly cleaning up these scum, as easily as cutting vegetables, Zuan strode into the darkness and walked away without looking back. Just as he left, flames erupted out of nowhere, wrapping the entire small building and turning it into ashes in the blink of an eye. All of this happened very quickly, from Zuan entering the building to walking away. Only 1 or 2 minutes had passed. So when Zuan returned to the inn, Yue Qinghuan had not even reacted yet. It wasn't until he knocked on the door that Yue Qinghuan hurriedly got up. "What's wrong?" Yue Qinghuan asked in confusion, catching a faint scent of blood from Zuan. Zuan smiled and said, "Nothing much. Are you interested in running off to the Lost God Valley with me?" Yue Qinghuan was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "What about those people?" "They have all been killed by me already," Zuan casually replied. Yue Qinghuan was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this was Zuan's style of doing things. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them didn't bother with formalities or going downstairs. They simply leapt out of the window and headed directly towards the direction of the Lost God Valley. This city was built relying on the Lost God Valley, so the distance wasn't far. With their speed, they arrived in no time. Upon reaching there, they saw many defensive structures surrounding the Lost God Valley, guarded by soldiers. Yue Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly. "This wasn't the situation when I was here before." With the King Long gang acting so recklessly right under the nose of the Lost God Valley, doesn't the Ghost Needle Doctor care at all? Of course he doesn't care, because he's the one behind all this. "What do you mean?" Yue Qinghuan was startled. "He orchestrated all of this himself." "That's right. Otherwise, why would the King Long gang act so audaciously, even monopolizing and openly selling the resources of the Lost God Valley?" Zuan said indifferently. Yue Qinghuan pondered, "But why would he do that?" "I don't know. Maybe he needs money. But to know the exact reason, we have to see him." With that said, Zuan took a step forward into the darkness, not bothering to exchange words with the guards, and slashed with his sword. Bang! The sword light swept away these defensive structures. The people inside the buildings became lifeless in the blink of an eye. Yue Qinghuan was somewhat taken aback. Although the old Zuan was resolute, he wasn't so ruthless. Sensing her astonishment, Zuan said without turning back, "Don't think too much. These people are filled with resentment and malice, obviously not good people. Killing them actually cleanses the world a bit." Zuan then walked to the front gate of the Lost God Valley, raising his head to look at the desolate mountain gate. 3 ancient characters were inscribed on the gate plaque. Lost God Valley. But for some reason, the character for God in the middle seemed to have been struck by someone, leaving a deep cut. After studying it for a moment, Zuan said softly, "Let's go," and stepped through the gate. Yue Qinghuan quickly followed. Strangely, as soon as they passed the gate, they were engulfed by an undispellable darkness and disappeared without a trace. All was silent, with only the ruins and scattered bodies outside the gate silently narrating the recent event. Normally, this scene would only be discovered the next morning after daybreak. But today seemed to be an eventful day. Not long after Zuan and Yue Qinghuan entered the Lost God Valley, a rosy light appeared in the distance. Flying vessels resembling clouds of dawn landed on the ground, and a group of imposing figures dressed in ancient clothes disembarked. Upon seeing the situation, they couldn't help but murmur in surprise. "What's going on? Who did this?" inquired a dignified old man. After sending someone to investigate, the report came back. Back to the elder, "It appears these people have just died, killed with a single sword strike." "Oh, killed with a single sword strike? This person's sword skills are not bad. Who could it be?" The old man furrowed his brows and fell into thought. Just then, a loud voice was heard from behind. "What's wrong, elder?" The old man immediately stepped aside and respectfully said, "Back to young master. It seems a swordsman passed through here earlier. I am currently investigating his identity and strength." Hey, what's there to investigate? When we, the Su family, do things, do we still need to look at others' faces? With these words, a young man dressed in splendid attire slowly descended from the flying vessel, exuding an air of authority. The young man had sharp eyebrows and eyes, with an extraordinary demeanor. Especially when he gazed, there was a daunting pressure that made others not dare underestimate him. "You are right, young master. Is this the famous Lost God Valley? Why does it seem so dilapidated?" The young man observed for a moment before frowning. The old man explained, "The Ghost Needle Doctor has a peculiar temperament, which cannot be deduced by common sense. Can this guy really heal the injuries on my sister? If someone is most likely to do it, it would be him." The young man nodded. "Since that's the case, why wait? Let's go." With that, he took a step, ready to walk inside. The old man hurriedly stopped him. "Wait a moment, young master. What now? The Lost God Valley seems to be a world of its own. If we rush in like this, we might get separated. So, we must proceed in a group. Isn't that troublesome?" The young man furrowed his brow. "All right, as long as I can meet this doctor, I'll follow your lead." "Thank you, young master." The old man quickly approached and was followed by dozens of elite soldiers surrounding the young man before marching inside. The darkness gradually stirred, then settled back into silence. At the same time, within the Lost God Valley, Zuan and Yue King Huan witnessed a scene akin to an otherworldly paradise. Verdant peaks, flowing water, and a rich aura wafting through the valley, nurturing all things within. After just this period of time, Luotian Valley has transformed into its current state. Naturally, this left Yu Quanhuan dumbfounded. Just at that moment, a timid voice sounded from beside them. "Are you here to see the great divine healer and Sister Long?" Zhu Bian and the others turned to see a chubby little doll peering out from behind a tree not far away, with a red tassel growing out of its head, clearly indicating it was not human. Yu Quanhuan's eyes widened gradually. "Ginseng doll. That's right." The chubby little head cautiously peeking out at the two of them was indeed a ginseng doll. It is well known that plants turning into spirits is thousands of times more difficult than other creatures, and ginseng, being a precious medicinal herb, is even more so. The size of this ginseng doll indicates a deep level of cultivation. Even Zhu Bian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Luotian Valley? Truly intriguing. Upon hearing Yu Quanhuan's words, the ginseng doll bravely stepped out from behind the tree and shyly spoke. "I am GQ. Is the sister here to seek an audience with the great divine healer and Sister Long?" The adorable appearance made Yu Quanhuan's eyes light up. Few girls could resist such cuteness. Therefore, she smiled and nodded. "Yes." Phew. GQ breathed out and then called out to the tree. "Come out, everyone. This sister is not a bad person." With his call, a magnificent procession emerged from behind the tree. There was the jujube with exotic flowers on its head, half of HQ still in non-human form, and even one whose head still looked like Lingi, a little spirit creature swaying as it walked. It truly was a gathering of various rare medicinal herbs. Yu Quanhuan was dumbfounded, watching this scene with disbelief. GQ, currently quite proud, introduced, "Sister, these are my little brothers. This is little 9. This is little 13. Speaking, he earnestly told the little spirits, "Say hello to Sister." The spirits swayed and bowed down. "Hello, Sister." This, Yu Quanhuan didn't know what to say. At this moment, Zhu Bian chuckled. So many precious medicinal herbs, they must taste good when eaten. With these words, the little spirits scattered as if frightened by something, hiding behind the tree. Even GQ was no exception. Yu Quanhuan glanced helplessly at Zhu Bian, then patiently explained, "Don't be afraid, they mean no harm, they are just playing a joke on you." After hearing her explanation, the little spirits slowly came out, but they all kept a cautious distance from Zhu Bian. Yu Quanhuan asked softly, "Are all of you spirits living here?" "Yes, and not just us, there are many more living in the village ahead." "Oh." Yu Quanhuan was surprised. "Village, yes. Sister, weren't you looking to meet the great divine healer and Sister Long? They haven't come out yet, you must wait in the village for them to emerge," said GQ. "Can you invite us to the village you mentioned?" "Of course." For some reason, GQ, along with these spirits, had great trust in Yu Quanhuan. The little spirits bounced happily ahead, leading the way, while Zhu Bian and Yu Quanhuan followed behind. Halfway there, Yu Quanhuan couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" "What do I think? Of course, I mean the situation in Luotian Valley. There weren't any of this when I came before. Why has there been such a drastic change this time, with so many spirits appearing? This question, I think only the Ghost Needle Divine Healer can provide the answer, Zhu Bian said lightly. The group progressed along a small path through the mountain forest. Soon, they crossed through the dense woods, and before them, a village appeared in the distance. GQ exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Yuke, that's our village ahead, come with me." They quickened their pace and soon arrived at the village. Although it was described as a village, it consisted of straw houses, yet they were tidy, adding a unique beauty to this picturesque scene like a utopia. On the way there, GQ had already informed the village, so when they arrived, the villagers had all come out to greet them. Zhu Bian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight of these villagers, some spirited from plants, others naturally strange, because he had finally discovered a common thread among these people. However, he remained silent, just observing. On the other hand, Yu Quanhuan was warmly welcomed, with many little spirits who could barely walk steadily surrounding her. Just then, an elderly voice came from behind the crowd. "Welcome, please come in." Hearing this voice, the spirits consciously made way, and a white-haired old man walked towards them. His appearance was extraordinary, yet his demeanor was low-key. Most importantly, he was a genuine human. Seeing him, Zhu Bian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hehe, you've come from afar and must be tired. The great divine healer has not yet emerged. Please rest in the village for a while," the old man said with a smile. Yu Quanhuan looked at Zhu Bian, seeking his opinion. Seeing Zhu Un's expression, he eventually nodded. All right. The two then entered the village. Though small, the village was well equipped, with even a guest hall. Once Zhu Bian and Yu Quanhuan were seated, a large butterfly spirit flew in carrying two cups with its mouth, followed by two spirits who settled on the cups, starting to produce honey. After a moment, the fragrant honey was ready in the cups. Yet neither Yu Quanhuan nor Zhu Bian reached out for them, because the image of the bees hard at work on the cups made them wary of what the honey might contain. Although he said so, there was no hint of respect in the tone or expression of the old man. Then followed a long silence. Yue Qinghuan couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "May I ask, esteemed divine healer, when will you come out of seclusion?" "It's hard to say. I might come out in the next second, or it could be a month later." "What? Are you in a hurry?" Yue Qinghuan lowered his head. "My brother's condition is critical, so I am naturally a bit anxious." The old man just smiled and said nothing. The situation fell into a stalemate. Zhuan sat in the chair observing his breath, while the old man in front of him calmly closed his eyes as if falling asleep. Only Yue Qinghuan was anxiously scratching her head and cheeks. This trip to the Fallen Spirit Valley was truly strange. First, there was a group called the Green Dragon Gang monopolizing the resources to enter the valley. After finally entering, there were earth-shattering changes inside. Moreover, there were these strange beings appearing out of nowhere. Now they encountered an old man who communicated through riddles, Zhu, and remained silent. As time passed, it made Yue Qinghuan increasingly worried. Just then, there was suddenly a commotion outside. Shortly after, Ache rushed in anxiously. "Village chief, something's wrong." A group of people suddenly broke in from the outside, very fierce. Little 9 and Little 13 have already been taken away. Hearing this, the old man raised his head suddenly. An imposing aura burst from him, contrary to his usual demeanor. "Oh, I want to see who dares to cause trouble in the Fallen Spirit Valley." Saying that, the old man ignored Zuan and Yue Qinghuan, turned, and walked out. Just as he left, Yue Qinghuan stepped forward and asked sternly, "Who else has come?" "I don't know," Zuan said as he stood up to head outside. "Where are you going?" "Don't you want to know who else has arrived?" "Naturally, I'll go see outside. Otherwise, are we just going to sit here and guess?" Yue Qinghuan hurriedly got up and walked out of the reception hall. By now, the spirits of the entire village had gathered outside, some holding sticks, looking solemnly into the distance. The old man stood proudly at the forefront. At that moment, a burst of red light flew in and landed as they reached the village. It was the group that entered the Fallen Spirit Valley right after Zuan and Yue Qinghuan. In that moment, this well-dressed young man saw the myriad of spirits in the village and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so rare to see so many spirits here that are hardly seen outside." It seems this mysterious divine healer really has some skills. However, the old man didn't pay attention to the young man's words and instead focused on the bound little 9 and little 13 and asked sternly, "What do you mean by this? Oh, you're asking this? It's nothing. We just entered, and these little monsters shamelessly told us to get out, so we decided to teach them a lesson," the young man said casually. Little 9 struggled and exclaimed, "You're lying. It was you who attacked first and even said that such rare spirits can't be let go." The young man's smile didn't waver, but soon his men silenced little 9. The old man's face darkened gradually. "What are you here for?" "Naturally, we came to see the divine healer." "Heh, seeking an audience with such manners?" The old man sneered. The young man shrugged. "If seeking an audience is not possible, then let's just force our way in." This statement sparked anger. "Release little 9, or we won't let you off." "That's right, Sister Long won't spare you either." The spirit started shouting angrily. The young man's expression turned cold. The Su family has never succumbed to anyone's threats. So believe it or not, if you make another sound, these little monsters will have nowhere to bury their bodies. Tension escalated instantly. The old man stared at the young man darkly, never having seen such a domineering youth before. In the past, no matter the status, people were always respectful and afraid after entering this place, fearing they would never see the divine healer. But this young man was very arrogant. What was he relying on? Just then, Yue Qinghuan suddenly exclaimed, "The Su family. Where is the Su family from?" This sentence made everyone turn to look at her, including the young man. When the young man saw Yue Qinghuan's appearance, he couldn't help but be amazed and admiringly said, "Such a beautiful girl." This open praise made Yue Qinghuan blush and then glare angrily at the young man. However, she couldn't sense any ill intent from him. The young man's eyes lit up as he continued, "Since such a beauty is present, perhaps it's inappropriate to act out. So how about this? I'll let these little monsters go, and we'll consider this matter settled. What do you think?" Although the young man directed the words to the old man, his gaze remained on Yue Qinghuan, becoming more delighted with each passing moment. The old man didn't want to escalate the situation, especially since he couldn't see through the young man's background, so he nodded. The young man waved his hand, and his men immediately untied the ropes from little 9 and the others. Then, with a smile, the young man approached Yue Qinghuan and gave her a courteous bow. "Su Feijing, pleased to meet you, miss." Yue Qinghuan was puzzled, but quickly regained her composure, asking solemnly, "Are you from the Su family of the Frozen Domain or the Su family of the Desert of the North?" In the Heaven Realm, powerful families were as numerous as stars in the sky. For example, the Su family had two well-known branches. However, upon hearing Yue Qinghuan's question, Su Feijing just smiled and shook his head. "Neither of those. The Su family I belong to is relatively unknown to outsiders." "But you, why did the descendant of the military family come here alone?" Throughout the whole interaction, Su Feijing didn't even glance at Zuan, completely treating him like a servant. Yue Qinghuan frowned. Although she didn't sense any malice from Su Feijing, his overly familiar behavior made her uncomfortable. So she asked without much patience, "Is it any of your concern?" "No, that's right. But from what I know, this Ghost Needle Divine Doctor has a very eccentric personality. As long as he doesn't want to, he won't be coerced by any external forces. How could you possibly help me?" Su Fei Jing smiled in surprise. "No one truly transcends everything. As long as he is human, there will definitely be vulnerabilities. And conveniently, I currently hold a condition that this Ghost Needle Divine Doctor can't refuse." Yue Qinghuan remained silent, stealing a glance at Zuan beside her. Honestly, she was feeling a bit swayed at the moment. Because earlier she had sent generous gifts to seek an audience with Zha Wenliang, but she didn't even get to see him. Moreover, this time she came with Zuan empty-handed, so Yue Qinghuan was feeling somewhat anxious, unsure if she could successfully request the assistance of this divine doctor. Although she had full trust in Zuan's abilities. But this situation was quite special, not about fighting and killing on the battlefield, but seeking help. It had nothing to do with your strength or skills, but solely depends on whether the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor, Zha Wenliang, finds you agreeable or not. And clearly, Su Fei Jing seemed to have something to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be speaking like this. If he could actually help her, it would be great. Therefore, She wanted to consult Zhu An's opinion. And this scene was also noticed by Su Fei Jing. Su Fei Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Honestly, from the beginning, he never really paid attention to Zhu An. In his eyes, Zhu An, who was just at the immortal level, didn't even have the qualification to speak to him. Unexpectedly, this beautiful girl was seeking the opinion of this man, indirectly making him feel inferior. Thus, he suddenly sneered, "This guy has been silent since the beginning. Could it be that he can't talk?" His words were full of provocation. It was clear, if this guy dared to say anything, Su Fei Jing would definitely give him a memorable lesson in front of this young lady from the military family to show off his own authority. And if he remained silent, even better. Because a man who couldn't respond to provocation didn't deserve to talk to him. Though this plan was somewhat childish, it was very vicious. Yue Qinghuan naturally understood all this. Feeling angry, her expression instantly turned dark, about to speak up to defend Zhu An. But at that moment, Zhu An chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Su Fei Jing said coldly. Zhu An shook his head. "Nothing. Just laughing at some people's foolishness and arrogance." Upon these words, the people behind Su Fei Jing all coldly snorted. The senior elder even said in a cold voice, "Insolent, daring to speak to the young master like that." At that moment, these subordinates seemed eager to step forward. However, Su Fei Jing stopped them. He waved his hand and then stared fixedly at Zhu An. "Foolish and arrogant, these four words, I think are more suitable for yourself." The powerful momentum in his words was directed towards Zhu An. He was confident that, if it were an ordinary strong person, this momentum alone would be enough to make him kneel down. But unexpectedly, when this momentum reached near Zhu An, he yawned suddenly. With that yawn, the momentum dissipated instantly. Then, Zhu An lazily said, "I'm not interested in this verbal sparring with you. The facts will naturally teach you how to behave." After saying that, Zhu An turned around to leave, and Yue Qinghuan immediately followed. "Wait!" Su Fei Jing's face turned grim as he called out to them. "What? Is there something else?" Su Fei Jing took a deep breath. "You call this verbal sparring? Fine. Now, let's not talk about anything else. Are you interested in making a bet with me?" "A bet? What kind of bet, Zhu?" An asked with waning interest. "It's simple." Su Fei Jing lifted his head proudly. "When the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor comes out of seclusion, let's go seek an audience together. Let's see if you can get his audience, or if I can. What do you think?" Hey. Zhu An chuckled, then turned around again. "Sorry, not interested." With that, Zhu An walked away. Su Fei Jing was taken aback by Zhu An's response, and he couldn't help but stand frozen in place. But soon, he shouted angrily, "Are you even a man? You're afraid to even make a bet. I see you're scared." But regardless of what he said, Zhu An couldn't be bothered and simply walked away, leaving Su Fei Jing full of frustration, stamping his foot in anger. "This guy is simply a coward. I really don't understand why that beautiful young lady would be with such a wimp." The people around dared not speak, all standing solemnly. Su Fei Jing suddenly shouted, "Senior Elder, young master, hurry and investigate who that young lady and this guy are. The more detailed the better. I want to know their backgrounds, now." "Of course. Any problems?" Su Fei Jing asked. The senior elder looked hesitant. "I just tried. The spatial structure of the Falling God Valley is very special. Once you enter, you will lose contact with the outside world, and if you leave, you might be separated from the young master if you come back in." Su Fei Jing fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then impatiently flicked his sleeve. "All right, let's investigate after getting out. The most important thing now is to meet this Ghost Needle Divine Doctor and ask him to treat my sister's illness. As for this boy, we can deal with him after the matter is settled." Understood. Since the many little demons in the village were hostile towards them, Su Fei Jing and his group simply set up camp outside the village. Yet, the ginseng baby He was still very worried. He secretly said to a few little fairies under him, "Did you see that? These guys are so bad, they even want to steal Ziju. So we must keep a close eye on them. It's best to prevent them from seeing the Divine Doctor or Dragon Sister." The little fairies all nodded, understood. And so, this group of little fairies faithfully carried out Aki's orders and ruthlessly monitored the camp where Su Fei Jing and others were stationed, from the trees to the bushes. This greatly annoyed Su Fei Jing, and in a fit of anger, he couldn't help but shout, "These damn little fairies are so annoying. Why can't we just kill them? Hurry up and end all of this. I've had enough of this shit." While the situation was getting increasingly intense for Su Fei, Zuan and Yue Qinghuan were enjoying VIP treatment in the village. Despite the simple conditions, the little spirits seemed genuinely fond of Yue Qinghuan and Zuan. Various mountain fruits and running water were presented, and Yue Qinghuan happily indulged in the feast. After a few days passed, Yue Qinghuan almost forgot why they had come here. Then, on that day, there was a loud rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. The village chief immediately found Zuan and solemnly said, "The divine healer has come out of seclusion." Naturally, Su Fei and the others also received the news. The reason? It was because a huge passage suddenly appeared on the mountaintop in front of the village. The group hurried towards it. Along the way, Su Fei purposely observed Zuan and the others and noticed their absence, which made him sneer inwardly. How can they still be so calm at this point? Looks like they already know they'll lose, so they've given up. Just as he was feeling triumphant, the group had arrived at the passage. However, the triumph on his face gradually froze because, right before the passage, there was a face he least wanted to see. Upon seeing them, Zuan even raised an eyebrow slightly, as if saying, "You've come quite fast." But this gesture was fleeting, as Zuan then said to Yue Qinghuan, "Let's go." With that, the two stepped into the passage. Su Fei was taken aback and immediately shouted, "Quick, follow them." Leading the charge, the group rushed into the passage. After the radiance dissipated, a massive valley appeared before them. Yue Qinghuan sighed in relief and murmured, "This is the true Fallen Spirit Valley. It was just like this when my second sister and I came here last time." Zhu nodded but kept his gaze fixed on the huge mountain gate in front of the valley. It was more like two giant columns carved into the mountain with a couplet inscribed upon them. "Endless cycles, perilous buildings still stand, asking who will pluck the stars, I saber ancient glories. Thousands of years, where are the old friends, leading me to lean on the railing and watch the sword, tears shed for heroes." The couplet was profound and majestic, coupled with the bold font style, evoking a sense of sorrow and desolation. Zhu felt somewhat melancholic after reading it. However, Su Fei and the others paid no attention to it. They excitedly rushed ahead, even making a smug remark towards Zuan as they passed by. "You're already destined to lose." After Su Fei left, Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but look at Zuan with some confusion. "What's wrong?" Zuan took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Nothing." "Then let's go." "Okay." Passing through the mountain gate into the valley, they were greeted by vast fields of herbs where many people were working. These workers didn't seem surprised to see them. Yue Qinghuan couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. This Fallen Spirit Valley seems different this time. It wasn't like this last time we were here. Zuan just smiled but remained silent, his eyes shimmering brightly. After passing through the herb fields, they came across a small pavilion in the middle of the path. Next to it stood a stone tablet inscribed with a line of large characters, "If you pass this pavilion, please pay the toll." An arrow pointed to a water trough inside the pavilion, followed by a line of small characters, "Deposit here." Su Fei and the others were dumbfounded by the appearance of this pavilion. Su Fei couldn't help but ask, "Elder, didn't you say that Ghost Needle Divine Doctor is eccentric and not motivated by wealth? What's going on here?" The elder was also taken aback. "According to rumors, Zha Wenliang is indeed such a person, but I don't know what's happening here." Meanwhile, Yue Qinghuan was also puzzled. "There weren't these things last time we came. And what does paying the toll mean?" Zuan just smiled and casually took out a high-quality crystal from his spatial ring, tossing it into the water trough in front of Su Fei and the others. With a crisp sound, a pleasant voice was heard saying, "Please enter." Zuan looked at the petrified Yue Qinghuan and said, "That's what it means." Before walking forward, it wasn't until the two of them had passed the pavilion that Su Fei, startled, suddenly realized and shouted, "Quick! Throw crystal stones inside." Clang clang! Over a dozen crystal stones were dropped into the water trough, but there was no sound, just the pavilion moving slightly to the side, revealing a pathway. "Why didn't we get an invitation when we threw in the crystal stones?" Su Fei exclaimed. Of course, there was no response. Annoyed, He led the Su family members to catch up from behind. However, before they could travel a distance, another small pavilion appeared ahead. It was similar to the first one, except for a slight change in the inscription on the stone tablet. Second toll station, please pay the entrance fee. Entrance fee? Where's the door? Su Fei couldn't help but complain. The elder behind him chuckled and pointed to a small gap enclosed by two low fences. Isn't this a door? Although he complained, Su Fei, having learned his lesson from last time, paid the spiritual crystals without hesitation. The voice from inside the pavilion welcomed them, and the door slowly opened. Su Fei strode in proudly, casting a fleeting glance toward Zuan behind him. However, what happened next made his eyelids twitch incessantly. After the fence door opened, Zuan didn't even take out any crystals, he leisurely walked in. Why? Why can he walk in without paying? Su Fei roared. Zuan just chuckled. The laughter sounded so piercing to Su Fei's ears, driving him crazy. If he wasn't so eager to see the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor, he would have turned around and fought Zu. And right then and there. Subsequently, the group passed through several more pavilions, paid various fees, and finally arrived at a small thatched hut. Yue King Huan exclaimed, Zuan, that's where the Ghost Needle Divine Doctor resides. Su Fei and the others knew their destination was within reach and immediately quickened their pace towards it. To know how far they had traveled, they had passed at least 4 or 5 toll booths, each with a different name. The variety of names at each toll booth amazed Su Fei. He thought that was all, but he was surprised to find out that they had to pay again before reaching the thatched cottage, which Su Fei found hard to accept. But since they were at this point, he could only grumble a few words and obediently take out a dozen spirit crystals to place in front of the light screen, waiting for it to open. In the past, it was always like this, pay the fee and pass through. But this time was different. After paying the spirit crystals, the light screen remained unchanged. What's going on? Su Fei widened his eyes in astonishment. Just then, a golden light appeared on the light screen, followed by 2 large characters materializing. Not enough. Su Fei muttered in disbelief. And then, Su Fei was driven crazy once again. Not enough. What does it mean to have enough? Can you just be straightforward? Don't waste time like this. As if hearing his words, the light screen flickered again, revealing a price list. Yes, a price list. Clearly written on it, 5,000 spirit crystals for light screen entry, 50,000 spirit crystals for entry to the cottage. 500,000 spirit crystals for diagnosis by an apprentice physician, 5 million spirit crystals for diagnosis by an entry-level physician, 50 million spirit crystals for diagnosis by an expert physician, and so on. At the bottom was the phrase Ghost Needle Divine Physician, but followed by a question mark regarding the price. Looking at this gleaming price list, the members of the Su family were collectively stunned. Su Fei was dumbfounded and muttered under his breath, "Wow! Is this for the crazy rich? Who carries around millions of spirit crystals for no reason?" In fact, for a prestigious family like the Sus, millions of spirit crystals were not impossible to produce. It's just that no one would walk around with such a huge amount of wealth. Even with a spatial ring, it wouldn't work because several million spirit crystals were not a small sum. Stacked together, they could be higher than a small mountain. Just as Su Fei finished speaking, small words appeared on the light screen. Various treasures can also be exchanged for spirit crystals with a discount of 20%. Su Fei's mouth twitched a few times, then softly said to the elder beside him, "Are you sure this Ghost Needle Divine Physician isn't obsessed with money?" The elder shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know." However, Su Fei soon became confident, because he suddenly thought of something. Since the entry fee was so high, Zuan and Yue King Huan definitely couldn't afford it. In fact, if they hadn't come prepared, they might have been blocked outside the light screen as well. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel pleased, then turned to look proudly at Zuan and Yue King Huan, wanting to see their expressions. To his surprise, Zuan didn't show any signs of dismay on his face. He was looking at the words on the light screen with a half-smile, seemingly lost in thought. This made Su Fei slightly suspicious for a moment, but he soon understood. Probably, he had been shocked by the astronomical amount of spirit crystals. Thinking of this, he ordered with a smile, "As long as it has value, bring out the prepared items." "Yes." The elder stepped forward and carefully took out a jade slip from his bosom, then began to tap on the numbers on it. With each tap, the runes on the jade slip would flash. Soon, a light appeared from the jade slip, and a jade box fell out of it. The elder cautiously opened it, revealing a majestic medicinal plant. The plant's specific appearance couldn't be made out because it was surrounded by a faint mist, its form constantly changing. As it changed, a refreshing and fascinating fragrance permeated the air. Just taking a sniff would make one feel like floating into a fairyland. Su Fei proudly said, "This medicinal plant was obtained by our Su family from a remote and wild land in a very fortuitous circumstance. Even the most knowledgeable pharmacists don't know its origin, but the immense spiritual energy contained within it is moving enough. Today, I specifically brought it to offer to the divine physician in hopes of meeting him." Although these words were directed at the light screen, the hint of boasting was almost overflowing. Yue King Huan's expression changed slightly, because she didn't know what to do next. She couldn't produce tens of millions of spirit crystals herself, so should she just turn around and leave? But seeing Zuan's expression, it seemed like he had no intention of leaving. At that moment, when her mind was in chaos, Su Fei personally placed the medicinal plant in front of the light screen. The light screen directly swallowed the plant, and then the light on the screen began to flicker. In a moment, a line of text appeared. Heavenly Fairy Gross, equivalent to 8,210,000 spirit crystals. As this number appeared, an entrance slowly appeared on the light screen, and a voice came through. "Please enter." However, Su Fei didn't rush to enter, but turned back to Yue King Huan with a smug expression. "Miss Yue, as you can see, to meet the divine physician, you have to fork out a huge amount of wealth. I doubt he can afford it. Do you want to come in with me to meet the physician? Perhaps I can help you with some more money to bring the physician back." Su Fei's words were full of temptation. However, Yue King Huan remained unmoved, abandoning all unrealistic hopes at this moment, and said plainly, "Thank you for your kindness, but it's unnecessary. If we can't meet him, then let's go back." Then she said to Zuan, "Let's go," intending to leave. But Zuan didn't move, instead chuckled softly, "Go? Why should we go, huh?" Yue King Huan blinked, somewhat puzzled. Su Fei, who was rejected mercilessly, couldn't help but sneer. "Why not leave? Can you produce 50 million spirit crystals, Zhu?" Unshook his head, "Of course not." "Well, if you can't, why are you still standing here?" Su Fei mocked. Zuan wasn't angered but smiled and said, "Who says we must pay to go in?" The surroundings suddenly quieted down. But quickly, Su Fei couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "What a mess, and Aoshu sister, why don't you ... Before he could finish his sentence, a voice filled with extreme surprise came from the light curtain. "Njij." With the sound of the voice, a figure rushed out of the grass hut at a nearly wind-like speed. Click! The light curtain shattered, and the figure dove straight into Zuan's arms, pushing him back a few steps. Even so, the person still held onto Zuan tightly, burying her head in his chest, crying loudly. "Njij, it's really you. Am I dreaming?" Su Fei was stunned. Yue King Huan was also stunned, because the person rushing into Zuan's arms was unmistakably a young girl. She wore a light purple long dress, and although her head was buried in Zuan's chest and couldn't be seen, her exquisite figure and fair skin indicated that she was a stunning beauty. At this moment, Zuan awkwardly patted the girl's back and whispered, "All right, stop crying. This is not a dream, I'm really here." The girl slowly raised her head, revealing a beautiful and ethereal face. Yes, it was none other than Long Princess Aoshu, who had disappeared from the heavens. And upon seeing her face, Su Fei was once again taken aback. What the heck? What is going on? How can this man attract such a beautiful girl everywhere he goes? His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Yue King Huan wore a look of astonishment and confusion, but soon it turned into a smile. Then she glanced meaningfully at Zuan. At this moment, Aoshu was overjoyed beyond belief. She kept talking excitedly, "Njij, I never expected it to be you. If I knew you were coming, I would have come out earlier. Did you come specifically to find me? I knew it, you still like me. I'm so happy. By the way, how did you know I was here?" Faced with this tidal wave of questions, Zuan coughed awkwardly, interrupting Aoshu. "I didn't come specifically to find you this time, because I didn't know you were here before I came." Zuan explained with difficulty. Aoshu fell silent, her big eyes staring at Zuan with tears welling up, creating a strong sense of guilt in Zuan. Alright, that's it. Get rid of this scumbag, it's best to kick him out. Su Fei was screaming in his heart. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Aoshu suddenly smiled, ignoring the tears, and said, "And Jeej, you are still so honest. Can't you just tell a lie to make me happy, Zu?" Un shook his head. "I'm sorry, don't apologize." Aoshu suddenly cut off Zuan's words, then said very seriously, "In my heart, and Jeej is a man of integrity. How can you apologize? If someone should apologize, it should be me. It's my fault for not letting Jeej know I was here. If Jeej knew I was here, he would come find me, right?" Facing Aoshu's hopeful eyes, Zuan nodded earnestly, "Of course." Aoshu smiled. Her face lit up as if it were radiant, and she suddenly tiptoed to kiss Zuan's cheek. "I knew it would be like this, and Jeej, you're really great." This scene made Su Fei's eyes almost pop out. How could this be happening? What's so special about this guy? Besides being handsome, there's nothing else remarkable about him. How can he make such a stunning girl so devoted to him? Is this the ultimate manifestation of a scumbag? But the next sentence completely overturned Su Fei's worldview. Aoshu looked around and then asked Zuan in a strange tone, "Jeej, where is your wife and daughters?" "Wife and daughters?" Su Fei widened his eyes. Zuan smiled faintly. "They are all in the Fubao Tower. You'll see them later." "Okay." Aoshu nodded, then said with some sadness, "I was so willful before. I couldn't accept that Jeej had daughters, and even left angrily. Now I finally understand. With Jeej's capabilities, having a wife and daughters is the most normal thing. I shouldn't have minded in the first place. It was all my fault, Jeej, please don't be angry." This speech quieted the whole place, leaving Su Fei dumbfounded. Only one thought floated in his mind. Damn impressive. Even Yue Kinghuan slightly widened her eyes, then looked at Zuan with great surprise. At this moment, Zuan was somewhat amused by Aoshu's words. All right, stop saying silly things. How could I possibly be angry? Okay. Since you're not angry, Jeej, can I still secretly like you as before? Aoshu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zuan. Zuan nodded helplessly. Do as you wish. Thank you, Jeej. Aoshu cheered, then grabbed Zuan's hand and walked towards the grass hut. Jeej, you must be here to see my master, right? I'll take you to see him now. Su Fei was completely convinced. Really? He no longer had any thoughts of competing with Zuan, because only now did he realize how much he paled in comparison to Zuan. There was a time when he thought he was impressive enough, with many admirers due to his family and cultivation level, but he remained indifferent, unknowingly breaking many hearts. But now, he understood that compared to Zuan, he was nothing. This is the ultimate form of a scumbag. With a wife and daughter at home, yet still having such a stunning girl longing for him, and even being so humble to the point of being incomprehensible. What is this? This is a man's dream. This is the ultimate dream of having a stable family life at home and fluttering colorful flags outside. I am the son of the Su family, Su Feijing. I have come specially to seek an audience with the divine physician, but just now, the celestial herb was presented by me. I wonder. Oh, you're talking about this. Here you go. Aoshu casually tossed the celestial herb away. My master is currently busy, and not seeing anyone else. Please leave. Saying that, Aoshu pulled Zuan and walked inside. Su Feijing caught the herb, his eyelids twitching, but he still forced a smile and said, If your master is too busy to see others, why can this gentleman go in? He is my older brother, of course he can go in. But as for you, it's different. Aoshu said matter-of-factly. Su Feijing felt his blood boiling. Damn it, even though he knew this guy was powerful, being so ignored by a young girl still made him very unhappy. Just then, the elder approached with a smile. Miss, why not do this? You lead us in. If the divine physician refuses to see us, we will leave without a word. What do you say? But Aoshu was already a bit impatient. Why are you so annoying? Let me tell you the truth. My master is currently conducting a very important research and detests being disturbed by others. You won't be able to see him. Ignoring the group of people, Aoshu led Zu straight inside. The Su family members were furious. They were an extremely noble and reclusive family and had never been so disregarded. Therefore, the elder snorted coldly. "Young lady, treating people like this is not the way to receive guests." As he spoke, he stepped forward with a composed expression, blocking Aoshu's path. Not only that, the other Su family members also stepped forward to block the way, looking at Aoshu and Zuin unfriendly. "What? Want to use force?" Aoshu's face darkened, speaking coldly. "Of course not. Just want to see the divine physician. Please help us." The elder's tone was indifferent. "But what if I refuse?" Aoshu became impatient as well. As the third princess of the dragon family, she had been pampered since childhood and had never been threatened like this. Heh, no one has been able to refuse a request from the Su family. With that, the elder erupted with a powerful aura, rushing towards Aoshu. But before Aoshu could reach her, Zuin took a step forward, blocking Aoshu behind him and whispered, "What if I refuse?" With those words, the imposing aura instantly dissipated. The elder's pupils contracted, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. He didn't expect this young man, despite being just a saint, to so casually neutralize his authority. But soon he regained his composure, followed by a sneer. "Interesting, but still far from a match for me." With those words, the elder raised his hand, a huge claw appearing, slashing towards Zuan. As it passed, even the space cracked. It was clear that the elder had murderous intent towards Zuan. Just as he thought Zuin was doomed, Zuin suddenly raised his head, his wrist flipped revealing a small crimson sword. He pointed it towards the sky. The clash between the two produced no sound. Zuan's small sword easily pierced through the elder's claw as if it was cutting through tofu. The elder groaned and took 2 involuntary steps backward, looking at the small sword in Zuan's hand with great shock. "Where did you get this sword from?" the elder asked hoarsely. Zuin replied calmly, "A friend gave it to me." "You're lying. This is obviously the Shen family sword heart. How could it be a gift from a friend?" The elder's face could no longer be described as merely displeasing. Next to him, Su Feijing also realized the truth. His eyes toward Zuan turned even more strange. He knew that the elder's reaction was due to the Shen family, especially because the sword in the man's hand was made from an extremely refined sword heart, indicating that this person held a high position within the Shen family. If this were true, then things were about to get very complicated. "Even if it's a gift from a friend, do you still need to explain it to me?" Zuin said coldly. The elder's expression changed constantly. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth. "There's no need to explain, but young man, I advise you to think carefully, because soon someone will demand an explanation from you. Young master, let's go." With that, he didn't linger, leading Su Feijing to leave in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Aoshu looked at the departing figures in confusion, then asked, "An older brother, does the sword in your hand have a special origin? Why did all those people change their demeanor upon seeing it?" "I don't know, but it was truly a gift from a friend. No matter who comes, I'll say the same thing." Zuin replied calmly. "Okay, I believe you. Let's go inside." With that, Aoshu led Zuan towards the thatched hut. Yue King Huan naturally wouldn't miss out on any fun and followed closely behind. Along the way, Aoshu chattered nonstop like a child excitedly. Ju smiled and listened until she was done, then asked softly, "How did you come here and become the disciple of the Ghost Needle Divine Physician?" At that time, I was heartbroken, had thoughts of ending my life several times. Originally, with my master's character, even if I died before him, he wouldn't have spared me a glance. But that time, I don't know what happened, he saved me, brought me here, and took me as his disciple. Ju nodded, then asked, "You mentioned that your master is conducting a very important research." "Yes." "What research?" "Come in and see for yourself." By this time, they had arrived at the grass hut. To be honest, he was also very curious about this renowned ghost acupuncture physician, so he followed behind Aoshu and walked inside. After passing through a long corridor, the three arrived in the backyard. The first impression was chaotic. Utterly chaotic. Everywhere there were scattered medicinal materials and utensils. Some of the herbs even had spiritual qualities, constantly evolving illusions. Despite how precious the herbs were, they were all thrown on the ground here like weeds. Some even had random footprints imprinted on them. Aoshu explained in a low voice, "I originally wanted to tidy up here, but Master strictly forbade me from touching anything here. He said everything here follows a certain order, and if I rearranged it, he wouldn't be able to find things anymore. Zu unsmiled but remained silent, his gaze fixed on the central location in the backyard. There stood a high platform, on top of which a large alchemy furnace was placed. At this moment, various flames were burning around the furnace, and wisps of blue smoke floated above it. Beside the furnace, a scruffy man was completely focused on monitoring the heat. If you just looked at his appearance, you would never believe he was the famous ghost acupuncture physician known throughout most of the endless sky. Because he was just too messy and inconspicuous. Covered almost entirely in various stains, underneath the nearly unrecognizable green clothes was a small and withered body. Yet atop this body's at a disproportionately large head, making his figure look extremely out of proportion. Not only that, it was even difficult to make out any features on this head. The man, Cha Wenliang, had not bothered to tidy up his appearance for who knows how long, his beard already reaching his chest. At this moment, he was moving around the furnace, murmuring something incomprehensible. Suddenly, the furnace began to tremble, and the smoke above it turned from blue to black. Witnessing this scene, Cha Wenliang shook violently and immediately shouted, "Empress Vine, Phoenix Mercury Egg, Satin Pearl Fiend." 3 rays of light flew up from the ground and landed in Cha Wenliang's palms. Cha Wenliang acted swiftly, grabbing the herbs and immediately performing a complex set of hand seals. The flames below the furnace flickered erratically, and a small opening appeared on the furnace. Cha Wenliang threw the 3 herbs inside. Boom! The furnace resounded with a thunderous roar, and the light shone brightly. Aoshu turned pale and immediately pulled Zuin back. "Get further away, be careful of the furnace." Aoshu was about to warn of the furnace exploding, when suddenly, a thunderous noise rang out. The furnace instantly burst open, countless fragments flying in all directions. Zuin raised his sword light to shield Aoshu and Yue King Huan behind him, his gaze fixed on the distant platform. The explosion was so powerful, and Cha Wenliang was closest. Will he be alright? Zuin couldn't help but worrying. However, in that moment, an angry shout came from within the smoke. "Damn it, another failure." As the smoke dissipated, Cha Wenliang remained the same as before, except his clothes were now even more tattered, with little other change. He circled the original position of the furnace in frustration, before looking up at Zuin in the distance. "Who are you? When did you arrive?" Only then did Cha Wenliang notice Zuan and the others. When he asked, Aoshu hurried forward. "Master, this is the brother. And I mentioned before? Zuan. You're from the Hua clan, Zuan." Cha Wenliang was puzzled. "You know me." Zuan was also surprised. Cha Wenliang shook his head. "I don't, but this brat kept mentioning you all the time. Unforgettable. So, are you here to take this brat away? I tell you, that's impossible." Cha Wenliang's anger flared up again. It was then that Zu noticed something peculiar about Cha Wenliang. He seemed to be easily engrossed in his own world, unable to extricate himself. For example, right now, he truly believed Zuin had come to take Aoshu away, paying no attention to explanations. When Cha Wenliang saw Zuin remain silent, he grew angrier, turning to Aoshu. "What did I say? This guy is just a heartless swindler. He already has a family but still wants to toy with you. Have you forgotten how he led you astray in the first place?" Hearing Cha Wenliang's words, Aoshu blushed but refused to lower her head. "Master, you misunderstand. Brother An is not like that. It was my fault back then. Even in this situation, you still defend him. You. Cha Wenliang fumed on the platform, then suddenly bent over, picked up a shard of the furnace, and threw it towards Aoshu. The shard whistled through the air toward Aoshu, who made no effort to dodge. She knew if she did, her master would only get angrier. It was just a matter of a head wound, nothing serious. As she was a dragon, it wouldn't harm her. She calculated in her mind. However, at that moment, Zuin reached out, caught the shard, sniffed it, and raised an eyebrow. "Are you refining a resurrection pill?" With these words, the furious Cha Wenliang immediately calmed down, his eyes emanating a captivating light. "How did you know?" "It's simple. I deduced from the residual medicinal scent on this shard that it contains Tianjing bone and earth sacred sprout. These 2 extremely rare herbs' main functions are whitening flesh, restoring skin, and when combined with the 3 herbs you added later, they complement each other's effects. So I guessed you were refining a resurrection pill. Zuan spoke confidently, and Cha Wenliang's eyes sparkled incessantly. After he finished, Cha Wenliang said in a deep voice, "You actually understand the art of alchemy." "I know a little." Aoshu listened in a daze. She had been studying under Cha Wenliang for so long, but hadn't even memorized the names of the herbs, so she naturally didn't understand Zuan's words. But that didn't stop her from admiring Zuan. Brother and looked so handsome now. Aoshu stared at Zuan with shining eyes, silently praising in her heart. Even Yue Qinghuan was quite surprised at how many surprises Zuan still held. At that moment, Cha Wenliang let out a disdainful laugh. Chen Wenliang proudly lifted his head. "I am conducting a very important research project. Once successful, it could overturn the entire world. Can I take a look? I am also very curious to know what kind of research can overturn the whole world," Zuan confidently said. However, behind them, Aoshu felt a cold sweat for him. She knew her master's temper too well. If she said something wrong, he might erupt in anger. Surprisingly, when faced with Zuan's question, Chen Wenliang did not get angry, but instead enthusiastically said, "You really want to know?" "Of course." "Well then, follow me." Chen Wenliang walked down the platform excitedly towards the back. Aoshu was puzzled. Zuan smiled slightly at her. "Let's go. Let's go see your master's great research." With that, Zuan took a step and followed. Aoshu looked at Zuan's back in confusion. She didn't understand why her usually whimsical and unpredictable master suddenly became so accommodating in the presence of Zuan. Only Zuan knew the reason. In fact, Chen Wenliang, though eccentric, was a simple person. As long as you understood his temperament and spoke in line with his intentions, it was easy to get along with him. Of course, this all hinged on being able to understand and grasp his thoughts. Luckily, Zuan could do this, which is why he could touch upon Chen Wenliang's nerves with just a few words. The group followed Chen Wenliang to a corner of the backyard, where a house stood. From the outside, it looked completely ordinary. Chen Wenliang proudly walked to the door. "Today, I will show you what true greatness in research is all about." With that, he pushed open the door. The whole process was unremarkable, indicating that the door was just an ordinary wooden door, not even inscribed with the simplest defensive runes. Including Aoshu, everyone's gaze instantly turned to the room behind the door. Unexpectedly, the room was empty, showing no sign of anything unusual. Was this what Chen Wenliang was proud to call his great research? Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, wisps of blue smoke floated in the room. The smoke quickly condensed, morphing into a giant chubby monster in the blink of an eye. "Wow, so cute!" Aoshu couldn't help but exclaim. Despite the monster's large size, with its head occupying 90% of its body, its facial features were somewhat comical, making it look extremely adorable. Yet, when Chen Wenliang saw this monster, his eyes shone with pride. "Come here." In response to his command, the monster floated over to Chen Wenliang and mumbled 2 words. "Master." Chen Wenliang nodded in satisfaction before turning to Zuan. "Do you see any clues, Zhu?" Unfurrowed his brows, staring at the monster for a moment before saying in a chilling tone, "Are you creating a soul?" This statement made Yue Qinghuan also visibly alarmed, while Chen Wenliang burst into hearty laughter. "Great observation. Yes, I am indeed creating a soul, and it is the most successful experiment I have achieved so far. What do you think? Isn't this the most magnificent research?" Chen Wenliang said triumphantly. However, this time, there was only silence in response, because Zuan was also deeply shocked. It was known that the soul was the most mysterious and profound existence. Many things might develop their consciousness over time, such as the ginseng dalcha, but their naturally evolved sentience couldn't compare to the souls inherent to humanity. This led to drastically increased difficulties in their cultivation, while the human race proudly claimed to be the masters of all beings. Throughout history, there were extraordinary individuals who attempted to unlock the secrets of the soul, but without exception, all of them failed and faced severe backlashes, resulting in a tragic end. As a result, any theory involving the soul had become an absolute taboo, and no one dared to venture into such matters. It was unexpected that Chen Wenliang would be so audacious, not only researching souls, but also daring to create them, and succeeding in making an experiment. This news would surely cause a huge uproar if it got out. Seeing the reactions of everyone, especially Zuan's silence, Chen Wenliang sneered, afraid. I thought from your words earlier that you are not an ordinary person, but it seems that's all you are. With that, he turned disappointingly, saying in a cold tone, get out. You're not welcome here anymore. From excitement to anger, in just a few seconds, Chen Wenliang's fickle temper was apparent. However, Zuan did not leave. Not only did he not leave, he took a few steps forward and approached the experiment. Why are you still here? Do you want me to kick you out? Chen Wenliang coldly shouted. Zuan smiled. This experiment of yours seems to have the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. So what? At least, I have created even a tiny bit of it. Possessing intelligence already proves that I'm on the right track, just lacking in skill. Chen Wenliang said coldly. How long have you been stuck here, then? Zuan asked again. This time, Chen Wenliang's expression became somewhat embarrassed. 10 years. But then he added persistently, but I have recently made significant progress, and I estimate success is just around the corner. Progress? Are you talking about the exploded cauldron just now? Zuan said with a smile. As she heard this, Aoshu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! With the master's temper, how could he withstand Zuan's tone? As expected, Chen Wenliang's face turned fiercely, anger emanating from his eyes. Are you mocking me? But Zuan remained unfazed, as if the imposing aura was just a breeze, calmly stating, of course not, just stating a fact. Zu's surname. Leave before I change my mind, or you won't be able to leave alive. Chen Wenliang said menacingly. You will definitely answer, because all your persistence is ultimately for someone to appreciate, and I am that person. Zuan said lightly. This sentence caused a change in Chen Wenliang's expression, as if seeing Zuan for the first time, he looked deeply at him before speaking slowly. It's simple, I've already figured out all the physical issues. I can say that even if there were a skeleton in front of me right now, as long as its soul is still there, I can revive it. Do you understand this feeling? Everything is no longer new, and what you do every day is just repeating the past. That kind of dull and boring routine is enough to drive one crazy. Ju nodded. I understand. Please continue. So I became interested in the human soul. I wanted to know how they come into being, how they operate, why several completely different gases can come together to form marvelous consciousness and experience emotions such as joy and sorrow. Did you succeed then, Zu? And asked. Chen Wenliang sighed. No. I have delved into it for at least 100 years, but ultimately, I achieved nothing. I have even dissected the human soul to its most basic state, but still cannot uncover its secret. Zuan remained silent, just listening quietly. As for Aoshu and Yue Qinghuan, they were completely dumbfounded. Chen Wenliang continued, this was a major setback for me because nothing has ever been able to stump me. Until this time, I truly failed. But just as I was about to give up, a very accidental event made me suddenly conceive an idea. Since I cannot discover the ultimate mystery of the soul, why not try to create a soul to find out all these answers? This idea thrilled me, and I immediately took action. Initially, in the first few years, my progress was commendable, and I quickly produced this experiment. With pride evident on his face, Chen Wenliang said, this should be the most successful advancement on a soul level in the history of all realms, including where you come from. Of course, I was overjoyed, thinking that the dawn of victory was right ahead. But unexpectedly, after the success of this experiment, I fell into a long struggle and made no progress whatsoever. The key issue was I couldn't further advance the intelligence of this experimental subject. I tried countless methods, all in vain. Finally, I decided to approach it through alchemy, only to find that to create the elixir I needed, the difficulty was extremely high, even beyond my capabilities. Hence, the massive explosion you witnessed. It seemed like these words had been bottled up in Chen Wenliang's heart for a long time. Now they poured out almost like a release. After finishing, Chen Wenliang gradually calmed down, the former anger returning to his face. All right, all the answers you seek are here. Anything else you want to say, Zu? And smiled, nothing more. Since there's nothing else, then leave. I won't make it difficult for you, for the sake of Aoshu. But please do not appear in front of me again. With that, Chen Wenliang turned to leave. But just then, a calm voice directly stopped him in his tracks. What if I can help you refine the elixir you seek? Chen Wenliang turned around abruptly, staring at Zuan's composed face, asked in surprise, "What did you say, Zu?" "Unshrug. Is my offer not clear enough? If I can help you refine the elixir you need, how will you thank me?" A glint of hope and shock flickered in Cha Wenliang's eyes, but mostly, there was doubt. Yes, doubt. Because what Cha Wenliang wanted to refine was a formula never seen in any alchemical texts. The difficulty was so high that he had failed numerous times. It seemed impossible for him to believe that this young man could actually help. Sensing Cha Wenliang's skepticism, Zuan smiled lightly. "I know you don't believe me, but do you think I would joke about something so important? You can decide after seeing the result. How does that sound?" Seeing Zuan so confident, Cha Wenliang was intrigued. Truth be told, he was nearly driven mad by his daily explosions from alchemy. If Zuan could really help him, that would be great. Holding on to the idea of trying everything, Cha Wenliang nodded. "All right, let's give it a try." In Cha Wenliang's warehouse, besides medicinal herbs, the most abundant items were various alchemy furnaces. For an ordinary apothecary, these could have been tools for a lifetime, but in Cha Wenliang's hands, they were daily consumables. "You can choose any furnace here," Cha Wenliang said proudly. Because not only were there many furnaces of high quality, some were even divine artifacts. However, Zuan didn't choose those dazzling furnaces, but instead looked around. Suddenly, he stopped and squatted down, examining a dull gray furnace placed in the corner. "I advise you not to choose this one. It was obtained by chance and has very basic functions. It lacks even the most basic temperature control, and regular fire can't even heat it up. That's why I only used it once and left it here," Cha Wenliang kindly warned. Zuan just smiled, then reached out to gently touch the surface of the furnace. The cool touch in his hand made him raise his eyebrows slightly. Then he softly said, "This is it." Cha Wenliang pursed his lips, saying no more. The furnace was pulled out from the corner, cleaned, and placed on a high platform. "What do you want to refine with this furnace, Zu?" An asked. After a moment of contemplation, Cha Wenliang said, "Since a difficult one may be bullying you, and a simple one is not interesting, how about this? Refine a soul-transferring elixir." Zuan didn't hesitate and nodded, "Good." Then he reached out his hand. "What's this?" Cha Wenliang was puzzled. "The recipe." Cha Wenliang widened his eyes. "Are you telling me you haven't refined a soul-transferring elixir before and you're learning it now? What? Is there a problem?" Cha Wenliang was speechless, feeling that this test was turning out to be a joke after all. Zuan took it in his hand, and then examined it with his divine sense. Just moments later, Zuan nodded. "All right. Prepare the medicinal ingredients." Cha Wenliang widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "You've looked through all of it in such a short time?" "Of course." Cha Wenliang still found it hard to believe. The higher the level of the pill, the more complicated the refining process. Just the part about controlling the heat could span tens of thousands of words. Typically, a pill master would need at least a month to familiarize themselves with a new pill recipe. It was unheard of for someone like Zuan to claim to have finished reading everything without even taking half a cup of tea in hand. Cha Wenliang sneered, "All right, since you are so confident, I'll give you a chance to try. But let me be clear, if you fail, don't blame me for being harsh. You'll not only have to compensate me for the cost of the medicinal ingredients in this cauldron, but also leave the Luotian Valley." Zuan smiled faintly. "No problem. HMPH, Aoshu, prepare the required medicinal ingredients," Cha Wenliang ordered before turning and leaving. Aoshu brought various medicinal ingredients to the side of the high platform as instructed, then whispered worriedly, "Anjij, do you really have confidence? Don't worry, don't you trust me with what I do? But your time is too short. Did you really remember everything?" Zuan smiled without saying a word. In reality, with his strong divine sense, all the contents of the pill recipe on the jade slip had already been engraved in his mind. When all the required ingredients were ready, Zuan's expression became solemn. "Begin." With a command, dozens of types of opening cauldron medicinal ingredients flew into the pill furnace in the sequence indicated on the pill recipe. Click. When the final ingredient flew in, the lid of the pill furnace instantly closed, and Zuan pointed a finger. Boom! Flames ignited below the pill furnace. The flames were pure white, and even from a distance, one could feel the scorching heat. Cha Wenliang's expression changed. These flames. At the same time, Zuan kept pointing, and the flames grew higher and higher, enveloping the entire pill furnace in the blink of an eye. Faintly, one could even see the gray cauldron inside rapidly turning red. Cha Wenliang's expression became serious. He had not expected Zuan to possess such formidable flames. However, powerful flames alone were not enough. Refining a pill required great finesse, and even a slight mistake in the temperature control could ruin all previous efforts. Seeing the current state of the cauldron, it was apparent that the fire was already too intense. This almost guaranteed that Zuan's initial move would fail. Therefore, Cha Wenliang shook his head slightly, thinking there was no need to continue watching. But just then, Zuan suddenly shouted, "Start again!" As soon as the words fell, various medicinal ingredients rose into the air after the opening cauldron ceremony, and the lid of the cauldron opened. A strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. Cha Wenliang's spirit was stirred, showing a look of astonishment in his eyes. How could it be possible? This medicinal fragrance was clearly a sign of a successful opening cauldron. But how long had it been since the start? Not even the time for a cup of tea had passed. How could an opening cauldron succeed? Just as Cha Wenliang was puzzled, he saw various medicinal ingredients flying into the cauldron in an orderly manner according to the sequence. Cha Wenliang focused his attention, watching carefully. He knew that the most critical moment had arrived. Due to the different properties of each medicinal ingredient, the timing of their entry into the furnace varied, requiring the alchemist to have a strong fire control ability. Otherwise, all previous efforts could be wasted. Previously, Cha Wenliang's explosion during the refining of that pill was due to a lack of fire control. But what happened next left him stunned. With each new ingredient entering the furnace, the flames below the cauldron underwent subtle changes. The medicinal fragrance became even more intense. Cha Wenliang, renowned in the medical field for thousands of years and deeply immersed in alchemy, had never imagined such incredible fire control skills. Not only that, Zuan, who was in control of the cauldron, even turned around and smiled at Cha Wenliang with ease. "I feel that the process on the jade slip seems too complicated, so I want to simplify and improve it. Is that okay?" Cha Wenliang. "Well, do whatever you want, but I want to remind you, if you fail to make this soul-transforming pill in the end, you'll bear the consequences." "Understood." With these words, Zuan suddenly accelerated his speed. Various medicinal ingredients flew into the cauldron like a production line, and in the blink of an eye, under the roasting flames, various properties were ignited, even creating various illusions in the air above the cauldron. The medicinal fragrance became even more intense, and this kind of state generally indicated that the pill was half done. From the moment Zuan started until now, not even half an hour had passed. This speed was beyond fast. It was extraordinary. Indeed, just an hour later, a loud bang came from the cauldron, followed by an extremely rich fragrance spreading out and a brilliant light soaring into the sky. "Cauldron open!" Zuan solemnly commanded. Boom! The lid of the cauldron flew off, and several dazzling lights, like stars, flew out from it, attempting to escape. But Zuan reached out and with strong suction, captured these points of light, pulling them into his hand. In an instant, the lights vanished, and the illusions dissipated. Zuan smiled faintly at Cha Wenliang. "The pill is formed." With that, Zuan tossed the pill over. Cha Wenliang was startled, hastily caught it, and upon closer inspection, his eyes lit up. The pill exuded a strong spiritual aura, and within it, there was an indescribable rule subtly hidden, clearly surpassing ordinary quality. With just one glance, Cha Wenliang could determine that this soul-transforming pill far exceeded the ones he had previously refined. After careful examination for a moment, Cha Wenliang's expression changed from gloomy to bright, nodding, "Excellent." Then he raised his head and asked Zuan, "Your alchemy skills are indeed better than mine. I believe you can help me, but what is your intention?" Zuan smiled and said, "It's simple. I want you to save someone." "Oh, you mean the person from the Yue family?" Cha Wenliang pointed to Yue King Huan in the distance and asked in a deep voice, "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, Yue King Huan's face instantly turned pale. Because if even the renowned Ghost Needle Divine Doctor, Cha Wenliang, is unable to heal his brother's injuries, then there will be no one in the entire Tianwei who can save him. Must his brother continue to suffer in this cycle of reincarnation in agony? Yue King Huan's nose tingled, almost shedding tears. But at that moment, Zuan lightly laughed. The past is the past, the present is now. I believe with my help, you should be able to do it. Cha Wenliang looked meaningfully at Zuan, who was smiling, and finally nodded. Well, in that case, let's settle it this way. With that, Cha Wenliang turned and left the backyard. Zuan walked down from the platform and approached Yue Qinghuan and the others. Yue Qinghuan was a bit dazed. Did he really agree? Yes, he agreed. Yue Qinghuan was overjoyed and tearful, then looked earnestly at Zuan. Zuan, thank you. Zuan smiled and shook his head. You're welcome, but to save your brother, we'll have to wait for some time. How long do we have to wait? At least until there is a major breakthrough in his research. And with that, Yue Qinghuan shuddered, then lowered his head and fell silent. Aoshu, who was beside them, asked in surprise. Brother An, why do we have to wait for Master's research breakthrough to save people? Because the injuries he suffered are from the spiritual level, Zuan said lightly. Yue Qinghuan trembled all over, then lowered his head and remained silent. Aoshu naturally did not understand, and at that moment, she suddenly became excited. Brother An, you mentioned letting me see the two little sisters. Where are they now? Zuan did not refuse, as it had been a long time since he let the two little sisters out for some fresh air. In fact, a long time ago, the two little sisters had tried to communicate with Zuan through divine thoughts to come out, but at that time Zuan was not well established in Tianweishan. For safety reasons, Zuan did not agree. But now was different, and it was apparent that the Falling God Valley was a safe place. Although Cha Wenliang had a strange temper, he was not a bad person, so Zuan opened the symbol treasure tower and let Yan take Z and Nyan come out to relax. In an instant, the scene became lively. The two little girls who had not appeared in a while had grown taller, and with Yan's guidance, their actions and behaviors had matured. But they were still children, especially after being confined in the symbol treasure tower for so long. Once they came out, it was like releasing birds from a cage, cheering and jumping around. Daddy, if you didn't let us out, many people might have forgotten us. Nyan said seriously, blinking her eyes. Zhu unpinched her cheek. How could we forget you two little girls? Humph, pinching others' cheek. I'm a lady, you know. Nyan pouted and took a few steps back. Aoshu, on the other hand, looked at the two little girls, who were identical in appearance and dress, and was thrilled as if she had discovered a new continent. Wow, two beautiful little girls. At this point, Z and Nyan also noticed Aoshu, because her aura was similar to little Sha. Both of them tilted their heads and looked at Aoshu. Your aura is similar to little Sha's. Are you also of the dragon clan? Yes, Aoshu crouched down, holding the hands of the two little girls and refused to let go. Somehow, maybe missing little Sha, the two little girls were very close to Aoshu, who also belonged to the dragon clan. The three of them soon started chatting animatedly. Seeing this, Zuan smiled and then turned to Yan, saying, during this time, we will temporarily stay in the valley. You will help me refine the elixirs together. Okay, and Yan nodded calmly. The quiet little grass hut, because of the appearance of the two little girls, became lively. Initially, Aoshu was a bit uneasy because she knew that her master preferred peace and quiet, and she feared that the commotion might annoy him. However, to her surprise, when he saw the two little girls, Cha Wenliang not only was not angry, but his eyes shone brightly as he mumbled a long string of words. Zuan just smiled, while Yan curiously asked, Master, do you also read fortunes? Cha Wenliang was quite satisfied with the title Master and nodded with a smile. Medicine and divination are not separate branches, so I have some knowledge in these matters. However, his dignified demeanor did not last long. After the initial awkwardness, the two little girls found that this not-so-tall man, with a long beard and dirty appearance, was not as difficult to get along with as they thought. So, they started playing around Cha Wenliang. Not only that, but their innocent questions were quite humorous. Grandpa, why is your beard so long? Why don't you wash your clothes? Does no one wash them for you? Don't you have a wife? Did she leave you because you're dirty? Cha Wenliang, I told you, I'm not Grandpa, and I don't have a wife because women would only hinder my research progress, not because I don't want to find one. Oh, I see now. Nyan nodded. Understand. However, just as they were about to leave, Z suddenly said, Sister, many people say things like that because they can't find a wife, so it's just an excuse.